Chapter 181 Interstellar Construction Meeting. The biochips of planetary behemoths are often hidden in their brains or important biological organs. Studying them is an important way for people to improve their biotechnology. After receiving He Xingzhou's instructions, the researchers quickly set each set of biochips in a freezer. Seeing He Xingzhou offline, Jiang Chan asked curiously, "What is in the subspace communication?" "A brand new world. The subspace virtual universe of interstellar civilization," He Xingzhou said with emotion. "Dubai really helped us a lot this time. Let us contact interstellar civilization in advance. If the Blue Star civilization relies on its own development, it will take a long time to know other civilizations. The diameter of the solar system is 1 light year. Even if the Blue Star civilization reaches the second-level civilization and has a sublight-speed spacecraft, it will take more than half a year to leave the solar system. It takes 5 or 6 years to reach the nearest star Proxima Centauri. It is unknown how long it will take to communicate with other civilizations. The Order Alliance gave them an opportunity to develop civilization at a high speed. Interstellar civilization? Jiang Chan's pretty face was full of curiosity. Everyone wanted to know what alien civilization was like. "I don't know much now," He Xingzhou said. "I will figure it out. And you can all go to visit it then." "Wow," Jiang Chan said expectantly. "I can't wait now." The subspace communication equipment began to scan the biochips of the planetary beasts and record them. When the gene chip of the Aura Worm King was recorded, He Xingzhou's consciousness reconnected to the subspace virtual universe and came to the Order Square. The Order Angel floated in the air, expressionless, colder than a statue. A group of aliens still gathered here, waiting to watch the excitement. The Order Angel said, "The statistics are over. The Blue Star civilization Chunfeng has obtained a total of 5,685 contribution points." "What? 5,685 points?" After the Order Angel said this number, the representatives of alien civilizations, who were waiting to see the joke, were all stunned. How could a 1.0 level civilization get so many contribution points? Killing a primary planetary behemoth only gives 1 contribution point. Our civilization is a 1.4 level civilization. It took us 100 years to accumulate 2,000 cosmic coins. They have more than twice as much as us. Ruger questioned, "Even a second-level civilization may not be able to get so many contribution points. Can you kill the planetary overlord?" Raphael of the Nanha civilization said, "If there are so many Zergs, a first-level civilization would not have survived until now." Raphael of the Sirius civilization said, "Even for our Sirius civilization, it is difficult to obtain so many contribution points. How did a lowest-level civilization that just joined the Order Alliance do it? Is there something wrong with this statistic?" Someone asked the Angel of Order. The Angel of Order's voice was still cold. "The statistics are correct. Blue Star civilization. Chunfeng. You can choose whether to display the specific statistics. Show." He Xingzhou did not choose to hide it. Now the civilizations here all despise them. If they do not show their strength, other civilization spokespersons will not communicate and trade with him on an equal footing. The Angel of Order said, "The statistical results of the contribution of the Blue Star civilization: 2,945 primary planetary behemoths killed, 104 medium planetary behemoths killed, 7 high-level planetary behemoths killed, 1 primary planetary overlord killed, more than 3,000 planetary behemoths, and a planetary overlord killed." Seeing the specific statistical information, the first-level civilization spokespersons present were already shocked. "This force is enough to wipe out any first-level civilization," said a silicon-based life form of a first-level civilization. "The main civilization that created us was a 1.8 civilization, which was destroyed by a planetary overlord. We were born in the spacecraft they launched. Although our civilization has never seen the Zerg in reality, in the simulated battlefield, all the weapons of our civilization are no match for the planetary overlord. This Blue Star civilization, this Chunfeng, is not simple. They are so strong. Why are they rated as a 1.0 civilization? At least 1.7. Several members of the Pleiades Society changed their faces when they saw the statistics. Being able to kill a planetary overlord means they already have weapons that threaten a second-level civilization. Did this Chunfeng hide his strength before? Vandaster asked in confusion. "Humph! A level 1.0 civilization can never kill so many planetary beasts and a planetary overlord," Ruger snorted coldly. "The strength of the planetary overlord is almost as strong as that of a star destroyer. There is only one possibility that they can do it. He looked at Yixingzhou with his flat eyes, then at Bai Ningxiang, and said, "It must be this Bai Ningxiang. Their Black Sea civilization has provided military assistance to the Blue Star civilization. Although the Black Sea civilization is facing decline, it is at least a second-level civilization, and still has the strength to kill a planetary overlord." When Ruger said this, everyone immediately realized it. Grey Wolf said, "No wonder this native rejected our invitation. I'm afraid it's a subsidiary civilization of the Black Sea civilization." Cage said, "The Black Sea civilization still has the ability to support new civilizations? Is this the main civilization going to die? And it plans to be reborn in a subsidiary civilization?" The rebirth, he said, refers to some main civilizations encountering a devastating crisis, and they are forced to transfer the elites of the main civilization to the subsidiary civilization and continue to survive. Bai Ningxiang heard it, stood in front of Yixingzhou, and proved, "We are not like you. Who would do such a thing? The civilization of Chunfeng has enough strength, and is an equal civilization to our Black Sea civilization." Ha ha ha. "Who are you kidding?" Ruger laughed. "Okay. Blue Star civilization. Chunfeng. I've remembered it. I guess you are either in the territory of the Black Sea civilization or near them. When our interstellar fleet arrives, whether you are the Black Sea civilization or the Blue Star civilization, we will destroy them together." "Really?" Ruger kept shouting. And Yixingzhou couldn't show weakness. He said in a serious voice, "Our civilization has two sayings. The first one is that it is a pleasure to have friends from afar. If it is a friendly civilization, we are willing to communicate with it." His eyes turned cold, and he continued, "The second saying is that those who offend our civilization will be punished no matter how far away. If there are invaders, even if they are across countless light years, we will destroy them." Every indigenous civilization has such mysterious confidence when they first join the Order Alliance, Rafar said disdainfully. They believe that their civilization has a promising future and can reach the stars and the sea. It was not until they were educated by advanced civilizations that they realized that their civilization was just a grain of dust in the countless dust in this universe. After saying that, several representatives of the Pleiades civilization left here directly. The surrounding aliens also dispersed, and only a few people remained. Ruger, Rafar, Grey Wolf, Dandast, Cage, and other members of the Pleiades have arrived at the secret meeting space. Ruth reported what he had just seen to his main civilization, the spokesperson of the Pleiades civilization. "This Blue Star civilization may be a puppet force supported by the Black Sea civilization," Ruger said. "They are a level 1.0 civilization, and there is absolutely no way they can kill the Zerg of the planetary overlord level. Black Sea civilization. Is this trying to escape?" The spokesperson of the Pleiades civilization was thinking. And then he ordered, "You are closer to the territory of the Black Sea civilization. Immediately launch a probe to the Black Sea civilization territory and nearby star systems to find the location of this Blue Star civilization. Once discovered, immediately wipe it out. The vicinity of the Pleiades will be the territory of our Pleiades. Do you understand?" "Understood," Ruger and others responded. As a subsidiary civilization, their greatest value is to help the main civilization carry out various activities. Ruger said to everyone, "Each of you should launch a deep space probe. In addition, keep an eye on Bai Ningxiang and Chunfeng in the virtual universe to see what they want to do." "Yes," several civilization spokespersons responded, and they began to act separately. On the other side, the Order Angel said to Yixingzhou, "Chunfeng, you can now redeem the corresponding rewards." "Okay." Yixingzhou can now choose 3 rewards in the T1 reward library. Choose 1 reward in the T2 reward library. In front of him, a reward library that only he can see appears. In the T1 reward library, there are various items, such as nuclear thermal rocket engines, nuclear electric rocket engines, nuclear fusion spacecraft thrusters, cold nuclear fusion power engines, etc. In the power engine, materials include space light alloys, carbon nanotubes, room temperature superconducting materials, high temperature superconducting materials, low temperature superconducting materials, functional thin film materials, amorphous alloys, foam metals, liquid metals, memory metals, etc. Weapons include electromagnetic rail guns, space satellite laser transmitters, space mechas, space battleships, etc. In addition, there are various technological creations, such as detection satellites, space patrol robots, alien mining ships, etc. He Xingzhou noticed that most of the things that can be exchanged in the reward library are technological products, not technological information. He asked Bai Ningxiang. And Bai Ningxiang said, this is the case in the Order Alliance. Most of the rewards for exchange are technological products. It is very difficult to crack them. Many of their technological creations have anti-cracking systems. Once they are forcibly cracked, they will self-destruct. It is said that this is to make civilizations not dependent on the Order Alliance and upgrade their own technology. I think this reason is nonsense. In fact, it is still a technological monopoly. He Xingzhou nodded. If high technology can be obtained by rewards alone, then low-level civilizations can completely unite, exchange for advanced technology, and then share with each other, and everyone can become advanced civilizations. The reality is that this road is very difficult and is restricted by advanced civilizations. He Xingzhou carefully selected and exchanged 3 rewards. The first reward, a set of first-level Zerg detectors, 10 manufactured by the Order Alliance, can detect planetary Zerg, has the ability to travel in space and work in most planetary environments, and the maximum travel speed in space can reach 20% of the speed of light, which can avoid detection by most planetary Zerg. He Xingzhou wanted to know how many Zergs there were on the planets in the solar system, and what information they had. The planetary satellites that humans have now are slow, and when they are launched to the corresponding planets, they will soon be destroyed by the Zerg, and no information can be detected. For example, the lunar satellites and Mars satellites they launched have long been destroyed by the Zerg. So this Zerg detector is very necessary. The second reward is Space Signal Relay Station. Coverage range is 1 light-year. Can receive and transmit signals within a 1 light-year area. This is also something they urgently need. They can't make it for a while. With this signal relay station, they can launch detection satellites to various parts of the solar system and establish a space communication system. As for the signal relay station technology, we can study it slowly. In general, we should get the basic equipment in place first, and then improve the space industry speed much faster. The third reward is Zerg Biological Information Analyzer, which can analyze various biological information of planetary Zerg. This is also what He Xingzhou wants. With this instrument, we can analyze the biological information of Zerg and obtain more advanced Zerg biological technology. Then, there is the T2 Reward Library, which is full of technological creations of second-level civilization. The rewards are much richer, including space battleships with 50% light speed, space plasma towers, space stations, etc. He Xingzhou wanted every item very much, but he finally exchanged for a set of Stellar System automatic patrol satellites. This group of satellites has 1,000 of them, and they have a speed of 30% of the speed of light, and can patrol within the range of the star system. The main function is to intercept the detection signals of alien civilizations, and timely discover alien fleets and alien civilization attack weapons, or in the star system, discover the movement of space Zerg, etc. When He Xingzhou found that there were so many hostile civilizations around the solar system eyeing them, he became alert. The members of the Pleiades Society are not far from the solar system. If they are really found by them, the Blue Star civilization cannot beat them now, even if they exchange for an ordinary warship. It is estimated that they will only be sent to them. It is better to raise the alert to the maximum first, so that there is room to deal with things when they happen. After exchanging the 3 rewards, the Order Angel said, the corresponding rewards will be sent to the location of the Blue Star civilization through the temporary wormhole. You can continue to use contribution points to exchange for cosmic coins and purchase related items. Bai Ningxiang advised, you'd better not spend this little cosmic coin. The reward is free shipping. If you buy things yourself, the postage is too expensive. He Xingzhou saw that the postage required to open a temporary wormhole alone reached 10,000 cosmic coins, and it was divided into duration and the mass of the material used. If you buy a battleship, the postage is not free, and the postage is more than 10 times more expensive than the battleship itself. This postage is outrageous. He Xingzhou complained. That can't be helped. Bai Ningxiang said helplessly. It takes a huge amount of energy to open a wormhole, and it also takes energy to transfer matter. Now you know how much I spent on sending you the subspace communicator. Right? Then do we have to save all this money? He Xingzhou asked. Of course not. We can exchange information with other civilizations, Bai Ningxiang said. Information doesn't require postage. He Xingzhou nodded and asked, "Where should we go next? Are you going to have fun or work?" Bai Ningxiang looked at him. "Of course work." He Xingzhou said directly that he also wanted to have fun. "But not now." Bai Ningxiang thought for a moment and said, "There are 3 locations to choose from. Civilization Arena. In the Civilization Arena, you can simulate the weapons of your own civilization and simulate interstellar wars with other civilizations. The simulation in the virtual universe is very real. You can get familiar with interstellar wars in advance and find your own shortcomings in the war. You can also bet on universe coins with other civilizations." "Can this only use weapons of your own civilization?" He Xingzhou asked. "Yes. Scan with the subspace communicator, and you can record the information," Bai Ningxiang said. "If you use weapons that do not belong to your own civilization, then it is in the entertainment area. Forget it." He Xingzhou thought that humans don't have space battleships now. Aerospace motherships can only fight in the near-Earth orbit of their own planets at most. Now going to the Civilization Arena is just to get beaten. Civilization Market, as mentioned before, is a place for transactions, Bai Ningxiang said. "What about the third one?" He Xingzhou asked. "Interstellar Construction Association," Bai Ningxiang said. "Don't you call yourself an interstellar builder? There are all civilization representatives with the same hobbies as you. They gather together to compete and exchange ideas on building various technological buildings. Is there such an organization?" He Xingzhou was very interested. "Of course," Bai Ningxiang said. "Look at the order square. Isn't there a civilization construction list? Building and manufacturing related technological creations and buildings can get rewards. Interstellar construction can also promote the development of civilization. So this organization came into being. You need to pay membership fees every year to join the Interstellar Construction Association. If you encounter any problems, you can talk to members. There are also various competitions. It is not limited to low-level civilizations, but also many high-level civilizations. Even the Order Alliance is in it. And sometimes it will give extremely generous rewards. Then go to the Interstellar Construction Association." He Xingzhou made a decision. Now he has no choice when he goes to the trading market. Buy technology? Quantum optical brain can unlock it. No need. Buy weapons. Technological creations and resources? The postage is too expensive. It's too expensive. The two of them walked forward. The location of the Interstellar Construction Association was on the 2nd floor of the initial city, where the 2nd-level civilizations gathered. As a representative of the 1st-level civilization, He Xingzhou had to pay a fee of 10 cosmic coins to go up. The architecture of the Planet Construction Association was very unique. It was a Klein bottle structure. The structure was described as follows. There was a hole at the bottom of a bottle. The neck of the bottle was extended, and it twisted into the inside of the bottle, and then connected to the hole at the bottom. Unlike the cups that humans usually use to drink water, this object has no edges and its surface does not end. It is different from the sphere. A fly can fly directly from the inside of the bottle to the outside without passing through the surface. That is, it has no distinction between inside and outside. It looks like its bottleneck and bottle body are intersecting. But this is just an illusion. The bottleneck of the Klein bottle passes through the 4th dimension and then connects to the bottom circle of the bottle, not through the bottle wall. This is actually a building that can only be displayed in a 4-dimensional space. 3-dimensional creatures, like humans, can only see its 3-dimensional surface. If He Xingzhou had a 4-dimensional perspective at this time, he would see a completely different picture. In any case, He Xingzhou and Bai Ningxiang came to the door of the Interstellar Construction Association together, where there were 2 order robots guarding. Identity authentication. 1st-level interstellar builder. Bai Ningxiang. The order robot said. Passable. Ordinary tourists can travel by wind. The 2 walked in, and it was a completely different world. There were countless planets floating here. Comets with long tails. Small asteroids. Dwarf planets slightly larger than asteroids. Rocky planets. Fluid planets. Gas planets. Ice planets. Larger white dwarfs. Subdwarfs. Dwarfs. Subgiants. Normal giants. Bright giants. And supergiants. There were also neutron stars, black holes, binary black hole systems, and super black holes with extremely high mass and density. There were also some other celestial bodies, such as meteoroids, interplanetary matter, star clusters, nebulae, interstellar matter, intergalactic matter, and even dark matter clusters. In these celestial bodies, there are virtual images of various buildings, planetary rings, ring planet particle colliders, space cities, Dyson spheres, artificial planets, planetary launchers, star factories, stargates, hyperspace stations, gravitational lenses, neutron battle stars, black hole mines. If the names are not marked, He Xingzhou will not recognize them. His heart has been greatly shocked. Even though He Xingzhou is the most informed person in the Blue Star civilization, at this moment, he can't help but be shocked physically and mentally. His mind is completely intoxicated by the technological creations and buildings here. The Dyson sphere he wants to build is just an elementary technological giant here. The universe is so vast and magical, and civilization can create countless miracles. He Xingzhou's heart was ablaze, and he felt the excitement he had not felt for a long time here. If he could build these super technological giants, it would be worth it even if he died. At this moment, He Xingzhou truly understood Kong Qing's mood at that time. If he heard the truth in the morning, he would die in the evening. Seeing He Xingzhou's eyes, Bai Ningxiang knew that this place was right. "Hey, friend!" A voice sounded from behind He Xingzhou. He Xingzhou looked back and didn't see it at all. The alien said again, "Here." He Xingzhou lowered his head and saw that a dwarf creature with a height of less than 0.4 meters was looking up at him. It has red skin, full of wrinkles, and its beard drags on the ground. And it is also humanoid. He Xingzhou couldn't tell. Is it just like this? Or is it an alien old man? The dwarf alien stepped on a small flying device and flew to a height parallel to He Xingzhou's line of sight. He talked freely, saying, "Look, what a beautiful starry sky. The great universe contains countless mysterious geniuses and countless intelligent life. We explore, we create, let these great buildings stand in the universe. And we, the tiny ones, can also create miracles like the Creator. Young man, if you also want to be one of us, pay the annual membership fee of 100 universe coins now and join us. If you are willing to pay some extra tuition, I, the great interstellar builder mentor team you, am willing to teach you valuable knowledge. Let you become a great interstellar builder like me. Let you become a pioneer and leader of your own civilization. Lead your civilization to become a high-level civilization in the universe. TMU. Don't fool newcomers here. Changfeng is my friend." Bai Ningxiang stopped him mercilessly. She said, "You are just a second-level planetary builder. And you still want Changfeng to be your student? Wishful thinking. Little Mermaid?" TMU looked at Bai Ningxiang and said, "A second-level interstellar builder is at least someone who has built a second-level civilization megastructure. I passed the second-level interstellar builder assessment. But I built a space fortress for my civilization. And you are only a first-level interstellar builder. And he is a first-level civilization. How can I be qualified to teach him?" The aliens here already know all about He Xingzhou's registration in the Order Square. They also know that He Xingzhou now has thousands of universe coins. Compared to the rich civilization, it is naturally nothing. But compared to other first-level civilizations, it is also a fat sheep. "TSK," Bai Ningxiang said disdainfully. "Qinfeng's strength is no worse than yours." She took He Xingzhou's hand and said, "Don't listen to this old man's nonsense. Let's register first." "You don't know what you are talking about," TMU shouted. "Young man, don't listen to this little mermaid. She knows nothing about interstellar construction. If you have any questions, come to me." "That's an old liar," Bai Ningxiang said to He Xingzhou. "I was cheated of 500 universe coins by him before. As a result, he taught me the design of a planetary orbit collector. Later, I saw it in the trading market, and I could buy it for 100 universe coins." Her pretty face was full of indignation. He Xingzhou smiled but said nothing. Only then did Bai Ningxiang realize that she seemed to have been holding He Xingzhou's hand. Even if this is a virtual universe, it has a real touch. Bai Ningxiang blushed and quickly let go. If this scene happened in her own civilization, I'm afraid those old antiques would have already judged it. The two came to the registration place. The registration method is very simple. Pay money. As long as you pay the membership fee, you can get the title of first-level interstellar builder and be eligible to participate in various activities in the interstellar builder. If you stop paying the membership fee, you will be kicked out. After He Xingzhou paid the money, he automatically got the title of first-level interstellar builder. Tuanzi said, "You now have the authority to purchase various first-level construction drawings in the interstellar builder. the authority to trade construction drawings, and the authority to participate in the first-level builder construction competition. He Xingzhou has obtained a lot of primary permissions. If he wants to upgrade and obtain higher permissions, he can become a more advanced interstellar builder. The way to upgrade is to build various technological creations of corresponding levels and gain points. When the points reach 100, you can take the upgrade assessment test and build some advanced creations. After the review is completed, you can upgrade. Building a spaceship with a speed of 10% of the speed of light will only increase 1 point. Only counted once. He Xingzhou saw the requirements and complained. When will I upgrade? This is already a lot. Bai Ningxiang said. You represent your entire civilization. It's not like you are building it alone. Besides, your civilization can carry out various constructions at the same time. In addition to spaceships, there are also planetary logistic systems, planetary power systems, spaceports, alien bases, etc. According to your strength, you should be able to become a second-level interstellar builder soon. The speed of civilization upgrade is calculated in hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. As they were chatting, Tianyu flew over again and said, Young man, you only need to give me a tuition of 1,000 universe coins, and I can give you a lot of architectural drawings. Whether it is a space battleship or various civilization buildings, I can help you become a second-level interstellar builder as quickly as possible, and let your civilization become a second-level civilization. He Xingzhou declined. Forget it. I don't need it. He has a quantum optical brain, and he can unlock various technologies by himself. The main reason for joining here is for various rewards. Sometimes, you can also gain some insights by communicating with other interstellar builders. Oh, what a pity. Tianyu sighed. If you don't listen to the old man, you will suffer the consequences. Don't be like this, little mermaid. Your civilization will be destroyed, and it will be too late to regret it. He Xingzhou was also very curious. Several aliens kept mentioning that the Black Sea civilization where Bai Ningwang was seen to be in danger, but Bai Ningwang didn't want to mention it, so he didn't ask any more questions. Since you are so confident, why don't you participate in this year's new interstellar construction competition? Tianyu said. You only need to pay a participation fee of 1,000 universe coins to participate. The participants of the competition are interstellar builders from the first-level civilizations of the Orion arm of the entire Milky Way. The top 100 in the competition will receive generous rewards. Not only technological creations and cosmic coins, but also technological creation design drawings. For example, plasma controllers, planetary orbital guns, sublight speed thrusters, etc. The first place will also receive the design drawings of the Star Destroyer. That is a warship that can only be built by a second-level civilization. A Star Destroyer can completely destroy the surface of a planet, and is enough to deal with the high-level planetary overlords of the Zerg. Take a look at the rewards and you will know that I am not lying to you. The ring on Tianyu's finger projected a reward screen, which read, 51st to 100th place. Reward 10,000 cosmic coins. An AT1 prize. 11th to 50th place. Reward 50,000 cosmic coins and 3 T1 prizes. 4th to 10th place. Reward 100,000 cosmic coins and 1 T2 prize. 3rd place. Reward 500,000 cosmic coins and AT 2.0 technology creation design. 2nd place. Reward 1 million cosmic coins and AT 2.5 technology creation design. 1st place. Reward 5 million cosmic coins and AT 2.9 technology creation design. This design is much more sincere than the product. By studying the design, you can directly obtain the corresponding technology, instead of getting a product with a limited use period and no warranty. He Xingzhou was already tempted. Even if the quantum optical computer could unlock various technologies, they would still need to continue designing, which would take too long. If there were successful samples to refer to directly, it would be much more convenient, especially the Star Destroyer of level 2.9 civilization. It can be said to be one of the most powerful weapons of level 2 civilization, second only to the ultimate planetary weapon mentioned by the quantum optical computer. He Xingzhou looked at Bai Ningxiang and asked, "Is this reliable?" Bai Ningxiang said, "For others, it is not very reliable. But for you, there is still a chance," she explained. This kind of competition is also called the rookie competition, and only level 1 civilizations can participate. A competition will last for 100 years. The construction items, difficulty, and completion degree must be comprehensively evaluated and scored. And the ranking is based on the scores. Chapter 182 Grand Blueprint. It's called a rookie competition. But in fact, rookies can't win this competition at all. Those civilizations above level 1.5 are all considered level 1 civilizations. Their technology and industrial capabilities are obviously stronger than level 1.0 civilizations. This kind of rookie competition is basically their stage. He Xingzhou understood. And he said excitedly, "Isn't this tailor-made for me?" "I think so too." Bai Ningxiang deeply agrees. She also thought that the Blue Star civilization was an ordinary mother planet civilization, and would soon be destroyed by the Zerg. Who knew that He Xingzhou, a freak, would appear and forcibly bring a civilization destined to destruction into the interstellar era? This is enough to be called a miracle. Tianyu smiled and said, "It seems that you are willing to sign up. Come with me. You can sign up now. We can hold a competition every 6 months on average. There are 100,000 interstellar constructors from first-level civilizations participating in each competition." "So many people participating?" He Xingzhou asked. "Are the participating civilizations not only from the Orion Arm and the Milky Way?" "Of course," Tianyu said. "One competition lasts for 100 years. We can't just compete once 100 years? How can there be so many interstellar constructors just relying on the Orion Arm and the Milky Way?" This kind of competition is also a rare opportunity for low-level civilizations to have the opportunity to contact other galaxy civilizations. They may include various types of civilizations, such as honeycomb civilizations, watering civilizations, silicon-based civilizations, etc. Generally, silicon-based civilizations and plant civilizations can often get the top 3 in such competitions. Their manufacturing speed is too fast. Hearing Tianyu's words, He Xingzhou not only did not have the intention to retreat, but became more excited. The more competitors there are, the stronger they are. And this is more interesting. It always feels like something is missing for the Blue Star civilization to build alone in the solar system and fight against the Zerg. This Interstellar Builders Rookie Competition is the stage for He Xingzhou to perform. He Xingzhou's 5685 contribution points have all been exchanged for cosmic coins. After paying a registration fee of 1,000 cosmic coins, he joined this rookie competition. The rookie competition will start in 10 days. Tianyu smiled and said, "Young man, you still have a chance to become my disciple. But the tuition fee will be increased to 3,000 universe coins. I have a trick to quickly get a place in the rookie competition. Back then, I won the top 50 in the rookie competition. Even if you only get into the 100th place, it is a sure win." Bai Ningxiang complained, "If you are really that good, you are not a second-level interstellar constructor now, but a higher level. What does the Little Mermaid know? How can civilization upgrade so quickly?" Tianyu said, "With me here, our civilization will soon become a third-level civilization." He Xingzhou ignored his words again. After signing up, he can enter the exchange hall of the competition. This is an independent space where all participating interstellar constructors can come to communicate, and others can also watch the game. As soon as He Xingzhou arrived at the competition hall, a competition logo appeared on his body, which read First Level Builder, Changfeng, current score 0, preparing to participate. These interstellar builders come from various civilizations, and the civilizations are far apart. With their technology, there is almost no possibility of attacking each other across the galaxy. So they are very enthusiastic and communicate with each other. Seeing the newcomers appear, some interstellar builders are ready to greet and talk. But seeing that He Xingzhou's score is 0, these people retreated. 0 points. Completely a newbie. Everyone is very realistic. No one is willing to communicate with newbies. It's a waste of time, and you can't learn anything. He Xingzhou looked around and found a new group of dozens of people. Everyone here had low points, and they didn't reject him. A newbie with 0 points. "Hello, everyone. I'm a newcomer. Changfeng." He Xingzhou introduced himself. "Welcome, newcomers," said an alien like a bamboo pole. "I'm Green Demon. You can discuss civilization construction with us." He Xingzhou saw that his competition logo read First Level Builder, Green Demon, current score 87, preparing to participate. Bai Ningxiang whispered, 87 points. His civilization is at least 1.8 civilization or above. Even if he is the spokesperson of a second-level civilization, he is not necessarily a second-level interstellar builder. For example, you? He Xingzhou said. Bai Ningxiang frowned and said, I'm not good at this. To become a second-level interstellar constructor, you need to take an assessment. Many of the technological megastructures required for the assessment are unnecessary to build. In the new group, the interstellar constructors have already started chatting. The competition will start in 10 days. Let me tell you some tips first. Green Goblin said, a single technological creation will add very few points. For example, if you build a planetary mining ship, it will only add 1 technology point. But this technology point can be stacked. The planetary mining ship I used as an example is the most easily stacked technology creation. It is relatively simple to manufacture and consumes less resources. Building a space battleship with a speed of 10% of the speed of light will increase 10 technology points. The difficulty, time and resources consumed in manufacturing are enough to build more than 50 planet mining ships. In addition to mining ships, there are also space exploration satellites, space mechas, and space drones, which are relatively easy to manufacture and have good bonus points. If you want to get a higher ranking, these things can be manufactured in large quantities. So, if you only build planet mining ships, you will have a chance to be in the top 100? Said an alien. The Green Goblin denied, of course it's not that simple. Making systematic technological creations will add points. For example, a small fleet of 10 interstellar battleships can add an extra 100 technology points. Or building a star system logistics system can increase 1,000 technology points at a time. Don't think about ranking for your first time participating. It's almost impossible to get it. Just take it as a learning experience and build a foundation for your own civilization. He Xingzhou asked, what if you want to get a ranking? How to do it? The Green Devil glanced at him. Although he didn't think these people were qualified to get a ranking, he still patiently explained, there are 3 methods. The first is what I just said. Building a large number of planetary mining ships and other technology products that add points. The second is to build technology systems. Star system logistics systems, star system energy systems, star system communication systems, etc. The last one is the one that adds the most points. And it is also the most difficult one. When he said this, everyone became interested and looked at him. That is to build a technological megastructure. For example, a giant spaceport, a space city, a space fortress, etc. This kind of thing adds more technology points. One can add thousands of technology points. He Xingzhou asked, how much can a Dyson sphere add? Hearing his words, the interstellar builders around him couldn't help but said, you think it's too easy. A Dyson sphere is a technological megastructure that can only be built by a second-level civilization. If you can build it, you will directly become a second-level interstellar builder, and you can exchange it for 10 million universe coins as a reward from the Order Angel. This competition, you will win the championship directly. Someone said, how can we, a first-level civilization, have so many resources to build a Dyson sphere? At least, we need to collect resources from the entire star system. If we have that strength, we can directly upgrade to a second-level or even a third-level civilization. Yes, it's not that a first-level civilization has built one before, but that first-level civilization was a subsidiary civilization of a high-level civilization, and it was completed with the help of a high-level civilization. At that time, it directly won the Rookie Championship. Don't think about it. If you think about that, you might as well build something useful for your own civilization. Otherwise, you will waste the resources of the star system in vain. By then, the civilization will be destroyed directly because of resource depletion before it leaves its own star system. Green Goblin agreed, that's right. Don't aim too high. According to the survey, more than 60% of the first-level civilizations were destroyed not because of enemy attacks, internal wars, or cosmic disasters, but because of technological bottlenecks and the exhaustion of resources within the star system, and slowly died out. We low-level civilizations should not consider technological megastructures such as Dyson spheres, giant space cities, and superstar rings. The right way is to develop honestly. He Xingzhou also knew that what he said made sense. And it was indeed the case for ordinary civilizations. But for the Blue Star civilization, it can only go all out to build these technological megastructures, because it has to solve the planetary ultimate weapon of the quantum optical brain to deal with the Zerg. And these civilizations do not need to fight against the Zerg. After the Green Devil made a brief introduction, everyone began to discuss how to build. Our civilization may have to go to war with neighboring civilizations. This time we must get into the top 100. So I plan to use all the resources of the civilization to build space battleships and planet mining ships. It's a gamble. I'm still a newcomer. So I'd better build planet mines honestly. There are too many participants. I guess the top 100 are all interstellar builders above level 1.7 civilization. I think there is no hope. Let's learn some experience. Brother, our star system is full of gas planets. What is the best thing to build? For gas planets? Of course. Space fractionation towers are used to fractionate gases and refine heavy hydrogen or deuterium, tritium and other nuclear fusion materials. Feng, what are you going to build? Asked an interstellar builder next to Yi Xingzhou. His entry identification card read, First Class Builder. Yanqin. Current score 43 points. Preparing to participate. Yanqin is also a humanoid intelligent creature. His civilization was born on a rocky planet. Because of his similar appearance to Yi Xingzhou. He talked to him. Yi Xingzhou thought for a while and said, First, build a planetary logistics system and a planetary energy system. Then build a base on the satellite. Build a spaceport. And then develop a fleet. The more the better. Yanqin advised, if there is no enemy. There is no need to build weapons first. It is better to build all mining ships and mine everywhere. You can also build a space research station. And improve the progress of civilization technology. Yi Xingzhou smiled and said, there are enemies near our civilization. He wanted to mine first. But there are probably Zergs on nearby Mercury, Venus, and Mars. How can you mine without making weapons to destroy them? So that's how it is. Then it's difficult for you. Yan Xian said. If a war breaks out, the technological creations you make will be destroyed, which is equivalent to the decline of civilization. And technology points will be deducted. It's really difficult. Yi Xingzhou agreed with him. The Blue Star civilization almost perished several times. Isn't it difficult? What's the fear of difficulty? Sometimes you don't know what despair is if you don't persist. A voice sounded next to Yi Xingzhou. Yi Xingzhou looked over and saw two members of the Pleiades Society. Raphael from the Nanha civilization and Grey Wolf from the Tianlang civilization investigated the Blue Star civilization and signed up for the rookie competition. Their entry identifications read, First Level Builder. Raphael. Current score 78 points. Preparing to participate. First Level Builder. Grey Wolf. Current score 98 points. Preparing to participate. 98 points? You're about to become a second-level interstellar builder. Yan Xian looked at Grey Wolf in surprise. The name Grey Wolf was translated by the translator because he really looked like a big grey wolf on Earth. Or a werewolf. Why are you here again? Bai Ningxiang said angrily. You're like stink bugs. You can't be driven away. Rafar smiled and said, Don't say that. We are all humanoids. To be honest, from the perspective of civilization aesthetics, we are quite similar. The little girl is pretty. If we were in our civilization, I would be willing to have a pleasant exchange with you. But everyone is a spokesperson for civilization. Behind them stands the entire civilization. Each serves his own master. Personal temper and preferences can almost be ignored. Our civilizations all need to develop. And the distance is so close. If you refuse to surrender, you are of course our enemy. Grey Wolf said. Yes. In fact, I don't like to cause trouble. In the serious civilization, I am a representative of the moderate faction. So I'll give you another chance. If the Black Sea civilization and the Blue Star civilization join the Pleiades Society, I can be a lobbyist and ask the main civilization to give you better treatment. Don't even think about it. Bai Ningxiang immediately scolded. The Black Sea civilization will never become your colony. Yi Xingzhou also directly stated, if you don't share the same ideals, you can't work together. Then there's nothing to say. Rafar said. Since you are an enemy, we will also go all out and make every effort to deal with you. Get ready. Grey Wolf said. I hope you can survive the 100 years of the competition. As the two walked away, Yan Xian asked, It seems that you have a big enemy. Yi Xingzhou said helplessly, No way. Who told us to start late? Yan Xian analyzed those two people. Their civilizations are at least 1.7 levels. They can't do anything to you in the virtual universe. But if they find the coordinates of your civilization and attack, then, if the enemy comes, the general will fight. If the water comes, the earth will cover it. Yi Xingzhou also wanted to have a peaceful neighbor. But the reality is very cruel. As they were chatting, the green demon called out, "If you want to develop your civilization quickly, I have a document here. It only costs 500 universe coins. It's all our experience in the development of civilization. If you are interested, you can buy and watch it. No communication is allowed. If you want one-on-one tutoring, you need to pay extra." No wonder he told us so much just now. It turned out to be to sell courses. He Xingzhou laughed dumbly. "This is normal," Yan Xian said. "There are many like him. And some well-known interstellar builders also undertake the task of designing and manufacturing for other civilizations. One of their drawings can be sold for tens of millions of universe coins. You can even buy a planet directly. I heard that the wealth earned by the top interstellar builders of advanced civilizations can buy a star system. And the low-level civilizations near them, because of civilization worship, directly voluntarily become their subordinate civilizations." Bai Ningxiang complained. "Civilization worship? I guess they think they are not their opponents, so they just surrender on their own initiative?" Yan Xian said, almost the same. "Anyway, a top interstellar builder has a huge influence among civilizations, because he represents the technological development and military strength of this civilization." He Xingzhou seemed to have realized something. He should also improve his ranking and popularity. Sell courses or drawings to earn more resources for the Blue Star civilization. He Xingzhou stayed here for 3 full days and learned some information before leaving. When leaving, Bai Ningxiang hesitated again and again, sent him a piece of information, and said, "Here are some experiences of the development of first-level civilizations. So don't waste money to buy courses. They are talking about irrelevant things." "Thank you," He Xingzhou thanked. "It's okay. Just remember the agreement," Bai Ningxiang said. "Clean up the Zerg on Jupiter." He Xingzhou went offline with doubts and returned to reality. He was still thinking about this question. He Xingzhou immediately convened a core meeting of the Blue Star Alliance to inform several commanders about the virtual universe and the Order Alliance. There are so many brilliant civilizations in the universe. He Hongwei was extremely excited. Humanity is not alone, but it's very dangerous, Cui Weiman said. For example, the Pleiades Society. We have no conflicts with them, just because they suspect that we are around the Pleiades. They regard us as enemies and alien colonies. If a civilization wants to develop, it must have more resources. Territory represents resources, Lu Mei said. It is unrealistic to develop across the surrounding star fields. So these surrounding civilizations will become our enemies. Song Jinghong analyzed. The Commander-in-Chief mentioned that in the Order Alliance, there are rewards for destroying the Zerg. And you can't use clones or replicas. The Order Alliance prohibits members from associating with Zerg. I have a guess. If the Zerg in the solar system is deliberately placed in the solar system by an advanced civilization, and they become advanced Zerg after they devour the solar system, then this advanced civilization will control or kill the Zerg. Wouldn't it be more profitable? I had the same idea as you, He Xingzhou said. The Order Alliance does not allow civilizations within the Alliance to have anything to do with the Zerg. Even level 3 and 4 civilizations dare not anger the Order Alliance. Before our solar system, no civilization was registered in the Order Alliance. If something like this really happens, even the Order Alliance cannot determine whether the Zerg was placed here intentionally. There are too many possibilities here. Advanced civilizations may do this for rewards. Or the Zerg may come here naturally. Or our enemies may do this. Or the enemies of the Order Alliance may place the Zerg here. There may be a bigger conspiracy. We are too weak to find the answer now. We must become stronger as soon as possible. The desire to become stronger spread in everyone's heart. He Xingzhou said, 10 days later. The newcomer competition of the Interstellar Constructor will begin. So within these 10 days, we must formulate a civilization development plan. All commanders should go to the virtual universe to take a look. It would be best if we have a diplomatic representative stationed in the virtual universe to keep us updated with the information of the virtual universe. The subspace communicator that Bai Ningxiang gave to He Xingzhou can only allow 5 people in the virtual universe at a time. Okay. The commanders were very curious about the virtual universe, and simply went in to visit together. He Xingzhou himself first collected the rewards he received from the virtual universe. A small wormhole appeared in the outer space outside the blue star, and sent his package here. The space mecha collected all of them. A set of first-level Zerg detectors 10. Space signal relay station. Zerg biological information analyzer. And star system automatic patrol satellites 1000. He Xingzhou left the Zerg Biological Information Analyzer at the Sentinel Research Institute and launched the Space Signal Relay Station to a safe orbit outside the Sun, which is the center of the solar system. The relay station is there, and they can get space signals through the relay station. 10 Zerg detectors were launched to the other 7 planets in the solar system and the satellites of the larger planets to detect Zerg information. 1,000 star system automatic patrol satellites were all launched to the edge of the solar system, so that their flight orbits formed a spherical structure that wrapped around the solar system, to prevent and detect enemies and attacks from before the solar system. After doing this, He Xingzhou began to read Bai Ningxiang's information and make his own construction plan. According to them, building planetary mining ships, mining machines, and some factories is a cheap plus. He Xingzhou calculated, now that Blue Star is completely under our control, we will build more mining machines and factories on Blue Star, from land to sea, and first pile up basic industries. Then, there is the technology system, the planetary communication system. I have built the Skynet satellite network system, which is limited to Blue Star communications. Next, we will launch tens of billions of communication satellites to various planets in the solar system, and build a star system communication system with the Space Signal Relay Station as the core. Logistics system. Now there is a surface logistics system on Blue Star, and next we will expand to Earth-Moon logistics and star system logistics systems. Energy system. From the surface power grid to the interstellar energy grid. Large space station. Lunar base. Spaceport. Interstellar fleet. He Xingzhou listed the plans one by one. Some of these plans complement each other, such as communication systems, logistics systems, energy systems, etc., which all need to be built at the same time. At present, upgrading the logistics system is crucial. He Xingzhou thought that in order to manufacture so many things in space, a large amount of resources and items must be transported to space. Rocket launches alone won't work, even if they have reusable rockets and other spacecraft. How much mass can they carry at a time? How many launches a day do they have to make? Not only does it waste energy, but the efficiency is also extremely low. Logistics tools that connect the surface and space include rockets, aerospace planes, aerospace motherships, and space elevators. Humans can build rockets, aerospace planes, and aerospace motherships. He Xingzhou has set his sights on the space elevator. As the name suggests, it is a super elevator that transports people and materials from the surface to space. Judging from the thickness of the atmosphere of the blue planet, the length of this space elevator will be as high as 36,000 kilometers, twice the 18,000-kilometer Great Wall of Steel, and it is vertical to space. In the Interstellar Construction Meeting, the space elevator is a kind of planetary surface technology giant structure. Once built, 5 points can be obtained. In the rookie competition, building a space elevator of sufficient size can obtain 50 technology points, equivalent to the technology points of 50 planetary mining ships. Of course, He Xingzhou will build more than one. He will build at least 10, to ensure that the ground and space can exchange materials and personnel in a timely manner. In 10 days, the 4 commanders, Su Xilan, Jiang Chan, and some important figures of the Blue Star Alliance have visited the virtual universe through the subspace communicator. Everyone, without exception, was shocked by the virtual universe. The virtual universe made them realize that the Blue Star civilization was so small. Just one of the countless low-level civilizations in the universe. Those brilliant civilizations have all kinds of technology that they can't even imagine. Even at the edge of the solar system, there are some neighbors with bad intentions. Everyone's view of the universe has been refreshed, and they began to rethink the future of the Blue Star civilization. He Xingzhou is preparing to hold a global press conference again to announce this event to the world. The Blue Star Alliance rarely holds global press conferences. The last time it did so was when it announced He Xingzhou as the Alliance's supreme commander. The Blue Star Alliance headquarters building is located next to the original Xuanwu base. This building is right in front of the ruins of the Xuanwu base, reminding everyone not to forget the blood and sweat shed by humans in the era of catastrophe. He Xingzhou wrote on social media, "Today's press conference will determine the direction of future civilization. I will announce 2 super events." His words attracted the attention of the global media and the public. Super event? The last time Commander he announced a super event was to announce the Xuanwu plan. Right? What happened again? Will the alien Zerg attack? It's hard to have a few years of peace. Don't be like this. I just got married. I don't want to fight the Zerg again. It shouldn't be. I haven't seen any large-scale military operations recently. What else could it be? People had different opinions and made various speculations. But no one could guess what He Xingzhou wanted to announce. At 10 a.m. Xinzhou time. In the press conference hall of the Blue Star Alliance headquarters. Media workers were ready. And people all over the world were waiting for today's big news. In the spotlight, He Xingzhou appeared at the press conference. He got straight to the point and said, "Friends from all over the world. Hello. I am He Xingzhou. The first thing I want to announce today is that we have discovered aliens. They are not aliens like the Zerg. They are real alien civilizations. And there are more than one. In the star systems around us. In this universe. There are countless civilizations. They include various forms. There are plant civilizations. Rock creatures. Machine civilizations. Humanoid civilizations. Etc. And there is also a super organization in the universe. The Order Alliance. This alliance is a super civilization that has the ability to cross the stars. As a first-level civilization, we have joined the Order Alliance and will get the help of the Alliance to develop technology together and resist the Zerg." As He Xingzhou spoke, the holographic screens around him introduced some information about the Order Alliance with images. He Xingzhou's first piece of news made the global media and audience explode. There are so many civilizations in the universe? Are we unique? We have discovered aliens. And there are so many. The Order Alliance is so powerful. Can we let them help us destroy the Zerg directly? There are so many humanoid creatures. Is this true? I saw a mermaid. An angel. A catwoman. They are so beautiful. I have decided. I want to go to the Sea of Stars and become a Sea King. Their technology is so powerful. Will we be in danger? Are there other civilizations around us? Everyone was trying to digest this information. Fortunately, the emergence of the Zerg has made everyone realize that there are other civilizations in the universe. Now that they know this, they are more accepting. He Xingzhou continued, "Some of these civilizations are friendly, while others are very dangerous. As far as I know, the civilizations around us are not very peace-loving. We are facing the threat of the Zerg in the solar system, as well as the threats of other civilizations in the surrounding star systems. So from now on, all space signal stations, whether sending or receiving, must be reviewed and controlled by the Blue Star Alliance. No one may send strong signal sources into space without permission, and violators will be punished for crimes against humanity." He Xingzhou had actually made preparations long ago. When the Xuanwu plan was proposed, some scientists mentioned this point. At that time, Xingzhou did not allow any special signals to be sent into space. After the Skynet and Xuanwu systems were built, these behaviors were completely monitored and were even less likely to happen. Unfortunately, before the catastrophe era, scientists in various countries sent signals to the universe and took the initiative to expose the location of human civilization. He Xingzhou can only hope that these signals have not been discovered by the surrounding civilizations. People can understand this instruction. "The next big thing is the second big thing," He Xingzhou said. "From now on, all mankind will enter the era of interstellar infrastructure. From the blue planet to the solar system, our industrial system and civilization creations will cover the entire star system. Everyone is part of the era of interstellar infrastructure. This will be the only way for our civilization to become glorious. So I hope everyone can actively participate. You will contribute your strength and gain more. Maybe one day, when our civilization becomes an advanced civilization, you can become great scientists, builders, artists, etc. in the interstellar space, and even have the opportunity to become the captain of a colonized planet. This is an era full of opportunities and hope. Whether you are a small person or a celebrity in your field, whether you are born rich or poor, you will have the opportunity to reach the top. Let's start fighting together. Build a new solar system." After He Xingzhou finished speaking, the media and the audience cheered together, and the whole world was boiling. In interstellar infrastructure, everyone has the opportunity to achieve self-realization. This is a prosperous era that has never been seen in any period. No matter how ordinary a person is, they can see the light of hope that belongs to them. Opportunities are everywhere. With quantum chips and biological computers, anyone can gain super memory and computing power and make achievements. Towards interstellar infrastructure, I want to be a captain. I want to marry an alien. I just want to ask, can I be a space pirate? The kind that only robs aliens. I was so excited after hearing this that I decided to resign. I want to move bricks in outer space. I want to drive a space battleship. Commander He, do you still need a girlfriend? Go ahead. Go to outer space. Fight the Zerg. Fight the aliens. And fight all over the universe. Chapter 183 Black Sea Civilization. He Xingzhou also announced a detailed interstellar infrastructure plan, which is divided into the development of Blue Star, the Solar System Logistics System, the Solar System Communication System, and the Outer Space Development Plan. For this purpose, the Blue Star Alliance has established an Interstellar Construction Department, which is responsible for the Interstellar Construction Plan, with He Xingzhou himself as the main person in charge. Other departments cooperate with the Interstellar Construction Department to carry out resource allocation, scientific and technological research and development, industrial production, engineering construction, etc. There are many things in this, and all commanders must participate. At the same time, they also selected a representative who resides in the virtual universe. Wen Heng. He is a space technology expert. He used the pseudonym Zhu Chongji to lurk in the Noah Science Society for many years. He has a high ability in science, communication and information exploration. So he was selected to become the ambassador of Blue Star Civilization. In front of He Xingzhou, the scientist, who was already 50 years old, was sitting upright. His skin was young and full of radiance. Wen Heng had also undergone the first stage of genetic modification, and his lifespan was as long as 500 years. His body metabolism was faster and his cells were full of vitality. So he regained his youthful appearance. Commander He, I am full of energy now, Wen Heng said excitedly. Since I regained my youth, I feel like I have returned to my youth, and I have endless energy every day. I have been curious about outer space and alien civilization since I was a child. This time the Alliance trusts me and lets me serve as the permanent representative of Blue Star Civilization in the virtual universe. I will definitely live up to my mission. He Xingzhou praised. I trust your ability. I still have a few things to tell you. You say? He listened carefully. Be vigilant against any civilization, and don't reveal our information. Collect intelligence on other civilizations, including but not limited to their technological information, location information, civilization form, etc. The most important thing is to find civilizations near the solar system, especially for the Pleiades Society. Find out their members, strength and coordinates. I understand. Wen Heng nodded solemnly. His work is also related to the future of Blue Star Civilization. While He Xingzhou was arranging tasks, members of the Black Sea Civilization were discussing in a private meeting room somewhere in the universe. The layout of this conference room is like a deep-sea altar. Around the altar, there are dragon-carved pillars, and on the pillars are seats inlaid with precious gems. The heights of the pillars are different. The leading one is the highest. On it sits an old male mermaid, wearing a black scale coat and holding a small red ruby coral staff in his hand. His expression is majestic, and he is powerful without being angry. He is the great elder of the Civilization Council of the Black Sea Civilization. By Jia, each civilization has a different way of ruling. There are absolute rule like the main brain of the silicon-based civilization. There is also a liberal voting system. And there is also a hereditary imperial system that controls genetic and technological power, etc. As long as the leader of the civilization does not enslave other members. For most people in the civilization, they don't care what method the ruler uses. Most civilizations need a ruler. And as long as the laws and systems of a civilization are suitable for this civilization, it is suitable. It doesn't matter whether the ruler is called the emperor, leader, or speaker, because their power and role are the same. In addition to the great elder, there are 5 dragon-carved pillars, with 5 mermaids sitting on them, 4 men and 1 woman, all dressed gorgeously. On the shortest pillar sat a young female mermaid. She has a white jade-like fish tail, crystal-like eyes, and soft silver long hair. If He Xingzhou was at the scene, he would definitely recognize that this female mermaid is Bai Ningxiang. The Black Sea Civilization Conference begins now. After Bai Jia finished speaking, his eyes swept across the crowd, lingered on Bai Ningxiang for a few seconds, and then retracted. Today, we are gathering together for only one thing, Bai Jia said. Everyone already knows the situation of our Black Sea Civilization. Because of the failure of the war, our civilization is rapidly declining, and our enemies are still chasing us. If this continues, within 1,000 years, our civilization will be in danger of extinction. When mentioning this matter, everyone's face was solemn. Their Black Sea civilization was once a civilization above level 3. But because of the failure of the war with other civilizations, the civilization declined and its strength greatly decreased. Because of the decline of civilization, huge problems have also emerged internally. With internal and external troubles, civilization is in danger of collapse. Bai Jia continued, many years ago, we agreed to support several subsidiary civilizations as the last guarantee of our civilization. Just as the Pleiades guessed, the main civilization has been locked by the enemy and cannot escape. That's why they developed subsidiary civilizations in territories far away from the main civilization. Once the main civilization is in trouble, there is still a place to escape. Each elder has a corresponding task. The Sea Beast civilization supported by Elder Bai Sha, the Fishman civilization supported by Elder Lan Yu, the Conch civilization supported by Elder Lan Long, the Sea Monster civilization supported by Elder Hong Lin. Speaking of these four, everyone looked at Bai Ningguang. And Bai Jia said, there is also Elder Bai Bing who went to the blue star in the solar system to find the seeds of civilization we once left behind. The Atlantis civilization. As a result, she found that the Atlantis civilization had long been destroyed. She died on the blue star due to an accident. And her daughter Bai Ningxiang continued to perform her mission. Now everyone will report on their progress. The second elder, Elder Bai Sha, is a strong mermaid and one of the most powerful military leaders in the Black Sea civilization. He said loudly, the Sea Beast civilization I support has now become a 1.8 level civilization. Within 200 years, there is a chance to be promoted to a second level civilization. The Sea Beast civilization has strong military strength, and its territory is located in a young star system in the Orion Arm. It is rich in resources, and can be a substitute for our main civilization. The third elder, Blue Shark, then said, the Fishman civilization I support is the most suitable for us. The Fishman civilization is a civilization that branched out from our Black Sea civilization. It is now a 1.7 level civilization, and lives on an ocean planet. Their civilization habits and lifestyle are exactly the same as ours. If we encounter danger, we can go to the Fishman civilization for refuge. The fourth elder, Blue Dragon, said, the Conch civilization is weaker than the civilizations of the two elders. It is only a 1.6 level civilization. However, the location of the Conch civilization is remote, and there is no civilization around it, which is more suitable for development. The fifth elder Hong Lin made a speech. The Siren civilization I support is also a 1.7 level civilization. The Siren race is a race that we have genetically modified, and has obvious intellectual advantages. In just 300 years, it has upgraded from a 0.6 level civilization to a 1.6 level civilization. There is a strong sense of competition in their tone, because supporting subordinate civilizations and continuing the power of the main civilization is the most important thing for the Black Sea civilization now. Whoever can achieve the greatest results will be the next leader of the Black Sea civilization. It was Bai Ningxiang's turn. She said, the Atlantis civilization formed by our immigrants more than 10,000 years ago has long been destroyed. Now there is another human civilization living on Blue Star, which I call Blue Star civilization. They are facing Zerg attacks, and everyone knows this. Although Blue Star civilization is now a 1.0 civilization, they have great potential. They may become our allies in the future. After Bai Ningxiang finished speaking, several elders burst into laughter. A 1.0 civilization is invaded by Zerg, and this civilization can be abandoned. They can't be the opponent of Zerg. Second elder Bai Sha said, questioning Bai Ningxiang. I don't think it's necessary to allocate resources to you. It's better to allocate these resources to us. Third elder Lan Jiao usually quarrels with Bai Sha, but this time he agreed with Bai Sha and said, I heard that you have invested a lot of resources in them. Isn't this a waste? Now that our civilization is already short of resources, we really shouldn't waste time on the Blue Star civilization and let them fend for themselves, said the fourth elder Lan Long. Bai Ningxiang, you can come back. The Blue Star civilization doesn't need us to invest energy anymore, said the fifth elder Hong Lin. In front of these elders, Bai Ningxiang has no say. The main reason why she can become a member of the Civilization Council is because she inherited her mother Bai Bing's career. So the Civilization Council asked her to continue to carry out this matter. Hearing their words, Bai Ningxiang was not convinced and said, The Blue Star civilization has successfully expelled the Zerg on the Blue Star and killed a primary planetary overlord. They have great potential and will develop better. Bai Sha shook his head and said, they were able to kill the planetary overlord. I guess you helped them. Right? Not long ago, you used cosmic coins to buy precious items and sent them to the Blue Star civilization. Did you buy weapons for them? Not weapons. Just subspace communicators, Bai Ningxiang explained. Several elders looked unconvinced and said, with the strength of a 1.0 civilization, they are definitely not the opponent of the Zerg. Blue Shark said, even if they can clear the Zerg on a planet, they can't deal with the Zerg on other planets in the star system. This civilization is doomed to perish. Don't waste our resources and energy. Bai Ningxiang was holding her breath. She looked at the elder. The elder Bai Jia thought for a moment and said, what the elder said is right. We have limited resources now, and must not waste them. Since this Blue Star civilization is doomed to perish, we should take back the investment in Blue Star civilization and distribute it to other civilizations. Bai Ningxiang knew that once this decision was made, all her and her mother's efforts would be in vain. Soon, she would be removed from the Civilization Council. The civilization is now in chaos. Once she loses this identity, she and her relatives and friends may be in danger. The most important thing is that Bai Ningxiang now firmly believes that Blue Star civilization has great potential. She argued and said, elders, I think you should re-examine Blue Star civilization. Not only are they capable of clearing the Zerg in the star system, they also have the potential to become a second level, third level, or even higher level civilization. As long as we give them some help, we will have a powerful ally in the future. Bai Ningxiang. The second elder Bai Sha shouted, don't get it wrong. We only need subordinate civilizations and alien colonies, not allies. The third elder Lan Jiao laughed and said, have you been brainwashed by the indigenous civilization? What qualifications does an indigenous civilization have to be our ally? Yes, a destroyed civilization does not need allies. Bai Ningxiang's momentum was not inferior to theirs at all. If she showed weakness, she would not be sitting here now. Be careful with your words. The great elder Bai Jia shouted. Bai Ningxiang then said, elders, I am not acting on impulse. I know very well that this matter concerns the survival of our Black Sea civilization. So I conducted a detailed investigation of the Blue Star civilization, which took 15 years. This civilization did not show anything special in the early days, and was only a level 0.7 civilization. When the Zerg invaded, I almost gave up on them. My thoughts at the time were the same as yours, and I thought they would definitely perish. But in just a few years, my thoughts completely changed. Although this civilization suffered heavy losses under the attack of the Zerg, their technological progress was very fast. It exceeded the most glorious technological explosion period of our civilization back then. In just 10 years, they advanced from a level 0.7 civilization to a level 1.0 civilization, and have military strength that is no less than that of a level 1.5 civilization. When Bai Ningxiang said this, the second elder Bai Sha said with even more disdain, in such a short period of time, the civilization has advanced. You must have provided them with scientific and technological information. The other elders also thought so. Bai Ningxiang defended, no. During the whole process, I was just a bystander. When the Blue Star civilization was at the moment of survival, one of the Shinzhou civilizations burst out with super cohesion, bringing the whole world together to resist the Zerg together. It was during this period that their technology advanced by leaps and bounds. There is an important person, He Xingzhou, whose appearance has accelerated the development of the entire civilization countless times, Bai Ningxiang said while citing evidence. Although several elders wanted to kick Bai Ningxiang out of the Civilization Council, they still watched patiently, seeing the various material she showed. Several elders were surprised. His technological research and development has never stopped, and he has never encountered any obstacles. We will never believe that no one helps. But this is the fact, Bai Ningxiang said. I once suspected that this He Xingzhou obtained information from a more advanced civilization. Then why didn't you say it earlier and catch him back for research? Bai Sha questioned. Bai Ningxiang snorted coldly. Second elder, are you so stupid? If there is really an advanced civilization helping him, if we offend him, wouldn't we have to offend another advanced civilization? Do you think our civilization is not destroyed fast enough? You? Bai Sha didn't expect Bai Ningxiang to defend the other party so much. He was about to reprimand her, but the elder Bai Jia said, Bai Ningxiang is right. If there is an advanced civilization, we should not intervene. Our situation is already difficult enough. If we offend other advanced civilizations, it will only make us more dangerous. The third elder Lan Jiao said, since he has the help of advanced civilizations, we should not care about them. There are advanced civilizations and Zerg. We can't wade into this muddy water. The fifth elder Han Lin said, Elder Lan Jiao is right. We can't get involved in the affairs of other advanced civilizations. This is different. Bai Ningxiang emphasized. The advanced civilization did not give them direct help. I don't know what they think, but this civilization is relatively easy to get along with. If they really have the strength to become an advanced civilization, they may help us in the future. Everything you said is just your imagination. The second elder Bai Sha questioned. What advanced civilization? What technological explosion? Are all your guesses? What if you help them advance in technology? Yes. Things without evidence cannot be counted. We can't pin our hopes on speculation. The resources of civilization are precious and cannot be wasted here. The other elders opposed Bai Ningxiang. The first elder thought for a while and asked, Bai Ningxiang. What the other elder said is not unreasonable. Our resources are very limited, and our civilization is more inclined to develop alien colonies rather than looking for a weak ally. You must provide stronger evidence to prove that our help to Blue Star civilization is rewarding. Otherwise, I can only revoke your position and the allocation of resources to you. Bai Ningxiang said, then give me some time with Blue Star civilization. He Xingzhou has registered as an interstellar builder and participated in the rookie competition. I believe that under his leadership, Blue Star civilization will soon be able to upgrade its civilization level. Interstellar builder? Bai Jia frowned slightly and looked at the other elders. He knew very well that although the other elders were fighting among themselves, they were unanimous in kicking Bai Ningxiang out. As the leader of civilization, Bai Jia not only had to balance the forces of all parties, but also had to consider the future of civilization. Although the plans of other elders seem more reliable, they are the last resort after the demise of the main civilization. If there is a chance to keep the main civilization, it may not be a bad thing. Thinking of this, Bai Jia said, you gave me an idea. Everyone wants to get more resources for the civilization they support. So why not do this? All the civilizations you support will join the Interstellar Construction Association and participate in the newcomer competition. The higher the ranking of a civilization, the more worthy of our support. Our main civilization will give more resources, including technological assistance, military aid, etc. The second elder Bai Sha said, this is a good idea. The Seed Beast civilization is trying to break through the second level civilization. Taking this opportunity, we can vigorously develop construction. The third elder Lan Jiao also agreed. The Fishman civilization is no worse than other civilizations in construction. Since they all said so, the fourth elder Lan Long and the fifth elder Han Lin also agreed. Bai Ningxiang was secretly happy. Her goal was achieved. As long as there is a chance to compete, she believes that He Xingzhou will definitely not let her down. However, she was still very unconvinced and said, the Blue Star civilization is only a 1.0 civilization now, and their civilization level is higher. It is too unfair to participate in a competition like this. Bai Sha laughed. This is a civilization competition, a matter of life and death. How can there be any fairness or unfairness? There is no fairness in the universe. Blue Shark said, didn't you say they have help from advanced civilizations? Since they are so powerful, it shouldn't be difficult for them to surpass these subordinate civilizations? That's right. This plan is very reasonable, Blue Dragon said. The Conch civilization is also weaker than other civilizations. I didn't raise any opinions. What do you think? Red Scale said, the winner should get more resources. The Great Elder witnessed and made the decision, okay. Since everyone has this idea, then this matter is settled. The inspection period is 100 years. The subordinate civilization develops faster, so we will focus on resources. As for the Blue Star civilization, this civilization is not our subordinate civilization yet. So there is one more condition. Not only must he develop the fastest, but he must also at least enter the top 10 of the rookie competition. And we will help them. Bai Ningxiang's little face was full of grievance and unwillingness. Seeing this, the other elders laughed in their hearts. What can a little girl do to fight them? The figures of the elders gradually faded, and they had left the conference room. Bai Ningxiang also left here, and her consciousness came to Blue Star and loaded into the White Dolphin. He Xingzhou, Bai Ningxiang turned on the communication equipment specially configured for her and called He Xingzhou. He Xingzhou's holographic projection appeared in front of her. And he asked, "What's wrong?" Bai Ningxiang supported herself on the water with her fins and said proudly, "I just did another big thing." He Xingzhou asked curiously. "What's the big deal?" Bai Ningxiang talked a little about the Black Sea civilization. She didn't reveal any information about the Black Sea civilization. She just said, in short, "If you can get into the top 10 in the rookie competition and surpass those competitors, we, the Black Sea civilization, will help you." He Xingzhou asked, "You, the Black Sea civilization, do you want us to be a subordinate civilization?" "Yes." Bai Ningxiang did not deny it. "The elders all think so. But I don't think it's possible. You will definitely not agree. It's really impossible," He Xingzhou said directly. "Don't worry about it now," Bai Ningxiang said. "As long as you become stronger, they will not have this idea and will only treat you as allies. What are the benefits for us?" This is what He Xingzhou was most concerned about. Bai Ningxiang said, "Those elders are very stingy. And I don't have much say in the Civilization Council. What super weapons? Don't even think about civilization technology. The biggest benefit is that we can help you stop the expansion of the Pleiades. Several members of the Pleiades are too close to the solar system. For example, the Nanha civilization. The coordinates are in the Nanha 3-star system, 11.4 light-years away from the solar system. The Tianyuan civilization. The coordinates are in the Tianyuan 4-star system, 10.5 light-years away from the solar system. The Sirius civilization. The coordinates are in the Sirius star system, only 8.6 light-years away from the solar system. They all have sublight-speed deep space probes that can travel at more than 90% of the speed of light. It will probably take less than 10 years to find the solar system. When they determine your coordinates, can you resist them?" He Xingzhou shook his head and said, "I'm really not sure. The time is too short. In 10 years, the Blue Star civilization probably hasn't built a spacecraft that can travel at 50% of the speed of light. Moreover, they have to face the Zerg. How to deal with the invasion?" "Yes," Bai Ningxiang said. "It takes them 10 years to detect you. And then it takes another 20 or 30 years to organize troops and send a fleet to invade the solar system. At this time, no matter how you develop, you will definitely not be able to stop the Zerg and the fleet of the Pleiades civilization at the same time. It will be different if we have the help of Black Sea civilization. We will send out fleets to interfere or use military force to deter them. They will not dare to invade so easily. You can gain valuable development time. In addition to these, we also have some confidential information about Zerg that can be shared." "Sounds good." He Xingzhou said that what they lack most now is time. If they are invaded by alien civilization before they develop, it will be a devastating blow. "But I have a question," He Xingzhou asked. "This rookie competition lasts for 100 years. If you help us after 100 years, we will either be extinct or no longer need your help." Bai Ningxiang rolled her eyes and said, "Do you think I'm a freeloader? As long as you can show your advantage in the rookie competition, I can convince the elders in advance and give you some help so that you can avoid the attack of the Pleiades in a short time." "That's possible," He Xingzhou said. "If this thing can really work, I will remember your kindness on behalf of the Blue Star civilization." "Hee hee." Bai Ningxiang snorted twice and said, "Why don't you quickly ask someone to send me food? Don't starve this biological machine to death." He Xingzhou said speechlessly. "You white dolphin just had a meal. And you gained a whole circle of weight." "I wasn't here just now," Bai Ningxiang said, as a matter of course. "I didn't eat, so I didn't taste it. And I didn't gain weight." He Xingzhou had no choice but to say, "I've already notified you. Don't overeat and kill yourself." He Xingzhou was skeptical about Bai Ningxiang's words. He had no way of judging whether the Black Sea civilization was malicious or kind to human civilization. If it was true, it would be a good thing. If it was false, he would also be on guard. In short, the current task is to build civilization as quickly as possible. He Xingzhou immediately convened experts to discuss the construction of a space elevator. In the past few days, the expert group has designed a plan for a space elevator at the fastest speed. Chief Engineer Xiaomao said, "President, we have this idea now. The altitude of the blue planet's low Earth orbit is as high as 36,000 kilometers. If we want to build a space elevator to transport personnel and materials, the slenderness ratio of this elevator will reach more than 10,000 to 1. If we follow the compression structure design of the traditional elevator, No material can bear such pressure. Its own weight can crush itself. So we are going to design it as a tension mechanism, launching a large space station and a large mass counterweight in the low Earth orbit. This space station and the counterweight rotate with the blue planet, using the centrifugal force of the blue planet's rotation to maintain the tension main structure. In this way, in order to make the overall axis of the space elevator point to the center of the Earth and remain vertical, and provide continuous tension for the cable, the ground projection of the space elevator should be located at the equator. So its ground station should also be built on the equator, he said, using holographic projection to project their design drawings. In the picture, there is a concept map of a space elevator. It has a ground station at the equator, and a tower is built on the ground station. On the tower, there is a 38,000-kilometer elevator cable, and the elevator car is connected in the middle. It extends all the way into space, connecting the space station and the counterweight. He Xingzhou looked through it and asked, "Are there any questions now?" "Yes. There are still some problems." Xiao Mao nodded. The first is the problem of site selection. The ground station is built on the equator, and the site cannot be chosen casually. The climate of the selected site should meet the requirements of wind speed below level 2 all year round. No cumulonimbus clouds and other clouds that may produce thunderstorms. And stay away from various pressure belts and monsoon circulations. The local geological conditions should be relatively stable to avoid the impact of earthquakes. Because we have to build 10 space elevators at one time, we conducted an investigation at the equator. There are only 2 lands that are suitable, and other places are oceans, which require land reclamation. Then fill it, He Xingzhou said directly. Let the Xuanwu troops help to reclaim the sea and build islands. I feel relieved with the dean's words, Xiao Mao said. 2 more questions. First, the material of the cable. Our current alloys and steels cannot withstand such strength for a 36,000-kilometer cable. It also needs to have good toughness and conductivity. The best choice is a new material called carbon nanotubes, which are tubular nanographite crystals with extremely high strength, theoretically 100 times that of steel. At the same time, it is also very soft and can be regarded as a superfiber. Its electromagnetic properties, adsorption capacity, and other properties are excellent, enough to meet our cable needs. The problem now is that we can only synthesize a small amount in the laboratory and cannot manufacture it on a large scale. Second, we don't have a large space station yet. When we build the space elevator, we have to launch the space station and the counterweight into low Earth orbit. Is that so? I see. Let's continue. He Xingzhou already had an idea in mind. He talked with the expert group and roughly understood the difficulties in building the space elevator. Back in his office, He Xingzhou immediately began to solve these 2 problems. The synthesis and manufacturing of carbon nanotubes requires an industrialized production process. He Xingzhou turned on the quantum optical brain and found this type of material. Spend 10 units of energy to unlock the carbon nanotube synthesis process technology. The other one is a large space station. This is even less of a problem. Humans have mastered the nuclear fusion propulsion program and reaction force technology, and it is easy to build and launch large space stations. Just as Bai Ningxiang said, the Blue Star civilization actually has the strength of a civilization that exceeds 1.5 levels. It is just that it has been dealing with the Zerg on the Blue Star and has not yet expanded its strength to space. Let the Interstellar Construction Department launch a large space station. That's not enough. Large space can only be a destination for the space elevator, and a larger mass counterweight is needed. If you just launch a few large stones or large iron blocks into low Earth orbit, wouldn't it be a waste? Moreover, these large mass objects will be affected by the gravity of the Blue Star and fall into the atmosphere. He Xingzhou's idea is that since you need a large mass counterweight, it is better to directly build a large mass space object. Chapter 180 for the space elevator is completed. Starport. I want to build a spaceport, He Xingzhou thought. What do humans lack now? They lack warships, planet mining ships, and space bases. These man-made objects are extremely massive and need to fly in space for a long time. Aren't they the best choice for counterweights for space elevators? 10 space elevators can build 10 large mass objects, He Xingzhou planned. How many space fleets do humans need? No limit. So 10 starports are not too many. Some of them can be used as starports for space battleships. And there are also spaceports for commercial trade, industrial ports for engineering construction, and spacecraft construction factories. etc. It is somewhat unrealistic to build a large starport at one time and launch it into space. He Xingzhou still plans to use modular technology to manufacture starport modules. These modules have the ability to fly in space and form a starport. In this way, even if there is a malfunction or it is attacked by the enemy, the starport can quickly return to normal. He found the corresponding technology on the quantum optical brain to unlock it. Spend 10 units of energy to unlock the spaceport control system. Spend 30 units of energy to unlock the space power transmission device. Spend 50 units of energy to unlock the space dock technology. He Xingzhou used the accumulated energy to unlock a lot of related technologies, and he immediately began to design the spaceport. Personnel flow, freight, space industry, spaceship manufacturing, starship maintenance, space defense. Before the Blue Star civilization had a space city, these tasks had to be completed by the spaceport. It can be said that the spaceport is a simplified version of the space city. Lumi, generate the design, He Xingzhou shouted. And in front of him, 10,000 simple design drawings of the spaceport appeared. This is generated by Lumi's intelligent program, which may not be correct. Through this method, He Xingzhou can quickly choose a model for transformation. This is much more convenient. Lumi, I will upgrade you to silicon-based life in the future, so I will save a lot of trouble, He Xingzhou said. Thank you, Master. Lumi also wants to have life, Lumi said happily. Her current emotions are just said emotions, not real emotions. He Xingzhou saw in the virtual world that there are many silicon-based civilizations, and silicon-based civilizations are often more powerful than ordinary civilizations at the same level, because they have stronger productivity and execution. As for advanced civilizations, every creature has super wisdom, and these advantages of silicon-based civilizations disappear. In just a few days, He Xingzhou has completed the first draft of the spaceport. He directly launched the first draft to the Interstellar Construction Department, asking the designers to improve and modify it together. And some mature modules were directly produced and launched. The spaceport must be built earlier than the ground part of the space elevator, so that the cables and cabins can be pulled. In the subspace virtual universe, He Xingzhou came to the interstellar construction meeting again. Today is the day when the rookie competition starts. Su Jilan came to the virtual universe for the first time and was curious about everything. Like He Xingzhou when he first came, she also had 100,000 whys in her mind. These aliens are so strange. Fortunately, there are humanoid races. Su Jilan communicated with him. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to communicate with them. It doesn't matter. This is a virtual universe. You can do anything. Just don't expose the information of our civilization and provoke unnecessary enemies, He Xingzhou said. Yeah. Su Jilan followed him closely. In the Interstellar Construction Conference, the competition hall was already full of people, all of whom were interstellar builders and their companions who came to participate. Chen Feng, you are here. He Xingzhou came to the circle of newcomers, and several people greeted him. They are all first-level civilizations, and there are no direct conflicts, except for a few maverick alien races. Most aliens will maintain superficial politeness. There are 100,000 people participating this time, Yin Xian said excitedly. 100,000 civilizations. If we, the primary civilization, were not here, we might not see 10 civilizations until the civilization is destroyed. Yes, take this opportunity to learn and communicate more. Maybe our civilization can evolve together, said the interstellar constructors next to him. Progress is relative. Some civilizations are too weak, and there is no need to communicate. A discordant voice came. He Xingzhou had a hunch that they were looking for him again. Sure enough, 4 people appeared around, looking like sea beasts, fishmen, people carrying a large snail shell, and a female mermaid with a strange appearance. As soon as he saw their competition identification, He Xingzhou roughly understood the identity and purpose of these people. First level constructor, Dugong, current score 90. Prepare to participate in the competition. First class builder, Feishi, current score 87. Preparing to participate. First class builder, Juin, current score 85. Preparing to participate. First class builder, Siren, current score 80. Preparing to participate. These 4 people are representatives from the Sea Beast civilization, the Fishman civilization, the Conch civilization, and the Siren civilization. The reason why they came here to find He Xingzhou is nothing more than the matter mentioned by Binding Xiang. In order to gain more support from the Black Sea civilization, they need to compete with the Blue Star civilization. Chunfeng, you have a lot of enemies. Last time, they were members of the Pleiades Society. And this time, there are several civilization representatives. Yin Xian complained. We are a primary civilization, so we should not look for so many enemies. He Xingzhou said helplessly. I don't want to either. They came to me on their own. I was just being blamed. Dugong said to He Xingzhou, are you the representative of the Blue Star civilization? We all participated in the competition. Fei Shi said. I heard that you are very strong. The winner this time must be among the four of us. If you are more rational, withdraw yourself. We can still form a friendly civilization alliance. Zhu Ying glanced at the builder points on He Xingzhou, which was only 0 points. He lost interest and said, there is no need to waste time on such an opponent. I'm very interested. Siren's appearance is a woman's body and a fish tail, very similar to a mermaid, and is a branch of the Black Sea civilization. She has a hot body and extremely smooth skin, as if it were covered with a layer of oil. From an aesthetic point of view, like Bai Ningxiang, she is very in line with human aesthetics. However, Bai Ningxiang is a combination of sexiness and cuteness, while Siren is a combination of sexiness and weirdness. She approached He Xingzhou and smiled. Bai Ningxiang of the main civilization is very optimistic about you. Why is that? Is that little girl horny and likes you? Su Jilan stepped forward and stopped her from getting close to He Xingzhou. He Xingzhou said, the part of threatening words is over. Right? It depends on your ability. If you rely on your ability, you will only feel desperate, said Dugong. At this time, the Angel of Order appeared in the arena and announced, this rookie competition will start in 10 minutes. Everyone will get a unique key, through which the subspace communicator can scan the surrounding space. Its scanning range exceeds a star system. Before the start of the competition, the subspace communicator needs to be scanned once. After the start of the competition, it will be scanned once every year to count your technology points. Everyone received a private message with a key in it. Tuanzi said on He Xingzhou's shoulder, do you want to start scanning now? Open, He Xingzhou said decisively. Su Jilan said, after being scanned by them once, they know all the information of our civilization. In this way, the Order Alliance can master all the information of these civilizations. Siren laughed softly. Her voice was extremely charming. And she said, of course it will be like this. But the Order Alliance doesn't look down on us low-level civilizations. In their eyes, we are not even as good as ants. They are too lazy to look at us more. Su Jilan ignored her. She was hostile to Siren, and always felt that there was something wrong with this female mermaid. The subspace communicator started the first scan, and a ranking list appeared on the field. There are the names and rankings of 100,000 contestants. Before there were technology points, the ranking was based on the points of the interstellar constructors. Now He Xingzhou is ranked at the bottom, the 100,000, because his points are 0, and he registered the latest. He Xingzhou glanced over, and saw a lot of familiar names. Dugong ranked 13041. Fei Shi ranked 18744. Duin ranked 23131. And Siren ranked 36478. There are also 2 members of the Pleiades Society. Rafar of the Nanha civilization, ranked 54,575. Grey Wolf of the Sirius civilization, ranked 1,320. The highest ranking among several acquaintances. The Green Devil who sold classes before ranked 18,730th, and Yin Xian next to him ranked 87,576th. Seeing the current ranking, Yin Xian complained, no wonder it is said that newcomers can't win this newcomer competition. The points of the constructors represent the initial technological strength of the civilization. And the difference is too big. The newcomer competition officially begins, the Angel of Order said, and a technology point appeared behind all the contestants, which is currently 0. He Xingzhou found that these people did not choose to log off, but continued to stay in the competition hall. In just a few minutes, some people's technology points began to increase, from single digits to dozens and hundreds. Their rankings also rose rapidly, reaching the top 10,000. Dugong, Fishy, Dumb, Siren, Rafar, Grey Wolf, and Green Goblin were all like this. Su Jilan asked in confusion, isn't it said that a planet mining ship only adds 1 technology point? And a space battleship with a speed of 10% of the speed of light only adds 10 points? They add so fast. Is there any trick? Of course there is a trick. The dwarf old man Tianyu appeared next to them, and said, "Don't you know that before the game starts, deliberately damage the planet mining ship and the space battleship, and then quickly repair them before the game starts. You can directly add a lot of technology points. So, this rookie competition seems to start with 0 technology points. But in fact it is directly competing with the existing technology strength?" Su Jilan frowned slightly. "This is even more unfair. Little girl. How can there be absolute fairness in this world?" Tianyu said with a smile. "All participating members understand this." He looked at Yixingzhou and said, "How about buying my secret book? It can help you quickly increase your points. 3,000 universe coins are required for 1 copy. How to deliberately damage these technological creations requires skills. If you operate improperly, you will be deducted points. You have many opponents now. No need." Yixingzhou still refused. The Blue Star civilization did not have the time to play tricks. "You are still a little rational," Dugong said. "Even if you use these methods, you can't compete with me." "That may not be the case. See you in a year." After Yixingzhou finished speaking, he took Su Jilan offline. "This guy is interesting." Tianyu stroked his beard and smiled. "It's boring." Feishi shook his head. "We still have to compete with each other." Siren said with a sweet smile. 3 brothers should give in to their sister. Our Siren civilization is not good at construction." "Don't pretend," said Juin. "Who doesn't know that you Siren are a genetically modified branch of the main civilization? There are many people in the main civilization who support you. This time, they must have given you technological help again. Since the brothers know. Don't fight with us," Siren said. "When our Siren civilization becomes the new main civilization, we will definitely not treat you unfairly." "No more nonsense," said the Dugong. "Whatever you have, just show us. We'll know whose civilization is stronger after a comparison." He also went offline and began to host the construction activities of the civilization. Yixingzhou returned to the Blue Star civilization and immediately began to support the construction work. While improving the design of the spaceport, he supervised the construction of the ground station of the space elevator. In the sea south of Xinzhou, near the equator, the largest ground station of the space elevator is being built. This is a vast ocean, and land reclamation is needed. Yixingzhou rarely opened the live broadcast, and tens of millions of viewers came in to greet him. "Commander, he is here. What a nostalgic feeling. What are you going to broadcast this time?" Yixingzhou said, "Dear viewers, now we are going to go to our space elevator site selection and reclaim land." After that, the camera turned, and the nano armor was attached to Yixingzhou and flew to the project site. "Fuck. Commander, his armor is so handsome." "Yes. Is this the meteor armor?" "An upgraded version. It flies faster than a rocket." The audience hadn't chatted for a few words, but Yixingzhou had already slowed down and arrived at the destination. When he looked down from his perspective, the audience was all horrified, looking down at the sea from the sky. It was a dark mass. The originally blue sea surface had been completely filled. They had seen this scene before. It was the Doomsday scene when the Zerg attack humans. Now, it is not the Zerg on the sea, but engineering ships. The number of engineering ships is estimated to be more than 100,000. Filling the sea surface. Even the 2 nuclear-powered aircraft carrier fleets are helping with transportation. Dredgers dig mud and sand from the seabed, and then spit out a yellow dragon of mud and sand, spraying it to the construction site. Engineering ships are building on the spot. Transport ships come and go, transporting construction materials from other places. In the sky, there are countless engineering mechas and engineering planes flying under the sea. There are also deep-sea engineering ships, building deep-water ports and consolidating island foundations. When have people ever seen such a scene? When the Great Wall of Steel was built, the density of engineering machines used was less than 1/10 of what is here. Not only the sea surface, but also the sea and the sky. The entire space is full of engineering machinery, under the deployment of the intelligence system, working in an orderly manner. "It's so spectacular," people exclaimed. "If this is a building with more than 100 floors can be built in one day. Our industrial level has improved again. I remember that there were not so many ships when fighting Zerg before. Many are converted from warships. And there are those mechas. See, some are military mechas. And there are also the logos of the Black Tortoise Army. 666. I haven't started yet. You are already moving bricks. I graduated from college, and am going to move bricks in the sea. The future is promising. Brothers, how long will it take to build? He Xingzhou said, according to estimates. This artificial island will be completed within a month, and its area will exceed 1,000 square kilometers. It will not only serve as a ground station for the space elevator, but also a marine logistics center. In 1 month, an artificial island of more than 1,000 square kilometers was built in the sea. The audience was very excited. Awesome. We didn't even dare to think about it before. Now it seems possible. Amazing workmanship. He Xingzhou continued, after the ground station is built. In the second month, we will build a 15-kilometer high tower, which will be the base of the space elevator. Its height will exceed the tallest building currently built by humans. Of course, I don't know how long this record can be maintained, because we will have more magnificent buildings. We are simultaneously building more than 36,000 kilometers of carbon nanotube cables, space elevator cabins, space stations, and spaceports. It is expected that we will complete the construction of the first space elevator in 10 months. I will broadcast it live again at that time. Those who are interested can follow it through news or TV programs. Those who want to participate in the project team can also sign up online. He Xingzhou also advertised that the project team is in urgent need of manpower. In addition to this space elevator, 9 other space elevators are also being manufactured simultaneously. His advertising was very effective. It is said that on that day, the number of people who signed up online to participate in the project exceeded 1 million. After a lifespan of hundreds of years, He Xingzhou no longer felt a few months. It was as if he would spend several months on any work he put in. During this period, he has been busy improving the spaceport, and also taking into account the design and launch of space communication satellites. Every day, more than 1,000 space communication satellites are launched to other planets and corners of the solar system. Given that their flight speed is too low, it will take many years to build a satellite communication system throughout the solar system. He Xingzhou is planning to research ultra-high-speed thrusters next, so that the speed of human spacecraft can be increased to at least 10% of the speed of light. The Interstellar Construction Department has received news that the first space elevator of the Blue Star civilization, Tianyi No. 1, is about to be completed. In the low Earth orbit, they have successfully built 10 large space stations. The spaceport has currently laid the foundation template, which is enough to meet the requirements of counterweights. But as a spaceport, it needs to continue to be built. Dean, tomorrow is the completion ceremony and the trial operation ceremony of the space elevator. Please preside over the ceremony. Xiao Mao sent a message. Good. How can He Xingzhou be absent when another giant structure on the surface of a planet is completed? The next day, early in the morning, He Xingzhou arrived at the Tianyi artificial island. 10 months ago, this place was still a vast ocean. And just 10 months later, there has been 1,000 square kilometers of artificial island here. And its area has exceeded that of Singapore before the disaster era. Ports, airports, residential areas, industrial areas, etc. have been built on it. And it has completely become a prosperous modern island. He Xingzhou called the live broadcast as promised, and the audience poured into the live broadcast room. At this time, in addition to the screen and holographic projection live broadcast, the live broadcast system of the virtual world has also been added. That is, if the audience has a virtual world device at home, they can have the same perspective as He Xingzhou, or get an immersive feeling through the sensors of the live broadcast robot. In the virtual world, when they really see the island, they have been attracted by the scenery of the island. This place is built so fast. I remember the last time I watched the live broadcast. It was still the sea. It doesn't look like an artificial island at all. The trees have grown so tall. This infrastructure speed is amazing. What a tall tower. The clouds only reach its feet. They saw that the most eye-catching thing on the island was the huge base of the space elevator. The tower, the 15-kilometer high tower, is 10 times higher than Mount Tai. It is 5 times higher than the planetary overlord, Aura King. Even the Aura King, who made all mankind feel despair, is just a dwarf standing here. It's a pity that this is not a super weapon. Otherwise the planetary overlord would be crushed to death with one kick. Someone commented. He Xingzhou, wearing armor, flew up the tower, passed through the clouds, and came to the top of the tower, where there was a sky square. In the sky square, tens of thousands of engineers and workers gathered, waiting for He Xingzhou to preside over the completion ceremony. When He Xingzhou arrived at the Sky Square, everyone gathered spontaneously and greeted He Xingzhou. Hello, everyone. He Xingzhou's armor had a loudspeaker. He looked at the expectant faces and said, "Thank you to all the workers, engineers, and designers of the Space Elevator Project team for their work day and night in the past 10 months. Today, the day of the completion of mankind's first space elevator has finally arrived. It will be our bridge to space. Next, we will conduct the first space elevator test run. Under the space elevator, the staff have prepared materials weighing 1,000 tons. These are some materials needed to build a spaceport. If they are transported by current rockets or space planes, at least 10 round trips are required. And this 1,000 tons is not the maximum carrying capacity of the space elevator. Its maximum carrying capacity is 5,000 tons, which is equivalent to the carrying capacity of a conventional cargo ship. And the round-trip speed is very fast and can run uninterruptedly." He Xingzhou and Xiao Mao and other engineers personally got on the car. They were all wearing armor, so they could fly out in time even if the car broke down. He Xingzhou began to count down: 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Ladder number 1. Start. When he finished, the cabin switch of ladder number 1 was turned on, along with the cable. This 36,000-kilometer-long cable made entirely of carbon nanotubes. From people's perspective, looks like a rope thrown down from the sky by the gods. If you pull it, you can reach the sky. The tower is like an acceleration channel for a super high-speed rail. At the beginning of the 2 seconds, the audience can still see the tower clearly. After 2 seconds, the tower has become a flashing phantom. He Xingzhou simultaneously explained, "Dear audience, the cabin can reach the same speed as the carrier rocket. In 10 minutes, we can reach space. The bottom of the car is equipped with rocket thrusters and anti-gravity devices to ensure our safety. Even if an accident occurs, the car can become a small aircraft and land smoothly on the ground." When he spoke, the audience could experience the same perspective and feelings as him in the virtual world through neuromechanical equipment or brain-wave sensing devices. Although it has come to the new century, most people have never actually ridden a rocket or a space plane. This feeling of rapid ascent is 100 times more exciting than riding a roller coaster. Standing in the car, the Earth is moving away from you quickly. If you look down, you will soon see that there is only a small black dot left on the sea level, which is the location of the artificial island. And looking forward, the clouds are already under the car, and you can see the arc of the blue star. It's so exciting. I feel like I'm going to fly. I'm afraid of heights, but I want to experience it. Haha. Give the virtual sensing helmet to my brother. He's already scared to death. You guys are so bad at playing. I flew up directly. It's so cool to go to the sky. I can go to the sky at home. 8 minutes later, the elevator began to slow down. He Xingzhou looked up and could already see the location of the space station and the spaceport. At this time, they had all entered low Earth orbit and were in a state of weightlessness. Weightlessness is so exciting. This is what it feels like to fly. Have we reached space? The audience experienced it in real time. The intelligent voice of the elevator reminded, the elevator is slowing down and is about to enter Tiangong 1. Tiangong is the name of the former Shenzhou space station. The newly built large space station directly continues its name. This is the first of the 10 large space stations. The astronauts on Tiangong 1 also sent a communication. Report to Commander He. This is Tiangong 1 space station. Astronaut Nie Zhou reports to you. Hello. Nie Zhou. Please open the space station. Received. The space station access cabin has been opened. Nie Zhou replied. The space elevator can lead to 2 destinations, the space station and the spaceport. Because the spaceport had not been built yet, they went to visit the space station first. There is a reception cabin in the space station, and the car can go directly to the reception cabin to unload and pick up people. At the same time, you could enter the space station for a visit. The car stopped steadily in the receiving cabin. The sealed door outside the receiving cabin closed, and the air valve opened to fill the place with air. He Xingzhou, Xiao Mao, and other engineers got off the car and came to the receiving cabin. This was not the first time Xiao Mao and others came here. As designers of the space elevator, they naturally had to observe the construction part in space, so they quickly adapted. However, He Xingzhou himself was not used to the feeling of weightlessness for a while, and could only rely on the automatic control system of the armor to assist in walking. It's a little embarrassing. I'm not proficient in the spacewalk. He Xingzhou touched the handrail and floated forward in the receiving cabin. Haha. Commander, he doesn't know how to do it either. Me too. I'm practicing swimming. This virtual world is so immersive. I feel like I can't walk anymore. I'm in space. Too. The audience felt the same way. Hello. Commander He. Hello. Engineers. 2 astronauts from the space station have opened the passage between the receiving module and the space station and come to report. Xiao Mao joked to Nie Zhou, we came up by elevator. Are you jealous? And me. I'm so jealous. Nie Zhou also laughed. With this space elevator, can we astronauts also take the elevator to get off work every day? He Xingzhou smiled and said, it is indeed possible. It takes 10 minutes to go up and 10 minutes to go down, which is shorter than the commuting time in the city. That's great, said another astronaut. Hong Wenba. This is more convenient than my work at the space base. They walked to the Tiangong 1 space station together. The space here is very large. In the past, the space stations launched by humans were very small in size to reduce mass. Here, there are more than 1,000 cabins. And even the smallest cabin is more than 10 times the size of the previous International Space Station, like the aerospace carrier. In addition to the various scientific research cabins required for work, there are also living areas, entertainment areas, industrial manufacturing areas, etc. The energy needed now comes from the huge solar panels outside. In the future, it will come from the nuclear fusion power station in the spaceport. Theoretically, this place can support human life for more than 100 years. It's just that humans have not yet evolved into a space race. Living in a weightless environment for a long time will cause physical problems. If it's a child, it will also cause bone dysplasia and deformity. The Department of Biotechnology is already conducting relevant genetic modification experiments to allow humans to better adapt to weightlessness, low gravity or high gravity conditions, so as to migrate to other planets in the future. There's nothing to see in the cabin. Commander He, we can see the scenery outside the cabin here. Nie Zhou took him to the observation cabin. This is a fully transparent cabin, and you can see the surrounding universe with your naked eyes. On one side is the bright sun, without the refraction and obstruction of the atmosphere. The sunlight is particularly dazzling and cannot be seen directly by human eyes. On the other side is the vast universe. He Xingzhou looked over and saw countless stars shining in the endless darkness. Each one was a star from countless light years away. An endless sense of emptiness and loneliness surged in his heart, because of the feeling of weightlessness. At this moment, he seemed to have lost his body, leaving only his soul, floating in this boundless universe, seeing from the video and the virtual world, and touching the starry sky in reality, are completely two different experiences. He Xingzhou was stunned for a few seconds, and then he sighed, boundless universe. How much mystery and unknown. He pointed at the bright stars and said, maybe, at this moment, aliens from other civilizations are also looking at us. We are also looking for them, Nie Zhou said. Our space telescopes have been capturing light from the surrounding star systems. He Xingzhou still looked out the window and said, one day, I will pave those stars into a starry sky road, and then follow this starry sky road to the depths of the universe to see what it looks like billions of light years away. Xiao Mao admired and said, Commander He's ideas are really beyond the reach of ordinary people. Now, I will take this space elevator to the moon. Ha ha! He Xingzhou laughed. This is a qualified interstellar builder. Don't worry. You still have many tasks to do. After the 10 space elevators on the blue planet are completed, the next step is the moon, and then Mars. You will be too busy to handle it by then. With experience, it will be easy, Xiao Mao said. Ladder number 1 is completed today, and within 2 months, the other 9 will be completed. In a few months, we will go to the moon to start construction. Chapter 185 Moon Attack. He Xingzhou and the others visited the space station for half an hour, and then took the space elevator back to the ground. The feeling of falling was even more exciting, like jumping from space and falling to the ground. When the buildings on the ground became larger and larger in the field of vision, many viewers could no longer bear the excitement and left the virtual experience. Is this a space bungee jumper? It's so exciting. My heart is about to jump out. What does it feel like to jump from 36,000 kilometers high in space? It feels like your nerves are about to explode. Is there anything cooler in the world than this? Will the space elevator be open to ordinary people in the future? He Xingzhou said. The space elevator will be open to everyone in the future. Within a year, it will become common for everyone to work, travel, and live in space. It will be as common as riding a super high-speed rail. His words have made the audience look forward to it. In recent years, they have experienced many advanced technologies. But the number of people who have really been to space can be counted in the whole human race. Who doesn't yearn for the stars and the sea? The space elevator has begun to slow down. And it stops when it comes to the sky square of the tower. When He Xingzhou, Xiao Mao and others walked down, tens of thousands of engineers and workers in the sky square couldn't help cheering loudly. They were all wearing armor. The altitude here is higher than Mount Everest. The air is thin, and the temperature is very low. Without armor, ordinary people can't stand it at all. He Xingzhou announced loudly to everyone, I declare that the first space elevator in human history, Tianyi No. 1, has been successfully tested. It will be put into operation. Thank you for everyone's dedication and hard work. The Tianyi has been built. We did it. The elevator to space, the hub connecting the blue planet and space, is born. Some engineers couldn't help their excitement and turned on the flight model to fly along the tower. Old Xiao, He Xingzhou smiled and said, I'll leave it to you here. Leave it to me, Xiao Mao said. He Xingzhou came to the edge of the sky square, jumped up, and flew along the equator. Now that he was out, he planned to inspect all the space elevators. Not only Tianyi No. 1, but other space elevators under construction simultaneously have also completed most of their construction. Artificial Island, Tower, Space Station. He Xingzhou came to the Pacific Ocean and saw that the aerospace mothership was helping engineers transport cables and cabins to the spaceport. After fixing them on the spaceport and the space station, the cables were thrown down and fixed on the tower to form a ropeway connecting heaven and earth. He turned a full circle along the equator of the blue planet and found no problems. 2 months later, Tianyi No. 10 was declared completed. So far, all 10 space elevators have been built, and the planetary logistics system has also been initially completed. He Xingzhou originally planned to go to the Interstellar Construction Conference to update his ranking, but an unexpected incident interrupted his plan. Commander-in-Chief, the moon was attacked. An urgent message came. He Xingzhou connected to the Blue Star Alliance Command, and Gu Xingqiao, the chief engineer in charge of the construction of the lunar base, sent a satellite picture. In the picture, construction machinery was building a surface base, and 2 giant beasts flew from the dark space. The size of these 2 giant beasts was only slightly smaller than the original Aura Worm King, and they were more than 2,500 meters tall. They looked somewhat similar to the original Mana Worm King. They also had 4 claws and a long tail, and could walk upright, fly, and spit atomic breath. Satellites near the moon discovered them and attacked them with lasers and plasma beams, but they were all blocked by the plasma protective layer around them. Aerospace mechas intercepted them, but their weapons hit them. But it was useless. This is at least an elementary planetary overlord, Song Jinghong said. The 2 major characteristics of a planetary overlord are that it can form a plasma protective layer and that it can produce biological heavy nuclear fusion. Although they are not as big as the Aura Worm King, they can survive in space and may be stronger. Outer Space Defense Department, attack immediately, He Xingzhou ordered. They do not have mature space battleships yet, but they have spacecraft that can fight between the Earth and the Moon. Received. The Earth-Moon Defense Team is on its way to the Moon. Please evacuate the members of the Moon base in time. Luan, the commander of the Outer Control Defense Command, responded. His position has been upgraded from the Air and Space Carrier Command to the Outer Space Defense Command. He Xingzhou said to Gu Xingqiao, the 2 giants are at least planetary overlords. Let's evacuate first. Don't fight them head-on. We are already arranging for everyone to evacuate. Gu Xingqiao was very anxious. We have worked hard to build this moon base for a year. If it is destroyed like this section of the project will be in vain. If the base is gone, it can be rebuilt, but talents cannot be lost, He Hongwei said. He Xingzhou ordered Xuanwu, connect to the lunar base defense system and prepare for attack. Connected. Do you want to send out space mechas to intercept? Xuanwu requested the next instruction. No, He Xingzhou directly denied. In front of the planetary overlord, these weapons are futile. Withdraw everything that can be withdrawn to reduce losses. In the lunar base, space mechas, engineering mechas, lunar rovers, etc. are evacuating quickly and spreading on the bumpy lunar surface. He Xingzhou continued, plasma energy storage cannons are ready. Proton missiles are ready. Xuanwu, plasma energy storage cannons have been activated. And tracking proton missiles have been launched. After several years of improvement by the weapons department, He Xingzhou's original proton missile has been able to shrink the strong force conversion device by 100 times and install it in the missile. The two planetary overlords have a clear goal, which is the moon base. They came straight to the moon base, and the defense weapons in the base fired at them. But they could not penetrate their plasma defense layer. They spit out two atomic breaths like beams of light, evaporating the objects built by humans. At this time, the plasma energy storage cannon fired a shot, piercing one of the plasma protection layers, and the proton missile followed closely. The proton group landed on the surface of a planetary overlord, depriving it of electrons while generating a super strong electric field, directly electrocuting it to death. On the other side, it destroyed the attacking proton missile with its atomic breath and escaped. At this time, the Outer Space Defense Department of the Blue Star Alliance had mobilized spacecraft and rushed to the vicinity. The planetary overlord saw that the moon base had been almost destroyed, so he flew directly into space and escaped from the crime scene. Chase! Lewin shouted. We can't let it go like this. The spacecraft launched two more proton missiles, but before the missiles got close to it, they were destroyed by its atomic breath, and the speed of the spacecraft could hardly keep up with it. Don't chase, Lewin said. We are not as fast as it, and we can't catch up. All spacecraft patrol between Blue Star and the moon to see if there are any other invaders. Damn it. Our base. It's almost finished. Base engineer Gu Xingchao was almost vomiting blood in anger. The construction of the lunar base began in the first year after the end of the disaster era, and it has been the fourth year now. When they first landed on the moon, there were still a bunch of insects on the moon. They were all left by the Noah Science Society. They were all cleaned up, and then the base was built. Their goal is too clear. I'm afraid there are their spies on the moon, Song Jinghong said. We found some Zerg on the moon, and most of them were cleaned up. But those insects with strong concealment ability and small size are difficult to completely eliminate. I guess so. He Xingzhou frowned. I don't know which planet in the solar system these two planetary overlords come from. The solar system is too big. Even if there is a planet hidden, humans may not be able to find it now. Not to mention a few planetary monsters. 10,000 planetary monsters are as small as dust on the scale of the universe. Moreover, human space telescopes can only see large celestial bodies that emit or reflect light. Such uninvented objects are difficult to find in space. Mars is the closest to us, so it should be Mars? Lu Mei was not sure. It's hard to say, Cui Weiman said. Didn't the Zerg probe we exchanged from the Order Alliance detect it? There are also many planetary overlords on other planets. The Zerg probes exchanged by the Order Alliance have a speed of 50% of the speed of light. Several of them have already reached Mars and Venus, the neighboring planets of the Blue Planet, where they have discovered a large number of Zerg creatures. Both Venus and Mars have planetary overlords, He Xingzhou said. They may send troops to attack us, but Mars is a greater threat. Comparing Mars and Venus, although Mars is smaller in mass than Venus, it has an advantage that Venus does not have. That is, Venus geological activities have long stopped, while Mars still has geological activities, and there is still a magma layer under the surface of the planet. The Zerg can absorb these geothermal energies to grow rapidly. In comparison, the Zerg evolution speed on Mars may be faster than that on Venus. It is also possible that the Zerg on Venus have other ways of evolution to overtake us. Mars is closer to us, and its planetary environment is more similar to that of the Blue Planet, making it more suitable for our expansion. Xuanwu switched to the image of the Zerg probe on Mars. After Yi Xingzhou finished speaking, the projection image changed. This is an orange-red planet, its surface covered with rich hematite. There are wind and exposed rocks and dust everywhere. The original Mars was dead silent, with only the occasional Martian dust storm showing its power. And now Mars has a breath of life. There are actually some strange plants living on the surface of the planet. They also have leaves to absorb and convert solar energy, and use roots to absorb nutrients from soil and rocks. Of course, these are also Zerg. I remember the pictures taken by the Mars rover before the catastrophe. There were no plants on the surface of Mars. Song Jinghong said. I'm afraid these plants were brought by the Zerg people of the NOAA Science Society. At the beginning, the NOAA Science Society sent several spacecraft to Mars. And each time, they brought a large number of blue star biological seeds. Some of these tall plants can even grow to more than 100 meters high. He Xingzhou smiled and said, if we occupy Mars, these Zerg creatures will directly help us transform the Martian ecosystem. Transforming the ecosystem is an extremely difficult process. To transform a planet into a habitable planet, with the current capabilities of the Blue Star civilization, it is unknown how many years it will take. The Zerg creatures have an extremely strong ability to adapt to the environment. If they are properly controlled, they can be used as tools. For example, there are many mutant creatures on the Blue Star now. After human research, their biological functions can be used. The screen flew around, showing the places where the Zerg probe passed. At this time, they could already see some Martian Zerg creatures. Unlike the Blue Star Zerg, in this special environment, the Martian Zerg often have shells, which are the same as the surface of Mars, all reddish-brown. This is an environmental protection color that makes it difficult for other creatures to detect. They have built huge nests on the surface and underground. The scene comes to the western hemisphere of Mars, the Tharsis Plateau. It is about 14 kilometers high and over 6,500 kilometers wide. There are 5 huge shield volcanoes here. According to human experience, the Zerg in large volcanic areas evolve faster and are often the most powerful Zerg on this planet. Mount Asclepius, Mount Pavones, Mount Arsia, Mount Abad, and the largest one, Mount Olympus. Mount Olympus is the highest volcano on the surface of Mars, 21,171 meters above the Mars base level. The height difference from the foot to the top of Mount Olympus is 21.9 kilometers, which is more than twice the height difference from the foot to the top of the Mauna Kea volcano on Earth. It is also the largest volcano in the solar system known so far. The scene turns to Olympus Mons. The Zerg probe cannot get close to here, and can only be viewed from a distance. There are countless giant beasts flying in and out above this 20,000-meter volcano. According to the survey of their size, half of them have reached the level of planetary overlords. The number observed from a distance alone exceeds 100 different species. And there may be more inside. The same is true for the other 5 shield volcanoes. Seeing this scene, He Hongwei said in horror, on Mars, there may be thousands of Zerg at the planetary overlord level. It is possible to have tens of thousands. He Xingzhou said. Although the evolution of planetary overlords is very difficult and requires devouring a large number of their own kind. But the Zerg on Mars have not been attacked by us. And the Zerg that we humans have eliminated cannot be devoured and evolved. And the bugs devoured by the Zerg can promote their evolution. It has been 14 years since the cataclysm. Let them develop freely. And the number. Everyone felt their scalps tingling. One Aura Zerg king had forced the Blue Star civilization to despair. And now there are so many on Mars. And it has been confirmed that they have evolved the ability to fly in space and consciously destroy the lunar base. If these Zergs attack Blue Star together, the existing forces will definitely not be able to withstand it. Everyone felt a sense of crisis and said, we must deal with this situation as soon as possible. We haven't bothered them yet. But they came to us. He Hongwei said. This accident also exposed that our space military strength is weak. If the Zerg destroys our space facilities like this, it will cause us a lot of trouble. Yes. He Xingzhou nodded and said, it seems that the space fleet plan needs to be accelerated. Improve the Earth-Moon space defense network and monitoring network. And resolutely prevent the Zerg from attacking next time. And build a space fleet at the same time. Before they can come to Blue Star on a large scale. We will drive the fleet over. The battlefield is on Blue Star and the Moon, which has a great impact on our construction. So we have to move the battlefield to Mars and outer space of Mars. And take the lead in launching the Star Wars. Chapter 186 Space Battleship. The key to launching a Star War is naturally to have a mature space battleship. What the Blue Star civilization has now can only be considered as spaceships. Flying around the low Earth orbit are all ordinary spaceships, which are equivalent to the space version of the aerospace mothership. In terms of weapons, proton missiles are enough to harm the planetary overlord. And the upgraded plasma cannons and electromagnetic cannons can also have a good killing effect. The biggest problem now is that the speed of the spacecraft is not enough. When chasing the planetary monster before, it failed to catch up. This kind of spaceship is okay for making planetary mining ships, but it is still far from being able to serve as a main battleship. He Xingzhou left a message to Bai Ningxiang in the subspace virtual universe, asking about space battleships. A few days later, Bai Ningxiang came online. Why weren't you here before? Bai Ningxiang asked. I went to the interstellar construction meeting specially, but you didn't come online. The Zerg attacked our lunar base, He Xingzhou explained. So it was delayed. Do they already have space Zerg? Bai Ningxiang asked in surprise. Then they must have space Zerg nests. Space Zerg nests? He Xingzhou asked. Is it a place like the underwater Zerg nests and volcano Zerg nests, where relevant arms are trained? Bai Ningxiang nodded and said, yes, but the functions of space Zerg nests are far more than that. First of all, at least a planetary behemoth can be born in a space hive. The Zerg born in a space hive are naturally able to adapt to the vacuum environment. Their flying speed in the universe can reach 1% of the speed of light when they are born, and they can continue to grow. When they are injured or lack resources, they can enter a dormant state and drift in the universe for tens of thousands of years. So perverted? He Xingzhou frowned. This is not the most perverted, Bai Ningxiang said. The space hive itself is a space weapon. It is generally excavated from a large mass asteroid. The swarm can push the asteroid to accelerate, give it kinetic energy, and let it hit the planet. If there is a long enough acceleration space, you know the destructive power it will produce. When it hits a planet, the entire planet's ecosystem will be completely destroyed, and the Zerg gene virus scattered in the hive will spread to the entire planet. The Zerg often use this method to occupy other planets. He Xingzhou realized the seriousness of the problem. If there is really a space hive with enough mass hitting the blue planet, can humans stop it? It's hard to say. With human technology now, if it is the asteroid that hit the blue planet 60 million years ago and caused the extinction of dinosaurs, humans may not be able to stop it even if they try their best. But if its mass is increased several times, no space nuclear bomb, plasma ray, or plasma cannon can stop it from hitting the blue planet. Once such a thing happens, it will be a devastating blow to mankind, and most of the civilization will be destroyed. If the Zerg attacks again at this time, the Blue Star civilization will be completely destroyed. So, there are already space Zerg nests in the solar system, and we haven't discovered them yet, He Xingzhou said. Yes, you are in big trouble, Bai Ningxiang said. Not only the Martian Zerg, but also the space Zerg nests that may exist in other places. Never mind those for now, He Xingzhou asked. Do other civilizations have any standards for space battleships? Well, it's mainly based on the navigation speed and strike capability, Bai Ningxiang said. In space combat, the space is extremely wide, and the faster the speed, the greater the advantage. A speed below 10% of the speed of light can only be called a planetary mining ship, a near-Earth orbit research ship, or an engineering ship. At this speed, it is too far-fetched to call it a warship. At most, it can only go around its own planet. A speed of 10% of the speed of light is the entry standard for space warships. This speed, with certain weapons, can be called a conventional planetary-class space warship. If the speed of navigation increases by 10% of the speed of light, the performance level will increase by one level, marked by L1 L9. L9 represents a space warship with a speed of 90% of the speed of light, which is the sublight speed level. He Xingzhou asked in detail, what about the functional distinction? Bai Ningxiang pointed her finger and projected tens of thousands of space battleships in the virtual universe. Each civilization manufactures different battleships, including biological battleships, plant battleships, and star battleships. I will tell you in the usual way. Space reconnaissance ship, a small battleship with fast flight speed and quick response. It is not heavily armed and can be used for reconnaissance, surveillance, etc. Some of them also have stealth functions. Space frigate, a medium-sized battleship with basic space weapons and armor, usually used for escort, equipped with a large number of short-range weapons. It is very effective in destroying small battleships and fighter missiles that cannot be kept up with the artillery fire of large battleships. Space destroyer, a medium-sized warship with medium flight speed, with dense firepower, electromagnetic guns, missiles, plasma weapons, laser weapons, etc., and thicker armor. In the fleet, it is the main output. It is used to deal with other medium-sized warships and small and light warships, and can carry small space mechas, space fighters, etc. Space cruiser, a large space warship with medium flight speed, with large size and mass, and more powerful firepower than a space destroyer. It generally has all common weapons, and generally has a heavy and destructive weapon. Bai Ningxiang said, generally. It is good for a first-level civilization to be able to create a space cruiser. Only when you reach level 1.5 civilization, or above, can you create two types of space battleships that are stronger than these. Space battleship. A heavy space battleship with a slower flight speed. Whether it is size, mass, armor, or firepower, it ranks at the top of the battleship types. Most civilizations use space battleships as command ships in the fleet. That is, motherships. Speaking of this, He Xingzhou said, then the last type is the Star Destroyer. Right? Yes. Bai Ningxiang said. Star Destroyers, strictly speaking, 99% of the first-level civilizations cannot build them. Its definition is that it has a navigation speed of at least 95% of the speed of light, and its firepower is enough to destroy all military bases on a planet. Generally, only the top-level first-level civilizations and second-level civilizations can produce it. If you have a Star Destroyer, it is enough to defeat most first-level civilizations. He Xingzhou asked, if I remember correctly, several members of the Pleiades Society have Star Destroyers? That's different, Bai Ningxiang said. Their Star Destroyers were not made by themselves, but given to them by their main civilization. The Pleiades. How does a Star Destroyer perform against a planet devourer? He Xingzhou was more concerned about this question. Bai Ningxiang thought for a while and said, there is not much information about this. I heard a saying in the virtual universe. It is said that the Zerg's devourers are divided into juvenile, growth, mature, and complete. Star Destroyers can deal with juvenile and growth stage devourers, but the mature stage is already very difficult. As for the complete devourers, forget it. Even if there are Star Destroyers, they can't be their opponents. He Xingzhou thought that the quantum optical brain said that the ultimate planetary weapon could deal with devourers, which should refer to the complete devourers. I understand. He Xingzhou understood that he had to design space reconnaissance ships and frigates to ensure the safety around the blue planet, and at the same time detect the situation of Mars and nearby planets to find space insect nests. If you want to know more about warships, you can go to the civilization arena, Bai Ningxiang said. The virtual war of civilization there can obtain the design drawings of warship parts, various weapons, and the like. Thank you very much. He Xingzhou thanked. Anyway, Bai Ningxiang looked serious. You have to give me strength. I'm betting on you. Don't worry. This is related to the survival of our civilization. I will naturally do my best, He Xingzhou assured. Bai Ningxiang went offline, and He Xingzhou immediately returned to the Sentinel Research Institute to prepare to develop relevant technologies for space battleships. Spend 200 units of energy to unlock the structural design of space battleships. Spend 200 units of energy to unlock the nuclear power ion thruster technology. Spend 300 units of energy to unlock the information of battleship armor materials. Spend 300 units of energy to unlock the combined space thruster technology. Spend 400 units of energy to unlock the invisible coating technology. He Xingzhou unlocked the relevant technology. He wanted to build K1 class space reconnaissance ships and K1 class space frigates at the same time. The design difficulty of these two warships is similar. The size and mass of the reconnaissance ships' weapons are smaller. The weapons are fewer, and the thruster groups are more, which increases maneuverability. The frigate is larger in size and mass, and carries more weapons. Lu Mi. List all the space engine model diagrams. After He Xingzhou finished speaking, Lu Mi had already demonstrated several space engine modules, including nuclear thermal engines, nuclear electric engines, etc. Nuclear thermal engines have high power and consume a lot of energy, and are more suitable for navigation in the atmosphere, while nuclear electric engines are also called plasma thrusters. In the weightless space environment, because the resistance can be ignored, only a small propulsion force is needed to make the object move. Plasma thrusters continuously eject plasma, continuously accelerate, are more stable, and consume less energy. Our space battleships must not only be able to fight in space, but also land on the surface of planets to fight. So both engine methods are needed. He Xingzhou began to design a combination of nuclear thermal and nuclear electric propulsion. It is not difficult to combine them. The difficult part is how to quickly accelerate the warship to 10% of the speed of light. These two alone are not enough, and an acceleration device needs to be designed. He Xingzhou began to design the structural device of the first generation of space propulsion. And in the Academy of Sciences, relevant scientists also began to design simultaneously. In order to achieve the effect as quickly as possible, they plan to upgrade directly on the basic structure of the aerospace mothership. Now humans already have dozens of aerospace motherships. In theory, the aerospace mothership should be able to serve as a planetary outer space defense mission. When it was originally designed, space navigation was considered. Now the structure is being transformed, and it is just right to upgrade to a space battleship. On the moon, the destroyed base is being rebuilt. At the same time, Xiao Mao leads people to the moon to start building the lunar space elevator. At that time, through the Blue Star space elevator and the Moon space elevator, a nighttime Earth-Moon logistics system can be formed, and the time from Blue Star to the moon will be shortened to within 2 hours. The Blue Star civilization continues to develop and build, and the Blue Star Alliance also announced the situation of the Zerg. He Xingzhou wants people to know that they are not sitting back and relaxing. If they want to continue to live in peace, they have to continue to work hard on interstellar construction. Unknowingly, another year has passed. Subspace Virtual Universe. Interstellar Construction Meeting. This is the second year of the newcomer competition, and He Xingzhou is still absent. His ranking has not been updated for 2 years. Other builders basically come once a year to update their rankings and check the situation of their competitors. This year I have risen by 2140 places. See Beast Civilization. Dugong looked at his ranking and was very satisfied. His current ranking is first among several competitors. Our Fishman civilization is about to enter the top 10,000. Fissa said, and he followed closely. Although our ranking is lower, we are improving faster. The voiced voice of the Conch civilization was not willing to be outdone. Brothers, you have to give in to our Siren civilization. Siren pretended to be weak and pitiful, saying, if this continues, our Siren civilization will be defeated. Stop pretending, Dugong said. Don't think I don't know that you are preparing to build a space city. Once the space city is completed, the ranking will rise by at least 5,000. Siren smiled and said, aren't you brothers also building armed asteroids? That is one of the top weapons of the first-level civilization. If it is completed, you will all be qualified to be promoted to the second-level interstellar constructor. In the Black Sea civilization, the elders of the Civilization Council were also looking at the ranking information. It seems that participating in the rookie competition is a good choice. Our affiliated civilizations are progressing very quickly. The Great Elder by Jia is very satisfied. The improvement of the affiliated civilization's strength is equivalent to their own improvement. Blue Star Civilization. Why don't you update the ranking? Bai Jia looked at Bai Ningxiang. Bai Ningxiang said helplessly, they have been attacked by the Zerg recently and are exhausted. I have said long ago that Blue Star Civilization can give up. Second Elder Bai Sha shook his head. What a waste of resources. It seems that Blue Star Civilization can be removed from the list in advance. Third Elder Lan Jiao said. It should be so. Fourth Elder Lan Long and Fifth Elder Han Lin said. Bai Ningxiang said, it's only been 2 years. Why are the elders so anxious? Let's wait another 10 or 20 years. 10 or 20 years. I'm afraid the Blue Star Civilization has already been destroyed. Bai Sha laughed. At this time, he no longer regarded Bai Ningxiang as an opponent. The same was true for the other elders. In the past 2 years, Bai Ningxiang's situation has become increasingly difficult. Most people in the civilization are also dissatisfied with her plan to support the Blue Star Civilization. The resources originally given to her have been cancelled. At this time on Blue Star, He Xingzhou was holding a press conference of the Blue Star Alliance world to announce the birth of another technological creation. The attack on the moon base a year ago taught us a profound lesson, He Xingzhou said to hundreds of millions of viewers. That is, it is absolutely impossible to not have our own space military force. So in the past year, we have not only accelerated the construction of the lunar base, the construction of 10 spaceports, and the construction of the lunar space elevator, but also improved the outer space defense system. In front of the holographic projection, a miniature version of the blue planet and the moon appeared. In the past, the blue planet and the moon were just simple blue planets and moons. From the perspective of space, it was difficult to see human creations. But now, even if the blue planet and the moon are reduced to the size of a basketball court, Countless human masterpieces can be seen on the surface of the blue planet. Human cities, mines, and industrial bases can be seen everywhere. It is spread across 5 continents and 4 oceans. From plains to hills, from plateaus to trenches, industrial machines are working non-stop for 24 hours. Under the deep sea, there are also giant industrial cities in operation. The Dragon Palace envisioned by He Xingzhou has been born. Now there are still human cities and industrial bases 10,000 meters below the deep sea. From the perspective of space, 10 space elevators run across the equator of the blue planet, transferring the materials and resources of the blue planet to space day and night. There are countless satellites and patrol spacecraft flying in the low Earth orbit, and 10 large space stations and spaceports. Needless to say, the space station is used for space research, industry, and life. And in the 3-dimensional spaceport, spacecraft travel, dock, and repair here. The exchanges between the Earth and the Earth are very frequent. Now going to the moon is as simple as going abroad in the past. Seeing this scene, countless people are amazed. It only took us 2 years to complete such a feat. Who would have thought that our civilization could develop to this point a few decades ago? Yes, let's not talk too much. Just say that 6 years ago, we were still worried about survival. But today, our children can freely travel to the moon for sightseeing and work. That's amazing. He Xingzhou said, we are not doing enough now. Our spaceport is still in space. My ideal spaceport should be a place where engineering ships, exploration ships, industrial ships, and space battleships come and go. In order to achieve this goal, in the past 2 years, we have built hundreds of planetary mining ships, space patrol ships, etc., and 2 real space battleships. He Xingzhou's last words instantly excited the media reporters now. Space battleship? We have space battleships. What exactly is a space battleship like? What functions does it have? Can it protect our space security and fight against the Zerg? Everyone wanted to know the true face of the space battleship. He Xingzhou said. Next, let me introduce our first space reconnaissance ship, the Black Dragon. He Xingzhou said. The nano armor was attached to his body, and he quickly flew to the manufacturing dock of the space battleship. A few minutes later, the camera turned and He Xingzhou had arrived at a large space battleship dock in the south of Xinzhou. This was once one of the manufacturing docks for aerospace motherships, and was converted to manufacture space battleships. He Xingzhou floated in the air. Under his feet, the hatch of the dock slowly opened, and it was pitch black inside. Where is the battleship? The audience was curious. They didn't see the battleship at all. The lights were on inside, but it was still dark. Yeah, I didn't see anything. Not here. Is it still underground? He Xingzhou said. Turn off the camouflage. After he said that, everyone saw that a space battleship that was larger than the aerospace mothership was slowly revealing its shape and appeared in front of people. Oh my god! Was it invisible just now? People were amazed. Yeah, I didn't see it at all. Such a big battleship. It seems to have disappeared. How did you do it? He Xingzhou explained. The Black Dragon ship is as its name suggests. It has the function of changing the paint color. What you saw just now is its black paint. It is actually countless tiny black nanoparticles, with a light absorption rate of up to 99.995%. The human eye and general optical detection equipment can hardly detect its existence. When flying in space, it is equivalent to being invisible, so it has powerful stealth and camouflage capabilities. 66. It is really black. It almost does not reflect light at all. No wonder I couldn't see it just now. When it flies in the sky, it is like there is a piece of black cloth in the sky. He Xingzhou continued to introduce. The length of the Black Dragon is 1,500 meters, and the overall shape is somewhat similar to a rocket. It is a vertically long bullet shape, and the front end is a bullet head shape to reduce airflow resistance. In space, there is no air resistance, so space warships can be designed in any shape, such as cubes, long monomers, spheres, or various strange shapes. However, human space warships need to enter the surface of the planet to fight, so the problem of air resistance must be considered. For subsequent warships, He Xingzhou also plans to design a streamlined ship body like an aerospace mothership. These warships will fight across planets, especially Jupiter, which is a gas giant planet. When space warships fight on Jupiter, the impact of air resistance will be very obvious. In addition to its excellent camouflage and detection capabilities, it is also equipped with a shipborne nuclear fusion reactor, space laser weapons, proton missiles, plasma rays, electromagnetic guns, space nuclear bombs, etc. Compared to the aerospace mothership, its most powerful feature is its speed. He Xingzhou said this and had already entered the interior of the Black Dragon, which was full of technological interiors and buildings. The highly intelligent shipborne AI system could meet all kinds of human needs. He Xingzhou came all the way to the power cabin and said, "The Black Dragon uses a nuclear fusion reactor as energy, and uses nuclear thermal thrusters and nuclear electric thruster modules. They can operate at the same time. In space, the Black Dragon's maximum speed can reach 15% of the speed of light. Let me explain it this way. The closest distance between Mars and the blue planet is 55 million kilometers. At this distance, before the catastrophe, our spacecraft would take at least 10 months to reach Mars from the blue planet. And the Black Dragon, sailing at full speed, theoretically only takes 1,300 seconds, or about 21 minutes, from the blue planet to Mars, including the time for acceleration and deceleration, from the blue planet to Mars. If the two planets are at the closest distance of 55 million kilometers, the Black Dragon only needs more than 2 hours. And the farthest distance is 400 million kilometers. And the Black Dragon only needs less than 16 hours. It will be possible to travel to and from Mars within 1 day. After Yi Xingzhou finished speaking, all mankind was amazed. Going to Mars within 1 day? Awesome. It took at least half a year to go to Mars before. With this speed, our blue star civilization can become an interplanetary civilization. 15% of the speed of light has appeared. Is it too far to go to other planets in the future? Commander, he is the best in the world. Brothers, 2 years ago, we were still talking about space battleships. We thought it would take 10 years to make them. But now we have them. Hurry up and sign up for the Space Force and serve on the space battleship. After He Xingzhou introduced the Black Dragon, he came to the dock next to him and opened the hatch. This time, the battleship was not painted with light-absorbing paint. And it was even bigger. It looks like the Doping space mothership has doubled in size. The length of the ship reaches 2,000 meters. The wingspan is 1,300 meters. And it is also a bird-like ship shape. The current paint is silver gray. Majestic and domineering. He Xingzhou said, "What you see now is our first space frigate, the Silver Dragon. It is a kind of small space battleship." When He Xingzhou said this, someone couldn't help but complain, "Is this still a small battleship? It's almost catching up with the planetary overlord." Yes, the supergiant mecha is only this size, but it is assembled by at least 5 or 6 giant mechas. How big is a large battleship? He Xingzhou said, "The size of a large battleship has no upper limit. It is equivalent to a mobile space city. Like the Black Dragon, it is indeed a small space battleship. We will build larger space battleships in the future. The maximum speed of the Silver Dragon in space is 12% of the speed of light. Because of its larger mass, it is slower than the Black Dragon. Compared with the Silver Dragon, its camouflage and reconnaissance capabilities are weaker, but its defense and firepower are stronger." He Xingzhou flew into the hull of the Silver Dragon and pointed at the thick hull and said, "The Silver Dragon has a double-layer hull armor. Even if it is hit by space weapons, the damage it suffers is smaller. It is equipped with space electromagnetic guns, laser weapons, plasma weapons, proton missiles, and electric field generators. And it can carry a small number of space mechas and space drones. The combat capability is 1.5 times that of the Black Dragon." After Yi Xingzhou finished speaking, he issued an order, "Black Dragon, Silver Dragon crew, prepare to board the ship." Received. In the dock, 2 groups of crew appeared. Each group has more than 5,000 people. This is still relatively small. If space destroyers and cruisers are developed in the future, the number of shipboard personnel will reach tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. According to Bai Ningxiang, the mothership of a large fleet can even accommodate a population of millions or tens of millions. In some civilizations, a fleet can carry tens of billions of people. There are even starship civilizations, where the entire civilization lives on the fleet. On the scale of a planet, this number is large. But in a star system, this magnitude is still very small. Space Defense Commander Luan, report to the Commander-in-Chief and the Blue Star Alliance. Luan saluted first. Then, Two burly captains wearing space armor stood up. Captain of the Black Dragon. Ji Xinghua reports to the Commander-in-Chief and the Blue Star Alliance. Captain of the Silver Dragon. Jia Zhua reports to the Commander-in-Chief and the Blue Star Alliance. All crew members of the Black Dragon. All crew members of the Silver Dragon report to the Commander-in-Chief and the Blue Star Alliance. The crew shouted in unison. He Xingzhou also saluted, and then issued an order, saying, "The Black Dragon and the Silver Dragon are the first space reconnaissance ships and frigates of our Blue Star civilization. As the first crew members, you are also the first real space army in the strict sense of our entire civilization. You will undertake the important tasks and missions of exploring space, defending civilization, and expanding the star field. Do you have confidence?" "Yes." More than 10,000 people shouted in unison. With great momentum. He Xingzhou nodded. "Okay. Now all crew members board the ship and prepare to set sail to Spaceport number 1. "Yes." Everyone boarded the ship one after another, and each of them was equipped with a set of space armor. The scene of more than 10,000 people flying into the space battleship made the people almost addicted. "I'm so envious. I also want to be one of them." These are the first batch of soldiers to become space battleship crew members. They have a bright future. Yes, if they do well, they may become colonels or captains of other battleships in the future. These crew members can be familiar with space battleships first. When other space battleships are built, they will naturally become experienced veterans. Promotion is just around the corner. So every crew member is full of expectations and ready to welcome their own journey to the stars and the sea. All the crew members of the Black Dragon are in place. Ji Xinghua shouted in the communicator. All the crew members of the Silver Dragon are in place. Jia Zhua shouted immediately. Luan reported to He Xingzhou. Report to the Commander-in-Chief. The two battleships are ready and waiting for instructions. He Xingzhou shouted without hesitation. Black Dragon. Silver Dragon. Take off immediately. Received. The two space battleships began to ignite, and everyone stepped back. He Xingzhou was suspended in the air, watching from afar. Flight on the surface of the planet mainly relies on nuclear thermal thrusters, and its principle is equivalent to that of large nuclear-powered rocket thrusters. When the thruster started, a huge roar came from the whole world, like the roar of the planetary overlord. The impact of the heat wave, the reverse thrust, and the balancing force generated by the anti-gravity system made the two battleships spit fire dragons and take off at a high speed. Watching these two behemoths launch into space, people felt an indescribable sense of pride. Once upon a time, people could only look up at the stars and admire the wonders of space. Now, their space battleships have taken off and will gradually unveil the mysterious veil of the universe. The speed of space battleships taking off is faster than rockets. On the Chini number 1 space elevator, people can see them more directly as they approach Spaceport number 1. At an altitude of 36,000 meters, it has entered low Earth orbit. The nuclear thermal thruster is turned off. The nuclear electric thruster is started, and it begins to slow down. The Black Dragon took off earlier than the Silver Dragon. After slowing down, it approached the spaceport. The Black Dragon requests to enter the port. The ship's identity is being identified and has been successfully verified. Black Dragon. Welcome to Spaceport number 1. Your berth is 0001. Please enter the port as soon as possible. Silver Dragon requests to enter the port. The warship's identity is being identified and has been successfully verified. Silver Dragon. Welcome to Spaceport number 1. Your berth is 0101. Please enter the port as soon as possible. Space reconnaissance ships and frigates are parked in different berths. The berths here are different from those in ocean ports. The berths in the spaceport are similar to a large, hollow space capsule. When a space warship is parked in it, the space maintenance robots and maintenance mechanical arms in the space will start working. Inspect, repair, add nuclear fusion materials to the warship, and replenish weapons and ammunition. The Black Dragon and the Silver Dragon will conduct the first inspection, and after passing the inspection, they will start to perform their missions. The Silver Dragon will sail near the Blue Star, while the Black Dragon will go to the orbit of Mars for reconnaissance to see if there are any space insect nests. Chapter 187 Space Zerg Nest. The two space battleships stopped at their respective berths. When they saw the Silver Dragon entering the spaceport, the audience on the internet and in the virtual world congratulated one after another. Congratulations to the Black Dragon and Silver Dragon for arriving at the port. Our space battleships have begun service. A congratulatory message from the Space Military Science Academy. A congratulatory message from the Zerg Gene Research Institute. A congratulatory message from the Mecha Hobby Club. We plan to set up a Space Battleship Enthusiasts Club and sincerely invite members to join. After the Black Dragon and the Silver Dragon were inspected and found to have no abnormalities, they began to perform their missions. The Black Dragon covered the hull with a light-absorbing nanoparticle coating again, and the entire battleship turned into darkness and flew towards Mars. The Silver Dragon orbited the Blue Star orbit and the Moon orbit to prevent the Zerg from attacking again. Our next task is to expand the fleet, He Xingzhou said to Yi Hongwei. The number of space reconnaissance ships and frigates should be expanded to at least 50 within 3 years. Space battleships are more difficult to build than aerospace motherships. The special materials required alone require a lot of effort. He Xingzhou has to continue to invest in the design of space destroyers. In terms of power, he can't improve too much for the time being, affected by materials, manufacturing capabilities and other aspects. He can only continue to expand the hull on the basis of the frigate, increase the number and power of weapons carried, and reach the level of destroyers. In the past few years, the main engineering tasks of Blue Star civilization have been to build space elevators and lunar bases. And the next step is to build a space fleet. At this time, Blue Star is not the farthest from Mars, but is in a central position. After reconnaissance near Blue Star, Black Dragon began to head to Mars. It took less than 5 hours to reach the orbit of Mars. It takes several minutes to go from Blue Star to Mars, and the round-trip communication takes more than 10 minutes. For modern people, this is undoubtedly an unbearable delay. If it is a first-level civilization, there is no way to solve this problem. Blue Star can receive stable signals because He Xingzhou exchanged the Interstellar Space Communication Station and launched a space communication satellite in the Order Alliance before. Otherwise, the signal from Mars to Blue Star is prone to fluctuations and loss. Report to the headquarters. We have arrived at the orbit of Mars. We are conducting reconnaissance near Mars, Captain Ji Xingwu reported. None of the commanders spoke. The sounds and images they heard now were from 8 minutes ago. In the image, the Black Dragon approached the outer space of Mars and began to orbit the outer space of Mars for reconnaissance. All the Mars orbit satellites launched by humans before were destroyed by the Zerg. So this time, the Black Dragon released the small communication satellites it brought with it while conducting reconnaissance to improve the Mars reconnaissance system. No Zerg has been found yet. No Zerg activities were found in the outer space of Mars. Are the 2 Zergs that attacked us not from Mars? Song Jinghong asked in surprise. That's even more terrifying, Cui Weiman said. Other planets are farther away from us, and they can send Zerg to attack us. So their strength is stronger than we expected. He Xingzhou ordered, Black Dragon, go to Phobos and Deimos for reconnaissance. Mars has so many planetary overlords, and there must be Zerg going to these 2 satellites to build space insect nests. More than 10 minutes later, the news that Black Dragon received the instruction came back. Mars has 2 natural satellites, Phobos and Deimos. Phobos is 9,370 kilometers from the center of Mars, and its revolution period is 7 hours and 59 minutes, which is much faster than the rotation of Mars. Its size is 13.5 kilometers times 10.8 kilometers times 9.4 kilometers, and its mass is estimated to be 1.38 times 10 to the power of 14 kilograms. The size of Deimos is 15 kilometers x 12.2 kilometers x 11 kilometers, and the mass is 1.8 times 10 to the power of 15 kg. The mass of these 2 satellites is much smaller than that of the Moon, and Deimos is the smallest satellite in the solar system. Because of their small mass, both satellites are not spherical, but irregular bodies. Black Sky first found Deimos, which is farther away from Mars. Its flight orbit is constantly moving away from Mars, and Black Dragon sent a space exploration drone to approach Deimos. This big rock is bare, and the surface is full of pits and potholes caused by meteorite impacts. It is mainly composed of carbon-rich rocks and some ice. Report to the headquarters. We have checked Phobos and found no space insect nest. Ji Xing was sent a message 2 hours later. Then, they went to Phobos. Phobos is larger in mass and volume than Phobos, and it is very close to Mars, only 6,000 kilometers from the surface of Mars. According to its orbital plan, if there is no interference from external factors, this satellite may fall into Mars in 50 million years, causing a large-scale satellite collision disaster. The Black Dragon approached Phobos, and the space mecha and space drone were released to scout Phobos. Everyone's perspective came to Phobos, the small satellite. Its composition is the same as that of Phobos, which is a mixture of carbon-containing rocks and a large amount of ice. The surface is bumpy, and there is a crater and crater chain with a diameter of 8,000 meters. When sampling the surface, the space mecha and space drone did not find anything unusual. It looks like just an ordinary satellite. However, when the detection machine came to the crater of Phobos, it found something unusual. High-energy reactions were detected in the crater. The thermal image shows that there are several giant beasts. Report to the captain. A planetary monster has been found. The robot flew into the crater while transmitting the information and taking pictures of it. The original crater pit was only 500 meters deep. But now, the crater pit has been dug to the bottom. When the drone landed, thermal imaging showed that there were Zerg everywhere. Several space planetary behemoths were digging the asteroid, and some of them were species that humans had never seen before. This is a giant black ellipsoidal bug. They have no extra limbs, only a head and a tail. They are huge in size and have a very high thermal energy reaction. But they did not attack the drones. They were laying eggs and raising offspring. One of the drones even captured a newly born planetary behemoth eating an ellipsoidal giant bug. That should be the wet nurse bug used by the Zerg to raise space Zerg. Song Jinghong analyzed. The satellite is extremely short of energy, and there is no way to grow these Zerg. This kind of nurse bugs should be transported from Mars to space by bugs. Obviously, they are building a space bug nest. He Xingzhou nodded and said, "It seems that they have not built it successfully. Then the planetary overlord, who attacked us before, should not be from Mars. They haven't even finished building their own bug nests. And they deliberately come to provoke us, which will only hurt both sides." Yes, LV May judged. The ones who attacked us should be the Zerg from other space bug nests. We can't let them build a space bug nest, He Hongwei said. Blow it up. Although Phobos is small, it is compared with other satellites. Compared with our space battleships, it is still a behemoth, He Xingzhou said. We can only launch a few large-yield space hydrogen bombs to destroy the current part. When the bugs react, we still can't destroy them. For large mass objects such as celestial bodies, the space hydrogen bomb is more powerful than the several space weapons of mankind. Plasma cannons and rays can only achieve local destruction. Proton missiles destroy defensive armor to generate super strong electric fields. This trick is useless for satellites. Black Dragon. Prepare to destroy it and evacuate immediately, He Xingzhou ordered. Don't fight with the Zerg. After all, the Black Dragon is just a space reconnaissance ship. If it really fights with the space Zerg, it may not be able to gain an advantage. 10 minutes later, Ji Xingwu responded to the message. Yes. My ship is preparing to attack. Not only was he preparing to attack, the Zerg were also preparing to attack. After discovering the human space mecha, the planetary overlord Zerg flew out of Phobos to look for the location of the Black Dragon. Because of the camouflage of the Black Dragon, they have not yet discovered the Black Dragon. On the surface of Mars, the Olympus Mountains, and the 5 shield volcanoes, there are also huge planetary overlord Zerg flying into the sky and heading for space. On the Black Dragon, Ji Xingwu ordered, fire 1/3 of our space hydrogen bombs. Target, Phobos crater. At least destroy the current Zerg nest and blow up all the young planetary behemoths inside. Yes. The crew immediately began to operate. Fire. Dozens of space hydrogen bombs were fired from the Black Dragon, shooting at the Phobos hive at different angles and directions. When they appeared, the planetary overlords discovered the location of the Black Dragon. Some of these huge Zergs flew towards the Black Dragon, and some went to the Zerg to intercept human weapons. Some space nuclear bombs had been detonated in advance by the planetary overlords with atomic breath, but several still fell into the crater. The space was silent, but the light produced by the explosion illuminated the sky in a short time. If you are on the surface of Mars, you can see a flash of light in the sky. The space hive that had just been built was destroyed, and the planetary overlords had already killed them. Their flying speed was extremely fast. Several fast-flying giants could even exceed 10% of the speed of light. Through the detection satellite, Ji Xingwu saw that at least 10 planetary overlords were chasing them. And there were also giants in the atmosphere of Mars. Quickly retreat, he shouted. Return to Blue Star. Turn on acceleration mode. Replan the route. Destination: Blue Star Number 1 spaceport. The Black Dragon quickly fled the scene, and the space engine was turned to the maximum. Behind the ship, a planetary monster had already chased it, spitting out atomic breath, one of which hit the Black Dragon's hull. Warning: the hull armor is partially damaged, and the temporary valve has been activated. Seeing this, Ji Xinghua gritted his teeth and said, "Turn on engine overload. Engine overload will cause great damage to the thruster. Once the overload is too high, it may also cause an explosion. But at this time, he can no longer care about so much. If they continue like this, they will definitely crash here. Turn on engine overload. Currently overload 5%. The speed of the Black Dragon increased a lot, but it still couldn't pull away. At this distance, it could still be attacked by the atomic breath of the planetary overlord. Atomic breath is also plasma energy, attacking at the speed of light. It is impossible to avoid it at a speed of more than 10%. Overload 10%, Ji Xinghua said. 10% overload is almost the limit that this space reconnaissance ship can bear. Its thrusters are on the verge of exploding at any time. The speed of the Black Dragon increased again, and finally left the planetary overlords chasing behind. Relying on its camouflage color, it disappeared into space. The humans ran away. The Zergs were also communicating, and they were very angry. Humans actually have space battleships so quickly, and they destroyed the space Zerg nest we are building. It's all because of that rubbish aura. Who can't even deal with the humans on Blue Star? Don't chase. We can't catch up. We don't have many space troops now. When our troops are stronger, we will directly attack Blue Star and occupy that planet. The planetary overlords gave up the chase and began to patrol around the orbit near Mars, destroying satellites, space drones, and other equipment released by humans. The Black Dragon has escaped successfully. More than 8 minutes later, the command center received the news of what had just happened. Fortunately, the mission is completed. He Xingzhou issued another order, saying, "Black Dragon, return to the port for maintenance immediately." Fortunately, they left. He Hongwei breathed a sigh of relief. The flying speed of these bugs is almost reaching L2 level. Yes, He Xingzhou said. We can also upgrade the battleship to L2 level. Another point is that our battleship can only rely on armor protection when it encounters an attack, which is too disadvantageous. The armor cannot block the atomic breath. Fortunately, the Black Dragon was not directly hit in the power cabin just now. Otherwise this space patrol ship would explode directly. When they attacked the Zerg had a plasma protective layer for defense. Can we create a similar protective layer? Lu Mei asked. He Xingzhou said, the Zerg's plasma protective layer is actually energy shield technology, using magnetic fields to bind plasma. A layer of ultra-high temperature protective layer is formed to resist energy attacks. We are developing it, and it should be able to be used on the new generation of cruisers. A few hours later, the Black Dragon returned to the port. The hull was damaged by more than 50%, and because the engine was overloaded, the damage to the thruster group was particularly serious. It can no longer be used and needs to be replaced. But their gains this time were worth it, disrupting the construction of the space hive of the Martian Zerg. In the headquarters, He Xingzhou was discussing the next tactic with the commanders, and a message from Mars gave him a headache. The Zerg probe was found by the Zerg just 8 minutes ago. The Zerg probe that He Xingzhou exchanged at the Order Alliance was found by the Zerg. They did not destroy it directly, but took it as a captive and captured it in the Zerg nest. A message came, and the screen showed a blonde human face. That is the Zerg body of the Zerg King Noah, Xuanwu said. The intelligence department shows that Noah's body went to Mars on the Mars spacecraft of the Noah Science Society during the cataclysm. I didn't expect that we would meet an old friend again, Chui Weiman complained. This Noah. I remember that it was swallowed by Aura, Lu Mei said. At that time, we thought it was a subordinate of Aura, so it was eaten by Aura King without any resistance. Now it seems that this is not the case. Noah greeted the camera and smiled. Humans of Blue Star civilization. It's been a long time. I didn't expect to see your little gadgets on Mars. It seems that you have also entered the space age. I didn't want to have friction with you. I grew up well on Mars. As it said that, it also deliberately showed humans the interior of the Olympus hive. The largest known volcano in the solar system is a supergiant hive. Its volume is larger than any hive on the blue planet. Compared with the Olympus hive, The Mariana Trench hive of King Mana and the Atlantic hive of King Aura were just small grass bags. Here is the magnificent Zerg Palace and supergiant biochemical factory. Noah has 5 more supergiant volcanic hives like this. Life here is very comfortable. Noah seemed to be doubting. The resources on the blue planet are richer than Mars. But there are too many competitors. Here, I am the only king. I could have evolved into a planet devourer, built a space hive, and then competed with my other kind for hegemony in the solar system. Such a perfect plan was interrupted by you. Its face twisted. You destroyed the Phobos space hive that I built with great difficulty. So wait for my Zerg army to return to the blue planet and turn all of you into Zergmen, making you live a life worse than death and become decorations for the hive. As he spoke, the picture turned and was shown on the wall of the hive. On the wall, there were humans, or Zergmen. Everyone recognized them. Those people were all famous figures on the blue planet before the catastrophe. Big capitalists on Wall Street, big figures in some countries, international superstars, sports stars, world models, artists, writers. These humans who were once world-renowned and powerful were all made into Zergmen, pierced through their bodies by bone spurs, and hung on the wall, just like humans hang the skulls of wild animals on their walls and collect them as trophies. Because they have become Zerg people. They can't die even if they want to, and can only endure the pain all the time. After experiencing the era of disaster, the commanders have super psychological qualities, and no one will feel afraid, Lu Mei said regretfully, although some of them really deserve to die. They are also innocent victims, He Xingzhou said, as a human being. The greatest mercy to them is to end their lives. He Xingzhou sent a message to the Zerg probe, Noah. When we go to Mars, we will build a huge city on Mars, and your body will be displayed in the Mars Memorial Hall for future people to visit and warn. 10 minutes later, Noah sent a message, very good, He Xingzhou, and the commander of the so-called Blue Star Alliance. You will become one of my precious collections. The communication was interrupted. Noah did not destroy the probe, but sealed it in the insect nest. This group of humans really exceeded my expectations. Noah was surrounded by a group of planetary overlord-level Zerg. He said, if we are careless like Aura again, we may fall into their hands. My king, what should we do? The insects asked. Noah said, from now on, send a special Zerg patrol team to patrol the orbit near Mars. No more human sneak attacks will happen. My king, the space hive of Phobos has been destroyed, and its mass has also been lost a lot. The explosion of the space hydrogen bomb caused a large amount of rocks and ice on Phobos to shatter and fall on the surface of Mars. Noah said, push Deimos. Let the construction troops fuse the 2 satellites of Deimos and Phobos together to build a new space hive. This time, we will build a stronger space hive. Yes. The planetary overlords took action. They flew to the space of Mars and were divided into 3 groups. One group patrolled the outer space to prevent human warships from harassing them. One group flew to Phobos, and the other group flew to Deimos. It is very difficult to propel a satellite. As an advanced civilization, the Zerg had already prepared. Several giant planetary overlords swallowed enough energy from the surface of Mars and flew into space. They spewed plasma, transformed into giant biological plasma thrusters, and pushed the satellite to move slowly. 5 years passed. This is the 8th year since the Blue Star civilization joined the Order Alliance. He Xingzhou still did not go to the planetary construction meeting to update his ranking, because he knew very well that some of the technological creations built by humans now were not enough to push his ranking to the forefront. In these 5 years, the Blue Star Alliance has more than 100 space reconnaissance ships and space frigates. In addition, a lot of various space research ships, engineering ships, and mining ships have also been built. The Star System communication system has been further improved, relying on the launch of a large number of space communication satellites. The Blue Star Alliance has been able to establish a smooth communication network around Venus, Blue Star, the Moon, and Mars. The construction of the Blue Star surface and the construction of the lunar base have further developed. Now several large bases have been built on the surface of the Moon. In addition, there are nuclear fusion raw material helium-3 mines and refineries, as well as a space battleship dock. Regarding Mars, in recent years, the Blue Star Alliance has been sending space reconnaissance ships to explore. It was discovered that the Martian Zerg has spliced Phobos and Deimos together. Its mass and volume are far greater than before. The Zergs built space hives again, and continuously transported materials from the surface of Mars to the space hives. Detection intelligence shows that more and more Zergs can fly into space. Intelligence departments predict that the number of planetary overlords that can fight in space may exceed 200. These planetary overlords are all primary planetary overlords or above, and each has the combat power of a space frigate. And high-level planetary overlords have the strength of space cruisers. Not only is the Blue Star Alliance detecting their strength, NOAA also often sends Zergs to detect the strength of the Blue Star Alliance and try to destroy some space creations. Some satellites were destroyed by them, but the spaceport, space elevator, and lunar base in the near-Earth orbit of Blue Star were not affected under the protection of the escort fleet. As the communication between the two sides became more and more frequent, the outbreak of the interstellar war between the Blue Star Alliance and the Zerg on Mars was getting closer and closer. Destroyers? At least destroyers are needed to go to Mars. He Xingzhou has been designing space destroyers. In the past 5 years, he has completed the general structural design of space destroyers. He has even designed the L2 class space warship thruster upgraded to 20% of the speed of light. There is only one key technology left: the energy shield technology. Let the plasma wrap the entire outer layer of the warship, not damage itself, and be able to offset the enemy's attack. All you need is a controllable, powerful magnetic field. On the quantum optical computer, He Xingzhou has unlocked and broken through several technologies, such as the upgraded nuclear fusion reactor technology, closed magnetic field generation technology, upgraded plasma control technology, etc. Spend 1,000 units of energy to unlock the primary warrior energy shield technology. He Xingzhou was finally able to unlock the finalized technology, and the quantum optical computer passed the information to him. In the armor layer of the battleship, install a layer of magnetic field control and plasma ejection holes. Can this design complete the energy shield? He Xingzhou began to design. A month later, he obtained the first version of the energy shield design diagram. Lu Mi. Simulate, He Xingzhou said. Okay, master. Lu Mi simulated a space battleship, and it started to activate the energy shield. The nuclear fusion reactor heated a large amount of heavy hydrogen into plasma, and sprayed it near the battleship through the nozzle. It was not launched like a plasma weapon, but was bound by the strong magnetism generated by the battleship's hull and kept around the battleship. Success? He Xingzhou was about to be happy, but Lu Mi said, Master, it was found during the dynamic simulation that the plasma damaged the battleship's hull. Failed. He Xingzhou frowned and thought. He had no problem binding the plasma outside the battleship now, but he had to ensure that the plasma would not burn the battleship's armor. Design a double magnetic field? The inner magnetic field pushes away the plasma, and the outer magnetic field binds the plasma, so that the plasma can be surrounded by the battleship to form an energy shield. The battleship shell needs to be improved, and an extendable outer magnetic field generator needs to be added. He Xingzhou thought of the big horns and spines of the spiny-backed hornworm king. Those biological organs can generate super strong electric and magnetic fields. If similar mechanical mechanisms can be designed, it should be possible. He started to improve the design again. Another month later, He Xingzhou called Lu Mi again. Lu Mi. Simulate the energy shield. Here it comes. Lu Mi simulated. This time, several magnetic field generators extended from the space battleship, and the plasma was slowly emitted. The strong magnetic field bound it and prevented it from escaping. When it was about to approach the battleship armor, it was pushed away by a reverse magnetic field. The ultra-high temperature plasma flowed on the surface of the battleship, thus forming a plasma protective layer. Simulated attack, He Xingzhou said. Space hydrogen bomb simulated attack. Lu Mi let the space hydrogen bomb attack the simulated battleship. The hydrogen bomb warhead was detonated by the plasma protective layer outside before it hit the hull. The generated fragments were all vaporized by the plasma, and the rest of the damage hit the armor, so the damage was limited. Laser weapon attack simulation. Several lasers hit the battleship, and all were blocked by the energy shield. Electromagnetic gun attack simulation. The small electromagnetic gun was vaporized by the energy shield before it hit the hull. The large electromagnetic gun can still penetrate the shield. This shield has a load limit. If it exceeds its load limit, it will be pierced and attack the ship. Even so, the power of the electromagnetic gun has been greatly reduced. Proton missile simulated attack. If the energy shield can melt the outer protective layer of the proton missile, it can stop it. If not, the proton missile can still penetrate the warship. He Xingzhou is very satisfied with the results of the simulation test. In most cases, the energy shield can be used, which is enough. In this case, then start making space destroyers immediately, He Xingzhou thought. In addition to the shield, I have to design a weapon that can deal with emergencies. In the Blue Star, every time they fought, the Zerg would have an evolutionary body beyond their imagination. Some Zergs are very cunning and will hide a trump card. And Noah has already evolved to the planetary overlord. Its evolution level must be much higher than those of the primary planetary overlords. I have to hide a trump card too. As for weapons, the most powerful one now is the proton missile. It is only in the primary stage, and I can continue to upgrade it. When He Xingzhou was painstakingly studying space battleships and space weapons, the edge of the solar system, an unmanned space reconnaissance ship was flying towards the edge of the solar system, and its speed was extremely fast, reaching the sublight speed level. We have reached the edge of the solar system and are about to enter the solar system. The intelligence system on the warship transmitted the information back through the subspace communicator. The space reconnaissance ship has finally arrived in the solar system. In the virtual universe, the members of the Pleiades were sitting together. Even the Sirius civilization, which is only 8.6 light years away from the solar system, takes 10 years to reach the solar system at sublight speed. But this space reconnaissance ship was not launched after they saw He Xingzhou in the virtual universe, but was already in a nearby star system before. So it came to the solar system so quickly. We have already detected the Wolf star system, the Lalandi star system, and the Badner star system, and have not found any traces of the Blue Star civilization. The solar system is very likely. Ruger of the Bessel civilization analyzed. There are 8 planets in the solar system, and the orbits of the 3rd planet, Blue Star, and the 4th planet, Mars, are very suitable for carbon-based life. There may also be life on the satellites of several other planets. If the Blue Star civilization is in the solar system, it is on one of these planets. I will let the reconnaissance ship detect these suspicious planets, said Grey Wolf of the Sirius civilization. They control the space reconnaissance ship to move forward. At this time, even if they appeared outside the Earth, the Blue Star civilization could not detect them, because their space reconnaissance ship is L9 class. Not only has a sublight speed, but also has stronger firepower and stealth capabilities. Their warship soon arrived at the Kuiper belt outside the solar system. This is a dense disc-shaped area of celestial bodies beyond the orbit of Neptune. It is similar to the asteroid belt, densely covered with celestial bodies and meteorites. But the range and mass are much larger than the asteroid belt. The space reconnaissance ship was about to go to Neptune for exploration, when it passed through a meteorite. It was suddenly attacked by a plasma cannon. The energy shield of the space reconnaissance ship rose instantly. But this attack actually penetrated the energy shield and left a scar on the battleship armor. Weapons of Blue Star civilization? Grey Wolf said in horror. Can they penetrate the shield of our L9 class space reconnaissance ship? Everyone was silent. The space reconnaissance ship continued to approach. And then, they found that it was not a warship that was attacking them, but a patrol satellite. The space reconnaissance ship launched an attack and destroyed the patrol satellite. The appearance of the patrol satellite was transmitted to the subspace virtual universe. Rafar of the Nanha civilization said, "This is not a weapon made by the Blue Star civilization, but something in the Order Alliance T2 reward library. A star system patrol satellite of the 2nd level civilization. That's why it can penetrate the energy shield of the planetary L9 reconnaissance ship. I remember that Chumfong had the opportunity to exchange for the T2 reward." That's right, Ruger agreed. How could a 1st level civilization hurt this battleship? Keep going. They were about to continue to other planets, and several planetary monsters flew out from the nearby Neptune and rushed towards the direction of the reconnaissance ship. It's the Zerg. The Zerg is in this star system, and the Blue Star civilization is undoubtedly in the solar system. Chapter 188 Attack. Mars. These planetary beasts headed straight for the space reconnaissance ship. Their speed was extremely fast, exceeding 50% of the speed of light. If it was sailing normally, the space reconnaissance ship could avoid their pursuit. But just now it had been hit by the star system patrol satellite. The hull was partially damaged, and the speed was affected. Several beasts were about to catch up, and Grey Wolf was about to let the reconnaissance ship overload and accelerate. but found that there were also beasts in the space ahead. There are still bugs in space. There is a space bug nest here, Grey Wolf judged. The reconnaissance ship can't escape. Then release all the reconnaissance satellites, Ruger said. On the reconnaissance ship, millions of reconnaissance satellites flew to all directions of the solar system. The reconnaissance ship fought with the bugs, and it fired some kind of weapon to kill a planetary monster behind it. One of the planetary monsters, huddled in its shell, like a giant egg, accelerated and crashed into the space reconnaissance ship. The weapon of the reconnaissance ship did not smash it. It passed through the energy shield and directly hit the hull, smashing half of the battleship. This power is more terrifying than the electromagnetic cannon of the space battleship. The energy shield and hull armor of the battleship failed to stop it. Our reconnaissance ship is destroyed, Grey Wolf said. Its purpose has been achieved, Ruger said. At least we have confirmed that the Zerg is in the solar system. And the Blue Star civilization is likely to be there too. Dandast of Tianyuan civilization wondered if the Zerg can penetrate our L9 class space reconnaissance ship. The Blue Star civilization, as a level 1.0 civilization, cannot stop them. Raphael of Nanha civilization said. Chung Feng of the Blue Star civilization participated in the rookie competition of the Interstellar Construction Association, but has not appeared in 8 years since the competition. They may be attacked by the Zerg. No matter what the Blue Star civilization does, we must take over the solar system, Ruger said. I have asked the main civilization. The solar system is so close to us. Whether it is occupied by the Blue Star civilization or the Zerg, it will be disadvantageous to us, especially the Zerg, before they evolve into planet devourers and space beasts. Destroy them first. Everyone nodded. Compared with the Blue Star civilization, they were more worried about the Zerg. If the Zerg devours the solar system, it will inevitably evolve to a stronger level. At that time, even the second-level civilization will face their threats. Ruger arranged, Grey Wolf. Sirius civilization continued to send space reconnaissance ships to the solar system. Nanha civilization. Tianyuan civilization. You are only a dozen light-years away from the solar system. You two civilizations start preparing fleets and cooperate with Sirius civilization to take over the solar system. Yes, several people responded. Ruger said, it will take at least 15 years for your warships to reach the solar system. During this time, collect more intelligence from the solar system. The news that the Interstellar Patrol satellite discovered the alien warship was sent directly to the subspace communicator. The location is at the edge of the solar system. Fortunately, there are Interstellar Patrol satellites. Otherwise, even if the enemy's warships arrive at the blue planet, we can't find them, Chui Weiman said. The Interstellar Patrol satellite is a subspace communication that can exceed the speed of light. Their warships seem to have been damaged by the Zerg. He Hongwei felt uneasy. For us, it's simply adding insult to injury. They didn't know how many space reconnaissance ships the enemy had. In addition, the strength shown by the Zerg also frightened them. The L9 class planetary space reconnaissance ship was actually destroyed by the Zerg, and the strength of the Zerg on other planets is even greater than that on Mars. Internal and external troubles. He Xingzhou sighed. We don't have any energy to deal with the alien fleet now, and our strength is not enough, Luan said. The Zerg on Mars alone is enough to give us a headache. He Xingzhou thought for a while and said, I'm afraid we have to talk to the Black Sea civilization about this matter. The enemy came too quickly, and they didn't have so much time to grow and strengthen their strength. Sirius civilization, Tianyuan civilization, and Tianhe civilization are all civilizations above level 1.8. Moreover, they have the help of the Pleiades Society. All have L9 sublight speed warships, and also have planetary super weapons such as star destroyers. It can be said that if a star destroyer comes to Blue Star, they can be wiped out. Even if He Xingzhou has a quantum optical brain and can unlock more technologies, it will be too late. No wonder the quantum optical brain said that even if the technology can be unlocked, the success rate is terribly low. He Xingzhou finally understood that since the catastrophe era, crises that are enough to destroy civilization have come one after another, and many times, these crises exceed their ability to cope with them. He Xingzhou entered the subspace virtual universe and contacted Bai Ningxiang. Bai Ningxiang has rarely appeared recently, and her possession Dubai has been sleeping. He Xingzhou sent her a message, asking her to come to the office to discuss matters. In the initial city, you can rent a small house as an office for 100 universe coins per year. Usually only when Hung is in this office. Almost no one comes here. And the civilization here has no interest in weak civilizations. And the Pleiades has already said that it wants to take over the solar system. So those civilizations will not come to make friends with them. Commander-in-Chief. When Hung greeted He Xingzhou. Any recent intelligence? He Xingzhou asked. There is one thing. I bought it with 300 universe coins. When Hung said. It's about the Black Sea civilization. What information? When Hung continued, the intelligence provider said that the Black Sea civilization was once a civilization above level 3, and was more powerful than the main civilization of the Pleiades society. The Pleiades civilization. It was defeated in the process of going to war with a certain civilization. The entire civilization began to decline. And the civilization that attacked them was still hunting them down. So the Black Sea civilization has been trying to survive. Originally, with their strength, the Pleiades society would never dare to offend them. Now the Pleiades society is deliberately attacking them, trying to get some of the remaining advanced technologies of the Black Sea civilization. So that's how it is. He Xingzhou thought about it, and understood that the Black Sea civilization cultivated those subordinate civilizations just for refuge. The enemy of the enemy can cooperate. Since the Black Sea civilization itself has conflicts with the Pleiades, I am more confident in this negotiation. He Xingzhou praised. Well done. When Hung smiled bitterly and said, this is just the information bought from the trading hall. Now no civilization has formed a friendly alliance with us. Which is shameful. This has nothing to do with you. He Xingzhou said. Weak countries have no diplomacy. And weak civilizations are the same. When we become strong, many civilizations will naturally come to us, form an alliance with us, or provide us with information. I hope this day will come soon. When Hung said. He Xingzhou waited for several hours. And then he saw Bai Ningxiang. She still looked small and delicate, but her body was very proud. And her white fish tail floated in the space of the virtual universe. He Xingzhou said straight to the point. We found the space reconnaissance ship of the Pleiades society. And it was destroyed by the Zerg. So soon? Hearing what He Xingzhou said, Bai Ningxiang's expression changed and said, this disrupted my plan. I think they have confirmed that you and the Zerg are in the solar system. And they will soon send a fleet to attack you. Yes. He Xingzhou said. We don't have the ability to stop them now. That's why I want to ask you for help and balance it a little. This makes it difficult for me. Bai Ningxiang gently stroked the forehead with golden water patterns. Looking embarrassed, He Xingzhou said, I have nothing to hide from you about the situation of Blue Star civilization. And you know it all. Now we have to focus on dealing with the Zerg on Mars. Our interests are the same. Who has the same interests as you? Bai Ningxiang retorted. No matter what the Blue Star civilization does, it will not affect the Black Sea civilization. Who knows this? He Xingzhou shrugged and said, I don't know why you want us to eliminate the Zerg on Jupiter. But I guess it has a lot to do with the Black Sea civilization. Jupiter has the largest mass among all the planets in the solar system, which means that Jupiter also has the most resources. If any planet in the solar system gave birth to the devourer of planets first, it must be Jupiter. To deal with the Zerg of Jupiter, we have to deal with the Zerg of the entire solar system. You know the situation we are facing. It is already difficult to deal with the Zerg. If an alien civilization fleet comes at this time, all the efforts you and I have made before will be in vain. Bai Ningxiang floated opposite He Xingzhou and said, it's useless for you to tell me these. I personally prefer to believe you and help you. But I can't make others believe this. So? He Xingzhou knew that she must have had some idea when she said that. So you have to prove your strength, Bai Ningxiang said. The Interstellar Construction Association's newcomer competition is too late in terms of time. You still need at least 30 to 50 years to prove your potential. By that time, the Blue Star civilization may have been destroyed. If you can completely eliminate the Zerg on Mars within 3 years, I will have a way to convince the members of our organization to help you contain the Pleiades and prevent them from attacking the solar system easily. 3 years? He Xingzhou thought about it. This was a bit difficult. Bai Ningxiang continued. Several members of the Pleiades made preparations for the war and mobilized the fleet, which was about this time. Okay. He Xingzhou agreed immediately and said. Then 3 years. Within 3 years, we will definitely destroy the Zerg on Mars. I'll wait and see, Bai Ningxiang said. He Xingzhou went back to make preparations immediately. Immediately build a large number of L2 class space reconnaissance ships and frigates. And start building space destroyers. He Xingzhou began to design space cruisers and more advanced weapons. They certainly cannot produce a large number of space cruisers within 3 years. He Xingzhou only needs to produce a few ships and use them as the command ships of the fleet. On the other side, Bai Ningxiang also returned to the Black Sea civilization. She told He Xingzhou easily, but the facts were not so. From the beginning to now, the Black Sea civilization has never taken the Blue Star civilization seriously. Not to mention that the Blue Star civilization is weak. It is not their subordinate civilization. If humans were in their position, they would not be willing to help the Blue Star civilization. The Black Sea civilization world is a rocky planet with a large mass. Its surface is not rock, but an endless deep sea. In the universe, if a planet is just right from a star and has a lot of water resources, it will become an ocean planet. Blue Star is an ocean planet, but the ocean on Blue Star is only a juvenile compared to the Black Sea civilization. The surface of the Black Sea civilization planet is all covered by an ocean more than 10,000 meters deep. The deepest place on the blue planet is just the average depth here. There is no land on this planet, except for the artificial floating islands, because the ocean is too deep. The seawater here does not look blue, but black. So the name they translated in the virtual universe is called Black Sea civilization. Under the deep sea, there is a brilliant civilization, various magnificent deep sea buildings, strange marine creatures, endless deep sea ships, etc. Are there spaceships and warships flying from the deep sea to outer space? In the deep sea, in a giant bubble-like building somewhere. Bai Ningxiang came here after logging off from the virtual universe. This is the Black Sea civilization, the Iceberg Investigation Association, one of the 5 major forces. The purpose of establishing this force is to find out the truth about the attack on the Black Sea civilization. After knowing the truth, they can prescribe the right medicine to revive the Black Sea civilization. Bai Ningxiang's mother, Bai Bing, was once one of the founders of the Iceberg Investigation Society. Now Bai Ningxiang can attend the Civilization Council with the support of the Iceberg Investigation Society. When Bai Ningxiang came here, hundreds of veterans of the Investigation Society had been waiting for her for a long time. Bai Ningxiang, what's the news about the Blue Star civilization? One of them asked. He was an important veteran of the Investigation Society. Bai Shirza, Bai Ningxiang said truthfully, they found the reconnaissance ship of the Pleiades Society and wanted us to check and balance the Pleiades Society. After hearing this information, the elders of the Iceberg Investigation Committee began to discuss. The Pleiades Society has discovered them and will certainly launch an attack on them. Bai Shirza said, the Blue Star civilization will certainly not be able to withstand their attack. Everyone, we have to study whether to help them. No need to study. The Blue Star civilization can give up. Another elder, Bai Yu, said, the Zerg and the Pleiades Society have a double blow, and their chance of survival is 0. We should adjust our strategy in time and reach an agreement with other elders of the Civilization Council. Help a subordinate civilization and make plans for our future. His idea was supported by most people. Everyone knew that once the Black Sea civilization was in danger, one of the subordinate civilizations would become the new main civilization. The elders responsible for support will become the leaders of the new civilization. If they make the wrong choice at this time, they will face suppression and liquidation in the future. Bai Ningxiang said, dear elders, I want to say that we should continue to help them. Now with other elders may not appreciate it. And the potential of Blue Star civilization exceeds that of any other affiliated civilization. It does have potential, but the universe is cruel, and there is no time and opportunity for them to grow. Lan Yu said, Bai Ningxiang, I know you are very optimistic about Blue Star civilization, but this concerns all of us, and we cannot judge based on our own preferences. Bai Ningxiang continued, don't you want to find evidence that those black hands secretly released Zerg into the weak star system? If our civilization had not been attacked by the Zerg and the enemy, it would not have fallen to this point. The mastermind behind the scenes is secretly breeding Zerg as a weapon of war. If we find evidence and submit it to the Order Alliance, the Alliance will definitely be able to eliminate them and restore the glory of our Black Sea civilization. After Bai Ningxiang finished speaking, the elders present were silent. This is exactly the purpose of the establishment of the Iceberg Investigation Committee. They also encountered Zerg attacks at the beginning. This caused a huge disaster to the Black Sea civilization. During this period, the investigators headed by Bai Bing discovered that the Zerg were deliberately released by other civilizations. They began to investigate the truth, and when they found that there were Zerg in the solar system, They paid a lot of attention to it. No need to investigate. Bayou sighed. We don't want to know the truth. But the truth is beyond our ability. If we continue to investigate, we will face the danger of survival before we get the result. Blue Star Civilization can help us investigate. Bai Ningxiang persuaded. It's like an investment. We only need to invest a small amount of resources to get a possibility. If Blue Star Civilization can grow up, they can not only deal with the Zerg, but also contain the Pleiades society, and help us find evidence and improve our voice within the civilization. This is a win-win situation. Bai Shirza asked Bai Ningxiang. How do you want everyone to believe you that Blue Star Civilization can do all this? Bai Ningxiang said, I have discussed with He Xingzhou that within 3 years, they will completely eliminate the Zerg on Mars to prove their strength. If they can do it, they are worth investing in. If they can't, we can't do anything. 3 years? The Blue Star Civilization has just entered space. And they want to conquer Mars? Bai Shirzao knows the situation of the solar system very well. Their Black Sea Civilization has been investigating the situation of the solar system. On Mars, many planetary overlords and space Zerg have evolved. Even a level 1.5 civilization may not have the strength to defeat them. Without the help of our weapons, they can't do this. Bai Yu said directly. So this can prove their strength. Bai Ningxiang said. Okay. Bai Shirzao agreed. I agree with this proposal. Whatever. Bai Yu said. Just treat it as our last attempt. If they can't do it, we will change the plan immediately. These 2 people are the meeting participants of the Iceberg Investigation Conference. They all agreed. And the other elders naturally had no objection. Bai Ningxiang was under great pressure. She knew that if He Xingzhou failed, the Investigation Council would definitely replace her from the Civilization Council. Bai Ningxiang firmly believed that other plans were all slow deaths. What about the plans of subsidiary civilization and the rebirth of the Black Sea Civilization by borrowing a shell? They were just waiting to die. She still remembers what her mother told her. If we don't find the truth about the Zerg invasion, the Black Sea Civilization will surely perish. All the clues show that there is a mastermind behind all this. The elders of the Civilization Council. All their efforts are wishful thinking. He Xingzhou. I have tried my best. It's up to you next. Bai Ningxiang thought to herself. 2.5 years later. Moon. Space Battleship Factory. It is more convenient to build space battleships on the moon than on the blue planet, because the moon's gravity is smaller and more suitable for the splicing and testing of large battleships. He Xingzhou, wearing space armor, is inspecting the moon battleship factory with He Hongwei, Cui Weiman, Luoan and Lei Yuanfeng. Now the warship factory on the moon can produce an L1 class space battleship in an average of 15 days. And it takes twice as long to produce an L2 class space battleship. In addition to the 4 warship factories on the Blue Star, we can get about 8 warships a month. And almost 100 warships a year. Wang Yan, a warship designer, introduced. Luoan said, now we have 50 L1 class space reconnaissance ships, 50 L1 class space frigates, and 20 L1 class space cruisers, 100 L2 class space reconnaissance ships, 100 L2 class space frigates, and 20 L2 class space cruisers. There are also several command ships. Almost, He Xingzhou said. This is already the limit of our manufacturing capacity. It is very difficult to expand production capacity relying solely on the resources of Blue Star. Cui Weiman has always been in charge of intelligence-related work. He said, from the intelligence of Mars reconnaissance. Our main opponents are the 5 supervolcanic insect nests from the Tharsis Plateau in the western hemisphere of Mars. There is also an unbuilt space insect nest. The number of surface Zerg and planetary overlords is estimated to reach 500. There are also about 300 to 400 planetary overlords with space survival and attack capabilities. The actual number may be more, most of which are primary planetary overlords. After the Zerg reaches the planetary overlord, the evolution speed will slow down. The probability of a primary planetary overlord evolving to a medium planetary overlord is only about 1%. And the probability of evolving from a medium to a high level and higher is even lower. This is why the Zerg yearn for planets with larger mass. Only there can they have enough resources to evolve to a planet devourer. Almost, He Xingzhou said. Although our troops are not as numerous as theirs, our space battleships can easily fight 2 or 3 primary planetary overlords. Time waits for no one. He Xingzhou also wanted to fight a more certain battle. But he still needed the Black Sea Civilization to contain the Pleiades. so he could only fight as soon as possible. Everyone returned to the headquarters and began to formulate a battle plan. We don't have enough warships, so 90% of our forces must be sent out, He Hongwei said. There are military bases on Blue Star and the Moon, which can play a certain protective role. All conventional spacecraft and engineering ships will be requisitioned, and other forces will be sent out in the space area near the War Patrol, He Xingzhou said. Only a few emergency warships will be left behind. Commander Qiu Hong will be responsible for the defense of Blue Star and the Moon, He Xingzhou said. Yes, Qiu Hong responded. He has been promoted to the second-level commander of the Blue Star Alliance. In addition to him, the commanders of the Xuanwu Force, who performed outstandingly in the era of disaster, have become the backbone of the Blue Star Alliance. Now let's start making a battle plan for Mars. He Xingzhou called Xuanwu and opened the space map. This is a dynamic map of the solar system, with the sun as the origin of the space coordinate axis. We have 6 main attack points. He Xingzhou pointed to the Mars area. The first is the space hive outside Mars. It was attacked by us, and the Martian Zerg rebuilt it. And there are also special Zerg space patrols to guard it. If we don't destroy this space hive, when we enter the surface of Mars to fight, it will cut off our space support force and put us in danger of being caught in a pincer attack. To destroy the space hive, it is best to use an assault method, Luan said. We have figured out the patrol routes and times of the Zerg. The resources in the space hive are limited. Every once in a while, the Zerg will return to the surface to replenish their energy. This is the time when their defenses are empty. If we fight a blitzkrieg and destroy the space hive, we will directly gain air supremacy over the entire Mars. The combat methods of Star Wars are completely different from surface combat. The space hydrogen bombs, laser weapons, and plasma weapons of space battleships can directly carry out global strikes. The atmosphere of Mars is very thin, and the lethality of laser weapons and plasma weapons there is greater than that of the blue planet. Under the firepower of the space battleships, whoever loses the space domain first will face a disadvantage. Since it's a surprise attack, we must be quick, He Hongwei said. I suggest that the Space Reconnaissance Fleet undertake the surprise attack mission and take down the space hive as quickly as possible. Everyone had no objection. Now their warship with the strongest camouflage ability and the fastest speed is the L2 class space reconnaissance ship. When attacking the space hive, the Zerg will definitely support it. At this time, our frigates and cruisers must immediately enter the Martian atmosphere to intercept, He Xingzhou said. The other main fleet must immediately fight. In this way, send 80 L2 class space reconnaissance ships to participate in a surprise attack on the space hive. All L1 class space battleships will go to the surface of the planet to fight, together with other L2 frigates and cruisers, as the main fleet. After entering the atmosphere, there is atmospheric obstruction, which affects the speed of the warship. At this time, the speed disadvantage of the L1 class warship is not so obvious. The main fleet has to attack 5 supervolcanic insect nests separately, which is not enough, Lei Yuanfeng said. There may be large insect nests underground on Mars, so we have to send transport ships in advance to transport a large number of planetary surface weapons for combat. This can reduce the lack of firepower caused by the insufficient number of our warships. The transport ship he mentioned is not a space transport ship, but an ordinary industrial transport ship. The manufacturing capacity of the Blue Star civilization is limited, and there is no spare capacity to manufacture transport ships now. The group also developed several plans, including plans for a strong attack if the raid is discovered, plans for adjusting tactics if the raid fails, and plans for surface operations on the planet if the raid succeeds. After the agreement, He Xingzhou summoned the commanders of the Blue Star Alliance above Level 2 to announce the results. After our discussion, the deployment is as follows. The headquarters has decided to conquer the Zerg on Mars within 3 months. Commanders Qiu Hong, Jia Lang and others are responsible for the safety of Blue Star and the Moon. Commander Luan leads the raid fleet to attack the space Zerg nest. The main fleet is commanded by Commander He Hongwei to attack the 5 supervolcano Zerg nests on Mars. Lei Yuanfeng's troops land on the surface of Mars with the transport fleet to assist in the ground attack. I will lead the command fleet to conduct command or coordinated operations. He Xingzhou himself also left a command fleet. It is not large in number, but the warships are the latest models designed by He Xingzhou, which can be regarded as the trump card of this war. Other commanders follow the deployment and perform their respective tasks. since the Zerg may have spies on Blue Star. This operation is a top-secret plan before it starts. No information shall be leaked before the war begins. Yes. The commanders responded together. Commanders above level 2 were already the most advanced group of people in the entire civilization. After repeated examinations, there will be basically no problems. He Xingzhou did not even inform Bai Ningxiang about this plan. 3 months later, He Xingzhou contacted Bai Ningxiang. Why don't you take action? Bai Ningxiang was more anxious than He Xingzhou. And there was grievance on her pretty face. I can't stand the pressure. As far as I know, Tianhe civilization, Tianying civilization, and Tianyuan civilization are already assembling fleets and preparing to attack the solar system. Already attacking. He Xingzhou smiled. When? Bai Ningxiang asked in surprise. In 30 seconds. He Xingzhou said. Ah? Bai Ningxiang was stunned for a moment. And said, I want to share your war scenes with the elders of our civilization. Sure. He Xingzhou said. Let them come to the virtual universe. Our office. I will live broadcast it to them. Bai Ningxiang immediately notified the Black Sea civilization and the elders of the Iceberg Investigation Association. Hundreds of these people came at once. And when Hung was surprised, this is the first time we have so many people here. There is not enough space. Then expanded. He Xingzhou spent another 300 universe coins to expand the space of the office. This is a virtual universe, and the space is theoretically infinite. However, the Order Alliance is not so selfless. It is like an online game here, and you have to spend money to do anything. After He Xingzhou spent money, the space of the office immediately expanded 3 times. Although it is still a bit small, it already has an exhibition hall that can accommodate hundreds of people. This place is really small. Several elders of the Black Sea civilization complained. For a level 1.0 civilization, it's good enough to be able to rent an office. Don't worry about it. Didn't they say the war has started? Where's the picture? 2 elders, Bai Shirza and Bai Yu, came to He Xingzhou and said, You are the spokesperson of the Blue Star civilization. He Xingzhou? How is the war going? The signal hasn't come yet. The live broadcast will start in 10 minutes. He Xingzhou said. In fact, according to the plan, the war had already started at this time. But the signal from Mars to the subspace communicator of the Blue Star was delayed, so they could only see the delayed picture. Hearing his words, the elders frowned. There is still a delay in the communication within the star system? They haven't experienced such a primitive feeling for a long time. 10 minutes later, the screen finally appeared in the office. This is the reconnaissance screen of the L2 class space reconnaissance ship Shadow. They are heading towards the orbit of Mars at 20% of the speed of light. Mars is already within reach. Attention! We have reached the Zerg's warning line. Commander Lewin ordered on the Shadow. Everyone listens to the order. Speed up at full speed. Overload 8%. Target. Phobos Space Hive. Completely destroy it. Received. At this moment, ADL-2 class space battleships accelerated at full speed, and the speed once reached 27% of the speed of light. This speed is enough to lead most Zerg. In the space near Phobos, a planetary behemoth responsible for patrolling discovered the abnormal movement and issued a warning. Several plasma energy cannons fired, directly evaporating it in the vacuum. Attention! The assault fleet has launched an attack. The main fleet is attacking, and the transport fleet is following. In the picture, the figure of He Xingzhou appeared. He was on a certain warship. He Xingzhou himself was also in the warship. At this time, He Xingzhou in the virtual universe was just a virtual image that could connect to He Xingzhou's words. There is such a long delay from Blue Star to Mars, and the signal may be interfered by the Zerg. How could He Xingzhou stay in the Blue Star command? He was on a special command ship at this time, hiding in the space near Mars, commanding the battlefield. Received. All the warships have come near Mars. When they heard the war order, they immediately showed up and attacked Mars. Chapter 189 Battle of Mars. On Mars, when humans attacked the space hive, Noah had already learned the news. How dare humans attack me? Noah ordered. Gather the outer space Zerg immediately, and wipe out the human fleet. Prepare the supervolcano hive. Support the outer space, and block the human attack on the hive. One after another, the planetary overlords flew out of the 5 shield volcano hives, and at the same time, the outer space Zerg flew to the space hive and launched a head-on confrontation with the human assault fleet. The assault fleet led by Lewin was stopped by a swarm of about 50 space Zerg before it arrived at the Phobos space hive. The lowest among them were all high-level planetary behemoths. There were also many planetary overlords. The detection satellite detected that from 3 directions in space, at least 500 planetary behemoths were flying in the atmosphere of Mars. The assault fleet is a group of space reconnaissance ships. If they confront the Zerg head-on, they will definitely not get any advantage. Team 2 stays behind. Team 1 continues to move forward. Lewin knew that there was no time to tangle with them now. Space is vast, and the attack range of the Blue Star Civilization fleet and the current Martian Zerg is limited. It is impossible for one force to completely guard all directions in space. Half of the assault ships stayed behind to fight the Zerg, while the other side continued to move towards the space Zerg nest. In the virtual universe, the Blue Star Civilization Office, the elders of the Black Sea Civilization Iceberg Investigation Office have already seen the scene here. Space Zerg? It seems that there are still many planetary overlords. There should be more Zerg on the ground. With just these dozens of warships, attacking the Zerg is just suicide? It's just an L2 class warship. How can it defeat the planetary overlord? They watched and discussed. And Baiyu even asserted, this fleet alone can't last more than an hour. He Xingzhou said, don't worry. The war has just begun. The assault fleet quickly came to the vicinity of Phobos, and its mass and volume were much larger than a few years ago. The Zerg spliced Phobos and Deimos together, and transported a lot of supplies from the surface of Mars. If Phobos is wrapped in green plants, it seems that countless green vines wrap the satellite layer by layer, and always face the direction of the sun. It also grows countless huge leaves to absorb solar energy. More than 80 space Zergs have flown out of the hive, more than 2/3 of which are primary planetary overlords. Attack! Lewin shouted. On the battleship, plasma weapons, proton missiles, space hydrogen bombs, and other weapons fired at the same time. For a moment, the space near Phobos was completely illuminated. The terrifying high temperature of the space hydrogen bomb can kill the planetary behemoth without energy shields with one shot. The shipborne plasma cannon can't stop even the plasma protection layer of the primary planetary overlord, which is enough to injure and kill them. The proton missile has also been improved. Now the proton missile launch port of the battleship cooperates with the plasma ray launch port. After the plasma ray penetrates the plasma protection layer, the proton bomb will follow and attack. Even if a primary planetary overlord is hit, it will die instantly. Near Phobos, more than 20 Zergs were killed in one round of salvos, and the green shell of the space hive was also pierced in several places. Proton missile? You actually have this kind of weapon? Bai Ningxiang did not tell the elders of the Black Sea Civilization about the proton missile. When the elders saw the proton missile, they were a little surprised. Proton missile. That is a weapon that only civilizations above level 1.7 have, and they actually have it now. No wonder they can hold on until now under the attack of the Zerg. Yes, normally, a planetary overlord can destroy a level 1.0 civilization. With this weapon, no wonder they can hold on. Their other weapons have also surpassed the level of 1.5 level civilization. But the speed of the warships is not enough. The performance of the warships cannot keep up. Even if there are proton missiles, it is useless. White Ray felt that the Blue Star Civilization was a low-level civilization from the bottom of his heart, and was unwilling to believe them. He said to He Xingzhou, you can hurt the Zerg, and the Zerg can also destroy you. He Xingzhou smiled without saying anything, and the Zerg in the picture had begun to fight back. Various atomic breaths shot at the warships. Before this, the Blue Star Civilization had no means to stop their atomic breaths. Various weapons, warships, and bases will be destroyed by them. But this time, the situation is different. One of the primary planetary overlords approached a space reconnaissance ship. It had 2 heads, one of which used atomic breath, and the other created a super strong electric field, attacking the reconnaissance ship at the same time. Baiyu and others had already sentenced the battleship to death in their hearts. Being hit at such a close distance, it would definitely be destroyed. Activate the energy shield. Battleship Mountain. The AI system has automatically activated the energy shield. A high heat and high energy plasma gushed out, and under the constraint of the double-layer reverse magnetic field, the vacuum wrapped the battleship's hull. The attacks of the planetary overlords all hit the energy shield, and the particles collided with each other. Sparks flew, and at this time the surface of the energy shield was like a hydrogen bomb explosion. But even with such an attack, the battleship was still intact. And only a small part of the attack hit the hull, and was blocked by the hull armor. Energy shield technology? Baiyu and others were stunned again. How do you have energy shield technology? The elders of the Black Sea civilization were surprised. We only broke through the energy shield technology when we built the L8 class battleship. With this energy shield, half of the Zerg's attacks will be blocked. Is this an L2 class battleship? It has an energy shield and proton missiles. The attack and defense systems can be matched with L8 and L9 class battleships. Based on these 2 points, the military strength of the Blue Star civilization is enough to be called a 1.5 level civilization. Bai Ningxiang, did you tell them these technologies? Bai Shirza questioned. How is it possible? Bai Ningxiang looked at their surprised expressions and said with a little pride, I am not in charge of technology. Aren't these technologies controlled by you? They developed them themselves. Bai Shirzu was secretly surprised. Indeed, all the resources that Bai Ningxiang could mobilize were under their control. From the beginning to now, Bai Ningxiang has never given any scientific and technological help to the Blue Star civilization. Her support mainly includes informing the Zerg of information and giving subspace communicators. If the Blue Star civilization can develop these technologies by itself, then the strength of this civilization is much more terrifying than their Black Sea civilization at the beginning. He looked at He Xingzhou, who had a calm expression, as if everything was within the calculation. Bai Shirza was not only curious about him, but according to intelligence, He Xingzhou's position in the Blue Star civilization was irreplaceable. Most of those technologies that transcended the times came from him. How did he do it? The Zerg obviously didn't expect that in just 3 years, human space technology had made another major breakthrough. Under the protection of the energy shield, the warship could move forward against their attacks and bomb the space insect nest. The green plants outside the insect nest. The huge leaves had long been smashed, and the body was riddled with holes, revealing its true appearance. When the warship first came to Mars, He Xingzhou remembered that Phobos was a satellite condensed from rocks and ice. But now, it has changed beyond all recognition and turned into a diamond hive covered with thick diamonds. Why did this hive become like this? Luan felt something was wrong when he saw the space hive. He ordered, open up the distance and continue to attack. Even if the insects have made this hive into diamonds, they can't stop the attack of space weapons. The warships distanced themselves from each other and continued to bombard the diamond space hive. This space hive has holes on it, and it produces a blue plasma tail flame similar to that of a warship. And it actually began to move in space. It has a large mass and does not move fast. But because of this, it also appears to be strong enough when facing the attack of the warship. Even if the space hydrogen bomb melted several layers of its outer shell, even if the proton missile penetrated hundreds of meters deep, it did not affect its movement. There are still many Zerg in the hive. They hide in the hive to attack. In addition to atomic breath, they also launch freezing rays and acid bombs to attack. The freezing ray is extremely destructive to the energy shield. It can quickly neutralize the high temperature of plasma and create a gap in the energy shield of the warship. At this time, the acid bomb or atomic breath can follow up and penetrate a space reconnaissance ship in a short time. 3 warships in the fleet were hit. The cabin ruptured. The internal and external pressures were unbalanced, and the nuclear fusion reactor exploded, exploding into 3 fireworks in space. This is the Zerg. When the elders of the Black Sea civilization saw this scene, they seemed to recall the days when they fought against the Zerg, and their moods became heavy. Target several weak points and penetrated. Even though the warships were damaged, Luan remained calm. All the people here were warriors who had experienced several life and death tests. Some people were once on the verge of death, with only a head left, and they survived after complete prosthetic transformation. The sacrifice of their comrades will only make them more motivated. The assault fleet began to look for the weak points of the hive and focus on attacking. This was very effective. Even if the hive was hard and could not be destroyed once, then twice, 3 times, 100 times, it can always be penetrated. Commander-in-Chief, it will take at least an hour for me to destroy the space hive, Luan reported. Okay. He Xingzhou immediately ordered the main fleet. Commander He, you must at least stop the Zerg and block all Zerg support to space within an hour. Received. He Hongwei has followed the main fleet to the outer space of Mars. The main fleet consists of 50 L1 class space reconnaissance ships, 50 L1 class space frigates, 80 L2 class space frigates, 20 L2 class space destroyers, and 1 space cruiser. The space cruiser is the command ship that He Hongwei is riding. It is also the most advanced space battleship currently owned by the Blue Star civilization. Its mass, space, defense, and firepower are more than 3 times that of the space destroyer, and it is already a medium-sized battleship. The space reconnaissance ship and frigate are both small battleships, and the space destroyer is a medium-sized battleship. The warships entered the Martian atmosphere and fought with the bugs supporting the space hive in the atmosphere. The war here is more intense. The number of planetary overlords is more than 3 times that of space, and many medium-sized planetary overlords have appeared. The size of medium-sized planetary overlords is not necessarily larger than that of primary planetary overlords, but their vitality, attack and defense capabilities are significantly improved. L1 class warships. Plasma weapons cannot penetrate their energy shields at all, and they are easily destroyed by magnetic fields and electric fields. He Hongwei commanded all L1 class warships. Evacuate the main battlefield and fight near the ground. Received. The L1 warships began to lower their altitude, came to the surface of Mars, and continued bombing. L2 class reconnaissance ships and frigates are no match for medium-level planetary overlords. Luo had arranged space destroyers to target medium-level planetary overlords one-on-one. The entire Mars ushered in a lively scene that had not been seen in 4 billion years. Super nuclear explosions, shock waves, giant beasts, flesh and blood moons, warship wreckage, bomb fragments, running around in the entire atmosphere. On Mars, hurricanes and super dust storms have risen, covering the sky and the sun, sweeping everything. My king, the strength of mankind has increased by more than 10 times. The subordinates reported to Noah. We are temporarily unable to break through the atmosphere and support the space hive. What? Noah couldn't believe that the civilization that was almost extinct by the Aura Worm King, a primary planetary overlord, had grown to this point in a short period of time. It was actually able to fight across planets and put so much pressure on them. Noah said, it's time to send the Worm Kings of the 5 supervolcano highs out. On the Tharsis Plateau, from the 5 shield-shaped volcano insect nests, a roar resounded through the heavens and the earth. The condensed ultrasonic waves triggered the eruption of the volcano that had been silent for millions of years. In the black smoke and magma, super beasts appeared one after another. The Esquirrel's volcano insect king, a 4-winged bird-like beast with a body length of more than 4 kilometers, bathed in magma, soared into the sky. Wherever it went, the fire spread all over the prairie. Everything around it was burned and melted. An L2 space frigate was spit out a plasma flame by it and exploded instantly. The second one was the Pavonis volcano insect king, which was like a dragon with blue scales on its body and a body length estimated to be more than 5 kilometers. This insect king appeared and spit out hundreds of giant ball lightning into the air. If the warship approached, the ball lightning would quickly approach and electrocute it. After it flew out of the crater, it flew straight into space. Stop it! He Hongwei shouted. Go to destroyers. Destroyer E12 has received it and is heading to intercept it. Destroyer E41 has received it and is heading to intercept it. The 2 nearby space destroyers immediately approached and attacked and intercepted it. The 3rd supervolcano worm king also appeared, and a supergiant beast crawled out of the Arcia crater. Its whole body was covered with thick carapace, and it had a 100-meter-long horn on its head, which could create super strong magnetic and electric fields. The warships bombarded it frantically. The plasma protection layer generated around it was several times thicker than that of other worm kings. With its own carapace, its defense was extremely terrifying. The 4th supervolcano worm king also appeared. A supergiant beast flew out of the insect nest of the Yaba volcano. Like humans, it has 2 legs and claws that can walk upright, a triangular flat head, and can generate its own anti-gravity system to rush into space. Energy reaction shows that these are medium-level planetary overlords, extremely close to high-level planetary overlords. Xuanwu reminded He Xingzhou on the command ship. There is still one that hasn't come out. He Xingzhou looked at the map. No supergiant beast has appeared in the largest volcano, Olympus volcano. Report to the Commander-in-Chief. The Mars surface combat troops have arrived. At this time, Lei Yuanfeng's voice came from the command ship. The surface combat troops followed the transport fleet, and the speed was slower. At this time, they finally arrived. He Xingzhou said, Commander Lei, there is a big guy in Olympus. Blow it out. Got it. Lei Yuanfeng shouted to all the troops. Everyone prepare to land on the planet. In outer space of Mars, thousands of spaceships, mechas, drones, and giant modules landed. They formed giant mechas and various modular weapons and landed on the surface of Mars. One group of giant modules formed an oversized plasma energy storage cannon, which fired at Olympus. The plasma cannon penetrated the crater, and the high-energy reaction caused the magma to erupt, killing countless Zerg. The planetary behemoths bathed in magma, ran out of the hive, and fought with the surface troops. Several super hydrogen bombs were also launched and were about to fall into the Olympus volcano. At this time, a huge plant appeared from the volcano. The part exposed on the surface alone was more than 3,000 meters high. If its rhizomes were at the bottom of Olympus, its height would exceed 22 kilometers, almost 3 times that of Mount Everest, and higher than the space elevator tower built by the Blue Star civilization. This giant plant can launch weapons similar to acid bombs, accurately hitting every hydrogen bomb. The hydrogen bomb was completely corroded by the acid before it exploded. Not only that, it also sprayed countless seeds, which took root and could grow rapidly. The same plants would spray acid and actively attack warships and mechas. Some of the seeds fell on the giant mecha Tota Tianwang. The 5 cyborg pilots didn't care. These seeds were only the size of elephants, which were not worth mentioning compared to the size of the giant mecha. Something unexpected happened. The seeds actually took root and sprouted on the steel. Its rhizomes penetrated into the alloy, quickly devoured the metal elements, and absorbed electrical energy to grow. Its growth rate was like turning on an accelerator 100 million times. Before the giant mecha could fight, its interior was split into 4 or 5 by the seeds and completely collapsed. Escape. The pilots immediately fled from the mecha. One of them flew out and was shot by a spike from the plant, which pierced through the flight armor and died on the spot. Although the Olympus Worm King is a plant, it is more difficult to deal with than those super beasts. The appearance of 5 super volcano worm kings has caused the battlefield to fall into a stalemate, and the Blue Star civilization is even at a disadvantage. Every minute, a warship is destroyed, and up to now, He Xingzhou has not yet determined the location of the Noah Worm King. He is sure that the Noah Worm King is not one of the 5 big worm kings. It can lead these worm kings, and it is very likely that it has evolved to the level of a high-level planetary overlord. They can't stand it. In the virtual universe, in the Blue Star Civilization office, the people of the Black Sea Civilization are still paying attention to this war. Your performance has exceeded my expectations, Bai Shirza said to He Xingzhou. It's a pity that you encountered the Zerg. The fleet is still unable to move forward in front of the planetary overlords. According to this trend, the planetary overlords will be able to break through the blockade and go to space in less than 10 minutes. Everyone discussed. Once they are allowed to enter space and lose their space hegemony, the Blue Star civilization will be at a disadvantage in all aspects. At that time, they are likely to be damaged in the Martian atmosphere at both ends, unless they can annihilate all these planetary overlords. This requirement is too reluctant for a first-level civilization. It's time for us to go. He Xingzhou knew that as long as these 5 super insect kings were killed, Noah would definitely not sit still. To kill these 5 super volcano worm kings, ordinary warships cannot do it. Only the secret weapons he researched can do it. In the space outside Mars, 5 space warships sailed at a speed of 28% of the speed of light and entered the Martian atmosphere. Each warship has a hull length of more than 5,000 meters. Compared with it, the Black Dragon with a hull length of 1,000 meters, and the Silver Dragon with a hull length of 1,500 meters are just small ones. This is the L2 class space cruiser designed by He Xingzhou, a medium to large space warship, and the command ship in the fleet. These space cruisers look like giant daggers, with a whole row of thrusters and weapon launch ports installed at the tail. Target. Lock on to the Pavonis Volcano Worm King, He Xingzhou said. Plasma polymerization ray. Launch. Several plasma ray launch ports of the warship fired plasma rays synchronously, and they converged together by adjusting the angle. The effect was equivalent to the continuous firing of 10 plasma energy storage cannons, and the power could easily penetrate the plasma protection layer of the planetary overlord. The dragon-shaped Pavonis Volcano Worm King had already flown to an altitude of 100,000 meters. It had just destroyed an L2 class space frigate when it was hit by the plasma polymerization ray. The plasma polymerization ray that could illuminate the sky instantly penetrated its plasma defense layer, and half of its body was vaporized. With only half of its body left, Pavoni's volcano worm king decisively gave up flying into space, and tried to escape back to the ground and drill back into the supervolcano worm nest. Proton missiles locked. Fire! On the space cruiser, 10 proton missiles locked onto different parts of the Pavoni's volcano worm king. It tried to block it with electric fields, destroying most of the proton missiles. But one still hit it. Its hard scales began to collapse from the atomic structure, and the super strong electric field penetrated the worm body, destroying all its biological organs. When the explosion was over, the Pavoni's volcano worm king had turned into black ash all over the sky, and was swept into the Martian dust storm and completely destroyed. The proton missiles of the space cruiser bound more protons, so they were more powerful. As soon as the space cruiser appeared, it killed a supervolcano worm king, a medium-sized planetary overlord, within a few minutes. This scene once again shocked the people of the Black Sea civilization, such as Baishurza and Baiyu. The attack capability of the L2 space cruiser of the Blue Star civilization, except that its sailing speed is not as good as that of the warships of other civilizations. Its firepower is comparable to that of the warships of civilizations above level 1.5. It's only been a few years? How come their warships are updated so fast? These elders were secretly shocked. I remember that the affiliated civilizations supported by the other elders, who gave them technical data, did not manufacture warships so smoothly, and they failed many times. Compared to this, the Seed Beast civilization, the Fishman civilization, the Conch civilization, and the Sea Monster civilization are indeed a little worse than the Blue Star civilization in manufacturing weapons. Unconsciously, the elders' views on the Blue Star civilization have changed. Chapter 190 used the Martian atmosphere. After the cruiser appeared and killed the Pavoni's volcano bug queen, the Zerg team was obviously in chaos. Those bugs didn't expect that the 5 super bug kings were killed so easily. My king. Humans have stronger warships. The subordinates hurriedly reported to Noah. We can't stop their attack. Noah's mood was extremely bad. Being attacked by humans was already a humiliation for him. If he had never fought, this was no longer a question of humiliation, but a question of life and death. I shouldn't have believed in Aura on Blue Star. An indigenous civilization actually allowed them to develop to the point where they could cross the planet to attack me. If he could go back to the beginning, Noah would definitely kill Aura first, and then destroy the Blue Star civilization. Now, I am the only one who will fight in person. Noah is different from other bug kings. Under normal circumstances, he will not go to the battlefield by himself. During the Blue Star World War, it sent out only a replica. In the current situation, the replica is definitely no match for humans. On the surface of Mars, there is a rough geological scar, which is more than 4,500 kilometers long and more than 600 kilometers wide at its widest point. As if there is a supreme power, a long crack was cut on the face of Mars. This is the largest canyon in the solar system known to humans. The Mariner Canyon. It is adjacent to the Noctis Labyrinth to the west and enters a large area of chaotic terrain to the east, with extremely complex terrain. He Xingzhou also emphasized that the probe was used to explore the Mariner Canyon, but the human probe failed to go deep every time and was destroyed by the bugs. He Xingzhou concluded that there must be a worm nest under the Mariner Canyon. At this time, countless Zergs emerged from the abyss-like Mariner Canyon. There were thousands of planetary behemoths alone, and there were also 200 or 300 planetary overlord-level Zergs. These terrifying behemoths, like demons flying from hell, covered the sky and the sun, causing Martian dust storms and thunderstorms. The largest of the Zerg kings was particularly eye-catching. It was a supergiant Zerg. Its body was similar to that of a spider, with 8 hairy legs. The length of the legs was more than 3,000 meters, and the diameter of the body was more than 2,000 meters. Unlike the spiders on the blue planet, its head was like a ball, standing on the body, and the ball was inlaid with blue crystals, which were its eyeballs, densely inlaid on the head at 360 degrees, which looked numbing. Super Zerg King appeared in the Grand Canyon of Mariners. Lei Yuanfeng immediately ordered the ground troops to attack. Its thermal energy reaction is stronger than that of the supervolcano Zerg King. It is suspected to be a high-level planetary overlord. High-level planetary overlord? That must be Noah, He Xingzhou affirmed. He judged that Noah must not have evolved to the level of the devourer of planets. Otherwise Noah would definitely take the initiative to attack Blue Star. He-Xingzhou. Noah's voice appeared in the communication channel of the original Zerg probe. It angrily said, I don't go to Blue Star to fight you. How dare you come to Mars? Today, all humans here. No one can leave. After I kill you, I will go to Blue Star and turn all humans into human jerky. He-Xingzhou snorted coldly. Stop talking. Just use whatever you can do. You underestimate the Zerg. Noah said in a gloomy voice, prepare to feel fear. As he said that, it flew out of the Mariner Canyon and came to the atmospheric battlefield. Several supergiant armors attacked it with plasma energy cannons, and the plasma protective layer around it completely blocked it. The cruiser attacked with plasma polymerization rays, but it could only break through the plasma protective layer. When the proton missile tried to attack, each of its eyes could emit rays to destroy it. This Zerg King has at least 100,000 eyes, covering all angles, and the proton missile can't get close to it at all. Song Jinghong said. Noah began to fight back. It was like a super biological weapon. Wherever it went, human weapons collapsed and disintegrated. Matter hit by its rays. Even space battleships would collapse in a very short time. Just like proton missiles strip electrons, the rays it fired could also strip energy shields and battleship armor. A space cruiser was unable to avoid it, and was defeated by the rays. Stay away from it, and find its weakness. Other battleships. Get rid of those super volcano worm kings first. He-Xingzhou commanded. Blindly attacking Noah at this time would only result in the loss of manpower. The battleships pulled away one after another. And in this way, the Zerg began to gradually take the initiative. On the ground, the mechas, mechanical beasts, and the Zerg were fighting fiercely. Neither He-Xingzhou nor Noah cared about the battle on the surface of Mars. Instead, they set the battlefield in the atmosphere and the near-ground orbit of Mars. As long as they control the air, the enemies on the ground will be cleared sooner or later. Noah led the army of planetary beasts and swept through the battlefield in the atmosphere, causing heavy losses to the main fleet of the Blue Star civilization. Its ability is not only that. Its abdomen can also spit out a kind of biological silk, which is like a catheter, strengthening the electric field and magnetic field it releases. The warships or modular weapons close to it cannot escape the fate of crashing. As the Noah Insect King moved, countless little spiders crawled out of his body. These little spiders drilled into the bodies of the insects, and the insects suddenly became manic and excited as if they had drunk hundreds of tons of stimulants. Their combat power, recovery ability, and vitality increased several times. A high-level planetary overlord joined the battlefield, and the situation on the entire battlefield began to tilt towards the Zerg. We can't get close to it, He Hongwei said. Its combat power has at least reached the level of a space battleship. He-Xingzhou observed the battlefield. At this time, the Battle of the Space Hive was nearing its end. Although the Space Hive on Mars was tough, it could not withstand the continuous firing of the assault fleet. Half of the ship's reserve energy had been used up, and they were returning to Blue Star urgently to replenish energy and ammunition. Commander Luo, what's the situation? He-Xingzhou asked. Luan replied, the damage to the Space Hive on Mars has exceeded 70%. Give us another 15 minutes, and we can completely destroy it. He-Xingzhou saw that King Noah had already flown out of the Martian atmosphere and headed for the Hive. He said decisively, give up attacking the Hive. The Hive is already useless. Use the speed advantage to harass King Noah from a distance. Yes. Luan immediately ordered, all ships that need to replenish energy and ammunition return immediately, and other ships cooperate with the main fleet to fight. Don't get too close to King Noah. Received. The warships readjusted their positions. The purpose of the space raid has been achieved. The severely damaged space hive can no longer support the Zerg's operations in space. The main target of attack at this time is King Noah and the other 4 supervolcano kings. After King Noah protected the space hive from being completely destroyed, he left behind some planetary behemoths and then began to attack the human command ship. Those space reconnaissance ships, frigates, and destroyers, it didn't care. Only the few space cruisers that served as command ships could pose a threat to it. 2 space destroyers attacked King Noah with plasma rays, and they barely broke through its plasma protection layer, but found that they could no longer distance themselves from it. At some point, the silk net launched by King Noah had spread all over the surrounding space. Through the extension of the silk net, the range of the magnetic field and electric field it released expanded tenfold. In the face of the strong magnetic field, The speed of the two space destroyers slowed down greatly, like prey struggling in a spider web. Overload. 10%. The captain of a warship shouted desperately. The thrusters had been turned to the maximum overload, and they still couldn't escape the attraction of the strong magnetic field. Struggle. Will? Noah enjoyed the desperation of the prey before the end. The rays emitted from its eyes swept over, and the space destroyer collapsed and disintegrated immediately. The captain of another space destroyer saw this and gritted his teeth and said, "I can't escape. Fight it. Attack its eyes." All the energy on the warship was loaded into the plasma weapon, and it was launched together with the proton missile, trying to smash Noah's eyes. Noah did not escape, but rushed forward under their attack, destroying the proton missile while blowing up the space destroyer with his long legs, and then eating it through the big mouth of his abdomen. We have lost 2 more main battleships. He Hongwei's heart was bleeding. They only had a total of 20 L2 class space destroyers, plus those destroyed by other insect kings. There were less than 10 at present, and there were only 5 space cruisers left as command ships. In the virtual universe, Bai Ningxiang became anxious. She looked at He Xingzhou worriedly and quietly sent a private message. "Do you have stronger battleships?" "No more," He Xingzhou denied. "We have the full production capacity and technological level to produce these." "What should we do? If it doesn't work, you should retreat." Bai Ningxiang sent a message. "I think the elders have changed their views on you. It is still possible to persuade them to help resist the Pleiades." He Xingzhou said, "It's not time to retreat yet. There is still one chance." "What chance?" Bai Ningxiang asked. "It's hard to say. The success or failure of this Mars battle depends on this one move," He Xingzhou said. "Blue Star Civilization. It's difficult." Bai Shirzhou was quite regretful when he saw the unstoppable scene after Noah the Insect King appeared. "You have done very well. It's just that the opponent you met is much stronger than you. That Noah Zerg King is already very close to Devourer of Planets," White Ray commented. "It has not yet fully revealed its strength. If it shows all its strength, your plasma beams and proton missiles will not be able to hurt it. This level of Zerg must be dealt with by L7 class space battleships," other elders said. "The Sky Eagle civilization of the Pleiades Society. The level of its self-developed battleships is only L7 class battleships. Without the help of the Pleiades Society, even if the Sky Eagle civilization comes to fight this battle, it will be very difficult. While the main battleships are still there, retreating now is the wisest choice." The elders of the Black Sea civilization all believed that the Blue Star civilization was doomed to fail. He Xingzhou knew very well that there was no possibility of retreat in this war. Once they retreated, King Noah would definitely lead his army to chase them to Blue Star and completely destroy their weapons. He Xingzhou looked at the battlefield. King Noah was killing people everywhere and was heading towards the command ship. If the command ship was destroyed, the war would definitely fail. He Xingzhou commanded all command ships, "Go to these coordinates immediately." He sent a few coordinates, and the captains were shocked when they saw the location of the coordinates, because the war between the fleet and the Zerg caused the atmosphere of Mars to move abnormally. A super dust storm has now been generated on Mars. The coordinates are located in this super dust storm. Although the atmospheric density of Mars is only 1% of that of the blue planet, the temperature difference between day and night is too large, or geological activities will cause violent airflow movement from time to time. At that time, the airflow drives the Martian dust on the surface to form dust storms. Every year, there are hundreds of dust storms on Mars. Sometimes, some dust storms converge together to form a global super dust storm. This super dust storm is more terrifying than the hurricane on the blue planet, because they carry a lot of sand and dust, and the height can exceed the 5 shield volcanoes on the Tharsis Plateau. The sand, dust, water vapor, and other substances in the dust storm will also form super strong lightning. Even if it is a planetary behemoth, it will only die if it is caught in such a thunderstorm. "Execute immediately," He Xingzhou shouted. Yes. Although they didn't know what the commander-in-chief was going to do, the captains all followed his instructions and flew into the dust storm. In the dust storm, the magnetic field is chaotic and the electromagnetic interference is serious. The warships must raise the energy shield at all times. Otherwise they will be pierced by sand and lightning. Want to use the dust storm to avoid my attack? Noah saw the movement of the command ships, and those command ships actually fled into the dust storm. In the dust storm, its magnetic field and electric field will be disturbed and cannot attack accurately. The rays will also be blocked by the sand and dust. And the power will be greatly reduced. Noah didn't care about the small dust storm at all. Even if the lightning hit it, it would only replenish its energy. The dust storm is too close to the surface of Mars. Noah judged in his heart that with the interference of the atmospheric flow, once the human warships entered the dust storm, they would lose their speed. If it were in space, you wouldn't be wiped out if you ran away. In the Martian dust storm, you would be digging your own grave. Noah approached the edge of the dust storm and began to attack. Its rays could briefly penetrate a small dust storm. Since the battleship had an energy shield, the dust storm was still rolling up the dust on the ground, so the attack was difficult to be effective. Noah was not in a hurry either. It could devour sand and stones and perform heavy nuclear fusion to replenish energy. Human battleships could not do that. Maintaining the energy shield all the time would be a high consumption. Within 5 minutes, their energy shield would weaken, and they would have no choice but to die. He Xingzhou continued to order. The command ship should keep attacking the Noah Worm King, and the other battleships should deal with the supervolcano Worm King. Yes. The command ship continued to attack. Just like the attack of King Noah was blocked by the dust storm, their plasma aggregation rays were also blocked, and their power was greatly reduced. They couldn't even penetrate King Noah's plasma protective layer. What are you doing? Isn't it waiting for death to do this? The elders of the Black Sea civilization began to question He Xingzhou's command. Hide in the dust storm. What else can you do? He Xingzhou disagreed and continued to command. He said, command ships gather in the direction of Noah and turn on the electric field. Yes. 5 command ships began to gather in the direction of King Noah. They turned on the electric field stimulated by the warships, and the appearance of charged particles made the lightning in the dust storm more frequent. In the dust storm, thunder and lightning roared every moment. He wants to draw the dust storms together to form a super dust storm on the surface of the planet. Bai Shizhou has seen through He Xingzhou's purpose. But he said, even if it is a super dust storm, it cannot kill Noah the Insect King. Doing this will result in a loss of 1,000 enemies and 800 of our own. The idea is feasible. The key is that after the warships are damaged, the fleet is really finished. And Noah, the Insect King, has a stronger recovery ability. Even if he is injured in a super dust storm, he can recover quickly. By you judged? Unless they have an L2 class space cruise fleet of more than 30 ships, they can kill Noah the Insect King. The idea is to sacrifice these command ships, severely injure King Noah, and buy time for other warships to evacuate. They were thinking, how can He Xingzhou save the situation? If it was the Black Sea civilization, which was only a first-level civilization at the time, facing this situation, it would be a dead end. The gap in technological levels makes tactics meaningless. Tactics are based on a certain technological foundation. Otherwise, the attack will be ineffective against King Noah. He Xingzhou looked at the command screen. The warships moved very fast, driving the speed of the dust storm to increase. If I really get caught in a super dust storm, with my size and energy reaction, all the lightning will strike me. Noah realized the danger. Although human weapons will not cause any harm to me, for the sake of safety, I'd better not take this risk. Noah decided to retreat. The main reason for the failure of the bugs before was that they underestimated humans. Noah will not make the same mistake this time. 5 dust storms have merged. The collision of strong winds, sand and dust, and countless charged particles has caused an unprecedented super dust storm on the surface of Mars. Its height is enough to cover the highest Olympus volcano on Mars. In this chaotic area, everything is buried by the dust storm. The terrifying lightning cannot illuminate this area. A primary planetary overlord was caught in the super dust storm because it could not avoid it. In less than 3 seconds, it was pierced by the super thunder, and then buried by the dust, and died. At this time, the electric field generated by the friction and collision of the super dust storm has exceeded the electric field that the proton missile can generate. The 5 command ships could not survive alone in such a dust storm. They had to concentrate all their energy on the energy shield. Otherwise, lightning could destroy the warships at any time. The strength of the energy shield is continuously weakening. Please evacuate in time. The warship AI system kept reminding the captains to leave quickly. But none of the captains evacuated. They saw the last instruction He Xingzhou sent to them before the super dust storm formed. All warships turn on the electric field and launch proton beams at Noah the Insect King. In the super dust storm, do we still need to turn on the electric field? The captains knew that once they did this, countless charged particles would inevitably attach to the warships. and the energy shield would definitely not be able to withstand it. Obey the order, the captain shouted in unison. All the warships turned on the electric field. And for a moment, the lightning in the super dust storm flooded 10 times. The strength of the energy shield was rapidly weakening, and these warships began to launch proton beams at the Noah Bug King. It is a proton stripped by an electromagnetic strong force converter, and it is also the core of the proton missile. Once the proton beam loses the restraint of the strong force, it will immediately generate a super electric field. This proton beam is equivalent to a proton missile without a shell. The attack range is short. The energy will disappear in an instant, and it is difficult to attack the target. And the proton beam launched in this super thunder and lightning dust storm, while generating a terrifying electric field itself, attracts all the charged particles in the dust storm. From the perspective, it was like lightning fired from a warship, triggering 9 days of thunder, all shooting in one direction, attracting lightning. It turns out that he was trying to attract lightning. The moment he saw the light, Noah already understood Xingzhou's idea. He knew that the weapons of the warship were no match for him. So he artificially created a super dust storm on Mars, borrowed the lightning generated by the natural environment, and created a super energy shell. Then he used the proton beam as a lightning line to guide these energies to attack himself. This is a man-made meteorological weapon. At this moment, Noah was very scared. It was not sure if it could block such a terrifying energy attack. But how could it avoid the speed of lightning? It carries high energy, and is a natural lightning attractor. The proton beam guided the lightning attack again. On the surface of Mars, in the dark super dust storm, it seemed that hundreds of thousands of thunders exploded at the same time, pulled by straight rays, and hit the huge body of Noah Worm King. Boom! The earth-shaking sound was enough to make people's eardrums explode. This scene is comparable to the 9 heavens' divine punishment in mythology. Countless energies simultaneously hit Noah Worm King's plasma protective layer. In the past, this was its protective layer. But at this moment, it was its lightning-inducing layer. The lightning took only a breath of time to penetrate its protective layer. At the same time, its skin, organs, tissues, and cells were also penetrated. Even organs that can accommodate biological nuclear fusion will exceed their carrying limit under such terrifying energy release, and explode or be vaporized. Noah Worm King's body was pierced with 5 large holes, with a diameter of more than 10 meters. The walls of the holes were all dead biological cells. It fell from the sky, and Noah Worm King's body was severely damaged, and it could not even maintain flying. Go on. Xingzhou breathed a sigh of relief. He had been thinking for a long time about how to deal with Noah, the Insect King, using the Martian atmosphere to create a super dust storm, and then coordinating the attack with proton weapons, is his last resort. The plan to kill Noah, the Insect King, began the moment the main battleship entered the Martian atmosphere. The location and coordinates of the dust storm were carefully calculated by him. Now, everything is just right. Seeing that their attack was effective, the captains fired new proton beams again, guiding lightning to bombard Noah, the Insect King. They had just consumed most of the charged particles in the dust storm, but dust collisions were still taking place in the dust storm, generating new charged particles. Even if the power is not as strong as before, it is not a problem to hit the Noah Worm King, who cannot support the electromagnetic protection layer. Several more thunders hit the Noah Worm King, and the nerve cells in the Noah Worm King's body were paralyzed. It could not support the power of resistance at all, and it was completely relying on its tenacious vitality to stay alive. And its subordinates, all who came to rescue it, were also killed by thunder and turned into a charred corpse, jointly attacked the Noah Worm King. After seeing that the Noah Worm King was crippled, He Hongwei made a prompt decision and transferred all the surrounding warships and weapons to bomb the Noah Worm King crazily. Without the plasma protection layer, the Noah Worm King was now a living target. Plasma energy storage cannons, proton missiles, and space hydrogen bombs all fell on it, turning the area within 100 miles into a scorched earth. The life breath of the Noah Worm King was disappearing rapidly until it was completely gone. Noah, the Worm King, was shot dead. The supreme commander of the Zerg fell, and the principle of obeying the supreme evolutionist engraved in the Zerg's genes disappeared at this moment. The situation is over. If we continue like this, we will be wiped out by humans. There are only 3 of the original 5 super volcano worm kings left now. Eskrel's volcano worm king and Alcia volcano worm king fled directly into space. They wanted to leave Mars and save their lives. Damn. I'm still here. Seeing this, Olympus Volcano Worm King was very anxious. As a plant, it could only move slowly. It has not yet evolved the ability to fly in space. At this time, Noah died and his teammates fled. So it could only stay where it was and get beaten. Stop them. In space, Lewin, who learned that King Noah was dead, led the fleet to intercept and kill him in space. The kings of insects all began to flee. And the other insects were even more confused. They lost their command, and all the insects that could survive in space tried to escape from Mars. Some of the other insects were still attacking humans desperately, while others were drilling into volcanoes and underground, trying to survive. The target has been killed. Run! In the super dust storm, the 5 command ships could not hold on. They were also attacked here, and the energy shields of 3 command ships had been completely destroyed, and the hulls were highly damaged. After they drove out of the dust storm at full horsepower, they immediately started the small escape spacecraft to escape. And at the original place, the 3 command ships exploded violently and crashed directly. Only 2 space cruisers survived. The surviving warships did not stop at all and joined the war again. At this time, the battlefield on Mars had become a one-sided massacre of Zerg by humans. Everyone knew that unless another Noah Zerg king appeared, humans would win the battle on Mars. He Xingzhou remained cautious. In the past hour, 70% of the Zerg in the atmosphere had been killed, and no new Zerg king appeared. He knew that the victory of the Mars war was already decided. In the virtual universe, when the elders of the Black Sea civilization saw He Xingzhou commanding the warships, and using super dust storms and proton beams to kill Noah Zerg king, they were all stunned. They thought that in front of the Zerg, Blue Star civilization, as a first-level civilization, would only be defeated. Moreover, when Noah the Insect King appeared, all the weapons of Blue Star civilization could not hurt it. In such a situation, I am afraid that those warriors have already despaired. But under the command of He Xingzhou, the situation was reversed and Noah the Insect King was killed. Beautiful. From the beginning, the location and position of the dust storm were calculated. An elder couldn't help but praise. The location where the command ship appeared was also calculated. It happened that 5 command ships corresponded to 5 dust storms, which surrounded Noah the Insect King. Even if it realized the danger, it would be too late to escape. Why didn't I think of using meteorological weapons to attack? Wonderful. This war was well fought. It can be said to be a classic battle of the weak defeating the strong. I can't help but sigh when I see this. This Blue Star civilization, and He Xingzhou, are indeed beyond my imagination. The Mars battle was won. Bai Shirza was also full of emotion, saying, just relying on a few antique warships, they can defeat the Zerg on a planet. Their combat power is really strong. Bai Yu didn't say anything. He didn't expect this outcome either. In this war, the weapons and tactics used by the Blue Star civilization completely exceeded his understanding of this civilization. Bai Ningxiang saw the death of Noah the Insect King, and her pretty face was full of pride, saying, I told you long ago that they can do it. She smiled and looked at He Xingzhou, still amazed in her heart. He had calculated the weather weapons. How many other methods did he have? Bai Shirza nodded and said, the Blue Star civilization can destroy the Martian Zerg. It seems that we really need to consider Bai Ningxiang's plan. The other elders also agreed very much. We originally thought that the Blue Star civilization was just a slightly stronger first-level civilization. But now it seems that their strength is stronger than our several subordinate civilizations. Give them time. Becoming a second-level civilization is a foregone conclusion. Supporting them is also a disguised way of targeting the Pleiades. It can help us share the pressure from the Pleiades civilization, which is indeed a good choice. It would be even better if this civilization could become our subordinate civilization. Hearing their discussion, He Xingzhou said, everyone, I must make one point clear. The Blue Star civilization will not become a subordinate civilization of other civilizations. If you are willing to help us resist the Pleiades, it won't take too long. Just 50 years. We will definitely give you a reward, whether it is to fight against the Pleiades or to give you corresponding help in the future. The elders were all considering it. Bai Ningxiang had emphasized to them that the Blue Star civilization was unwilling to become a subordinate civilization. It is precisely because of this that the people inside disagreed to help the Blue Star civilization. Now it seems that helping the Blue Star civilization may not be helping them, but also helping themselves, and creating a strong enemy for the Pleiades in the solar system. The members of the Pleiades are all in the star system next to the solar system. As the blue star civilization grows and develops, it is inevitable that they will have friction with them. On this point, the interests of both parties are the same. And in this Mars battle, they also prove that they have the strength to do this. Baisherzu said, "Okay. We will discuss this carefully. If things go well, the Pleiades fleet will not come to the solar system within 50 years. His words were very confident. And they must have had the means to contain the Pleiades. Chapter 191 Superstar Ring Project. Bai Ningxiang secretly sent a message to He Xingzhou after hearing what Bai Shizhe said, saying, "It's a sure thing." He Xingzhou smiled slightly. He was still in a command ship in outer space on Mars. On the battlefield on Mars, the Zerg are doomed. All that's left is to clean up the battlefield. At this time, Blue Star. In outer space on Blue Star. Spaceport number 3. The busy airport is replenishing energy for spacecraft. They will serve as temporary supply ships and go to Mars to deliver nuclear fusion materials and ammunition to warships. In outer space, a patrol satellite is flying. An array of light hits and destroys it. F-447 patrol satellite is destroyed. Warning. Unknown enemy situation appears. The Skynet satellite system sent an urgent message to the command center. Enemy attack in the direction of spaceport number 3. Frigates go immediately. Xiao Honkai had just received the good news from Mars and thought everything was fine. But he didn't expect that there would be enemies attacking them. Several frigates immediately went to the direction of spaceport number 3. And the spaceport also entered a full alert. Defensive weapons were prepared. And various space drones and space mechas were dispatched. In the shadow, a huge monster flew at 30% of the speed of light. It was extremely fast and had a super strong plasma protection layer. Several plasma cannons from the spaceport hit it, but failed to break through the plasma protection layer. This guy is also a high-level planetary overlord like Noah the Worm King. Its evolution level is not as high as Noah the Worm King. It belongs to the level that is only one level stronger than the medium-level planetary overlord. It should have just evolved to a high-level planetary overlord not long ago. Plasma fusion ray. In the spaceport, the nuclear fusion reactor started at full power, transferring energy to the plasma weapon. Several plasma rays gathered together, piercing its plasma protective layer in an instant, burning its skin and flesh, and injuring it. A proton missile also hit it, causing it a lot of damage. If it was a primary planetary overlord, this proton missile would be enough to kill it. This guy still retained a certain combat effectiveness. Regardless of his own injuries, he relied on his strong vitality to withstand the attack, rushed into the spaceport, and spit out energy rays that destroyed everything he encountered. In just a few seconds, spaceport number 3 became a ruin. The space station and space elevator below all stopped urgently. The space elevator lost its counterweight and fell from space. The residents of the artificial island below also hurried to take refuge. Surround it. Don't let it run away. Xiao Hong shouted angrily. A group of frigates had arrived and attacked it frantically. This is not a main battleship, but it has the advantage of home field. On the lunar base, a large number of space weapon modules flew out, combined into plasma polymerization rays and space electromagnetic cannons, etc. to attack it. There are also hundreds of proton missiles locked on it and attacked it. This giant beast did not seem to think that in just a few years, human defense has been upgraded to this point. With so many weapons coming, its plasma protective layer could not be intact for a second. It was hit by several proton missiles, and its body was directly seriously injured. The behemoth wanted to continue destroying other space buildings, but seeing that it was already injured and that humans had too many weapons, it turned around and ran away, flying into the depths of the universe. Chase! We must not let it escape this time. Xiao Hong shouted. Prepare the tracking fleet. After learning from the last experience, they prepared a tracking team consisting of several L2 class reconnaissance ships. Once the behemoth came to attack, this fast tracking team could track it in time. In space, several reconnaissance ships immediately chased after the behemoth. The behemoth was originally faster than them. After it forcibly destroyed spaceport number 3, it was injured by human weapons, and its speed dropped a lot. The reconnaissance ship bit it tightly and chased it. The behemoth did not try to turn back and attack. If it did, it might destroy several more human warships, but it would also fall into space. So it has been desperately trying to escape. But the distance between it and the pursuit fleet has been getting closer. One of the captains, Ji Xinghua asked. Report to the commander. The enemy has entered the attack range of our ship. Should we destroy it? No. Qiu Hong said. Hang it, and see where it escapes to. When it retreats, we will kill it. Yes. The chasing warship began to maintain speed and deliberately chased it slowly. Every time the behemoth escaped, it seemed that there was hope of escaping the pursuit. But the human warships always accelerated a little bit to catch up. In this way, the fleet has moved away from the blue star and even flew over the orbit of Mars. After about 3 hours, the fleet has reached the orbit of Jupiter. Captain, Jupiter is ahead, the crew reminded. If you continue to chase, it may be dangerous. Ji Xinghua also knew that Jupiter is the most massive planet in the solar system, and there must be a lot of Zerg on it. He warned, kill the target immediately. Launch a reconnaissance satellite. Yes. It takes half an hour for the signal to reach Jupiter from the blue star. So at this time, they have to judge everything by themselves and can no longer rigidly request instructions. Several warships began to accelerate and attack the behemoth. After several hours of desperate escape, the behemoth was already weak. When the plasma weapons and proton missiles came, it was almost powerless to resist and was quickly killed. The target has been killed. Our ship has entered the orbit of Jupiter. Return immediately. Ji Xinghua ordered. Return immediately. The warships were turning around. At this time, a strong energy reaction appeared around them. It's the space Zerg. On the detector, tens of thousands of red icons appeared in space. The energy reaction showed that these space Zerg were at least planetary overlords. Elementary, medium, and even advanced planetary overlord energy reactions. It turned out that the behemoth was calling for help while escaping, asking the behemoths to surround them. Quickly retreat, Ji Xinghua shouted. Overload to 10%. All the warship thrusters entered the overload state. Their L2 class space reconnaissance ships had a speed of about 27%. With an overload of 10%, the speed could reach 30% of the speed of light. The warships quickly evacuated, and tens of thousands of space Zergs were chasing them. The medium-level planetary overlords could keep up with their speed, and the high-level planetary overlords were faster than them. Continue to overload 15%. Ji Xinghua gritted his teeth. 15%. That's on the verge of explosion. The warship thrusters will definitely break down, said the first mate. I can't care so much, Ji Xinghua said. Adjust the direction and request support from the commander-in-chief. Yes. Each ship accelerated again, this time completely disregarding the life of the thrusters. After overloading, they finally distanced themselves from the Zerg. 10 minutes later, the distress signal reached Mars. Go to a support fleet to pick them up. He Xingzhou dispatched several destroyers and cruisers. Ji Xinghua and others were still madly running for their lives. The detection satellite showed that there were at least 5 high-level planetary overlords behind them. They were all powerful enemies, like Noah the Insect King. How could their small reconnaissance ships deal with them? The thrusters have reached critical high temperature and are being shut down urgently. The AI system sent a desperate message. The only thing to be thankful for is that there is no resistance in space, and they can still maintain their current speed by relying on inertia. As long as the behemoths don't speed up, we still have a chance. The crew members comforted themselves. The behemoths obviously didn't think so. They were still speeding up, seeing that a behemoth was about to catch up with the last battleship. A ray flew over and pierced the plasma protective layer on the behemoth, injuring its body. The behemoth hesitated for a moment. Its speed stagnated, and the battleship quickly fled. The support fleet sent by He Xingzhou has arrived, and there is still a certain distance from the orbit of Mars. If these behemoths insist on chasing, he is not sure to stop them, so he can only try to intercept them and then let the fleet evacuate. The behemoths seemed to have some concerns, and after the support fleet arrived, they retreated decisively. Fortunately, they have withdrawn. The crew members breathed a sigh of relief. If they continued to chase, the fleet would be destroyed. Commander-in-Chief, we are sure that the space Zerg that attacked us is on Jupiter this time, Ji Xinghua reported. The detection satellite has discovered a large number of space Zerg nests. He sent the pictures taken by the detection satellite over, and He Xingzhou saw that there were a large number of Zerg active outside Jupiter. They travel between space and Jupiter, and their prosperity is dozens of times more than that of the current blue star. And in the outer space orbit of Jupiter, there are a large number of satellites floating. Unlike blue star and Mars, Jupiter has a very large number of satellites, with 79 known satellites alone. Their mass and size vary. Among them, the large satellites, such as Ganymede, are larger than Mercury. Io has an iron core with a diameter of more than 1,800 kilometers, as well as active volcanoes, magma lakes, atmosphere, etc. If these satellites are built into space insect nests, their horror will be more than 100 million times that of the Martian Zerg, not to mention the terrifying monsters that may be bred on the huge Jupiter. Let the reconnaissance ships patrol nearby, He Xingzhou ordered. If the Jupiter Zerg intends to attack at this time, they can only run away. Judging from the previous sneak attacks, the Jupiter Zerg does not seem to intend to attack the Blue Star civilization collectively at this time. Based on the Zerg information provided by Bai Ningxiang, He Xingzhou guessed that the Zerg has not yet produced a top leader on the mother planet, and the Jupiter Zerg may still be in a state of internal hegemony among the Zerg at this stage. So these bugs have not yet developed collectively into outer space, but are fighting among themselves. No matter what, let's take down Mars first. He Xingzhou looked at the display screen. The super dust storm on Mars was still going on, and the warships and mechas were still cleaning up the battlefield. Mars at this time was much better than the barren planet before, although the Zerg had been devouring its mass. They also brought many creatures that could adapt to the harsh environment of Mars. When we take over Mars and transform it, human production capacity will at least double. He Xingzhou thought to himself that with the resources of Mars, productivity will be further developed. Moreover, Mars is closer to Jupiter. Building a military base on it can also serve as a buffer zone between the Blue Planet civilization and the Zerg of Jupiter. The Martian war lasted for 10 days. The first day was a major battle, and the rest of the time was spent on cleaning up the Zerg. The war ended only when all the Zerg of the planetary behemoths were killed or captured on the surface of Mars. The command ship that He Xingzhou was riding on landed on the surface of Mars. He was wearing space armor and stepped on the soil of Mars. This reddish-brown land was full of explosion craters, Zerg corpses, and metal fragments. If these scenes were on the Blue Planet, they would definitely look very desolate and tragic. But on Mars, it was a little different. This planet hadn't seen such a lively scene for 4 billion years. From now on, this planet belongs to us. He Xingzhou looked at the vast land and said this to the camera. The news of the victory of the Mars war had been transmitted back to the Blue Star. At this time, on the Blue Star, people were watching this scene. Mars belongs to us. We conquered a planet? Commander, he is awesome. We won the first battle of the Star Wars. The scene of the super dust storm plus the proton beam attack was so exciting. Millions of thunders fell, like Thor descending. We have taken the first step to colonize Mars. Noah is finally dead. He has screwed us so badly. If it weren't for Noah's scientific society, humans would have had more power to resist the Zerg. Where did those humans who followed Noah go? Someone asked. He Xingzhou saw this sentence and said, most of the humans who followed Noah were eaten by him. Another part was made into half-dead Zerg people and used as exhibits in Noah's Zerg nest, and was also eaten. After the death of Noah the Zerg king, the ground troops went to explore the underground Zerg nest in the Grand Canyon of the Sailors. In the underground Zerg nest, they found those Zerg people. As soon as Noah died, the Zerg nest was in chaos. Some insects thought that these insects had Noah's cells in their bodies, and that swallowing them would speed up their evolution. So they rushed to eat them. He Xingzhou showed some photos, and the scenes in the photos made the audience shudder. It's so scary. I remember that when the disaster era came, I envied them. I didn't expect that they were all made into living specimens. Isn't it what they deserve? These people had a lot of social resources at the time. They didn't resist the Zerg, but thought about escaping. This is the end. This is the end of those who surrender to the Zerg. Becoming stronger is the only way out. He Xingzhou stood on the land of Mars and announced, I now declare in the name of the Supreme Commander of the Blue Star Alliance that Mars will become the first colonized planet of our Blue Star civilization. We will use 3 months to basically clean up the Zerg on Mars. At the same time, we will open up mining, industrial construction, base construction, Martian city construction, and Martian immigration permits on Mars. All those who meet the conditions can apply. After He Xingzhou finished speaking, people were collectively boiling. What does a brand new planet mean? It means countless opportunities. When Columbus discovered a new continent, it brought a century of glory to the West, and now, they have a brand new planet. It can be said that there are opportunities and gold everywhere. I want to immigrate. I want to go to Mars to pan for gold. Mars City. I apply to be a builder on Mars. Go to Mars to mine. I can't make it on Blue Star anymore. I want to go to Mars. Take me with you. Netizens are still posting comments online. And some smart people have already gone to the official website of the Blue Star Alliance to apply for relevant licenses for Mars immigration and Mars industry. The Blue Star Alliance is in urgent need of developing Mars, so it has set very low licensing requirements. Even individuals and companies without spaceships are eligible to go to Mars. He Xingzhou plans to use 80% of the space battleships to help interstellar construction. Even if it is an individual, as long as the needs are met, they can rent space battleships and military mechas for Mars development. 1 month later, in the virtual universe, in the office of the Blue Star Alliance, the elders of our Iceberg Investigation Association have agreed to help you contain the Pleiades. Bai Ningxiang said to He Xingzhou, "We will send a fleet to patrol nearby. They will definitely not dare to act rashly." "Are you sure?" He Xingzhou asked one more question. "After all, this is a matter of life and death for civilization. Of course. Don't underestimate us." "Okay," Bai Ningxiang said. "If our Black Sea civilization really takes action, it will not be a problem to destroy the Pleiades. Our opponents are more advanced civilizations. The reason why we don't fight them is just for other considerations." He Xingzhou nodded and said, "That's good." He looked at Bai Ningxiang and said, "Thanks to you for this. We will remember it." He. Bai Ningxiang snorted twice and said, 50 years. They can only contain us for 50 years. And after 50 years, you have to rely on yourselves. Of course, if you show more potential than other civilizations in 50 years, I can convince the Civilization Council to help you. There is enough time, He Xingzhou said. Within 50 years, they will solve the problem of the Zerg infestation in the solar system. As for the newcomer competition of the Interstellar Construction Association, He Xingzhou still did not update the ranking. At the Blue Star Alliance Command, He Xingzhou and hundreds of commanders are formulating plans for the next stage of development of Blue Star civilization. After taking Mars, our first task is to develop Mars. Build Martian cities, military bases, space bases, and expand the fleet, He Xingzhou said. The Mars development task will be handed over to Commander Lu Mei. Secondly, there is the problem of Zerg on other planets. Getting rid of the Zerg on Mars does not mean that we can sit back and relax. Everyone knows that there are Zerg on other planets, especially Jupiter. It can be said that we cannot deal with the Zerg on Jupiter at this stage. Therefore, investigating the situation of Zerg in the solar system is an important issue, including continuing to improve the communication system and detection system of the solar system. Commander Cui Weiman is responsible for this task. We cannot defeat the Zerg on Jupiter, but we can consider destroying the Zerg on Venus and Mercury. Develop the fleet and first occupy Venus and Mercury near the Blue Star. Commander He Hongwei is responsible for military tasks. Commander Song Jinghong continue to study the space Zerg and the problem of the devourer of planets. After He Xingzhou explained the tasks of several first-level commanders, he said, the other commanders at all levels will perform their duties according to the corresponding tasks. Here, I also want to announce an important construction plan. The commanders looked at He Xingzhou. The previous plan was already heavy enough. What other plans are there? He Xingzhou said, according to the intelligence we got from the Black Sea civilization, the Zerg space hive can be launched as a weapon when it is fully built. For example, use the hive as a kinetic weapon and launch it towards the Blue Star. Everyone knows that 65 million years ago, an asteroid with a diameter of 10 kilometers hit the Blue Star. The impact force was equivalent to 100 trillion tons of TNT, causing mass extinction of life and changing the entire ecosystem of the Blue Star. If today, such an asteroid with a diameter of 10 kilometers hits the Blue Star, can we solve it? Everyone looked at each other and said, with a diameter of 10 kilometers, plasma weapons are no longer effective. The same goes for space hydrogen bombs. Even if they can blow it up, its fragments will fall on the blue planet and cause a global doomsday. He Xingzhou said, this is just an analogy. The real situation may be worse than we imagined. Jupiter has dozens of satellites, and the largest satellite is enough to smash the blue planet into pieces. Of course, the Zerg should not have such strength yet, but it can still push a space hive with a diameter of dozens of kilometers to hit the blue planet. The Zerg on Mars prove this point. We must take precautions before it happens. He Hongwei wondered, how can we prevent it? Even if they launch an attack, we can't stop them. Do we have to build large-scale survival and military bases on Mercury, Venus, and Mars? Or build space mobile cities in outer space? He Xingzhou smiled and said, the construction tasks on other planets are independent. In the era of catastrophe, we have never given up our home planet. Now that our technological strength is stronger, we will naturally not give up. My idea is to create a super weapon to deal with such a crisis, and at the same time protect the blue planet from being harassed by the Zerg. What super weapon can deal with this crisis? Lu Mei asked curiously. Kinetic weapons, He Xingzhou said. Planetary orbital gun. Planetary orbital gun? Everyone was stunned when they heard He Xingzhou's words. He Xingzhou then explained, this is a super electromagnetic gun I envisioned. The power generated by the asteroid impact comes from kinetic energy. We can also do it through technology. Build a superstar ring around the blue planet. This planet wraps the entire equator of the blue planet, and uses the blue planet space elevator to connect the superstar ring and the surface. The star ring itself is a supergiant structure surrounding the entire planet. Its core is a ring planet particle collider, which can be used for basic scientific research, antimatter and dark energy research. The outer ring has an electromagnetic orbit around the entire planet. Putting a large mass electromagnetic cannon projectile into it, and accelerating it through the acceleration orbit around the entire planet will generate kinetic energy comparable to an asteroid impact. If such a planetary orbital cannon is built, even an asteroid can be smashed. A high-level planetary overlord like Noah, the Insect King, can be killed with one shot. Chapter 192 Civilization Arena. The superstar ring, with further expansion, can also become a ring-shaped space city around the blue planet. After hearing He Xingzhou's description, hundreds of commanders in the headquarters were silent for a while. After experiencing the Age of Cataclysm, the Xuanwu Project, and the Mars War, the threshold that can surprise or make them feel incredible is already very high. At the beginning, a Great Wall of Steel was considered a fantasy by humans all over the world. And now, the Superstar Ring Project is many times crazier than the Great Wall of Steel, surrounding the entire planet, building a ring-shaped particle collider, a ring-shaped space city, and a planetary orbital cannon. Any idea is enough to subvert their cognition. Is this a feat that humans can accomplish? 20 years ago, before the catastrophe era, any of them dared to assert that if someone said they wanted to build such a superstar ring, they would definitely be denied by everyone and regarded as a joke. But today, it was He Xingzhou who said this. They are all commanders who have witnessed countless miracles. The commander-in-chief is still the commander-in-chief, He Hongwei said with emotion. The superstar ring plan reminded him of the Xuanwu plan. When He Xingzhou proposed the Great Wall of Steel, his first thought was that it was difficult to reach the sky. Today's superstar ring plan is 10,000 times more exaggerated and equally difficult. But he no longer thinks it is impossible to achieve. Things are different now. These are 3 super megastructures. 3 in 1, Lu Mei said. If we really want to implement it, the resources of Blue Star alone are not enough. We also need the resources of Mars, Venus, and Mercury. Lu Mei's first reaction was not to question, but to think about how to implement it. The Commander-in-Chief's idea is as grand as ever. I think it is very feasible, Cui Weiman said. There are so many space Zerg nests on Jupiter. We can't rely on the internal fighting of the Zerg. They will attack us sooner or later. Blue Star is our base camp, building a superstar ring and planetary orbital cannons, not only to resist the Zerg, but also to resist the Pleiades fleet. I can't help much with the superstar ring, but I fully support it, Song Jinghong said. The attitudes of other second-level commanders were more distinct than theirs, and they were even a little excited and enthusiastic. Lei Yuanfeng said, this is the military weapon that our space civilization should have. Fighting on Mars is not smooth. To build a superstar ring, we can mobilize all the troops and build it together. Luan was even more excited. The Space Force must also participate. If the ring-shaped space city and planetary orbital cannon can be built, our space defense power will be directly enhanced by 10,000 times. Yes, if there is such a space defense system. The Zerg dares to sneak attack again. Let them die every time they come. Xiao Hong strongly agreed. The Zerg sneaked into outer space several times, causing them losses, and the space forces were holding their breath. Su Tingbin, a top scientist of the Academy of Sciences, and one of the main members of the Interstellar Construction Department, said, we have long had ideas about the planetary particle collider. We can do our best to complete this design task. Other commanders at all levels agreed very much. He Xingzhou said, okay. The Superstar Ring project is set. It is expected to take 30 years. All departments will fully cooperate and carry out the military missions on Mars development, Venus and Mercury at the same time. Within 1 year, the design drawings will be produced and the plan will be announced. The headquarters began to discuss the Superstar Ring project in detail. This will be the first superspace megastructure built by the Blue Star civilization in the true sense. Space elevators and spaceports are space buildings in low Earth orbit, and they have not yet reached the level of space megastructures. And the Superstar Ring is almost one of the top space buildings that a first-level civilization can build. He Xingzhou had seen it in interstellar construction, with the diameter of Blue Star being 12,742 kilometers. He could probably become a second-level interstellar builder after building a superstar ring of this size. The main purpose of building a superstar ring is to resist the Zerg attack, and it can also accumulate technology for building a Dyson sphere. He Xingzhou immediately began to prepare. The superstar ring involves too much technology, so he had to plan carefully. In the office, He Xingzhou divided the superstar ring plan. The first step is naturally to build a particle collider around the planet. He Xingzhou called out the quantum optical brain and unlocked the corresponding technology. Spend 1,000 units of energy to unlock high-energy accelerator technology. Spend 100 units of energy to unlock the ultra-vacuum pipeline technology. Spend 300 units of energy to unlock the rapid cooling technology. Spend 500 units of energy to unlock the microscopic particle observation technology. Just a circumplanetary particle collider involves tens of thousands of new technologies. He Xingzhou naturally cannot complete such a workload by himself. The Interstellar Construction Department has organized a team of more than 100,000 people to develop and design together. It is worth mentioning that 10 years have passed since the new era. With the promotion of various policies and means, the population of Blue Star civilization has increased by 10%. In addition, the average life expectancy has increased to more than 500 years, and the population mortality rate has plummeted. It is estimated that in another 20 to 30 years, the population will be restored to the level before the catastrophe. This population is still pitifully small compared to interstellar civilizations. Therefore, the Blue Star civilization manufactures a large number of robots to perform various labors. Now almost all factories are fully automated factories. And engineering construction is also all robot labor. In cities, all walks of life are using robots on a large scale. Humans are mainly engaged in management, design, research and development. In order to ensure the safety of robot management, the Blue Star Alliance also has a special intelligent machinery security department to be responsible for this content. He Xingzhou's sister He Mengyao is now working in the Intelligent Machinery Security Department. All employees of the Intelligent Machinery Security Department are prohibited from implanting superconducting quantum chips and intelligent machinery prostheses, but are allowed to implant biological chips and biological computers for genetic modification. Similarly, in the Institute of Biology, there are also prosthetics who hold important positions, striving to achieve balanced development of the two technological directions. Half a year later, at He Xingzhou's home, He Xingzhou has just completed the design of the circumplanetary particle collider with his team, and Su Tingbin has begun to arrange the manufacturing plan, so he can take a short break for 2 days. Su Jilan and Jian Monrong are busy in the kitchen. Usually, housework can be done by nanny robots or real nannies. When the family is rarely reunited, they are still used to doing it themselves, which seems more lifelike. This is the characteristic of the older generation. Young people born in the new era rely almost entirely on robots to complete their daily work. This does not mean that they cannot endure hardships, but it is caused by the development trend of the times. Now is the era of interstellar development. There are many more things that are more arduous and meaningful than doing housework. Brother, can I apply to go to the virtual universe to have a look? I heard that there are real silicon-based civilization creatures there. It would be great if I could communicate with them. He Mengyao looked at He Xingzhou eagerly. The Blue Star civilization only has one subspace communication device, which can only transmit 5 information streams. It is very difficult to enter the virtual universe. Lu Mi, how are the personnel arrangements in the virtual universe recently? He Xingzhou asked. Lu Mi said, there are 3 seats left today. Mr. Wen Heng is in the office. Mr. Su Tingbin is studying at the Interstellar Construction Association. He Xingzhou said, okay. We can go and have a look after dinner. It just so happens that I also want to go to the civilization arena. Yeah, Big brother is the best. He Mengyao laughed. At this time, Jiang Wanrong came over with dishes and said, "It's good to go to the virtual universe. If you can't find a boyfriend on Blue Star, you can go to the virtual universe to find an alien. As long as it is a humanoid creature, we can accept it." Ha ha! He Xingzhou and Su Jilan couldn't help laughing. After the simple meal, He Xingzhou took Su Jilan and He Mengyao to the base where the subspace communicator was placed to connect their consciousness. A few seconds later, their consciousness came to the virtual universe. Here, Bai Ningxiang had been waiting for them for a long time, and He Xingzhou had informed her in advance. Bai Ningxiang knew Su Jilan, of course, but it was her first time meeting He Mengyao. "Hello, Miss Bai." He Mengyao took the initiative to greet her. "Are you He Xingzhou's sister?" Bai Ningxiang looked at her carefully and said, "I always feel that you look familiar. Is it because of my brother?" "But my brother and I don't look alike," He Mengyao said. No. Bai Ningxiang thought for a while and said, "Don't you think that He Mengyao looks a lot like the Angel of Order?" "Ah?" Hearing her words, He Xingzhou and Su Jilan were both stunned. And when they looked at He Mengyao again, they were all surprised. He Mengyao is naturally beautiful. There is no doubt about that. She has been praised for her beauty since she was a child. Her face and figure are in line with the golden ratio of the human body, and many girls envy this. After listening to Bai Ningxiang, He Xingzhou also felt that He Mengyao's face shape was indeed a bit similar to the Order Angel on the Order Square. Su Jilan even gestured, if she was given wings, she would really look like one. He Mengyao asked curiously, "What is an Order Angel?" Bai Ningxiang explained, "It is a silicon-based life that maintains order in the virtual universe of the Order Alliance. Maybe this girl was an angel in her previous life," He Mengyao said narcissistically. "Don't be so conceited," He Xingzhou complained. They walked around the initial city, and He Mengyao was very curious about everything. The various civilizations and aliens in the universe refreshed her view of the universe. Seeing it with your own eyes and touching it are completely different from reading the information. When she came to the Order Square, she also deliberately compared it with the Order Angel and found that her face shape was indeed very similar to that of the Order Angel. She tried to communicate with the Order Angel, but the Order Angel floated in the air like a sculpture and ignored her at all. "So cool. Robots are so hard to communicate with," He Mengyao whispered. "Okay, we've almost finished our tour. It's time to get down to business," He Xingzhou said to Bai Ningxiang. "Let's go to the civilization arena." Finally, we've reached this stage. Bai Ningxiang couldn't wait. She came as a tour guide today just to go to the civilization arena. He Xingzhou went to the civilization arena just to improve his understanding of interstellar wars and improve his weapons. The Mars War made him realize that the space military strength of the Blue Star civilization was not strong. If they hadn't used the super dust storm, they wouldn't have been able to defeat the Martian Zerg. In addition, He Xingzhou always felt that it was safer to rely on himself than on others. Even if the Black Sea civilization currently agreed to temporarily contain the Pleiades, what if they changed their minds? What if the Pleiades still attack with great force? Civilizations are not individuals. Their thoughts and decisions are affected by countless factors, and no one can judge them. He must be fully prepared. Civilization arena. Su Jilan was also looking forward to it. After the new era, He Xingzhou completely handed over his daily work to artificial intelligence, and Su Jilan began to learn how to operate and command warships. She wanted to become a qualified captain and commander, and be useful when He Xingzhou needed her. Times have changed. Her special forces skills and mecha control skills are now a bit backward. Several people followed Bai Ningxiang to the upper level of the initial city. In front of a gate floating in the air. Inside the gate is a starry sky. "Is this the place for simulating battlefields?" He Mengyao exclaimed. "It's so beautiful here. It's like there's a universe inside the gate." Bai Ningxiang rubbed her hands and said excitedly, "I haven't been here for a long time. I'm going to make a fortune this time." They walked into the Stargate and instantly arrived on a planet. "Welcome to the civilization arena." A black-winged Order Angel appeared here and introduced, "You could participate in free competition, ranking competition or special competition here. Before participating in the competition, you need to recertify the civilization level and enter the information of the weapons used by the civilization." He Xingzhou didn't care about this. They were a first-level civilization, and no matter what weapons they had, they were primitive weapons in the eyes of the Order Alliance. He entered some information into the subspace communicator and turned on the subspace communicator to scan. Soon, Tuanzi said, after certification. The Blue Star Civilization level certification has been upgraded from level 1.0 to level 1.2. The relevant weapons have been entered, and you can start your own civilization competition journey. He Xingzhou's virtual universe guide Tuanzi reminded, when the simulated civilization competition is officially carried out, you can start the simulation training. Do you want to start? Let's start, He Xingzhou said. They were not familiar with the rules yet. Each simulation virtual needs to consume 1 universe coin. Tuanzi said that in the virtual universe, there is always a little money to spend. It doesn't seem much, but when accumulated, it is an expensive expense. In the past 10 years, He Xingzhou has spent most of the rewards he originally received, and there are less than 1,000 universe coins left. For many civilizations, when the universe coins are used up, they can only continue to earn universe coins by selling intelligence, technology, resources, or completing related tasks issued by the Order Alliance, which is equivalent to working for the Order Alliance in disguise. You guys practice first. I'll go play 2 games myself, Bai Ningxiong said, and her figure disappeared from the spot. She had entered a certain arena to conduct a simulated war with other civilizations. He Xingzhou, Su Xilan, and He Mengyao entered the training ground for training. Welcome to the first level civilization training ground. He Xingzhou appeared in an unfamiliar star system, and Tuanzi introduced, this is a simple difficulty training star system. You will face a fleet of 1.2 civilization strength in this star system. Destroy the opponent's manpower as much as possible, and destroy the opponent's military base and industrial base. The weapons you use are all from the weapons owned by this civilization, and the technology and quantity are synchronized. He Xingzhou found that the number of fleets he could mobilize was indeed synchronized with reality, because it was a simulated battle, and the number of weapons of the enemy was similar to his. He Xingzhou could now check the enemy's information. Humanoid Civilization A. Civilization Strength Level 1.2. Number of warships 500. L1 warships 200. L2 warships 300. Highest level warships L2 space cruisers. Highest level weapons. Plasma rays. Only plasma rays? He Xingzhou was a little surprised. They had used this thing in the planetary battlefield. Or was it because of the simple difficulty? He began to simulate the battle. In the initial battlefield, he and the simulated enemy each occupied a planet, began to lay out, and fought. He Xingzhou didn't have much skills at all. He used part of his strength to defend the planet, and then let the main fleet attack the enemy. During the whole process, almost no tactics were used, because the enemy's warships were no match for him. The intensity of the opponent's plasma beam was similar to the giant mecha he built in the Cataclysm era, and it couldn't even penetrate the energy shield of the warship. The training war was a one-sided crushing. In less than a day, he took down all the enemies. A day here may be less than a minute for Blue Star time, because the simulation process is the transmission of brain information. Just like dreaming, Tuanzi said, the initial training has been passed. You can continue training or start fighting against other civilizations. He Xingzhou thought for a moment and said, let's go to a higher difficulty. There are also normal difficulty, difficult difficulty, very difficult difficulty, hell level difficulty, etc. Each level is divided into 9 levels, and the highest level of difficulty no longer restricts the enemy's civilization level and weapons. He Xingzhou said, let's try hell level 9. He entered hell level 9, and he still had so many weapons. After a microsecond, he didn't do anything, and Tuanzi announced, you have failed. He Xingzhou, is it over? I want to see the battle replay. The battle replay was slowed down countless times, and a small black dot appeared in the star system, and then it quickly expanded and engulfed the entire star system. Tuanzi explained, your simulated opponent uses a hyperspace annihilation bomb to completely annihilate the star system you are in. This training score, 0 points. He Xingzhou, forget it. Let's face an opponent of the same level of civilization. The highest difficulty, He Xingzhou said. Select difficulty 1. This time, He Xingzhou's opponent switched to a 1.2 civilization. The opponent's warships far outnumbered his, with more than 100 L2 class space cruisers and more than 2,000 fleets. He Xingzhou simulated the battle again, and it was indeed more difficult to fight. The enemy relied on the performance advantage of the warships to repeatedly fight with him in space, and there were also several sneak attack fleets that came to sneak attack the base camp from time to time. He Xingzhou suffered a little loss, but he relied on weapons beyond the civilization level to maintain the situation and barely won. Sure enough, space war is not as simple as fighting against the Zerg on Mars. Winning on Mars still takes advantage of timing and weapons. He Xingzhou thought. He continued to train, and during training, he could also adjust the type of civilization. For example, the silicon-based civilization opponent, who adjusted the number of warships at the beginning of the war, may only have 1,000 warships. But once the war starts, they can quickly explode their troops, and the number of warships will increase. They can also use information attack methods to invade the intelligence system of the warships and make them betray. Or the opponent of non-human civilization uses biological warships with extremely strong self-repair ability. If they are broken, they can also devour matter and energy to repair like the Zerg. There are also civilizations that do not use warships, such as powerful individual space creatures, civilizations that only develop space mechas, starship civilizations that live in the asteroid belt and specialize in sneak attacks, etc. When He Xingzhou first faced these civilizations, even in training mode, his winning rate was very low, less than 50%. Later, he gradually became familiar with the combat methods of some civilizations, became alert, and his winning rate gradually increased. After dozens of games, He Xingzhou was able to challenge the difficult 1.5 level civilization. The elders of the Black Sea civilization were right. Proton missiles and energy shields are often developed by civilizations above level 1.5. Because of the threat of the Zerg, the Blue Star civilization developed weapons faster than the overall development of civilization, which belongs to the bias type. For other civilizations, if they have a spaceship that travels at 5% the speed of light, their range of activities basically covers the entire star system. However, their Blue Star civilization has L2 class warships, but their range of activities is still limited to Blue Star and Mars. He Xingzhou, Bai Ningxiang sent him a message. He Xingzhou left the training ground and saw Bai Ningxiang's face full of reluctance. I lost miserably, she said aggrievedly. I lost every game, and there is no more fun. I lost all the money I saved with great difficulty. Unlike the Blue Star civilization, their Black Sea civilization has a higher level of civilization certification, and their strength has declined seriously. When competing with other civilizations of the same level, they are basically abused. At this time, He Mengyao and Su Jilan also left the training ground. Su Jilan was still not satisfied. She said, I found that our Blue Star civilization is still quite strong. Our fleet has no problem playing difficult mode. He Mengyao highly agreed, saying, a novice like me can pass the training. Those warships are not as scary as the Zerg. Bai Ningxiang said, of course. Even the Order Alliance has to deal with the Zerg. Their strength can be imagined. In fact, the opponent you have been facing is one of the most difficult enemies in the universe. At the same civilization level, your strength is very strong. He Mengyao said in surprise, so, we are equivalent to peerless masters, who start with the difficulty of hell and practice in secret? It's not that exaggerated. He Xingzhou shook his head. I just tried a higher difficulty, and was killed instantly by other civilizations. Other civilizations here can also compete with the Zerg and other civilizations. Don't think they are too weak. That's right. He Mengyao nodded. Maybe the opponents we met were all simulated opponents, not real opponents. When it came to this, Bai Ningxiang said to He Xingzhou, do you want to have a practical training? How to train? Let's fight. Bai Ningxiang said, I will use the fleet of the Black Sea civilization to fight you. The performance of the warships is too different. He Xingzhou said. He has realized that if there is a gap of one civilization level, there is almost no possibility of victory. The tactics you think of are useless in the face of stronger technology. The battle can also limit the level of civilization. For example, I will only use the weapons of the Black Sea civilization when I was a level 1 civilization to fight you, Bai Ningxiang said. This is possible. He Xingzhou agreed readily after hearing her say this. He also wanted to know how the strength of the Blue Star civilization compares to other civilizations. Okay, let's start a game. Bai Ningxiang immediately created a private room. He Mengyao and Su Jilan watched the battle in a star system, and they each occupied a rocky planet. He Xingzhou was in a simulated Blue Star, and Bai Ningxiang was in a simulated Black Sea planet. At the beginning, both sides chose the same tactics, launching communication and detection satellites to the other side's location. Intelligence and communication are important aspects of combat. After that, it is time to lay out defenses and tentative attacks. He Xingzhou arranged the planetary defense system on the planet, and then sent a reconnaissance fleet to nearby planets. In the simulated war, the location can be selected on many planets, and you can also choose to mine and produce weapons on nearby planets. If both opponents are keen on developing production, a simulated war can even last for 1,000 years. He Xingzhou and Bai Ningxiang don't have that patience. The purpose of both sides detecting nearby planets is to build military bases. Their reconnaissance fleet met in the space near Planet A. Attack! He Xingzhou decided to take the initiative and let the reconnaissance ship conduct a tentative attack. Laser weapons were fired. This kind of high-energy laser, because of its speed of light and strong point-to-point destructive power, is more useful than plasma rays and blitzkrieg. Several lasers were aimed at Bai Ningxiang's warships. The shape of the warships of the Black Sea civilization is similar to marine life. For example, these reconnaissance ships look like tuna and swordfish. This is because their warships not only sail in space, but sometimes also sail in the deep sea. My brother attacked first. If he penetrated its power cabin, these reconnaissance warships would be GG. He Mingyao couldn't help but explain. Then you underestimate me too much. Bai Ningxiang snorted. She did not take any defensive measures, but directly launched a counterattack against the attack of the laser weapon. When the laser hit the tuna warship, the high-energy laser did not penetrate it as Xingzhou expected, but was reflected by some mirror crystals on the surface of the ship. Reflective ship armor? He Xingzhou was shocked. He had encountered too few opponents, and this was the first time he encountered such a defense. The surface of the enemy's warship has a crystal armor with a reflectivity of more than 99%. Like fish scales, when the laser hits it, most of the light is reflected, and naturally it cannot cause any damage. The enemy's attack has arrived. The warship launched a space torpedo. It was so fast that when it was about to hit He Xingzhou's space reconnaissance ship, an energy shield had already risen on the surface of the reconnaissance ship. High-temperature plasma could have melted these weapons, but this time, it failed. The surface of this special space torpedo was covered with a layer of mucus protective film. The energy shield only destroyed its protective film, and it still hit the reconnaissance ship accurately. The huge kinetic energy immediately destroyed the armor of the warship. At the same time, a super strong nuclear fusion reaction occurred, blowing up the warship. A combination of kinetic weapons and space hydrogen bombs. He Xingzhou realized that this space torpedo was itself a space electromagnetic gun. When a violent collision occurred, the nuclear material inside underwent a nuclear fusion reaction, allowing the kinetic weapon to combine with a space hydrogen bomb. Humans don't have this kind of weapon yet. Bai Ningxiang said proudly, now you know. Even if we only use the first-level civilization warships, our combat effectiveness is not to be underestimated. This is just the beginning. He Xingzhou became interested. The stronger the enemy, the more motivated he was. He moved the warships apart and began to pull and attack. Depending on the speed of the warships, the speed of the missiles, and the distance between the warships, the effect achieved will also be different. The specific method to be adopted should be judged according to the actual combat process. He Xingzhou no longer used laser weapons to attack, but used plasma weapons to attack. He found that the opponent's warships also had a mucus protective film, which was similar to the energy shield and could also withstand a certain degree of plasma weapon attacks. A quarter of my brother's reconnaissance fleet has been destroyed, and he has not yet destroyed any enemy fleets. He Mingyao said. We are at a disadvantage. Su Jilan pondered. The enemy's warships have strong defense capabilities against laser weapons and plasma weapons, and the proton missiles did not hit the enemy. Reconnaissance ships alone cannot defeat their reconnaissance ships, so it is better to use proton beam attacks. The energy of the reconnaissance ship cannot support large-scale strong force conversion and launch proton beams, so He Xingzhou used another method. He used a timed proton missile and detonated it in advance before attacking the enemy warship. The super electric field generated can penetrate and crush, damaging the opponent's ship. Moreover, He Xingzhou discovered that after the mucus protective layer became conductive, the defensive capability would decrease. At this time, the effect of using plasma rays would be much better. Using this tactic, He Xingzhou defeated 3 of Bai Ningxiang's reconnaissance ships and turned the situation around. The situation was in a stalemate, but no one was willing to leave first. This planet was very close to the other planet. Whoever occupied it first would take the initiative in the war. So after the first round of collision, both sides began to mobilize the main fleet and started a head-on collision here. The medium-sized spaceship was mobilized, and the proton beam and plasma polymerization ray of He Xingzhou's cruiser caused great damage to Bai Ningxiang's warship. Bai Ningxiang's space destroyers and cruisers also displayed new weapons. For example, the freezing ray, in addition to lowering the temperature, can also form ultra-low temperature cold nuclear fusion, which is extremely destructive to the energy shield. The two sides fought fiercely, and He Xingzhou sent another fleet to attack the deep-sea planet. His sneak attack fleet easily broke through the outer space defense of the deep-sea planet. But when he came to the surface of the planet, he was in trouble. Bai Ningxiang has mobilized defensive weapons, and their defensive weapons are also a kind of meteorological weapons that can trigger super tsunamis and thunderclouds. For the base under the deep sea, the situation on the sea surface has no effect on him. But for He Xingzhou's fleet that is going to attack the deep sea, it is a natural barrier. You are not the only one who can sneak attack. Bai Ningxiang also sent a fleet to sneak attack his base camp, and she also used meteorological weapons here. Her warship launched a large number of ionosphere controllers, entered the planetary atmosphere, controlled the changes in the ionosphere, and could create directional thunderstorms, hurricanes, and rainstorms. He Xingzhou's base was in chaos, and the defensive weapons could only attack those large targets. It was difficult to do anything about the ionosphere controllers that stirred the weather. On the front battlefield, my brother's fleet was completely suppressed. The sneak attack tactics were blocked, and the house was robbed. Now it is a comprehensive disadvantage. He Mengyao saw that on the front battlefield, He Xingzhou's destroyers and cruisers were too few, and they were no match for Bai Ningxiang at all, and could only rely on space to attack. If we don't go back to defend, our home will be gone. He Xingzhou's main fleet did not go back to defend. He continued to fight with Bai Ningxiang. The buildings at home were constantly being destroyed. If this continues, we will face failure. His real means of attack is not this force, but the asteroids of the deep-sea planet. Su Jilan found something wrong when watching the battle. Only part of the fleet sent by He Xingzhou to attack the deep-sea planet was attacking the atmosphere, and the other part was equipped with mini modular thrusters. After they cleared the military equipment in the nearby space, these modular thrusters were all attached to the asteroid and began to push the asteroid to accelerate on the orbit of the deep-sea planet. He wants to use an asteroid to hit the deep-sea planet. Bai Ningxiang also realized that something was wrong. He Xingzhou actually learned the Zerg's moves. He first used thrusters to push the satellite of the deep-sea planet, and then accelerated it through the thrusters and the gravitational orbit of the planet. After reaching a certain speed, he tried to change its direction of operation and push it to the deep-sea planet. The impact of an asteroid is enough to shake the planetary plates of the planet, and natural disasters can destroy everything. At that time, the underground magma will erupt, turning the deep sea into a magma sea. How can it change the orbit of the satellite? Thrusters alone are not enough, Bai Ningxiang thought. She did not return to defend, because it was too late at this time. So Bai Ningxiang simply increased her firepower and continued to attack He Xingzhou's main fleet and base camp. He Xingzhou began to fight guerrilla warfare to avoid a head-on decisive battle. In the outer space of the deep-sea planet, the accelerated satellite had already circled the planet twice and gained enough kinetic energy. At this time, He Xingzhou mobilized a large number of unmanned warships to reach the back of the satellite. At his command, all the warships exploded in turn, using the impact force generated by the space nuclear explosion to push the satellite to change its direction of movement. When it got close enough to the deep-sea planet, it was captured by the gravity of the deep-sea planet and crashed into the deep-sea planet. If it crashed, Bai Ningxiang's base camp would be completely destroyed. At this time, Bai Ningxiang had not yet taken down He Xingzhou's base camp and main fleet. He is too difficult, Bai Ningxiang thought to herself. The warships she used were actually higher than the 1.5 level civilization. Otherwise it would be impossible to suppress He Xingzhou. He Xingzhou saw that the performance of the warships was not as good as hers, and he actually came up with this tactic, not only to severely damage the base camp, but also to self-destruct a fleet to destroy her base camp. Bai Ningxiang had no choice but to use some unconventional means. In the deep-sea planet, the sea water parted and a huge cannon was revealed. The barrel of the cannon alone was 10,000 meters long, larger than He Xingzhou's largest warship. Inside it was a huge solid crystal. When the cannon was fired, the solid crystal was ejected and hit the satellite that was about to hit the deep-sea planet. The powerful kinetic energy collision produced the power of a 10 billion ton TNT explosion. The solid crystal inside also began to crack and explode, undergoing a high-pressure nuclear fusion reaction, blowing the satellite to pieces. A large number of fragments flew to farther space, and some of them fell on deep-sea planets, causing earthquakes and tsunamis. But the power was no longer as strong as before. What kind of cannon is this? When this shot was fired, He Xingzhou knew that he had already lost. He had used up all his means, and could not be Bai Ningxiang's opponent. A kind of Star Destroyer cannon, Bai Ningxiang said truthfully. Or one of the prototypes of the main gun of the Star Destroyer, using superpressure crystals made of nuclear fusion raw materials compressed with other compounds, and fired with an electromagnetic cannon after reaching a certain mass. The kinetic energy and energy generated are enough to shatter asteroids, Bai Ningxiang said with emotion. Although I beat you, I have used weapons that only level 1.8 civilizations have. You are already very strong. If you lose, you lose. He Xingzhou doesn't care. When civilizations fight in the universe, the other side will not care about your civilization level. Through this battle, He Xingzhou also saw many new methods. For example, the electromagnetic hydrogen bomb, mucus protective layer, ultra-low temperature cold nuclear fusion ray, etc. of the Black Sea civilization. And this Star Destroyer cannon. This is another way to fight against the Zerg. If it can be copied and used on battleships and superstar rings, wouldn't it be stronger? Wonderful, He Mengyao said excitedly. Each alien civilization has its own weapon characteristics. I learned it. Su Jilan was deeply touched and reflected that the effect of weather weapons in the planetary atmosphere is better than that of space battleships. In space battlefield operations, the control of weapon properties, distance and speed is also very important. There are too many factors. For all humans, the experience of space warfare needs to be learned repeatedly. The training is over, Bai Ningxiang said. Your performance has exceeded my expectations. In this case, we can go to the free arena to make some money. How to operate? He Xingzhou asked. Bai Ningxiang smiled and said, although your civilization certification level is 1.2, your war strength has exceeded 1.5. If you play well, you can fight at a higher level. Since you haven't ranked yet, no one knows your true strength. You can earn a lot of resources by fighting other civilizations in the free arena and gambling. For example, cosmic coins, minerals, advanced materials, or warship blueprints, weapon blueprints, and intelligence. It's the same as the trading market. As long as it's valuable, you can use it for gambling. Don't you only have L2 warships now? If everything goes well, you can win L3 and above thrusters, space weapons, or warship blueprints this time. This is a great opportunity to directly improve the strength of civilization. He Xingzhou was also tempted when he heard this. Now the Blue Star civilization is short of resources and weapons. If he can win the advanced warship design drawings, he doesn't have to design step by step, and can directly upgrade the warship level to L3 or above. Moreover, he is about to build a superstar ring, which requires a lot of resources, such as precious space metals and space materials. If he relies on his own manufacturing, time is a problem. And whether there are so many corresponding rare materials on Blue Star and Mars is also a problem. If you have enough cosmic coins, you can buy it directly from the Order Alliance, even if the express delivery fee is a little more expensive. It is worth it. What are you waiting for? Let's get started, He Xingzhou said. I was waiting for you to say that, Bai Ningxiang said with a smile. Tuanzi, take us to the free arena now. Free arena. Here we are. After Tuanzi finished speaking, the scene in front of everyone changed. This was a spherical hall filled with aliens. In the middle of the hall was a space. In the space, two civilizations were at war. Chapter 193 Strength is a mystery. He Xingzhou looked in the middle, and saw only a blur. As expected, Tuanzi said, you need to pay 100 universe coins to watch this competition. You need money to watch the competition? Then can the participants share the money? He Xingzhou asked. Yes. 10% of the viewing fee belongs to the Order Alliance, 70% to the winner, and 20% to the loser, Tuanzi said. Don't think about it. Only when those civilizations with a clear name are conducting simulated wars, other civilizations will be willing to pay to watch, Bai Ningxiang said. For example, The two civilizations that are conducting simulated wars now are two relatively famous 2.9 level civilizations. They all hope to become level 3 civilizations. So these civilizations come to watch the game, hoping to get inspiration from their technology or fighting methods. He Xingzhou looked at the number of online viewers in the arena. The number of viewers of this simulated war exceeded 30,000, which means that if you win a game, you will get 3 million cosmic coins. You know, the reward for building a Dyson sphere is only 10 million cosmic coins from the Order Alliance. Don't worry about them. Let's make a battle first. Bai Ningxiang asked. How many cosmic coins do you have left? Only 800 left. Then bet all on it. 800 coins per game. You are now a level 1.2 civilization, and you have 0 combat experience. There must be many people who want to make a fortune, Bai Ningxiang said. Among the civilizations of the same level, some are branches of advanced civilizations. For example, if a civilization sends some people to colonize other star systems, this alien colony will grow and become a subordinate civilization. Such a civilization is much stronger than ordinary civilizations. Some civilizations have received technology and training from advanced civilizations, and their strength is also stronger than civilizations of the same level. They like to find new people to compete the most. He Xingzhou set up a room in the arena and asked civilizations of the same level to compete. The deposit was 800 cosmic coins. Blue Star Civilization. Chafeng? Arena level 0. New civilization? The information he posted can be seen by other aliens in the arena. It is very difficult for a first-level civilization to earn cosmic coins. He bet 800. Is he rich and willful? Or is he hiding a trump card? Others are thinking about it. No one is stupid enough to come to the virtual universe and become a representative of civilization. Chafeng from the Blue Star Civilization bet 800 cosmic coins at the beginning. So he must have something to rely on. What are you afraid of? If you don't make money, you'll make a profit. Someone immediately entered the room and paid a deposit of 800 cosmic coins. Its name is the Ape Star Civilization. White Ape. And its civilization level is also 1.2. The civilization arena level 1 level is related to war experience. The winning rate is 70%. And there is no rank. Rank can be obtained by participating in ranking competitions. Ape Star Civilization. I remember that this civilization seems to be a branch of a certain orc civilization, and it is very powerful. The real strength of the Ape Star Civilization is 1.5. This Blue Star Civilization is going to be abused. Place your bet. I bet on the White Ape to win. 100 cosmic coins. In addition to the competition, spectators can also place bets. I bet 1,000. Bai Ningxiang directly took out all her universe coins and bet on He Xingzhou to win in the match between He Xingzhou and the White Ape, because both sides were judged to be low in strength. Only one universe coin was needed to watch the game. Hundreds of aliens entered the arena to watch the game. They were not so active at ordinary times, but they chose to watch the game because they were curious about the strength of the Blue Star Civilization and wanted to collect intelligence. In the free competition, neither side could view the other's weapons, equipment and other information, and could only meet once in the virtual universe. He Xingzhou saw that the other party was as his name suggested, a white ape man more than 3 meters tall. It grinned at He Xingzhou and said, I won't be polite with your 800 universe coins. Let's get started. He Xingzhou skipped the trash talk and entered the arena. The arena also allows you to choose a map, and both sides agreed to choose an ordinary star system to start. He Xingzhou began to deploy his troops, first arranging defenses, then manufacturing and releasing a large number of detection satellites, and dispatching reconnaissance fleets. After some operations, when He Xingzhou arrived at the enemy's base camp, he found that something was wrong. The enemy's space battleship was only more than 300 meters long, barely reaching the L2 level. In terms of the size of the ship, it was not as good as the aerospace mothership he had built before. One of his reconnaissance ships was over 1,000 meters long. Is this a trick to confuse the enemy? He Xingzhou was suspicious. He had to test the enemy's strength anyway. He tried to attack with the reconnaissance ship, and the plasma beam directly blew up the enemy's warship. The main fleet of the Blue Star Civilization actually has plasma weapons. Bai Yuan was shocked. His warship weapons only had space hydrogen bombs and high-energy lasers. The other party is indeed not a simple 1.2 level civilization. Fortunately, I also have a secret weapon. The weapon deployed by Bai Yuan on the satellite was launched. It was a high-density, high-mass electromagnetic artillery shell. On the Ape star, they call it a ship-breaking missile. And one is enough to destroy a space battleship. When the ship-destroying missiles came to the reconnaissance ship, He Xingzhou used the defense system casually, and the plasma cannon vaporized it with one shot, without even opening the energy shield. That's it? He Xingzhou was full of doubts. Isn't this too weak? The enemy is still hiding its strength. He continued to test. And the main fleet had not been dispatched. There were only a few reconnaissance ships with space drones and reconnaissance satellites fighting here. The enemy's warships were destroyed one by one, until He Xingzhou's reconnaissance fleet came to the surface of the Ape Star and destroyed all its military bases. He realized that this seemed to be the enemy's entire strength. There were about 100 of those small warships. Is this the so-called 1.2 level civilization? The White Ape said unwillingly. You are hiding your strength. It's my bad luck. He chose to admit defeat. The deposit of 800 universe coins and 70% of the hundreds of coins paid by the spectators went into He Xingzhou's account. He Xingzhou earned more than 1,000 universe coins in a short time. And he could also see the comments of other aliens in the room. This Chanfeng is very strong. Their L2 level battleship looks like L7 level. Sure enough, he is not a newcomer. The White Ape is defeated. Fortunately, I didn't act impulsively at that time. He Xingzhou asked with his mind full of questions. Not only him, but also He Mengyao and Su Jilan. Su Jilan's pretty face was full of surprise. And she said, it's over now. The enemy is not letting up. Right? Yeah. I feel like it's over before it even started. He Mengyao was even more confused. Isn't it said that this ape civilization has the strength comparable to a 1.5 level civilization? Yeah. Wasn't its power destroyed by He Xingzhou? Bai Ningxiang smiled and put away the money she earned. She made nearly twice as much as she had just bet. Watching the replay, he actually deployed many space drones in outer space, as well as various beast-shaped warships. Those weapons were cleared by your warships. Those are weapons. He Xingzhou was speechless. The weapons deployed by the other side were not as powerful as the planetary beasts. He Xingzhou didn't take it seriously at all, and the robot cleaning team cleaned them up directly. This is the strength of a normal 1.2 level civilization, Bai Ningxiang said. Imagine that there were no Zerg on the blue planet. You developed normally, went to Mars, and built a Mars base. At this time, you can be called a 1.1 level civilization. If you can break through the 10% light speed of the spacecraft, you can be rated as a 1.2 level civilization. Many 1.5 and 1.6 level civilizations have warships of only L2 and L3 levels. Then what is our real strength? He Mengyao asked. Didn't you say before that it was only equivalent to a 1.5 level civilization? Bai Ningxiang said, it depends on who you compare it with. There are thousands of first-level civilizations, and only 1,000 can become a second-level civilization. And less than 1% of second-level civilizations can become a third-level civilization. So being able to become a level 3 or higher civilization is already the best among millions of civilizations. Compared to such a civilization, your strength is more than 1.5 levels. Do you understand? So this is the comparison method. Su Jilan laughed. So, if it is an ordinary civilization comparison, we can even be comparable to civilizations above level 1.7. That's right. Bai Ningxiang didn't say it too exaggeratedly. When she and He Xingzhou simulated actual combat, they had to take out the Star Destroyer to defeat the opponent. And some level 1.9 civilizations can't make Star Destroyers. Keep going. This is too fast to make money. He Xingzhou looked at it, and found that one universe coin could buy 100 tons of nuclear fusion raw materials. This time, he made 100,000 tons of nuclear fusion raw materials in one wave, excluding shipping costs. He Xingzhou opened the room again. This time he bet on 1,500 cosmic coins. There were many aliens watching in the room, and they were all hesitant. The previous game did not test the strength of the Blue Star civilization at all. Who will continue? How can we beat them at the same level? Unless we are the branch civilizations or affiliated civilizations of those advanced civilizations. We can't beat them. Don't come. Don't come. Wouldn't it be suicide for civilizations of the same level to go up? He Xingzhou waited for a long time, but no one was willing to compete. He thought about it, and changed the limit level to 1.5. You are so arrogant. This Chanfeng really thinks he can defeat a 1.5 level civilization? The speed of other people's warships is much faster than theirs. How can they fight in space? Don't just say you can't do it. Who will do it? Let me do it. Another person stood up, paid a deposit, and competed with He Xingzhou in civilization. Wisdom Dog. The civilization of wild beasts. A four-legged beast appeared in front of He Xingzhou. Its civilization arena level 2. 63% winning rate. And also has a rank, showing that the rank is bronze 3. This means that he has a lot of experience in ranking competitions. Generally, those who are eliminated cannot get a rank. You want to play the pig and eat the tiger here? Said the wise dog. You've found the wrong place. Let's start. He Xingzhou did not say anything as usual and chose to start. Bet? Bet. Bai Ningxiang bet all the money she had just earned on He Xingzhou's victory. Some aliens also followed suit and placed bets. They were still more inclined to the wise dogs of the wild beast civilization. Who will win this time? The spectators were still discussing. The strength of the Blue Star civilization exceeds level 1.2. But it should still be difficult to win against the wild beast civilization of level 1.5. The wild beast civilization is a powerful beast civilization. It is said that they are like the Zerg, and some of them can survive in space. The wild beast civilization is known as the small Zerg. Some powerful wild beast civilizations can also compete with the Zerg. Little Zerg? Looks like we have to suppress the wild beast civilization. Although these civilizations have not seen the horror of the Zerg, they all know it. It is said that no civilization of the same level can defeat the Zerg. Otherwise, why would the Order Alliance have to deal with the Zerg? This time, the ticket price for watching the game increased to 2 cosmic coins, but the number of spectators reached 1,000. Even the members of the Pleiades Society and several affiliated civilizations of the Black Sea civilization knew about it. The Blue Star civilization competes with a level 1.5 civilization in the arena? Do they have the strength to do so? Ruger, Grey Wolf, Rafar, Dandast and others also rushed to the free arena to watch. Several people from the Sea Beast civilization, the Fishman civilization, the Conch civilization, and the Siren civilization also received the news and came to watch the game. Spectators cannot get the specific weapon information of the competing civilizations. They can only see the general situation. So if they want to get intelligence by watching the game, they can only get some superficial information. They don't know what weapons the competitors have, how many, how powerful, how fast, and other detailed information. Challenging level 1.5 civilization. The Blue Star civilization already has this strength? Ruger saw the room information and said, I'm afraid the Black Sea civilization gave them a lot of help. It's the Black Sea civilization, Grey Wolf said. If it weren't for them, our fleet would have almost reached the solar system now. Anyway, let's see, Raphael and others said. This Chunfeng hasn't appeared in the Interstellar Construction Association for more than 10 years. And now he's actually in the civilization arena. The Dugong of the Sea Beast civilization said, I heard from the elders that their strength is not weaker than ours. So the main civilization has begun to help them. This of the Fishman civilization was very dissatisfied. What on earth is the main civilization thinking? We are the subordinate civilization of the Black Sea civilization. And they actually use resources to help the Blue Star civilization? Just watch and you'll know. The voice of the Conch civilization has entered the viewing area. Interesting. The Siren of the Siren civilization followed closely. At this time, the simulated civilization war has just begun. He Xingzhou was much more cautious than before, since the wild beast civilization was similar to the Zerg. Before the war, he first made some weapons against the Zerg, such as biological electromagnetic interference instruments, ultrasound, infrasound, etc., with both offensive and defensive weapons, outer space defense, biological detection satellites, space mechanical behemoths, etc. On the other side, the wise dog was making biological warships. Like the Zerg, some wild beasts in the wild beast civilization can also survive in space. But their bodies are not as large as those of planetary behemoths. So they need to use some kind of biotechnology to make biological warships. The appearance of biological warships is a giant creature with biological nuclear fusion organs, biological weapons, etc. Many civilizations are not familiar with the attack of biological weapons, so they often gain an advantage in battles. Chapter 194 Double Act. As usual, the two sides conducted mutual reconnaissance. He Xingzhou was very experienced in biological detection, and soon found out the strength of the wild beast civilization. The biological warship of the wild beast civilization is a meatball-shaped warship with a diameter of about 800 meters. It has space inside. The wild beasts control biological weapons inside, and some parasites and symbionts attach to it to become its biological weapons. Looking at the energy reaction, it is probably equivalent to a medium-sized planetary overlord. He Xingzhou estimated in his mind that if this is the most powerful biological warship of the wild beast civilization, then he is more than enough to deal with them. In terms of biological energy reaction, this biological ball warship is not as good as the supervolcano Worm King on Mars. Moreover, He Xingzhou only detected 2 biological warships, which means that the enemy does not have many high-end forces. He only needs to send out the main fleet to defeat the opponent. But He Xingzhou did not do that. After defeating the opponent, who would he fight in the next round? So he began to attack slowly and cautiously, treating the space reconnaissance ship as the main fleet and some L1 level warships as branch fleets. For the spectators, this war was extremely tense. He Xingzhou's fleet and the wild beast civilization fought in the space battlefield, the alien battlefield, and the planetary battlefield. The wild beast civilization continued to produce various biological weapons, such as parasitic beasts, wild beast symbiotic biological armor, biological warships, etc. He Xingzhou is also constantly using secret weapons, which are L2 level on the surface, but actually have L3 level space frigates and destroyers. This wild beast civilization is really powerful, the spectator said. General L.5 level civilizations can't really deal with them, and several biological weapons are extremely difficult to deal with. The Blue Star civilization is not bad either. They can actually resist until now. They say they are a 1.2 level civilization, and their military strength is completely comparable to a 1.5 level civilization. The strength of the Blue Star civilization is improving very quickly. Rafar analyzed. Those warships must have absorbed the technology of the Black Sea civilization, which is much higher than their civilization level. Yes, and Chunfeng has a lot of experience in dealing with the wild beast civilization, which must have been gained from fighting the Zerg. Dan Das said. Chunfeng will win this war, Grey Wolf asserted. Although the wild beast civilization is powerful, and its biological weapons are very powerful, Chunfeng is not at all confused when dealing with it, which shows that he has already been confident. He looked serious. We underestimated his strength before. Yes, Ruger said. I'm afraid that the Blue Star civilization has become a subsidiary civilization of the Black Sea civilization. They analyzed it this way. But the representatives of the 4 subsidiary civilizations of the real Black Sea civilization did not think so. How did the Blue Star civilization improve so quickly? Did the main civilization give them a lot of scientific and technological information? Feishi said in surprise. I feel that their strength is already comparable to ours. No need to feel. It's certain, said the voice. Their warships are even stronger than warships. Things are getting interesting. Siren laughed. This human has not been to interstellar construction for more than 10 years, and the ranking will be refreshed. The strength of the Blue Star civilization may have doubled. This is unscientific, Duvong said puzzledly. The second elder said that the main civilization did not give them any technological help. How could this be? Who knows? Siren said. The simulated civilization war has come to an end at this moment, and the ultimate weapons of both sides have met. The wise dog shouted to He Xingzhou, if you surrender now, I can leave you half of the bet money. Stop talking nonsense. Use whatever means you have. He Xingzhou responded. Okay. The wise dog said proudly, let me show you the biological warships of our wild beast civilization. The Chaos Demon. The Chaos Demon it called was the 2 biological warships that He Xingzhou had detected at the beginning. The name is quite domineering, He Xingzhou complained. The Chaos Demon appeared on the space battlefield. Like the planetary behemoth, it can create electric and magnetic fields and emit atomic breath. Those space reconnaissance ships were no match for it at all. Most of them were destroyed in a short time. What a powerful biological warship, the spectators exclaimed. This power is comparable to the planetary overlord among the Zerg. A biological warship can completely destroy an ordinary 1.5 level civilization. Chunfeng is no match for the wise dog. He is going to lose. Seeing the biological warship appear, even Luger, Raphael, Grey Wolf of the Pleiades, and the leaders of several affiliated civilizations of the Black Sea civilization, Dugong, Siren and others changed their views. The strength of the Blue Star civilization has improved rapidly. If it was an ordinary 1.5 level civilization, Feng should have won this time. Unfortunately, the biological warship of the wise dog is too powerful. If this chaos demon god lands on a planet with a first-level civilization, it can completely destroy this civilization in a short time, in addition to its shape and power. It really is the advent of a demon god for the natives. His L2 class frigates were not able to stop him, and he is doomed to fail. The chaos demon has destroyed He Xingzhou's main fleet and is flying towards his base planet. Get ready to welcome the arrival of the chaos demon. The wise dog was excited. To be honest, the chaos demon of the wild beast civilization was able to design it, and it was only after purchasing the Zerg's technological information in the virtual universe that it succeeded. The opponent's main fleet has been destroyed. How can it be stopped? 2 biological warships have flown to the outer space of He Xingzhou's base planet. He Xingzhou was helpless. He wanted to try to destroy the opponent with a reconnaissance ship, but now it seems that it is not possible. In desperation, he had to dispatch 10 L2 class space frigates and 3 L2 class space destroyers. So far, He Xingzhou has not used proton missiles and proton beam weapons. Those are weapons he will use against civilizations above level L7. As soon as the space destroyer appeared, Shichuan felt the pressure. Why is his plasma weapon so strong? Shichuan saw that the opponent's space destroyer was almost twice as heavy as the chaos demon god. A plasma ray vaporized half of the chaos demon god's body. Feng still hides this kind of weapon. This is a plasma polymerization ray. They have the technology to accurately control plasma, which is 1 level stronger than ordinary plasma weapons. Chaos Demon God can't stop the attack of Blue Star Civilization? Before they had discussed for a few sentences, a Chaos Demon was destroyed by a high-energy plasma energy storage cannon and turned into nothingness in space. How could this happen? The wise dog couldn't believe it. This was a biological warship made in imitation of the Zerg planetary overlord. It was killed by the enemy with 1 shot? He Xingzhou continued to chase and destroyed another Chaos Demon, and then hit the enemy's base camp. With the fall of tens of thousands of super hydrogen bombs, the surface of the enemy's planet was completely blown into ruins, and the simulated war was over. I lost? The wise dog hadn't reacted yet. From the time the enemy took the advantage to the time it was defeated, there was no pause or accident in the middle. It felt like the enemy's strength was strong enough to defeat it at will, and it was just playing with it just now. Huh? I finally won. He Xingzhou said seriously. You are really strong. I almost lost. The wise dog looked doubtful. Was it almost? Did Feng really use all his strength? It couldn't find any evidence. After all, it hadn't reached the opponent's base camp yet. Even if it is a powerful first-level civilization, it can't be that strong. It should have been his full strength just now. The wise dog could only comfort himself in this way. It said helplessly, I admit that you are indeed very strong. Your civilization certification should be changed to level 1.7. He Xingzhou said, if the Angel of Order wants to determine it this way, I can't do anything about it. Feng won. I lost a lot. The group of people who bet just now wanted to cry, but had no tears. I lost 1,000 cosmic coins, which our civilization has spent 100 years to accumulate. I lost 500. Didn't the wise dog win for sure? Hee hee. Bai Ningxiang couldn't stop laughing, because the odds were 5 times, and her assets increased 5 times. He Xingzhou also made a lot of money. With the ticket fees plus the cosmic coins he won, his assets have reached more than 4,000 cosmic coins. Feng won again. Several people from the Pleiades Society, the 4 auxiliary civilization leaders of the Black Sea civilization, were surprised and full of doubts in their hearts. What is the strength of the Blue Star civilization? It's a pity that the Wild Beast civilization didn't test out all his strength. It's hard for us to attack them without knowing their strength. Ruger thought for a moment and said, we must test the strength of the Blue Star civilization today. Rafar. You go, Ruger said. Fight him. Okay. Rafar nodded. The Nanha civilization is a 1.8 level civilization, and the weakest member of the Pleiades. At this time, He Xingzhou was still trying to make an appointment, but no one came up. The 1.5 level Wild Beast civilization is not his opponent. At least a 1.7 level civilization can fight him, betting 4,000 universe coins at a time. The cost of losing a game is too high. For 1,000 universe coins, many first-level civilizations need to save for 100 years to save. Where did this Feng come from? Check his information. He is so powerful. He must be a subordinate civilization or a branch civilization of the advanced civilization. Right? More and more people were watching the battle around. These civilizations had their own network of relationships. And any news spread immediately. Even Wen Heng at the Blue Star Civilization office sent a message to He Xingzhou, Commander-in-Chief. After you won 2 games, a bunch of people came to our office. All to make friends with us. Before, the Blue Star Civilization had no allies. After He Xingzhou showed his strength, those civilizations came to him one after another, including some second-level civilizations. He Xingzhou replied to Wen Heng, share what you have. Don't reveal key information. And ask for more intelligence. These first and second-level civilizations are spread all over the Orion arm of the Milky Way. And they have 1,000 connections with the advanced civilizations. As long as their intelligence can be integrated, the civilization forces and strength of the entire Orion arm can be known. Wen Heng received. In the civilization arena, Raphael directly approached He Xingzhou and said, Chung Feng, I will fight you. You release the restrictions on your opponent. He Xingzhou's current opponent is a level 1.5 civilization, and Raphael's Nanha civilization is level 1.8, far superior to him. Nanha civilization? Level 1.8. This is too high. Level 1.8 versus level 1.2. Even if the Blue Star civilization can beat the Wild Beast civilization, the gap in strength with the Nanha civilization cannot be made up. He will definitely not agree. He Xingzhou actually wanted to know the strength of the Nanha civilization, Sirius civilization, and other civilizations. These civilizations are only about 10 light years away from the solar system, and the Blue Star civilization will soon fight with them. Now their fleet has been blocked by the Black Sea civilization. He Xingzhou wants to know how big the gap is between the Blue Star civilization and them. He chatted with Su Jilan and others in private messages. Bai Ningxiang said, the fat sheep has come to the door. Why don't we cut it down? Su Jilan asked, they are a level 1.8 civilization. Can we really beat them? Bai Ningxiang said, if it is a war in reality, you can't beat them, because they have weapons such as star destroyers given by the Pleiades civilization. But in a simulated civilization war, these weapons Rafar cannot be used. He can only use the weapons made by the Nanha civilization. They have more warships than you, and they sail faster. But your weapons have stronger attack power, so you have a chance. He Mengyao has always been a person who likes to watch the fun and not mind the trouble. She urged, brother, why don't we fight him? To deter the villains. He Xingzhou said, we must fight. But we can't agree so easily. He exited the private message and rejected Rafar, saying, a 1.8 level civilization fighting a 1.2 level civilization. Do you think I would agree? Rafar had expected his reaction, and he said, you don't have to refuse. I heard that you have turned to the Black Sea civilization. This is not a wise choice. Fight me, and you will know how to judge. Your choice is related to the rise and fall of civilization. As for the difference in strength, don't worry. I won't use our secret weapon. He Xingzhou still refused, and looked completely disagreed. At this time, Assistant Bai Ningxiang stood up and said, Chung Feng, fight him. If you don't fight, won't it be a loss of face for us? I thought we were afraid of the Pleiades. Just fight. Even if you lose, it's okay. You have to show your momentum. He Xingzhou was very hesitant and said, you can fight, but you can't bet? Can't afford to lose? Rafar smiled. Okay. It's just a friendly match. No bets. How can we not place a bet? Bai Ningxiang jumped out again and said, Chunfeng Buxia, I'll bet with you. The losing party has to pay 1 million tons of nuclear fusion materials, 1 million tons of space metals, plus 10,000 universe coins, and pay for the shipping. Do you dare to come? Bai Ningxiang's bet made Rafar dare not accept it casually. Energy and metals are strategic materials. 1 million tons can build a main fleet, and the postage is more expensive. Seeing his hesitation, Bai Ningxiang laughed and said, is this all the Pleiades can do? There are many opportunities in the Order Alliance to send materials for free. Could it be that the Pleiades are reluctant to do this? Bet with her. Ruger stood up and said, since they are in a hurry to send resources and money to us, we don't have to be polite. Chapter 195, How to Deal with Steady Players. Since Ruger has spoken, Rafar said, in that case, let the Order Angel testify. It is naturally difficult for both parties to take out so many resources now. So they need to use the credit of their civilization as collateral in the Order Alliance. With the supervision of the Order Alliance, both parties can trust each other to keep their promises. The Black Order Angel appeared again and notarized the agreement between the two parties. Both parties used the credit of civilization as collateral. The losing party must pay compensation within the specified time. If the agreement is refused, the universe currency in the account will be automatically deducted, and the civilization will be blacklisted by the Order Alliance and become a hostile force. Any civilization in the Alliance can attack them. The betting party is unwilling to bear such consequences. Just as Bai Ningxiang finished notarization, several elders of the Black Sea civilization appeared in the arena. They pulled Bai Ningxiang to the secret meeting room and scolded, "Bai Ningxiang, what are you doing? Let you become one of the spokespersons of civilization. Not let you do whatever you want. Now our resources are already tight. You actually bet so much for the Blue Star civilization? In terms of quality, these materials are not much. But refining and smelting them takes time and energy." Bai Ningxiang was not panicked at all. She knew that her actions would definitely be reported by Dugong and others. She said, "I am sure to win this time. And the bet is shared by He Xingzhou and me. That will also require the use of our Black Sea civilization's resources. Can you afford the loss?" Second Elder Bai Sha scolded. "If we lose, our Iceberg Investigation Association will naturally bear the responsibility." Two elders of the Iceberg Investigation Association also arrived. Bai Shirza and Bai Yu. They had seen the battle on Mars with He Xingzhou and the Zerg, and had a clearer understanding of the strength of the Blue Star civilization in the war with the Non-Ha civilization. As long as there is no weapon of the Pleiades Association, the Blue Star civilization is fully capable of fighting them. Just spoil her. The fourth elder, Lon Long, snorted coldly. "When something goes wrong, I want to see how you will bear the consequences. Let's just watch the competition." Bai Yu entered the viewing area. The competition between He Xingzhou and Rafar. That is, the competition between Blue Star civilization and Non-Ha civilization has begun. He Xingzhou adopted a full defense tactic. According to the existing intelligence, Non-Ha civilization is a 1.8 level civilization, and its self-developed warships have reached the L5 level, with a speed of 50% of the speed of light. If they fight in space, even if his warships are stronger than the opponent's, because of the speed disadvantage, they will fall into a completely passive situation. So He Xingzhou planned to set the battlefield at his planetary base, and he started to deploy weapons from the beginning. Reconnaissance ships and detection satellites were constantly deployed on the battlefield, and both sides were testing each other's strength. After a period of testing, the two had a general understanding of the strength of their opponents. L2 level battleships. The fastest speed can reach L3, and its firepower can reach about 1.6 levels. Rafar had watched a game before, and knew that the opponent was very strong. Now after testing himself, he found that He Xingzhou's strength was stronger than he imagined. The main reason was that the opponent was not strong in a single technology, but in all-round development. From the reconnaissance system, space communication system, weapons, defense system, etc., there were almost no shortcomings. If it was our Non-Ha civilization at level 1.5, we would definitely not be his opponent. Rafar felt a sense of crisis. The Blue Star civilization could survive the Zerg attack until now. There was indeed something unusual about it. Rafar's number of warships is at least 3 times my number. It may be 5 times. He Xingzhou found out that the opponent's number of space warships was much higher than his. The weapons it currently displays include laser weapons, space hydrogen bombs, electromagnetic guns, as well as plasma rays, plasma guns and other weapons. If it is in outer space, my fleet will only be destroyed. He Xingzhou began to think about countermeasures. In a head-on confrontation, he really couldn't beat the opponent, so we can only rely on strategies. In interstellar war, we must make rational use of space and planetary environment. In He Xingzhou's outermost space defense circle, Rafar could no longer hold back and sent a fleet to attack. The two sides fought the first wave of competition. In space, the detection satellites and space automatic patrol drones released by He Xingzhou were completely cleared by laser weapons within tens of minutes. He sent a fleet to intercept. This fleet was composed entirely of L1 class warships with a slow speed. When the fleet arrived at the battlefield, the defense circle had been broken by the opponent. Attack! Rafar gave the order earlier than He Xingzhou because his warship had a longer attack range. when He Xingzhou's warship had not yet entered the battle circle. The opponent's laser weapons, space hydrogen bombs, space electromagnetic guns, and plasma weapons had already hit it. L1 class battleships do not have energy shields as a means of defense. It is very difficult to resist the opponent's attack with only the battleship armor. As a result, a one-sided situation appeared on the battlefield. The fleet sent by He Xingzhou could not even touch the opponent and was wiped out in the front row. So the fleet immediately evacuated. This is completely abused. The number of spectators reached nearly 10,000. The battle between the 1.2 level civilization and the 1.8 level civilization made the aliens very interested. And the ticket price for the exhibition also increased to 10 universe coins. If He Xingzhou can win this game, the universe coins and resources he obtains can at least arm him with an entire fleet, and also speed up the construction of the superstar ring. He hasn't used his full strength yet. Grey Wolf commented. He obviously used L2 class warships in the last round, so that should be his main fleet. Well, he was testing the performance of Raphael's warships. Ruger nodded. The strength of the Blue Star civilization is a bit unworthy of its reputation. Bai Sha, the second elder of the Black Sea civilization, said dissatisfiedly. He wanted to lure the other party in, said the third elder Lan Jiao. It's a pity that he miscalculated a little. When the strength gap is too large, the trap will not work. Raphael didn't fall for it. The fifth elder Han Lin was also watching carefully. Although Raphael's fleet easily won the encounter, it did not pursue the defeated fleet, but played steadily, releasing a large number of space drones and satellites, and also had space engineering ships and robots to build a space base nearby. He intends to completely surround Qingfeng's outer space, so that Changfeng will completely lose its space rights and can only passively take the beating. The aliens all saw Rafar's decision. He played too steadily. If other civilizations had such obvious advantages, they would generally directly send their fleets deep into the enemy and wipe out the enemy in one fell swoop. But Rafar's style of play can no longer be described as steady, but survival. Not only is he surrounding them, but looking at his posture, he is actually going to build a space fortress in the opponent's outer space. When his space fortress is built, won't he hang up the opponent and beat him? It's foolproof. Rafar is too good at dragging it out. Ruger was a little dissatisfied. Grey Wolf and the others could understand Rafar's idea. There were too many resources involved in the bet. If they really lost, the Pleiades would definitely not provide many resources. At that time, the Nanha civilization would have to pay the money. After this round, the economy of the Nanha civilization would at least regress by 50 years. Most of the resources they had obtained were originally to be transferred to the Pleiades civilization. This bet war could seriously damage the vitality of the Nanha civilization. That guy is really... Mengyao was speechless when she saw it, and said, looking at his posture, this battle will not be finished for decades. Fortunately, it is in the virtual universe. Otherwise in the real universe, this battle will last a lifetime. Su Jilan was also speechless. The opponent was too cautious. Since the other party did not take the initiative to attack, He Xingzhou did not take the initiative to attack either. He had already sent the fleet to the nearby planets. The simulated battlefield is a small universe with stars, planets, asteroids, and other celestial bodies. You can even go to other star systems, the Milky Way galaxy, etc. In the virtual universe, both sides chose accelerated simulation, so that the time consumed in the real world will be less, and the effect can be achieved by a few tenths or even 1/100th of the time. The other planets in the star system have been occupied by Rafar. I will go directly to the asteroid belt and the meteorite belt outside the star system. He Xingzhou moved the battleship to the outer edge of the star system to mine the resources of asteroids and large meteorites for development. In the simulated war, weapons can also be built and developed. Most civilizations will not choose this method because it is too time-consuming. He Xingzhou also felt that wasting time was not good, so he simply started to simulate the superstar ring in the asteroid belt. The virtual universe of the Order Alliance is countless times more powerful than He Xingzhou's physics engine, not to mention simulating the superstar ring. It is more than enough to simulate the Dyson sphere. He Xingzhou found a large asteroid in the asteroid belt and began to build a planetary orbital gun. In the real universe, he has designed the structural diagram of the ring planet particle collider. It is just right to continue to improve the planetary orbital gun here. He hid this location so that the spectators could not see his actions here. Rafar would never have thought that his competitive opponent had already begun to do two things at the same time and study real technology. In the simulated battlefield, 10 years passed quickly during the time acceleration stage. In the past 10 years, Rafar constantly sent warships to harass He Xingzhou in outer space. But they were destroyed every time. And He Xingzhou tried to send a fleet to leave the planetary base, but was also blocked. You have been completely blocked by me. How can you beat me with the resources of a single planet? Rafar was secretly proud of himself. He had built resource mining bases and warship factories on 5 planets. Now he is continuously producing warships. When the number is 10 times that of He Xingzhou, the combat power of 10 times the L5 warships will be completely overwhelming. It's boring. The spectators felt fearless. Even if there was time acceleration, such a war still made people lose interest. What they wanted to see was a close match and a Jedi counterattack, rather than each building warships and then being slaughtered. Chufeng has several secret points on the star map, and he must be making warships, Siren said. If I were Chufeng, I would pull out the main fleet to fight him at the beginning. Or just escape, abandon the base camp, and attack the other side's base camp. If it drags on like this, you can only wait for death. Jin commented. If it were me, I wouldn't let the other side develop so smoothly even if we were developing together. This analyzed. Sending a small fleet to sneak attack the other side's alien planet mines and space fortresses can slow down the other side's development speed by more than half. He didn't do any of these. Dugong asked in confusion. What on earth is he thinking? Does this guy really want to develop to the end and then fight a decisive battle with the other side? Bai Shizhou and others thought to themselves that with the space destroyers of the Blue Star civilization, if the number can be increased several times, it is not impossible to win. It's just that all the resource-rich planets on the map have been occupied by Rafar, and his development speed is definitely not as fast as the other side. Another 20 years passed, and because neither side chose to go to war, time acceleration was directly adopted. In the outside world, only 2 days had passed. Finally built. Outside He Xingzhou's planetary base, Raphael had built a magnificent space fortress. This fortress itself is a super weapon, with more than 1,000 space warships. In addition, he can mobilize 1,000 L5 class warships in the bases of various planets. And there are more than 500 warships in the bases. This strength is not even reached by the Nanha civilization in the real world. In the real universe, a civilization cannot use all its resources to develop military power, and it must also carry out various consumption, research and development, etc. The number of He Xingzhou's warships has also expanded to more than 800. If he builds with all his strength, this number can be doubled. But He Xingzhou did not do so. He put more energy into the planetary orbital gun. On the asteroid, He Xingzhou looked at his achievements with satisfaction. The mass of this asteroid is about the same as Pluto. It is a rocky asteroid. He Xingzhou used the resources of the asteroid belt to build a super orbital gun along its equator. It is a supergiant magnetic field acceleration orbit with 1 million nuclear fusion reactors arranged on the orbit as energy. In addition, there are countless magnetic field generators and controllers. He Xingzhou stood on the asteroid, looking at the buildings surrounding the sky, and was filled with emotion. I didn't expect that weapons that have not been manufactured in reality have been simulated in the virtual universe. With the experience here, building a superstar ring on the blue planet should not be a problem. Now it's time to launch the weapon. He Xingzhou has prepared the planetary orbital gun weapon. He carefully selected a rocky asteroid from the asteroid belt, which has a diameter of 50 kilometers. The asteroid that hit the blue planet and wiped out the dinosaurs before was only 10 kilometers in diameter. It takes 3 years to accelerate, and then 10 years to launch. This asteroid electromagnetic orbital gun is different from the defense device that He Xingzhou wants to build on the blue planet. As an active weapon, it accelerates the asteroid to a certain speed and then flies to the enemy's base camp. It took 30 years to manufacture this weapon, 3 years to accelerate it, and 10 years to launch it. So it is estimated to take 43 years. In the real world, if we really go to war with the Nanha civilization, this weapon will probably be destroyed before it is built. Now, since Rafar wants to hide, it is just what He Xingzhou wants. He uses a giant modular thruster to slowly push the asteroid into the acceleration magnetic field of the asteroid orbital gun, and uses the energy of 1 million nuclear fusion reactors to continuously give it kinetic energy. On the other hand, Rafar has begun to mobilize the army to completely eliminate He Xingzhou. He knew that He Xingzhou had another fleet in the starry sky, so he sent a reconnaissance fleet to search all over the star system, while strengthening the defense of the base camp and gradually entering the inner outer space defense circle of He Xingzhou's base camp. Three-pronged approach. Steady victory. Rafar is still thinking from the perspective of others, blocking all possible means of He Xingzhou. Chapter 196. What else did he hide? 3 years later in the simulated war, Raphael had completely surrounded the outer layer of He Xingzhou's planetary base. Countless military satellites, space warships, and unmanned space planes floated in the outer space of the planet. He Xingzhou could no longer build any buildings on the surface of the base, so he could only move the military base underground, dig underground cities, and use geothermal energy to develop the military. On the other hand, the sneak attack fleets and small space bases that He Xingzhou had deployed in the star system were also cleared out by Raphael. His remaining military strength should only be the planetary base and a fleet in the asteroid belt. Raphael felt that it was time to launch a general attack. The asteroid belt was too wide, and even if he patrolled all the time, it would be difficult to find the fleet hiding in it. For example, directly attack the opponent and force him to show up. Changfeng. It's time to end. Raphael took the initiative to call out to He Xingzhou, saying, "This game will let you know the gap between our civilizations. After you fail, you can consider joining our Pleiades, otherwise the next time will not be a game, but a real fleet." Oh! He Xingzhou's reaction was extremely flat, and he was improving the design of the battleship. One advantage of the virtual universe is that the opponent's weapons have been scanned by subspace scanning instruments, and the degree of restoration is very high, although the confidential part cannot be peeped in the virtual universe. That is, reverse research cannot be conducted. But knowing its appearance, function and results, He Xingzhou can still reversely infer some things. In the small-scale encounter in space, He Xingzhou obtained a lot of information about the opponent's warships. According to reverse inference, He Xingzhou has designed L3 and L4 warship thrusters. When he leaves here, he can immediately upgrade the warship level. Attack! Rafar gave the order. In the outer space of He Xingzhou's planetary base, there are densely packed warships and space weapons. Military satellites use lasers to destroy all suspicious buildings on the surface. There are no tall buildings on the entire planetary surface. Then, thousands of space warships attacked together. Rafar's fighting style was extremely brutal. He didn't care where the enemy was. Relying on the resources accumulated over decades, they dropped hundreds of millions of hydrogen bombs and bombed the entire surface of the planet. Anyway, this is a virtual universe, and they won't feel bad if they use up the resources. The entire surface of the planet suddenly became turbid. Strong winds, heavy rains, mushroom clouds, dust and tsunamis rushed into the clouds thousands of meters high. And this place has become a purgatory on Earth. This is an absolute firepower crush, the spectators commented. With this firepower output, the Blue Star civilization will definitely lose. I've said it before. There's still a chance of winning if we fight Changfeng earlier. The longer we delay, the more miserable we'll die. No suspense. This war is so boring to watch. Waste my universe coins and time. Raphael observed the situation coldly. After a round of hydrogen bombing, he sent out countless robot troops to start looking for underground bases. In a supervolcano crater, he found He Xingzhou's base. Through this supervolcano, the robot troops went deep all the way and found an underground world at a depth of several thousand meters underground. In this underground world, there are cities, military bases, mines, factories, etc. The explosion of the hydrogen bomb affected the underground world, but did not cause major damage. A large number of mechas, aerospace motherships, and warships rushed out of the underground world and wiped out Raphael's weapons on the surface of the planet. Changfeng is a talent. He knew that he couldn't develop into space, but he actually dug out the underground of this planet. He has been using hydrogen and geothermal energy. There are also many weapons built in the underground world. Although this strategy is feasible, he can only wait for death because he has occupied the space military power. Dandast analyzed. As long as Rafar's fleet blocks the space and continuously sends troops to attack and bomb, the underground world will soon collapse. He still has a troop in the asteroid belt. According to calculations, it is time to start the attack, Ruger judged. Sure enough, when he saw the army of the underground world, Rafar's heart was not shaken. He had expected this a long time ago. Continue to attack. He gave an order, and 1,000 warships entered the planet's atmosphere, found the location of the underground world, and forcibly started the attack from the surface. His attack was enough to cause a violent earthquake, and with the unmanned machine troops sent to attack deep underground, the collapse of the underground world was only a matter of time. At this time, He Xingzhou's main force in the asteroid belt had already appeared. His number of warships was not as many as his opponents, and he was actually divided into several groups. Are you here? You've been hiding for so long. Rafar methodically mobilized the fleet defending the base camp and prepared to organize defense. However, what surprised him was that He Xingzhou's main fleet did not attack his base camp, but returned to his own base camp, seemingly intending to support the base camp. It's too late to come back now. Rafar knew that even if this fleet teleported here, it couldn't beat him. If I were you, I would choose to go all out and attack my base camp, so that there is still a chance to win. If you come back now, you're just going to die. Rafar talked to He Xingzhou again. Hitting the enemy's psychology and morale is also part of the tactic. He Xingzhou smiled and said, returning to support and attacking. I want both. Raphael was suspicious. Could it be that he had some other methods that he had not thought of? My brother is finally going to attack. I am tired of watching. He Mengyao cheered up. What does he want to do? Is he going to use meteorological weapons to cooperate with the fleet to wipe out the enemy's main fleet? Su Jilan guessed a little bit of He Xingzhou's idea. It's stable. It's stable. This wave is definitely a win. Bai Ningxiang was even more mysteriously confident in He Xingzhou, comparing the development speed with He Xingzhou. Isn't that courting death? If you lose this time, Bai Ningxiang, and your Iceberg Investigation Association, prepare to leave the Civilization Council. The second elder Bai Sha snorted coldly. If there is a huge loss of resources, even the Black Sea civilization will find it difficult to accept it. These resources, no matter which subordinate civilization is given, are enough to push that subordinate civilization to the second-level civilization. Look carefully. At this time, Bai Shizhou and Bai Yu were inexplicably calm. In fact, they were quite worried at the beginning, but they found that He Xingzhou had been orderly throughout the process. They judged that He Xingzhou was probably hiding something. Hey. No. He Xingzhou's fleet speed is wrong. It's nearly twice as fast as before. Blue Shark, the third elder of the Black Sea civilization, has already discovered something strange. The speed of He Xingzhou's fleet has reached 30% to 40% of the speed of light. Blue Star civilization has L4 class warships. Bai Sha, Lan Long, and Hanlin were surprised. Didn't they even have space warships decades ago? They actually still have L4 class warships. This Chunfeng is really good at hiding. The leaders of subordinate civilizations such as Dugong, Feishi, Juin, and Siren were also secretly surprised. The strength displayed by He Xingzhou always exceeded their expectations. L4 class. Black Sea civilization is really willing to give it up. I'm afraid it has given all the technology to Blue Star civilization. Ruger's face was gloomy. He believed that this kind of warship was not developed by Blue Star civilization itself. Otherwise it would not be so fast. Black Sea civilization invested so many resources in them, and Blue Star civilization happened to be next to the Pleiades. Does the other party want to fight a proxy civilization war? Let Blue Star civilization become an agent and fight against them. Brother is amazing. He has actually developed an L4 class warship. He Mengyao said in surprise. Yeah. It seems that he was also developing technology during the simulated war. Su Shilan smiled. He Xingzhou always surprises people. L4 level. Rafar was shocked when he saw He Xingzhou's fleet, and then felt a little relieved. This guy really hides his strength. But fortunately I am stable enough. I have so many L5 level warships, and I still have the advantage. Rafar has been waiting for He Xingzhou's fleet to arrive in the nearby space area. He blocked the way of He Xingzhou's fleet with several times the power of warships. Both sides did not waste time and went to war directly. This time, He Xingzhou used energy shields and proton missiles that he had never used before. Raphael was shocked to find that his L5 class warship, in addition to its speed advantage, was actually inferior to the opponent in firepower. Most of his laser weapons, electromagnetic weapons, and plasma weapons were offset by the energy shield. But he could not withstand the attack of proton missiles. As long as it was hit by a proton missile or plasma cannon, the warship would be destroyed instantly. On the space battlefield, He Xingzhou's warship was not even one-fifth of the opponent's. But it was extremely powerful. One warship could destroy at least 3 of the opponent's ships. Why is this Changfeng fleet so powerful? Those spectators of the first-level civilization exclaimed. We are a 1.6 level civilization. If we face the Blue Star civilization, I'm afraid we will have no power to fight back. He didn't use all his strength just now? Seeing this scene, the representative of the wild beast civilization, the wise dog, who had just fought against He Xingzhou, found it even more difficult to accept. He was just reflecting that if he had commanded properly, he would still have a chance to win. Now seeing He Xingzhou's warship, he instantly understood that He Xingzhou had been letting him win just now. They are both first-level civilizations. Why is there such a big gap? The wise dog sighed in his heart. And at the same time, he sent a message to the members of the same civilization, saying, go to the office of the Blue Star civilization immediately and contact them. For them, since the Blue Star civilization does not border them, there is a possibility of becoming an ally. Just like the secular world despises the poor and loves the rich, this is even more true between civilizations. Only by following a powerful civilization can one have a chance to develop one's own civilization better. He Xingzhou's several simulated battlefields have won many climbers and friends for the Blue Star civilization. This must be the technology of the Black Sea civilization. Rafar looked grim. He couldn't imagine that his fleet would lose so badly in a head-on battle. He saw that a space fortress that he had built in 15 years was bombed into space jumped by 10 warships. Even if it's the number of warships, I can still beat you. Rafar's 3 warships could sink one of the other side. But he had more warships, and still had the advantage. Weather weapons. You can start, He Xingzhou ordered. A large number of ionosphere controllers were launched from the underground world of the planetary base camp. This was made by He Xingzhou imitating by Ningxiang's previous methods. He used super dust storms during the Mars War. But that kind of weather weapon is not yet mature, and cannot accurately control the ionosphere in the atmosphere. After fighting with Bai Ningxiang, He Xingzhou also simulated a first-generation ion controller based on her ionosphere controller. Release it in the atmosphere. Control ions by creating a large-scale electromagnetic field. Induce global atmospheric changes. And create supernatural disasters. In the planetary base camp, the wind and clouds suddenly changed. And hurricanes, thunderstorms, and tsunamis were generated all over the planet. The wind direction and the movement of thunderclouds were all controlled by He Xingzhou. Rafel's weapons in the atmosphere were destroyed in large numbers. Within a few hours, nearly 1,000 warships were destroyed. Weather weapons. Rafel stumbled again. He gritted his teeth and said, he also thought that He Xingzhou had this method, just to destroy the planet's underground world before the battle with He Xingzhou's main fleet. He was a little anxious, and said too many space warships in the atmosphere. It has been stable for decades in the simulated war. But it didn't stabilize at this time. Rafel secretly regretted that he was still too impulsive. Changfeng, do you think this is all I'm prepared for? Rafel said in a deep voice. I still have a trump card. At those planetary mines, warships flew out one after another, and the number reached thousands. These warships had never appeared before, and had been hidden underground. Like He Xingzhou, Rafar also built underground military factories under the ground of each planet. Rafar still has so many warships? Grey Wolf asserted. Then he will definitely win this time. There are too many. Although Qingfeng's warships have strong firepower, they are outnumbered. As long as we defend his proton missiles, and use the warships to exchange 1 for 1, 3 for 1, or even 5 for 1, Rafar can win. Dandast analyzed. Yes, Rafar's base camp has been intact, and is still providing supplies. Even if Qingfeng's warships escape, he has lost the ability to build a base camp. And he can only admit defeat in this game. After many twists and turns, it seems that Rafel is in the upper hand again. Even He Mengyao and Su Zhilan became nervous. Winning or losing is of great importance, because there are too many resources involved in the bet, which is no less than a real war. In an underground base on an alien planet, 100 Rafel's L5 class space destroyers flew out of the underground into deep space. They had just arrived in space, and had not yet arrived to support the battlefield. But they were attacked. 10 space battleships were attacking them. And their firepower was even more fierce than those of He Xingzhou's main fleet. Rafel's battleships were destroyed before their defense systems could be activated. He still has a backup. Is it another new type of proton weapon? Ralph was shocked. His battleship only detected the generation of a super-strong electric field, which destroyed the battleship, but failed to discover the existence of the proton missile. This time He Xingzhou launched a proton beam. His strong force conversion weapon can already constrain the protons to launch far enough, which increases the attack distance a lot. It can be used remotely in space, and can also be called an electric field weapon. The model of the warship is not necessary. Judging from the appearance and quality, it is at least a L4 class space cruiser. This is already a medium to large space battleship. He Xingzhou's main fleet is not equipped with it, which means that he does not have many. But these 10 warships can actually fight 10 against 1, destroying the warships that Rafar rushed to support one by one. This is the case outside every alien planet base. Rafar realized a terrible problem. His warship seemed to have been crushed by the opponent in terms of performance and function. Before the simulated war began, his warship was still chasing He Xingzhou's warship. Chapter 197: The Power of Planetary Orbital Cannons. At this time, the situation had reversed. The global hurricane and thunderstorm created by the weather weapons in He Xingzhou's planetary base trapped one of Rafar's fleets in the planetary atmosphere. At other planetary mines, his ambushed fleets were blocked and destroyed. And the planetary mines and underground military factories were also destroyed. On the main battlefield, the number of Rafar's warships was also decreasing. He knew that when He Xingzhou's L4 class space cruisers completed the blocking mission, they would rush to the front battlefield. At that time, he would have no choice but to fail. Fight. Rafar made a prompt decision. Only by sending out all the fleets in the base now to annihilate his main fleet can I have the possibility of winning. You are indeed very strong. Rafar talked to He Xingzhou, and his tone had changed. At this moment, Rafar regarded He Xingzhou and the Blue Star civilization as opponents of the same level. He said, I want to know, if the fleet of my base camp is dispatched, how will you defend? It is impossible to block my backup force with a few L4 class warships. Do you have more warships? He Xingzhou shook his head and said, no. My resources are limited, and this is the maximum manufacturing volume. Rafar was relieved. This is right. He drove He Xingzhou to the resource-poor asteroid belt to develop. How could he have so many resources to manufacture so many warships? My weapons have already been launched. He Xingzhou said directly to Raphael. What? Raphael looked carefully at his space reconnaissance network, which showed a blank spot. The reconnaissance equipment there had been cleaned up by He Xingzhou, and Raphael hurriedly mobilized warships to prepare for the response. Are you lying to me? Raphael doubted. Even if a main fleet came from that direction, his defense force would be enough to stop it. Let it fly for a while. He Xingzhou did not explain. Raphael was even more suspicious, and he mobilized a large number of detection satellites and reconnaissance ships to check. This time, he did not encounter any obstacles. Just as He Xingzhou said, he had sent out all his forces, and there were no extra warships to attack his camp. The more this happened, the more uneasy Raphael felt. He Xingzhou's several methods had made him feel that he had completely misjudged his strength. What other power does he have to attack my base camp? Raphael racked his brains, but could not think of any possibility. This is the civilization arena of the virtual universe. The maps are fixed. It is not the real universe. And other civilizations and forces may appear. On the main battlefield, Raphael's fleet was completely blocked in outer space by He Xingzhou's fleet. The space military circle he originally built to encircle He Xingzhou has now become his own barrier to resist He Xingzhou's attack. On the other side, the fleet of Raphael's base camp has been wandering in outer space, not daring to leave at will. Rafar is completely passive. The spectators were keenly aware of Rafar's thoughts. Why doesn't his headquarters fleet go to support? What is he afraid of? It's a pity that we don't have a full perspective. Otherwise we can judge it. Rafar, what is he hesitating about? Ruger was angry when he saw this scene. Just send out the headquarters fleet, and you can wipe out Qinfeng's forces. You can tell with your toes that with the resources that Changfeng has in the asteroid belt, he can't make more weapons. He is too steady. Grey Wolf and others sighed. We are going to lose the best opportunity, and Changfeng may turn the situation around. This war will have to be simulated for decades. They were annoyed at why Raphael didn't surround them from both sides. But Raphael discovered a shocking scene. The reconnaissance ship detected a high-speed moving celestial body, which was flying towards his planetary base. Is that an asteroid? Raphael saw its full appearance and was horrified. The diameter of this asteroid is as high as 50 kilometers. And it is a rocky asteroid, because it neither emits light, nor generates heat, nor reflects starlight. It could not be seen by astronomical telescopes before. Rafel's reconnaissance satellite nearby was destroyed by Hixingzhou, resulting in the asteroid already coming near the planetary base when Rafel discovered it. Its speed is comparable to that of a battleship, with the kinetic energy carried by its mass. If it hits a planet, it will cause a devastating blow to the planet's surface. At that time, the Earth's crust will vibrate, the ecosystem will be destroyed, the atmosphere will be turbulent, and all the buildings in Rafel's base camp will be destroyed. How could such a thing happen in the map of the civilization arena? Rafel still couldn't believe it at this time. This was a kinetic weapon launched by Hixingzhou, launching an asteroid to hit it. Is this something that a first-level civilization can do? Even a second-level civilization would have some difficulty in doing this. How could it be so coincidental? Its kinetic energy is abnormal. Its direction is abnormal. And its timing is abnormal. Could it be? Rafel's face was extremely ugly. At this time, Hixingzhou answered the call with him and said, "You should have seen the gift I gave you. In the game time, this asteroid will hit your planet in 3 months. If you can destroy it, I will admit defeat. Please start your performance." Hixingzhou's words made Rafar's heart sink to the bottom. If it were in the real world, he could use the Star Destroyer supported by the Pleiades to smash the asteroid or change its flight trajectory. But in the game world, he only has the technology of the Nanha civilization. Rafar knows very well that the Nanha civilization does not have such strength. At this time, as the battlefield perspective expands, the audience also sees the appearance of the asteroid. This is an asteroid? The audience was stunned. How could an asteroid appear at this time? If it flies down like this and hits a planet, Rafar's base will be destroyed directly. His main fleet is also at a disadvantage. Wouldn't this mean he will lose the game directly? Is Chunfeng lucky or powerful? Is he lucky? Seeing this scene, several elders of the Black Sea civilization also looked serious. "It can't be luck," said the second elder Baisha. "The competitive map they use is an ordinary star system. Although there may be an accidental probability of an asteroid collision, this probability is so small that it can be ignored. Its kinetic energy, orbit and timing are so precise. It must be the work of Hixingzhou." Third elder Lan Jiao asked curiously, "Could it be that he found an asteroid and changed its flight trajectory?" "It's possible," fourth elder Lan Long said. "But it's not just a matter of controlling the flight trajectory of this asteroid. How did Hixingzhou do it? It's not just as simple as changing the flight trajectory. Its flight speed has exceeded that of ordinary asteroids. He also accelerated it and gave it a lot of kinetic energy." Fifth elder Hong Lin analyzed. "According to this situation, even if Rafar bombs it with a battleship, it will be difficult to smash it or change its flight trajectory, unless he has a top weapon of the first-level civilization, such as the L9 class Star Destroyer. Hixingzhou can control the asteroid? How did he do it?" Several representatives of the affiliated civilizations saw that the asteroid was approaching Rafar's base camp. Rafar had sent warships to bomb it, but the effect was very limited. He could only blow up part of the asteroid, but did not change its direction or reduce its kinetic energy. Hixingzhou used planetary orbital cannons to accelerate it for 3 years, consuming the energy of millions of nuclear fusion reactors, and also used the gravity slingshot of dwarf planets to accelerate. How could several L5 class space battleships stop it? Hixingzhou is too scary. Dugong felt uneasy. Every time we thought he was helpless, he would come up with more powerful technology. This guy, even if he is the eldest elder's biological son, he shouldn't be treated like this. Right? Feishi was indignant. He believed that it was the Black Sea civilization that provided Hixingzhou with scientific and technological information. It's hard to say. I think our competition in the Interstellar Construction Association is also very dangerous. Shuin was in a heavy mood. For them, once they were abandoned by the main civilization, they would completely become a subsidiary civilization and might even be in danger of being destroyed. Siren was active in her thinking. She looked at Bai Ningxian on the viewing platform. The little mermaid was very happy now. She was already thinking about how to count the money. Although Bai Ningxian is from the main civilization, she seems to have no control over Hixingzhou at all. She whispered. I think in her eyes, it seems that the Blue Star civilization is the main civilization. She had another sentence to say. Since she can win the trust of Hixingzhou, then I can do it too. I said my brother has a trump card, He Mengyao said excitedly. Brother. Come on. Su Jilan also waved her hands to cheer. You played very well. And Bai Ningxiang shouted loudly, Chengfeng. Well done. What should we do? What should we do? Rafar was thinking about countermeasures. Drop 100,000 space hydrogen bombs to bombard it? Forcefully change its flight trajectory? Reduce its mass? And minimize the loss? Hydrogen bombs can't get through. Chengfeng said he wouldn't interfere. But he had already made preparations. Rafar tried a lot of hydrogen bombs. But he found that He Xingzhou not only launched the asteroid, but also covered it with a layer of metal, and built a defense system similar to a battleship. Rafar's laser weapons and plasma weapons have no effect on asteroids. Only space hydrogen bombs can bomb. But the hydrogen bombs were intercepted by the weapon defense system before they could fly to the front. Rafar's interception plan also failed. The asteroid was approaching his base camp quickly. And on other planetary mines, He Xingzhou's L-4 class space cruisers had eliminated his hidden forces and went to the main battlefield for support. Once these powerful fleets arrive, his defeat in the main battlefield will be irreversible. And the last barrier base camp will also suffer a devastating blow. The asteroid is still approaching, Rafar said anxiously. But he couldn't think of any way. If it's in reality, there is another way. Rafar knew that if it was the real universe, he had only one last way. That is, to take all the warships and escape into the vast deep space. With the speed of his warships, He Xingzhou might not be able to catch up. But in a civilization arena, the key to winning or losing lies in whether the opponent's base camp still exists. If it is destroyed, it means the loss of all territory and resources, and it will be considered a failure. Let's fight. Raffle had been forced to the point where he had no other options. He gritted his teeth and sent out all the warships and space weapons. Bomb as hard as you can. See if there is a chance to stop it. Raffle had no choice but to do this. More than 1,000 L5 class space frigates, cruisers, several L6 class space cruisers, and even heavy warships that He Xingzhou had not yet developed. L6 class space battleships appeared. This was Raffle's trump card, and he had to use it all at this time. On the surface of the planet and in the space fortress, all weapons and equipment were activated to attack the asteroid. The density of its attack had reached a very terrifying level. The asteroid's defense system completely failed, and countless space hydrogen bombs, electromagnetic cannons, and other space weapons bombarded its surface. Rafar also calculated the location of the bombing point to achieve the purpose of destroying it. The bombing of countless weapons completely illuminated this space battlefield. If there is a person living in the virtual universe, the base camp of Rafar planet, he can look up and see that a second sun has appeared in the sky, shining brightly. He Xingzhou is also carefully watching Rafar's response. Now in the virtual universe, he is bombing Rafar. After going out, the Zerg space hive can deal with him like this. He Xingzhou learned some experience. When facing Bai Ningxiang, he used astrokinetic weapons for the first time. At that time, he only made high-power thrusters, and used the power of the warship self-explosion to change the satellite's flight orbit. He Xingzhou said that he could not learn Bai Ningxiang's way of dealing with it at that time. He could not make a star destroyer. Now that the planetary orbital gun has been simulated, Rafar will face the situation that He Xingzhou may face. He Xingzhou saw that in the precise bombing, the asteroid he launched was broken into 3 pieces. One of the larger irregular main bodies still had a maximum diameter of more than 30 kilometers, while the other 2 fragments were smaller. Rafar directly overloaded the space battleships and collided with them. This is his most powerful kinetic weapon. Hundreds of space battleships hit the asteroid fragments one after another like suicide, abruptly changing their flight orbits. According to the flight trajectory, the 2 small fragments will not be able to hit the Rafar planetary base. As for the main body of the asteroid, after all of Rafar's warships committed suicide, the flight trajectory also changed. He Xingzhou made a brief calculation and found that its flight trajectory did change. But the change was not big. When it brushed the planet, it would be captured by the planet and then hit it. Unfortunately, if there were another 1,000 such warships, Rafar would be able to completely change the orbit of this asteroid. He Xingzhou thought to himself. His approach is the most helpless way, and the cost is too high. If the Zerg use asteroids to create space hives to hit planets, this method will definitely not work for us. How can we resist the second wave of Zerg attacks after losing our manpower? It seems that we still have to rely on the planetary orbital cannon to smash the asteroid directly. It's over. Rafar also calculated the orbit of the asteroid, and he was at his wit's end. Under the gaze of Rafar, members of the Pleiades Society, members of the Black Sea Civilization, and more than 10,000 representatives of civilizations who were watching the battle, the asteroid launched by He Xingzhou finally landed. It passed through the planet's atmosphere. Friction generated huge heat energy and turned into a super fireball, covering the entire sky. Then, with infinite anger, it slammed into the surface of the planet. This heavy blow made the planet unable to bear it. A super big pit appeared on the solid Earth. The crust broke. The continental plates collided, and plateaus and large rift valleys began to appear on the planet. Magma gushed out from the ground. The heat energy evaporated the ocean. The forests burned. The lakes dried up. The mountains collapsed into rift valleys. The abyss healed. The plateau rose. And the dust rolled up tens of thousands of meters, wrapping the atmosphere of the entire planet. This planet has completely turned into a primitive planet, and none of the buildings in the Raffle base camp could withstand such an attack. They all collapsed, exploded, and shattered. In reality, He Xingzhou has never seen such a scene. Even if he saw it in the virtual universe, he felt extremely shocked. If it were the real universe, this situation would last for thousands of years. For the creatures on the planet, it would be the most desperate and dark era. The premise is that there are still large creatures that can survive. Too spectacular. This weapon is almost as powerful as the Star Destroyer. Right? He Mengyao murmured in a low voice. To be precise, except that its mobility is not as good as the Star Destroyer. Its destructive power is stronger than the Star Destroyer. Bai Ningxiang said. The Order Alliance has a saying that the most powerful weapons often use the simplest principles. Impact. Relying on the power of kinetic energy to destroy enemy targets. Even level 3, 4 and higher civilizations will use this weapon. Win. He wins. Su Zhilan couldn't hide her pride. With a level 1.2 civilization, he defeated a real level 1.8 civilization. Even in the civilization arena, He Xingzhou's performance was enough to impress many civilizations. Rafar looked at his base camp. At this moment, he felt mixed emotions. As the leader of a level 1.8 civilization, he was defeated by He Xingzhou. Decades ago, he complained that He Xingzhou was a primitive man of primitive civilization. Now, he is not even as good as a primitive man. I lost. Rafar had experienced countless storms, but saying these words was more painful than killing him. Not only did he lose, but he lost without any suspense. On the main battlefield, the main fleet was completely wiped out. The planetary mines and bases were all destroyed. The base camp was smashed into a primitive planet by an asteroid from He Xingzhou. This was a complete defeat. A complete and utter defeat. He Xingzhou's asteroid shattered the pride and confidence in his heart. At this moment, Rafar even began to worry about the Nanha civilization. If He Xingzhou's fleet went to the Nanha civilization, could he deal with it? He Xingzhou didn't know that he had intimidated him. In reality, he didn't have such strength. Moreover, in reality, the Nanha civilization also had the Pleiades Star Destroyer. Even if He Xingzhou launched 10 asteroids, they would be shattered. Chapter 198 Light of the Galaxy. The Angel of Order appeared in the arena and announced, the winner of this civilization competition is Chung Feng from the Blue Star Civilization. The loser must pay the compensation within the agreed time. Otherwise, he will be blacklisted by the Order Alliance. When it announced the result, tens of thousands of spectators in the arena were filled with emotion. The winner is Chung Feng. It's incredible. How did he launch that asteroid? If Rafar had attacked forcefully from the beginning, he might not have failed. It's outrageous. Where did Chung Feng and the Blue Star Civilization come from? A civilization rated 1.2 actually crushed a civilization rated 1.8. Isn't this already a subversion of a civilization rated 1? With their strength, becoming a second-level civilization is a foregone conclusion. If everything goes well, they can develop even higher. They actually won. None of the elders of the Black Sea civilization thought that He Xingzhou would be the winner in the end. What Bai Ningxiang said is true. The Blue Star civilization is much stronger than our affiliated civilizations. They each have their own thoughts. For them, this is not a good thing. Each elder belongs to a different civilization. Even if the Blue Star civilization is powerful, It is not worth their investment. The two elders of the Iceberg Investigation Association, Bai Shirza and Bai Yu, also felt overjoyed. They were calm on the surface, but they were also shaken when Rafar showed his strength. At this moment, the two couldn't help laughing. What a young hero. Haha. This battle was fought beautifully. If they are given a few more decades, without our help, Nanha civilization, Tianyuan civilization, and Tianlang civilization will not dare to attack them. Right? Bai Shirza laughed. Although Ningxiang is bold, she has a good vision, Bai Yu said with satisfaction. They can make a lot of money from this bet. The leaders of the Sea Beast civilization, the Fishman civilization, the Conch civilization, and the Sea Monster civilization also felt a strong sense of crisis. We must do something. If this goes on, our civilization will lose its status. Qingfeng's technology is too amazing. We have to apply for more technological support from the main civilization. He Xingzhou quit the game. And Su Jilan, He Mengyao, and Bai Ningxiang immediately congratulated him with smiles on their faces. On the other side, the representatives of each civilization in the Pleiades society looked unhappy. Rafar lost, which not only caused them to lose supplies, but also damaged the prestige of the Pleiades society. Mr. Ruger, our Nanha civilization cannot afford so many losses, Rafar said helplessly. Ruger gritted his teeth and said, you messed up this matter. If you had attacked earlier, you wouldn't have the trouble now. It takes a long time to prepare that asteroid weapon. Rafar understood that he had indeed made a wrong judgment. But no matter what, he couldn't admit defeat. He would become the center of civilization. Rafar could only say, our Tianhe civilization is next to the Blue Star civilization. If we lose so many resources, the strength of our civilization will be greatly weakened. This is not only bad for us, but also for the Pleiades. Are you threatening me? Ruger said with a gloomy face. I dare not, Rafar said quickly. Ruger knew very well that what Rafar said was the truth. If the Nanha civilization really suffered heavy losses, the Blue Star civilization might rise from this. And it would not be impossible to defeat the Nanha civilization in a few decades. His face returned to calm, and he said, for this batch of supplies, our Bessel civilization will contribute 1/3. The Nanha civilization will contribute 1/3. And the Tianlang civilization and Tianyuan civilization will contribute 1/3. Mr. Ruger, this, we, Grey Wolf, Dandast and others were about to raise questions. And Ruger scolded, don't you understand the principle of lips and teeth being cold? You joined the Pleiades. You can't just think about yourself when there are benefits, and think about others when there are losses. Everyone kept calm on their faces, but they cursed in their hearts. It was you who proposed the gambling war before, and now you let us bear the losses after losing. It's really shameless. They didn't dare to refute it verbally. As a subordinate civilization, their military power was controlled by the Pleiades. To put it bluntly, they are the leaders of civilization in name, but they are actually the workers of Pleiades civilization. The Bessel civilization where Ruger is located is the backbone of Pleiades civilization. Ruger showed his rebuke, then comforted them, saying, don't worry. This batch of materials will not be wasted on you. When we conquer Blue Star civilization and get the spoils, you will also distribute them in proportion. Several people calmed down, and Cage of Tianyuan civilization said, that's right. Blue Star civilization is developing too fast. How can we allow others to snore beside our bed? We asked the main civilization to give us more support so that we can attack Blue Star civilization as soon as possible. Yes, the Black Sea civilization sent a fleet to intercept our attack. Without the help of the main civilization, we dare not launch an attack on the Black Sea civilization. Danteist also said, don't worry. The main civilization will solve the problem of the Black Sea civilization. Ruger said, this period is the critical time for the main civilization, and there is no need to go to war with the Black Sea civilization. At least 30 years. At most 50 years. You will have the opportunity to attack the Blue Star civilization. That would be the best. While they were discussing how to pay, He Xingzhou also discussed the distribution of spoils with Bai Ningxiang and others. You did a good job this time. Bai Shirza, a veteran of the Iceberg Investigation Association, said to He Xingzhou, you can take all the spoils. Isn't this a bad idea? Bai Yu hesitated. We also took the risk. Bai Shirzo said, the elders of the Civilization Council will not allow us to use resources and technology to support Blue Star civilization. This time, We deserve the share we deserve, as help to Blue Star civilization. Then I would like to thank you first, He Xingzhou said quickly. These resources are enough for him to build a powerful main fleet and a superstar ring at the same time. Bai Shirzha continued, our help is not unconditional. You know, we are under pressure from other elders, and sent a fleet to help you temporarily stop the attack of the Pleiades. I hope that in the future, if Blue Star civilization grows up, it can become our ally and give us the same help. At this time, Bai Shirzha no longer mentioned the subordinate civilization, because he knew very well that the technologies displayed by He Xingzhou were not provided by the Black Sea civilization at all. Bai Ningxiang's guess was probably correct. There might be a more powerful advanced civilization behind He Xingzhou. With their pride, it is impossible for them to agree to the subordinate civilization. Rather than making the relationship worse, it is better to take a step back in advance. That's natural, He Xingzhou agreed. The elders of the Iceberg Investigation Association withdrew from the virtual universe. Bai Ningxiang said to He Xingzhou triumphantly, He Xingzhou, I helped you make a lot of money this time. How do you want to thank me? He Xingzhou thought for a moment, and said to Bai Ningxiang, Miss Bai Ningxiang, now I invite you to become the honorary commander of our Blue Star Alliance in the name of the Supreme Commander of the Blue Star Alliance. Do you agree? The honorary commander is an honorary position in the Blue Star Alliance. Enjoying treatment, but no real power. Wow! He Mengyao exclaimed while holding Bai Ningxiang's hand. Sister Ningxiang, I remember that the Blue Star Alliance does not have an honorary commander yet. If you agree, you will be the first. And an alien commander. Bai Ningxiang wrinkled her nose and said dissatisfiedly, that's it? Then what do you want? He Xingzhou asked. I want a restaurant with the highest level of your civilization, Bai Ningxiang said. Arrange the best chef to cook for me. Su Jilan smiled and said, we can also erect a statue for you, right at the entrance of the restaurant. Compared to Bai Ningxiang's contribution, this request is insignificant. In the age of Cataclysm, she helped Pan Yin decipher the Zerg language, allowing humans to know the news of the Zerg attack in advance, and relying on this in many battles, increased combat advantages, and avoided the sacrifice of a large number of personnel. Later, the subspace communicator, Zerg intelligence, Pleiades intelligence, etc., as well as the large amount of resources earned from this civilization bet. Even if she builds a space city, it is not excessive. He Xingzhou agreed and said, okay, I will ask someone to arrange this matter now. After chatting for a while, they were ready to exit the virtual universe. At this time, Wen Hong from the Blue Star Civilization office sent a message to He Xingzhou, Commander-in-Chief. A big man has come here, claiming to be the special envoy of the Light of the Galaxy. Light of the Galaxy? What organization is that? He Xingzhou asked curiously. Wen Hong introduced, I don't know much information, but it is said to be the largest joint organization of the Milky Way civilization within the Order Alliance. He Xingzhou simply asked Bai Ningxiang directly, do you know the Light of the Galaxy? Light of the Galaxy? Bai Ningxiang was moved when she heard the word, and asked, did the Light of the Galaxy find you? Yes. He Xingzhou did not hide it. They are really fast. Bai Ningxiang was surprised. But why would the Light of the Galaxy take a fancy to you? No matter what you say, you are only a first-level civilization. They have always looked down on first-level civilizations. What kind of organization is it? Su Jilan asked curiously. Bai Ningxiang explained, more than 100,000 years ago, there was a powerful civilization in the Milky Way, the Galactic Empire. When the Galactic Empire was overthrown, its territory not only covered the entire Milky Way, but also included the Andromeda galaxy next to it and 30 galaxies. I heard that it has become a 6th-level civilization, a supergalactic civilization. The higher the civilization, the rarer it is. The 6th-level civilization is almost the top civilization in the universe. The Galactic Empire was also one of the founding civilizations of the Order Alliance. It's just that for some unknown reason, it suddenly declined, and its civilization split more than 100,000 years ago. The main civilization of the Galactic Empire was human civilization. So now there are a lot of human civilizations and humanoid civilizations in the Milky Way, which are all considered the descendants of the Galactic Empire. All the advanced civilizations in the Milky Way now are inseparable from the former Galactic Empire. They have more or less inherited the technology and power of the Galactic Empire. Such a powerful civilization exists. Hearing Bai Ningxiang's words, even He Xingzhou was surprised. They knew very little about advanced civilizations. Who could have thought that the Milky Way once had such a powerful civilization, whose sphere of influence covered dozens of Milky Way galaxies, and could even reach other superclusters? What is the connection between the light of the galaxy and the Galactic Empire? He Xingzhou asked. The Light of the Galaxy is a civilizational union organization that was retained after the fall of the Galactic Empire. The purpose of the establishment of the Light of the Galaxy is to find the lost technology and technological creations of the Galactic Empire, aiming to restore the glory of the Galactic Empire, Bai Ningxiang said. The core members of the Light of the Galaxy are all former elders of the Galactic Empire. It is said that the Galactic Empire has been destroyed for more than 100,000 years, and some people even survive to this day. Bai Ningxiang said this. Her pretty face was extremely serious. Live for more than 100,000 years? He Mengyao and Su Jilan both found it hard to imagine what kind of monster could live so long. He Xingzhou said, compared to genetic modification or quantization of thinking, it should be possible to achieve such a long lifespan. Theoretically, as long as the thinking carrier is constantly replaced. High technology can make people live longer than stars. Yes. Bai Ningxiang nodded and said, the Galactic Empire was a civilization like a god. As long as there are enough resources, living for hundreds of millions of years is not a problem for them at all. Off topic. Let's talk about the Light of the Galaxy. They did try to restore the Galactic Empire and help the civilization of the Milky Way develop at the beginning. Our Black Sea civilization is also a member of the Galaxy's Light. And the Pleiades civilization of the Pleiades Society is also a member of the Galaxy's Light. Just a few 100,000 years later, the Galaxy's Light has completely changed. There are still people who want to restore the Galactic Empire, but what they want is to make themselves and their civilization the masters of the new Galactic Empire. So the Galaxy's Light also began to split and fight for power. Once a valuable civilization appears in the Milky Way, they will be wooed and incorporated. In the past, to join them, you must be at least a second-level civilization, and a second-level civilization with great potential. The Bessel civilization where Ruger is located, as a 2.4 level civilization, is not qualified to join the Galaxy's Light. I never thought that as a first-level civilization, you would be approached by someone, Bai Ningxiang said. It's probably because you just won the simulated war against the Tianhe civilization and were discovered by them. Then are there any benefits to joining the Galaxy Light? He Xingzhou was more concerned about this question. Of course, Bai Ningxiang said. Although the Galaxy Light is also in chaos, there are still many opportunities to help civilizations grow and obtain some of the technology and technological artifacts left over from the former Galactic Empire. That was the knowledge of the former 6th-level civilization. How can a lower-level civilization have access to it under normal circumstances? Once a civilization discovered a relic of the Galactic Empire, and within 500 years, it upgraded from a second-level civilization to a 4th-level civilization. Now it is one of the major giants in the Milky Way. In that case, we should join quickly, Su Jilan said. You probably can't join now, Bai Ningxiang analyzed. They pay attention to potential civilizations, but they may not necessarily invite them to join. They still have to conduct qualification assessments. Chapter 199 Target. Venus and Mercury. As they talked, they had already arrived at the office of Blue Star Civilization. At this time, everyone was waiting outside. Even Wen Heng was waiting. Seeing He Xingzhou coming, Wen Heng hurriedly stepped forward and said, Commander-in-Chief, the special envoy refused to talk to me and insisted on talking to you. He Xingzhou asked, where is he? In an independent space. Wen Heng pointed to the sky, where an extremely gorgeous inverted pyramid-shaped spaceship appeared. Flying is prohibited in the initial city, let alone such an ostentatious spaceship. If the representatives of civilization are allowed to do this, the entire initial city will be in chaos. And this inverted pyramid-shaped spaceship stood here, and the Angel of Order ignored it. He Xingzhou came to the spaceship. An array of light shone on him, and he moved to the interior of the spaceship. Although it was called a spaceship, the space inside was actually extremely spacious, equivalent to a city. He Xingzhou could not explore other places, and he appeared in a reception room. The furnishings inside were extremely simple, so simple that people felt that it did not match the appearance. There were only 2 chairs here. The rest was blank, absolutely white. A person appeared on the chair. His overall appearance was similar to that of a human on Blue Star, but he was taller, more than 2 meters tall. Blue Star Civilization. He Xingzhou. Before He Xingzhou spoke, the other party said, I am the special envoy of the light of the galaxy. Wei Chen. Wei Chen pointed at He Xingzhou. And Tuanzi reminded him, the other party sent you a message. You can choose to receive it. Receive. After He Xingzhou received it, there was some introduction to the heart of the galaxy, which was more detailed than what Bai Ningxiang said. Wei Chen also said, the Order Alliance has strict restrictions on the contact between different civilizations. But in the heart of the galaxy, you can get in touch with the technology of advanced civilizations and obtain more advanced technological creations. There are more benefits, such as the opportunity to enter the ruins of the Galactic Empire, participate in the research and development of advanced technology, and visit and study advanced civilizations. We have very few requirements for members. The most basic requirement is that the members must be civilizations born in the Milky Way, with human civilization and humanoid civilizations given priority. He Xingzhou looked at it and said, it is indeed very exciting. I believe you already know why I came. Wei Chen's communication with him was extremely simple. I have seen your simulated battle with the Nanha civilization. Among the first-level civilizations, the Blue Star civilization has great potential. But our galaxy heart will not recruit first-level civilization members. You must at least become a second-level civilization, and prove that your potential is also outstanding among the second-level civilizations. He Xingzhou asked. How to prove it? Clear the Zerg in the solar system. Win the Interstellar Construction Association's rookie competition. Become a second-level civilization, and expand the territory to 5-star systems or more. At that time, the light of the galaxy will welcome you to join. Every condition that Wei Chen said is almost unimaginable for other first-level civilizations. Clearing the Zerg in the solar system is equivalent to defeating the Devourer of Planets. Winning the Interstellar Construction Association's rookie competition is equivalent to surpassing 100,000 first-level civilizations at the same time, including 1.8 and 1.9 level civilizations. To become a second-level civilization, it goes without saying that 99% of first-level civilizations are stuck at this level. Expanding the territory to 5-star systems or more means that the Blue Star civilization must defeat all the surrounding Pleiades members, including Tianhe civilization, Sirius civilization, Tianyuan civilization, etc. This threshold is frighteningly high. Okay. He Xingzhou only answered with one word. Very good. Wei Chen's response was even simpler, saying, I will come to you when the time comes. After that, he sent He Xingzhou out of the spaceship, and the spaceship disappeared in the virtual universe. Wen Heng asked curiously, Commander-in-Chief, what did he say? Let us grow stronger and join the heart of the galaxy. He Xingzhou said that he did not mention those goals. Even if he did not join the heart of the galaxy, this was what he had to do. I said why the heart of the galaxy would recruit a first-level civilization. This condition is really outrageous. Bai Ningxiang commented after learning about several conditions. Take your time, He Xingzhou said. By the way, don't you have money now? Your subspace communicator can expand the information channel and let more people in. Bai Ningxiang reminded. Subspace communicators can connect to the subspace. Of course, there are more than 5 information channels. Each additional information channel costs 1,000 universe coins. He Xingzhou directly spent 5,000 universe coins and expanded 5 more information channels. He planned to increase the number of people stationed in the virtual universe to 5, which would be more conducive to the work. He Xingzhou also deliberately left 5,000 universe coins for Wen Heng as the operating funds of the civilization office. After leaving the virtual universe, He Xingzhou immediately sent a bunch of information to Lu Mi. Lu Mi. These materials are military secrets. Send them to various departments. Received. Master. The information has been sent, and the departments have confirmed receipt. Lu Mi said. Within a minute, the department sent messages to He Xingzhou. Space Military Science Academy, Commander-in-Chief. This is the design of the L4 class space thruster. And there are also drawings of 5 L4 class space battleships. We have received it, and will start research and development immediately. Interstellar Construction Department. Our department has received the design of the planetary orbital gun you sent. Immediately carry out the transformation design. Alliance Command. We have received the video content of the Civilization War sent by the Commander-in-Chief and are studying it. He Xingzhou gained a lot from this trip to the virtual universe. These scientific and technological knowledge alone are enough to upgrade the Blue Star civilization to level 1.4 civilization. Once the materials will arrive, it won't take long for the Blue Star civilization to break through the 1.5 civilization. All departments are learning and digesting this knowledge. For the commanders, scientists, interstellar builders, and other members of the Blue Star civilization, they really feel their lack of knowledge. This new information is transforming everyone, especially the commanders. They began to learn how to fight in space, and began to take turns to enter the civilization arena to practice war command. And the arsenal directly skipped the L3 level space battleship and directly started the research and development and manufacturing of the L4 level space battleship. 1 year later, a huge wormhole opened in the outer space of Blue Star. A large amount of supplies emerged from the wormhole and floated in space. In the subspace communicator, Tuanzi reminded Hixingzhou, "The supplies you won in the civilization arena have been delivered. Please sign for them in time." "It's here. Our supplies have arrived," Hixingzhou said in surprise. "The fleet will check the supplies immediately. Remember? Check them all." Received. Chen Hong led people to receive the supplies. When seeing these supplies, the members of the space battleship were extremely surprised. 1 million tons of nuclear fusion materials. Enough to support us to fight several space wars. There are still 1 million tons of space metal. With these, we can build a fleet and build a superstar ring. Each warship only needs to use these space metals on key components. Not all ships are made of space metal. Too much. So cool. They happily dragged these materials to the spaceport for inspection and distribution. In the Blue Star Alliance headquarters, Hixingzhou held a commander meeting. This time, we got a lot of spoils. But at the same time, we completely offended the Pleiades, Hixingzhou said. So, we have to accelerate the expansion of military strength. The design of the superstar ring has been completely completed, and construction will begin today. In addition, within 3 years, we will build a main fleet named Golden Crow. Use this main fleet to wipe out the Zerg on Venus and Mercury, and completely control the 4 planets of Mercury, Venus, Blue Star and Mars in our hands. Yes. All the commanders responded together. 3 years later, Sentinel Research Institute, Biological Laboratory. Hixingzhou has just received the second genetic modification. The modification process is very simple. Just like a vaccination, the biological laboratory has transformed a directional gene mutagenic agent by using the research on Zerg gene viruses. This mutagenic agent can modify human genes, allowing human cells to continuously renew and become more active, and allowing people to use a certain degree of overweight and weightless environment. That is, the second generation of genetically modified interstellar humans. After this modification, humans will not suffer from various diseases and developmental deformities even if they live in a space station, on the moon or on Mars. At the same time, human life expectancy will be extended by about 1-fold again, and it is possible to reach 1,000 years in theory. The transformation is completed, and the next year is an observation period. Jiang Chan put down Hixingzhou's arm and said, "Brother Zhou, if you feel uncomfortable during this period, please tell me in time." After these years of growth, Jiang Chan has become an important figure in the School of Life Sciences and has always been in a key position in cutting-edge biotechnology research. "Well, I feel pretty good now," Hixingzhou said. Jiang Chan chuckled and said, "Genetic modification is a slow process, and exercise can help the body adapt better. In addition to regular environmental training, weightlessness training and overweight training are also required. I do this often." Hixingzhou thought of the weightlessness training he and Su Jilan had in space yesterday. "By the way, how is the investigation of the Venus Zerg going?" Hixingzhou asked. 2 months ago, a reconnaissance ship tried to capture a space planetary behemoth from the outer space of Venus and sent it to the Sentinel Research Institute, Jiang Chan said. The Venus Zerg is a little different from the Mars Zerg. They are more adapted to high temperature and high pressure environments. In terms of biological weapons, they can release more venom, acid and nuclear energy rays. They have stronger defense against thermal weapons, and it is predicted that their evolution level is higher than that of the Martian Zerg. In summary, they are more tenacious than the Martian Zerg, and the average energy density of their biological nuclear energy organs is also higher. With the same strength, it is more than 1.3 times that of the Martian Zerg. Their plasma protection layer is thicker, and it is difficult for ordinary laser weapons and plasma weapons to penetrate it. This is a bit troublesome, Hixingzhou thought. And Venus is so close to our blue planet. They didn't send Zerg to harass and attack, which is a strange thing. Maybe they are preparing too. Jiang said. We can't wait any longer. He Xingzhou stood up and said, I suspect these guys are just trying to breed devourers on Venus and take the initiative. You just finished the genetic modification. Jiang reminded. It's okay. It's not decades ago. He Xingzhou said. You ask Academician Zhuge to immediately send the information of the Zerg on Mars to the Academy of Military Sciences and let them study targeted weapons. Yeah. He Xingzhou himself went to the battleship production base on Mars to inspect the production of the main battleships. Mars. This is the 4th year after the recovery of Mars. And Mars has been built for the 4th year. It turned out that the super dust storm created by He Xingzhou on Mars had long been quelled due to the interference of He Xingzhou's meteorological weapons. The Zerg's transformation of Mars has made an oasis appear on Mars. The oxygen content of Mars is increasing. But this planet cannot become a planet like the blue star, because the core activity of Mars has been weakening for billions of years. Only an active core can build enough planetary magnetic field to constrain the atmosphere. The atmosphere of the blue star is constrained by the geomagnetic field. And the atmosphere of Mars is always blown by the solar wind, because the geomagnetic field is not strong enough. The designers of the Mars transformation proposed several plans, one of which is to artificially create an atmosphere so that the rate of increase of the atmosphere can catch up with the rate of loss. Doing so can only solve the problem temporarily, and consumes a lot of resources. In addition, some people propose to use millions of super hydrogen bombs to drop into the core of Mars to reinitiate its internal energy reaction. This plan was also rejected, as it would also consume a huge amount of resources. Even if it succeeds, Mars will become a chaotic planet with earthquakes and magma eruptions everywhere, and it will be impossible to carry out planetary construction. So the current approach is to build a huge glass cover, while protecting the atmosphere. It can adjust the internal temperature and light to allow humans to have a stable living environment. As for other places, robots are used or special Mars mechas are worn for operations. He Xingzhou came to the Mars battleship factory. This place is located in the original Olympus supercrater, and the interior is the transformation of the volcanic insect nest. Noah the insect king left a lot of legacy. Compared with other insects, it prefers mechanical technology. It was also the one who built the spaceship to Mars before. The insect nest itself can defend against attacks, and various functional partitions are designed inside. After being occupied by the Blue Star Alliance, it was directly transformed into a space battleship factory. He Xingzhou landed in the super crater wearing a new generation of Mars armor, and the scorching temperature was blocked by the insulation layer. There is still magma in the volcano. This has no effect on them. Even if the volcano erupts, it will not affect the battleship factory. Commander-in-Chief Xia Wu, the person in charge of the Mars space battleship factory, came to greet He Xingzhou. He was one of the designers of the Xuanwu base. After the launch of the Mars transformation plan, he took the initiative to apply to come to Mars, and became the chief engineer and person in charge of the Mars space battleship factory. Chapter 200, Making Biological Warships. How is the manufacturing progress? He Xingzhou asked while riding the vacuum glass tube elevator. In the glass tube, you can see huge mechanical structures everywhere. This is equivalent to a huge underground city in the crater, with conveyor belts and small transport spacecraft, and various engineering robots working busily here. Xia Wu said, 100 L4 class reconnaissance ships have been manufactured, 80 L4 class frigates, 40 L4 class destroyers, and 10 L4 class cruisers. In the simulation of the civilization war in the virtual world, He Xingzhou took decades to manufacture 800 warships. There are less than 300 L4 class ships. At that time, resources were scarce, but now they have built 250 L4 class warships in just 3 years, which is very fast. They have come to the bottom floor, which is the dock of the L4 class space cruiser. In front of He Xingzhou, a shuttle-type super battleship is suspended in space. It is more than 5,000 meters long, with a maximum diameter of 800 meters, and the front and rear ends are bullet-shaped. This is the X-20L4 class space cruiser, Xia Wu said. We just completed it a week ago. It can carry more than 300,000 crew members at a time. The normal speed is 40% of the speed of light. The maximum overload of the thruster is 22%, and the fastest speed can reach about 50% of the speed of light. It has high-energy shield output, high-energy laser weapons, plasma weapons, proton weapons, electromagnetic guns, space hydrogen bombs, etc. It is like a mountain in front of people. And you can't see the end at a glance. He Xingzhou looked at the behemoth in front of him. A smile appeared on his face. And said, such a large battleship is not inferior to the former high-level planetary overlord Noah Insect King. Thanks to Rafar. This is designed with reference to the battleships of their Nanha civilization. The materials are also prepared by them. If Rafar saw this battleship, I'm afraid he would be angry to death. This battleship is almost exactly the same as the main battleship of their Nanha civilization, from the appearance to the internal structure. And the firepower is even stronger than their battleships. Normally, it would take He Xingzhou at least 5 to 10 years to design, manufacture, and improve a L2 class battleship to an L4 class battleship. After a battle with Rafar, he directly destroyed their battleships. And with the space metals, he achieved leapfrogging technology research and development. I entered the data of this battleship into the virtual universe and conducted a simulated battle in the civilization arena. Xiaowu said, it's no problem to deal with ordinary high-level planetary overlords. Don't take it lightly, He Xingzhou said. The Zerg on Mercury and Venus may exceed 10 high-energy planetary overlords. It has been so long since the battle on Mars, and it is foreseeable that more planetary overlords will evolve on these two planets. It would be great if we had space battleships. He Xingzhou sighed. Unfortunately, space battleships are heavy warships. At least L7 or above. Commander-in-Chief, when will we launch the attack? Xiaowu asked. The battleship factory is producing at full capacity. If it were a few years later, the number of our battleships would be several times more. Soon, He Xingzhou also wanted to be fully prepared. But he thought of the battle with Rafar. Rafar lost the war because he was too steady. Compared with the Zerg, the current Blue Star civilization is not as fast in technological development as their evolution. Noah the Zerg King was attacking the Devourer of Planets, and the juvenile Devourer of Planets needed a Star Destroyer to deal with it. The Star Destroyer is at least a L9 class space battleship. From L4 to L9, the technology gap is too big to build such advanced battleships and superstar rings. The resources of Blue Star and Mars are far from enough. He Xingzhou must take Venus and Mercury as soon as possible. In this way, all 4 planets in the solar orbit that are close to Blue Star will be included in the sphere of influence, and they will not be sandwiched by the Zerg inside and outside in the future. He Xingzhou stayed in the Mars Space Battleship Factory to guide and improve the battleship together. Here, there are many soldiers and commanders. They also need to learn various knowledge to prepare for combat. It is not enough to rely on L4 class space cruisers to capture Venus and Mercury. He Xingzhou thought of the biological warships of the wild beast civilization. They also have a method to cultivate cloned insects. If they also have biological warships, their military strength will increase significantly. He Xingzhou has a sample in his hand. Noah the Insect King. Most of Noah the Insect King's biological tissues are still intact. For more than 10 years, Song Jinghong, Xu Wei, Jiang Chan and others have been leading the team to study. The latest genetic modification and biological computers are all biotechnology obtained from Noah the Insect King. He Xingzhou connected with several people and said, I saw such a biological warship in the virtual universe. It is similar to the clone behemoth of the previous Sunbird company, but it is different. He Xingzhou showed the rough structure of the destroyer god biological warship of the wild beast civilization and said, this biological warship can also be controlled by small creatures. It also has symbiotic biological armor, parasitic weapons, gene bombs and other weapons. This biological warship is interesting. Song Jinghong said, we can connect human thinking with the thinking of giant clones through biological computers, which is the same as the biological warship of the wild beast civilization. It should be said to be stronger, Xu Wei said. The biological warship of the wild beast civilization is still far behind the biological weapons of the planetary behemoths. However, their symbiotic biological armor and parasitic weapons are very interesting. There are also parasitic and symbiotic species among the Zerg, which can be added to the design of biological warships. Jiang Chan said, some biological weapons are not very lethal to the Zerg, such as gene bombs. The Zerg gene itself is the most powerful gene weapon. There are also acids, venoms and the like. The Zerg itself has a strong biological protection function, especially the planetary overlords. This aspect is even more so. I think we still have to rely on bioenergy organs. Combine the Zerg technology with our technology, and create biomagnetic field organs, bioelectric field control organs, ball lightning cannon biological controllers, etc. Yes, He Xingzhou agreed. We are in a hurry. So let's use the body of Noah, the Zerg King, as a template for the biological battleship and transform it. They convened a biological battleship design team of hundreds of thousands of people and began to jointly develop biological battleships. Since the invention of quantum chip implantation and biocomputer technology, the proportion of scientific researchers in the human race has increased 10,000 times. Because everyone has the same memory and computing power as a quantum computer. And with genetic optimization, if anyone in human society were to go back to the past, he would be a genius. The definition of genius has long been rewritten. And only those who can explore cutting-edge technology or basic science can be called geniuses. According to the intelligence collected by Wenheng in the virtual universe, not all civilizations are like this. Most first-level civilizations, even the 1.8 level Nanha civilization and the 1.9 level Tianlang civilization, only the elites have genetic modification or chip implantation. He Xingzhou and his team made rapid progress. In just a few months, they designed a basic biological warship. It was basically the same as the Noah King, but with human-controlled parts and some targeted biological organs. Mars insect nests are the best breeding factories for biological warships. He Xingzhou discovered another benefit of biological warships. Aren't those insect nests on Mars the biochemical factories built by the Zerg? Fortunately, because they wanted to study biotechnology, they did not destroy these insect nests. They only needed to improve them, and they could manufacture biological warships immediately. Of course, the manufacture of biological warships could not be like the assembly of parts of mechanical warships. Instead, we need to carry out in vitro embryo cultivation after genetic design. Using a large amount of growth hormone can speed up the formation of biological warships. Although this will cause their lifespan to be extremely short. Song Jinghong said. The normal lifespan of Zerg is thousands of years. After reaching the planetary behemoth, it is tens of thousands of years. The planetary overlord can survive for tens of millions of years. Our use of growth hormone to promote birth will accelerate the aging of their cells. And the expected lifespan is no more than 1,000 years. Enough? Even if it is only 10 years, He Xingzhou said. The biological warship's design now will be completely damaged in the war consumption if nothing unexpected happens. Jiang Chan said regretfully, it would be great if there was a way to control the Zerg, because it is a biological weapon that can evolve automatically. Don't have this idea for now, He Xingzhou said. The Order Alliance has a clear ban on trying to control the Zerg. According to them, even advanced civilizations cannot truly control the Zerg. And we can't mess with the Order Alliance now, He Xingzhou said. Yeah, I understand. Jiang Chan quickly dismissed the idea. She did think about finding a way to control the Zerg, such as neural machinery, brainwave control, parasitic brain-worm control, etc. It's not that no one among humans has tried it, such as Dr. Berry, who later became the Berry Bug King. If we use growth hormone recklessly, we can produce Noah's biological warship in about a year and a half, Xu Wei said after calculation. A year and a half? He Xingzhou thought for a while and said, that's it. Invest resources immediately and start. While they are rushing to manufacture weapons here, human reconnaissance ships are also taking action on other planets. In the orbit of Venus, a stealth L4 class reconnaissance ship is quietly approaching Venus. Venus, the second planet from the outside of the solar system, has an orbital period of 224.7 days and has no natural satellites. Humans have not found space insect nests in the orbit of Venus. It is a terrestrial planet similar to the Blue Star, often called the sister star of the Blue Star, about 40.5 million kilometers away from the Blue Star. For example, Mars is closer to the Blue Star, but humans know even less about it than Mars. This planet is very special. Its core is solidified, an iron-nickel core with a radius of about 3,100 kilometers, and is a super-large metal core. Like Mars, the core is cooled. In addition, its rotation speed is too slow, resulting in a very weak planetary magnetic field, which is almost negligible compared to the planetary level. Captain, we're here. Venus is ahead, Vice Captain Xiong Mani shouted in the communicator on the L4 class reconnaissance ship. Z-66. Oh, I see. Wang Sheng's appearance appeared on the communication screen, and he was wearing space armor. During the final battle of the Cataclysm era, most of Huang Sheng's body parts were damaged, and he was replaced with prosthetic organs. After recovering as a cyborg, he also participated in the Mars War. Now he has become a captain. Seeing Huang Sheng's actions, Xiong Mani frowned and said, "Are you going to scout in person? You are the captain. If something happens to you..." Before she finished her words, she was interrupted by Huang Sheng. "Then you will take over as captain." "Comrade Xiong Mani." "You?" Xiong Mani was helpless with him. This man liked adventure too much. If it weren't for this, with his merits, let alone the captain of the reconnaissance ship, he would have no problem becoming the commander of the fleet. "Love you," Huang Sheng said with a smile, and then cut off the video. He and Xiong Mani got married 7 years ago, and now they are a couple. A pair of space armors, including manned armor and unmanned armor, flew to Venus simultaneously. They have explored Venus many times, most of which were done by robots. But the information detected was limited, and the robots were always destroyed. So this time, they planned to send people to explore. Xiong Mani ordered, "Keep the warships in stealth mode and be ready to respond at any time." She didn't dare to let the warships get too close, because there were too many targets on the warships, and they were easily discovered by the Venus Zerg. In order to ensure that everything was foolproof, Xiong Mani also contacted the fleet command, Commander Luo. As the captain, he actually went to Venus to explore. Xiong Mani reported to Luo and helplessly, "I request the nearby reconnaissance ships to come to support to avoid any accidents." This Huang Sheng, he is so adventurous even when he is a warship. "I will punish him when he comes back." Luan said this, but he thought in his heart that the fleet sometimes needs such people. If every captain is well behaved, then this fleet will lack the opportunity to create miracles. "Don't worry. There are 3 reconnaissance ships nearby. I will let them sail to the orbit of Venus to provide support." "Yes." After communicating with the headquarters, Xiong Mani shifted her attention to the detection machine. At this time, her mind was connected to one of the drone armors through a biological computer. She was surrounded by 3,000 space armors, 1,000 of which were manned, and 2,000 were unmanned. Behind the armors, there were thousands of space drones and reconnaissance satellites to provide cover and communications. "We are about to enter the atmosphere of Venus, and are regulating the air pressure and temperature." Xiong Mani heard the AI prompt. She saw that there were endless, thick clouds in front of her. This is a unique and strange sight on Venus. This planet is covered by a layer of highly reflective, opaque sulfuric acid clouds all year round. Its atmospheric pressure is more than 90 times that of the blue planet. Normal people and machines can't bear it at all. So the armor coming to Venus is specially modified. Because of the thick cloud layer, the outer space detection is completely unable to know the internal situation of this planet. 92 standard atmospheric pressure. Temperature 427 degrees Celsius. The numbers in front of them made everyone feel a little nervous. This is not a planet where humans can survive now. What kind of Zerg will be born in such a perverted environment? The Zergs captured before were just ordinary space Zergs flying in outer space. The real Venus Zergs are still hidden inside this unattended planet. The current wind speed is 360 kilometers per hour, and the flight resistance is large. At the top of the cloud layer, they first felt the warm welcome from Venus. Under 92 times the atmospheric pressure of the blue star. This wind speed is equivalent to moving against the ocean current at 1,000 meters under the deep sea. In the thick sulfuric acid cloud layer, it seems that there is still a place that continues to glow. Chapter 201 Real Active Volcano. That's a lightning cloud. Don't get close, Huang Sheng warned. Because of the unique atmospheric conditions, lightning in the atmosphere of Venus can last for a long time. On the blue planet, lightning is only a matter of a moment. But here, lightning can last for dozens of minutes. What a powerful electric field, Xiong Mani exclaimed. If we drop meteorological weapons on this planet, can we kill most of the Zerg here? That's not necessarily true, Huang Sheng said. The Zerg has a strong ability to adapt, and they have countless genetic templates to evolve. Since they were born on this planet, they must have corresponding abilities. As they chatted, they released detectors into the atmosphere. The signal here is extremely susceptible to interference. Under the sulfuric acid cloud layer, there is an active ionosphere. The detectors that were previously released have basically lost their messages. In these highly corrosive sulfuric acid clouds, and the carbon dioxide clouds below, with a concentration of more than 97%, they have found some flying Zergs. These Zergs are similar to birds. With a layer of biological mucus on their bodies, that can isolate them from the erosion of poisonous gases and acidic substances. Capture the sample and send it back to the warship. Huang Sheng ordered several team members to operate. They moved in the atmosphere and found that there were still nuclear behemoths in the clouds. But they had not yet evolved to the level of planetary overlords. No flying planetary overlords have been found in the atmosphere of Venus, which is consistent with the previous detection situation. Xiong Mani concluded. From this, it can be inferred that there are much fewer space Zerg near Venus. That means they are on the surface and underground. Huang Sheng accelerated the descent and ordered, land on the surface and detect the surface of Venus. Received. The armors descended one after another. When they reached the bottom of the atmosphere of Venus, the airflow speed decreased a lot, and the speed and stability of the mechas also increased. After penetrating the sulfuric acid cloud layer, Huang Sheng could already see the surface of Venus. The temperature is 457 degrees Celsius. The carbon dioxide content is 96.5%, 89 times the standard atmosphere. The AI system updated the data. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them and felt horrified. It seemed that they had come to hell instead of a planet. The sky was covered by thick sulfuric acid clouds, and the sun could not be seen at all. It was not just one sky, but the sky of the entire planet. And in the surrounding clouds, thunderstorms and lightning were generated at any time. And nature was releasing terrifying power all the time. The surface of the planet was all exposed rocks and dust. And the barren land could not find any color of life. There were only countless volcanoes and volcanoes. There were few craters, because such thick clouds cause most meteorites to melt when they rub against the atmosphere. Even asteroids with larger mass will explode in the atmosphere, fall to the surface, and form mountains. Venus is the planet with the most volcanoes in the solar system. It has more than 1 million volcanoes of all sizes, and its size and mass are very similar to those of the blue planet, which is 0.86 times that of the blue planet. Imagine what it feels like to have 1 million volcanoes on the blue planet. There are active volcanoes in almost every area. Dark sulfuric acid clouds, thunderstorms, lightning, carbon dioxide and toxic gases, volcanoes, craters. Such a harsh environment almost makes people feel desperate. This environment is more real than a nightmare. Several team members complained. Yes, I've been to Mars, and it's much better than here, because at least you can see the sun on Mars. Don't tell me. After the Zerg transformed Mars, you can still see green plants, and it feels a bit familiar. You can't see anything here. Everyone found that there were no plants or other Zerg on the surface of Venus. The Zerg detector has not found any Zerg information yet. The AI system reminded. Are all the Zerg hiding underground? Huang Sheng was puzzled. Although the environment here is harsh, the Zerg can survive even in magma and space. So how can they be afraid of this place? Landing location. Isterland, Max Mountains. Huang Sheng landed on one of the two main continental highlands on the surface of Venus. The Max Mountains here are 2,000 meters higher than the Himalayas, and the area of this highland is comparable to Kangaroo Island on the blue planet. The surface is all black-brown rocks, which is in sharp contrast to the reddish-brown surface of Mars. Analyzing the composition. The armored analytical instrument began to analyze the rock composition. The sample silicon dioxide accounts for 45%, and the remaining components are aluminum oxide, iron oxide, and calcium oxide, identified as high aluminum basalt. Basalt is a type of volcanic lava. The entire surface of Venus is covered with this rock, probably because of its excessive number of volcanoes. Each team should conduct on-site exploration and report the situation. Huang Sheng shouted. Team A did not find the Zerg. Team B did not find the Zerg. Team C did not find the Zerg. Each team did not find the existence of the Zerg. This situation made Huang Sheng and Xiong Mani even more confused. Where did the Zerg hide? Go to the crater to explore. The Zerg needs to absorb energy, and the most likely place is in the crater. Huang Sheng ordered. Received. Each team began to move and headed for the nearby crater. There are no Zerg on the surface. Xiong Mani controlled the unmanned mecha and walked aimlessly on the surface of Venus. The biological detector kept showing that no biological information was found. Zergs have been found in outer space and in the clouds. So why are they missing on the surface? She was eager to know the answer. Zergs tend to attack the enemy actively. So Xiong Mani directly controlled the mecha to run on the surface, so that as long as the Zerg attacked her, she could find the Zerg. She ran about 20 kilometers on the ground and came to a volcano. The signal is weakened. Please adjust the position. The AI system reminded. Xiong Mani was about to adjust the position when she saw a large rock behind her suddenly moved and hit the unmanned mecha she controlled. The mecha's automatic defense system started firing an electromagnetic cannon at the boulder. The electromagnetic bullet created several cracks on the boulder. If it was a normal rock, this electromagnetic cannon would be enough to smash it. However, she failed this time. The boulder hit the mecha, and its kinetic energy was no less than that of the reconnected electromagnetic cannon, directly smashing the mecha into scrap metal. The signal connection has been interrupted. Xiong Mani's eyes went dark, and the unmanned mecha had been damaged. She immediately transferred to another unmanned mecha and shouted into the communicator, "Attention! The mecha DS-78 was destroyed by the Zerg, and there is a suspected enemy at this coordinate. It may be caused by the enemy throwing a boulder. Let's go and take a look." Wang Sheng immediately mobilized the nearby detection mechas and went to the scene together. When they arrived at Yuanchu, they found that the wreckage of the mecha had disappeared, and there were no shattered boulders at the original site. Only a few small stones. What's going on? Xiong Mani was also confused when she saw this scene. It was obviously not like this just now. The impact crater on the ground is still there, she said. Did the Zerg clean up the crime scene so quickly? These guys are very cunning. Everyone be careful, Wang Sheng reminded, and at the same time amplified the detector power to the maximum. But they still did not find any breath of any creature. This is an active volcano, and the energy reaction is very strong, a team member said. The soil here has signs of loosening. Someone found a clue. It was a barren land, with volcanic mud, large and small volcanic lava buried in it. Dig it out, Wang Sheng said. The team member began to dig the volcanic mud. When his mecha dug the soil, the rocks in the volcanic mud moved again, like a cannonball, rushing out from the ground. He was startled. But fortunately, the human thinking speed has improved a lot and was able to react. The mecha immediately dodged from the side and avoided the attack, and the boulder cracked a hole, spewing out hot lava fluid. This attack method is somewhat similar to the volcanic worm king on the blue planet, which also spews magma. It's the Zerg, Wang Sheng shouted. Capture it. As soon as everyone gathered there, the ground began to shake violently, and the stones buried in the volcanic mud all moved and attacked everyone. These stones are the Zerg. Seeing this scene, everyone was excited and surprised. They were excited that they finally found the Venus Zerg, but they were surprised that these bugs actually had stone shells. No wonder our biological detectors didn't work. These guys were disguised as silicon-based life, Xiong Mani said. Maybe they are really silicon-based Zerg, Wang Sheng said as he attacked one of the stone bugs. His lasers, rays, and electromagnetic guns hit the boulders, but they were almost ineffective. Such strong defense? Wang Sheng was shocked. The armor they were using had been updated many times. Even if there was a bug king in front of them, the weapons of this mecha could still work. But these bugs in front of them were obviously not bug kings. But they could block all their attacks, even if the laser or plasma melted a hole in their bodies. They did not seem to be in mortal danger, and could still move freely. Boom! Boom! There was a loud explosion. Some Zergs were killed, and some mechas were destroyed. 2 team members were killed. Use a high-frequency cutting knife, Wang Sheng shouted, and he had already changed his sword and rushed forward. He aimed at a smaller stoneworm, accelerated to supersonic speed, and slashed the stoneworm's body with a high-frequency sword. The hard rock shell was cut open by the high-speed vibrating single-molecule blade, and Wang Sheng split it in half with one sword. A magma-like liquid flowed out of the stoneworm's body. Immediately, a drone followed closely, grabbed the body of the stoneworm, and flew into the sky. Everyone also changed their weapons, greatly increasing the damage to the stoneworm. After a while, they killed all the stoneworms. I can't believe that the Zerg on the surface of Venus looks like this. If they don't move, we really don't know that they are these stones. Take away all the bodies, and continue to explore other places, Wang Sheng ordered. They were about to leave when the ground began to shake, as if there was a sudden earthquake. You know, the core of Venus has solidified, which means that Venus does not have continental plates like the blue planet. And naturally there will be no collisions to produce earthquakes. There is only one reason for an earthquake at this time. Either a volcanic eruption or Zerg. Lift off. Lift off. Wang Sheng became alert and immediately ordered everyone to lift off. They flew into the sky, and when they looked down, they were shocked by the scene in front of them. The whole earth began to crack, and hot magma gushed out, as if something was about to emerge from the ground. Let's retreat first. Let the drones monitor. When Huang Sheng saw the noise, he knew that he couldn't win with these mechas. The one who could make this noise was at least a high-level planetary behemoth. And it might even be a planetary overlord-level Zerg. The crowd continued to increase their altitude, and the giant worm had appeared underground. It was nothing like the planetary behemoths they had seen and imagined. This planetary behemoth was actually a volcano with 4 legs. It was a movable volcano, and they couldn't tell its specific organs, and they didn't clearly see its head, tail, etc. What kind of species is this? Xiong Mani asked in surprise. Could there really be silicon-based Zerg? It would be great if we could catch it. Huang Sheng looked at the volcanic monster, ready to move. Don't think about these outrageous things, Xiong Mani reminded. Even if we drive our warships over, we can't catch it. The volcanic monster directly attacked them. While launching magma, it shot some hard boulders into the sky. It was endowed with powerful kinetic energy, comparable to the heavy electromagnetic cannon on the warship. If it was hit, not to mention their light armor, even giant mechas and mechanical monsters would be directly destroyed. Retreat! Back to the ship! Huang Sheng knew that he couldn't beat it, so he rushed to the outer space of Venus with everyone. At this time, the volcanic monster made a booming sound, as if it was roaring. It actually flew up and rushed into outer space. At the same time, countless volcanoes and peaks on the surface of Venus moved and flew into outer space. So this is the real Venus Zerg. Huang Sheng looked behind him, and all kinds of attacks were coming. Some Zergs can even shoot stones at them from half a planet away. In the clouds, those flying Zergs also gathered here and attacked them. They can control the movement of thunderclouds and the change of wind direction, as if countless natural disasters are gathering towards them. Another half of the mechas were destroyed. The volcanic monster closest to them was also flying. But because the atmospheric density here is too high, its huge size makes it difficult to increase its flying speed. Because it was flying too fast, the volcanic mud and ash on its surface rubbed against the atmosphere and burned, becoming a real volcano. Haha. I can't catch up. Huang Sheng laughed proudly. Their speed was getting faster and faster, and they would soon leave the atmosphere of Venus. Seeing this, the volcanic beast seemed angry. It stopped in the air, and the magnetic field around it changed. A lightning bolt several thousand meters long struck everyone. The drones flying behind were pierced in an instant. Not good. Huang Sheng's quantum chip calculated and realized that something was wrong when the ions were agitated. If he continued to fly like this, he would not be able to escape the lightning attack and would definitely die. This guy can actually control lightning and thunderstorms. Huang Sheng gritted his teeth, abandoned the mecha, and launched half of his body at super high acceleration. He is a cyborg, and the only real biological organ left is the brain. Now it is equivalent to launching the brain like a cannonball. Within 1,000th of a second after his brain was launched, lightning hit his mecha and completely destroyed it. Captain! The team members exclaimed. Husband! Xiong Mani couldn't help shouting. Don't worry. I'm fine. Huang Sheng's information appeared in the communication channel. At this time, the voice was synthesized, because he only had a brain and a brain container left, so he naturally couldn't speak. Chapter 202 Metallic Giant with super strong defense. The massive Venusian Zergs have a low flying speed due to the dense atmosphere of Venus. So after escaping the atmosphere of Venus, everyone was able to evacuate to space. Send the warship over to pick them up. On the reconnaissance ship, Xiong Mani commanded the warship to fly at high speed, and at the same time sent out space drones to intercept the pursuing Zergs. Found you. Huang Sheng's head was flying in space, and was rescued by a drone. Sent back to the warship, and put into the prosthetic protection box. His consciousness was connected to the warship computer, and a holographic projection appeared on the warship. You are too risky. Xiong Mani blamed. It was indeed a bit risky. Huang Sheng was also very depressed. His prosthetic organs were expensive to transform. Fortunately, we also gained a lot. At least we know the information about the Zerg on the surface of Venus, which is much richer than the intelligence we detected before. When mentioning this, Xiong Mani was still frightened. She said, I can't believe that the Zerg on the surface of Venus would be in this form. Completely different from those we captured in outer space before. If we send warships directly there, I'm afraid we will suffer a great loss. Huang Sheng said, now I understand why the Zerg on Venus did not attack us directly when Venus is so close to Blue Star. It turns out that their different life forms lead to different behaviors. We must take these samples back immediately and hand them over to the Institute of Biology for research. As they were talking, an alarm sounded on the ship, and the observer shouted, Captain, a large number of meteorites have been found in the nearby space area. On the screen of the reconnaissance ship, meteorites as big as mountains were seen flying towards them. Their size is no less than that of Mars satellite Deimos. And there are even giant meteorites as big as Phobos. Meteorites? Huang Sheng's face changed when he heard it. And he said, there are no satellites and large meteorites near Venus. So it must be the Zerg. Speed up retreat. Overload 10%. Yes. The battleship's engine began to overload and accelerated sharply. Mercury and Venus have no satellites because they are too close to the Sun to have a reasonable gravitational influence on nearby celestial bodies. Satellites that are too far away from them will be in an unstable orbit and will be pulled and captured by the powerful Sun with its amazingly high gravity. On the other hand, if the orbiting satellite is too close to the planet, it will be torn apart by the powerful tidal force. Or, in the case of Venus, the satellite will lose energy due to friction in the atmosphere and crash into the star. So Huang Sheng immediately judged that these were all Zerg. Sure enough, those guys began to chase and surround them, firing rays and metal bullets at the same time. Unmanned spacecraft and space mechas will be blown up in less than a second in front of their attacks. The power of the metal bullet is more powerful than the most powerful electromagnetic gun on the reconnaissance ship. Not to mention the rays. Huang Sheng had to let the battleship start the energy shield and overload the engine at the same time. At this time, the battleship thrusters were already in a highly worn state. He couldn't care so much and escaped from here first. There is a giant meteorite in front of us, approaching us at high speed. Xiong Mani controlled the detector and found the target. Fire the electromagnetic gun and space hydrogen bomb to smash it. Huang Sheng ordered. Several space hydrogen bombs and electromagnetic guns fired together, and the meteorite emitted rays and metal bullets around it, intercepting half of the attack. The other half hit it directly, and the dark space flashed with light. Part of the meteorite fell off and broke, revealing a body like a special alloy. Huang Sheng saw that the broken body generated high temperature, like metal melting, and the injury was recovering rapidly. My God, it can recover like this? This is too BT, he complained. Our hydrogen bombs and electromagnetic guns are useless, judging from its size and mass. Plasma rays and plasma guns must be useless, Xiong Mani said. Try with proton missiles. Huang Sheng fired proton missiles again. The Venus Zerg has no plasma protection layer on its body surface. The proton missile directly hits its body, protons and electrons, generating a super strong electric field. Under normal circumstances, even a primary planetary overlord would die directly if hit by this proton missile. And this metal behemoth continued to rush towards the battleship without slowing down. It ignored the attack of the proton missile. The crew members were extremely shocked. The proton missile was one of their most powerful weapons at present. But it was ignored by this guy. How can we deal with such a terrifying behemoth? Run! Run! Huang Sheng gritted his teeth and said, there is no way to fight it. You can't run away. It's faster than us. And the coordinates are in the area in front of us. Xiong Mani said, there are still a bunch of Zerg chasing behind. If this goes on, they will only be buried in space. Command Center. This is the L4 reconnaissance ship Z66. Our ship is in crisis, and it is determined that it cannot escape. Huang Sheng calmly sent a message to the command center. He has experienced life and death crises countless times. At this time, not only Luowen, but also He Xingzhou, He Hongwei and others arrived at the command center. He Xingzhou said decisively, abandon Z66 immediately. Take the escaped ship and space armor, and bring the sample back. Our support ship is nearby, waiting for rescue. The target of the warship is too large and single, and it is easy to become an attack target. Received, Huang Sheng said. All ships listen to the order. Abandon the ship immediately. Take the sample and escape. Z66 starts the automatic attack mode and covers us. Yes. The crew members were reluctant. Who would be willing to abandon their warship? But they knew better that staying here at this time would only be a waste of lives. So they quickly sent the samples to the escape ship. and at the same time released all the mechas and space drones on the warship, confusing the enemy while escaping. Z-66 has activated the automatic attack mode. I will escort you. Everyone, have a good journey. The intelligent program of the warship said goodbye to them. Z-66, have a good journey. Everyone whispered. Xiong Mani drove the escaped ship, took Huang Sheng's brain, and went to the nearest support warship Z-47. Behind them, Z-66 slowed down, unreservedly tilted its energy and weapons to attack the incoming enemies, under the firepower output without regard for energy conservation. The chasing metal behemoth was also injured. The bombardment of space hydrogen bombs, the impact of electromagnetic guns, and the high-temperature melting of plasma rays. Even a special alloy body can't withstand such a high-intensity attack. Most of its body was injured, which made it very angry. Damn human. You actually hurt me. I will make you completely disappear from this universe. It withstood the output and accelerated again. The crew members were observing this scene at the same time. They saw that the metal behemoth was like an asteroid, crashing into the warship with unstoppable power. Z-66 still wanted to dodge, but the surrounding magnetic field had been locked by it, and the movement speed was greatly affected. In space, the L-4 class space reconnaissance ship Z-66 was turned into a dazzling ball of fire. Its weapon defense system and energy shield played a negligible role in such an attack. The first destroyed L-4 class space battleship of Blue Star civilization was born. Gone! Huang Sheng cursed and said, my body was blown up. And the battleship was blown up. Many brothers died. It was so embarrassing to be a captain for the first time. I will get back at this place sooner or later. After destroying the battleship, the metal behemoth was too lazy to pursue those scattered targets. In the nearby space area, 3 reconnaissance ships that came to support had arrived, and they took the crew of Z-66 to the battleship. The metal behemoth did not pursue. It had been injured by the strong attack and collision of Z-66. It didn't know the number of human warships, so it chose a safe way. This is the L-4 class space reconnaissance ship Z-47. Our ship has successfully received the captain of Z-66, Huang Sheng, and the deputy captain Xiong Mani, and is rescuing other crew members one after another. Z-47's captain Ouyang Bo sent a message to the command center. After the search and rescue, Z-47 returned to the Blue Star spaceport. He Xingzhou said. Other reconnaissance ships continue to conduct reconnaissance in the orbit of Venus and monitor the movements of the Zerg. Reconnaissance ships near Mercury should also pay attention to monitoring and increase patrol efforts. Yes. All ships have received the order. Captain Huang, you actually landed on the surface of Venus by yourself. You are really ruthless. On Z-47, Ouyang Bo sighed. As a captain, he actually destroyed his body and warship just to detect intelligence. There are few such ruthless people in the fleet. There is no way. The reconnaissance robots sent to Venus can't find any information, and they often lose contact. Huang Sheng said. At least the intelligence obtained this time is good. Otherwise we will lose a lot. That's right. Who would have thought that the Zerg on Venus is actually 2 different life forms from the Zerg on Blue Star and Mars? Ouyang Bo nodded. A few hours later, the warship returned to the Blue Star spaceport, and Song Jinghong and others had been waiting for a long time. As soon as the fleet returned, the captured samples were sent to the Sentinel Research Institute for research. He Xingzhou personally rushed to the research area and tested this sample with everyone. This is the body analysis report of the giant stone worm. Xu Gai introduced the situation of the stone worm to He Xingzhou and Song Jinghong. Its body is mainly composed of silicon, iron, nickel, titanium, aluminum and other elements, which are similar to the basalt on the surface of Venus. These elements are reconstructed in its body and turned into high-density rock structure and special alloy. The strength of its rock structure exceeds that of diamond, and its density is extremely high. The strength of the special alloy is stronger than some of our space battleship armor. Its body has both carbon-based organs and silicon-based organs, which is between carbon-based and silicon-based organisms. It is a species we have never seen before. After seeing the test report, a group of biologists were puzzled. This was the first time they had seen such a creature. And it was between carbon-based and silicon-based creatures? Jiang Chan said, everyone. I compared the analysis results of several samples. I found that the ratio of carbon-based organs to silicon-based organs in each stone worm was different according to their different evolution levels. He Xingzhou looked at her and asked, "Do you have any ideas?" "Yes." Jiang Chan nodded slightly and said, "I guessed that at the beginning. The Venus Zerg was also like the ones we captured before. All carbon-based creatures. But the harsh conditions on Venus are not suitable for the survival of carbon-based creatures. The rich metal elements on the surface of Venus made them choose another evolutionary direction. In their gene templates, there are organs that can extract metal elements, similar to some plants and animals that can absorb a small amount of metal elements to enhance bone strength or condense shells. They gradually transformed carbon-based organs into silicon-based organs, forming what they are now." Song Jinghong said, "Your point of view is very interesting. If we follow this idea, the higher the proportion of silicon-based organs in the Venus Zerg, the higher the degree of evolution. In the end, they will completely evolve into silicon-based Zerg." He Xingzhou said, from the battle scene, "It is indeed possible. Our proton missile hit it. With its electric field strength, the organs of carbon-based organisms will definitely be severely damaged and the brain will die. But the Zerg is completely unscathed, and its body is made of special space metal like the warship, and can repair itself. This is really a headache," Luan said. "We are studying biological warships, but the Venus Zerg has evolved into silicon-based life. Will biological warships still have any effect on it?" "Of course they can," He Xingzhou said. "The biological warship's radiation weapon can still destroy its body, but it is not as powerful as we originally thought, including our warships. Judging from the combat situation of Z-47, if we launch an attack on Venus directly now, we will probably fail." Everyone was thinking. This situation was something He Xingzhou himself had not expected. He thought that after creating the main fleet and biological warships, he would definitely be able to take Venus and Mercury. Now the Venus Zerg alone gave him a headache. Not to mention that there were a lot of Zerg living on Mercury. What kind of weapons can kill them? He Hongwei asked the biologists. The biologists were not sure either. Song Jinghong said, "This is the first time we have encountered silicon-based Zerg. It is not like the Martian Zerg, which can be killed by piercing key organs with plasma weapons or electrocuting them with proton missiles. Now I can judge that if we smash it, it will definitely kill it. Such a huge metal beast. How can we crush it? Even a space hydrogen bomb can't blow it up." Luan racked his brains, but couldn't think of any good way. Unless our planetary orbital gun can be built in advance. This kind of guy can only be killed by the planetary orbital gun. Right? Everyone was silent. And Luan was just joking. It will take decades to build a planetary orbital gun. And it can't move. By the time it hits Venus, the target will have already run away. There will always be a way. Pay attention to their movements first and prepare for defense, He Xingzhou said. They are thinking of ways. But the Venus Zerg don't seem to give them this time. The reconnaissance ship detected that since the last attack, the activities of the Venus Zerg have become much more frequent. And a large number of Zerg kings have entered space in advance, seemingly preparing to launch an attack. Chapter 203 Zerg Union of Two Planets. In addition to Venus, the Zerg near Mercury also began to move. On this planet, which is closest to the Sun and the smallest of the 8 planets, the Zerg drilled out from the ground. Unlike Venus, which has a dense atmosphere, Mercury's atmosphere is almost negligible. On the surface of Mercury, there is only a thin exosphere, containing hydrogen, helium, oxygen, sulfur, calcium, potassium and other elements. Its appearance is highly similar to the Moon, with huge plains at sea level and large impact craters, highlands, mountains, valleys, etc. The surface temperature at the equator can reach 432 degrees Celsius during the day, and it will drop to minus 172 degrees Celsius at night, with huge day and night temperatures. The reconnaissance of Mercury has been going on for more than 10 years. He Xingzhou has sent a Zerg probe to this planet before. The probe shows that the number of Zerg here is relatively small, probably because of the harsh environment and small mass of Mercury. Most of them are Zerg hiding underground in volcanoes. This is the previous view. Now that we have discovered the silicon-based Zerg on Venus, the number of Zerg on Mercury should exceed our previous detection results. On the reconnaissance ship, the captain and the deputy captains discussed. Although the surface environment of Mercury is harsh, it is rich in internal energy. It has a molten core like the blue star, with an iron content of more than 60%. This molten core allows it to have a global magnetic field like the blue star. Outside the core of Mercury is a silicate mantle 500 to 700 kilometers thick. The underground reconnaissance robot we deployed before dug into the depth of the mantle 3 years ago, and also found traces of Zerg activities. The reconnaissance ship could no longer land on Mercury at this time, because a large number of planetary behemoths appeared on the surface of Mercury. They, like the Venus Zerg, were also flying into space to gather. The number of Mercury Zerg has reached twice the number we estimated before. There are also silicon-based Zergs. It seems that they are going to cooperate with the Venus Zerg to attack us. The reconnaissance ship immediately reported the news to the headquarters. The Venus Zerg and the Mercury Zerg have joined forces. This news is undoubtedly worse for the Blue Star Alliance. The Blue Star Alliance held a civilization press conference. He Xingzhou announced to the world, after our reconnaissance, we found that the Zerg on Mercury and Venus are gathering and intend to wage war against us. From now on, all civilizations will enter a state of war preparation. Stop non-military space activities outside the orbits of Mercury and Venus. Spacecraft, space mines, and factories operating within the orbits of Blue Star and Mars will cooperate with the military for defense. He Xingzhou also showed some of the images they detected, including the image of the metal behemoth directly crashing into the warship. More than 10 years have passed since the Mars War. The peaceful life in these years has made some people forget the cruelty of the Zerg, especially those young people born in the new era, who have only seen the horror of the cataclysm in cultural classes. They have never experienced the war with the Zerg in person. Seeing that their most advanced L4 class warships had no resistance in front of the Venus Zerg, this collision was like a wake-up call, making people alert again. This metal behemoth is more terrifying than Noah the Zerg King. The Zerg is here again. This time they are even more powerful. The Zergs of the two planets are attacking together. Can we stop them? Does the command have any means to deal with it? In society, on the virtual network, the news spread all over Blue Star and Mars. The shadow brought by the Zerg descended again, and people had several opinions on this. Those who came from the Cataclysm era and participated in the war became more calm and composed, and began to actively cooperate in the response. And those who also came from the Cataclysm era and enjoyed peace without experiencing a war, as well as the children born in the new era. The death of the Aura Bug King and the victory of the Mars War made them a little overconfident. Some people declared online, our Blue Star Alliance is invincible, and as many of these bugs as come will die. That's right. We used to be a 1.0 civilization, but now our civilization has improved a lot, and we are no longer afraid of those bugs, even if it's a metal bug. So what? The firepower of the warship is enough to destroy it. We still have he in command, so don't worry about anything. If the Zerg from Venus and Mercury dare to come, they will never return. There are many similar remarks. Some people remind them, the Zerg is an advanced civilization, and their technology is far superior to ours. We must not take it lightly, and the outcome of this war is difficult to predict. These words were ignored by them, and some people even attacked them. Our Blue Star civilization is the first in the solar system. You are speaking for the Zerg. Aren't you a Zerg man? He Xingzhou also saw these remarks. He felt that this kind of self-confidence was too much, even to the point of complacency. He Xingzhou spoke on social networks, saying, to deal with the Zerg, we must be fully prepared, even at the cost of our lives. Please do not underestimate the Zerg. Our Blue Star civilization is not as powerful as everyone imagines. Even in a small solar system, we are just a civilization that survives in hardship. He Xingzhou's words silenced everyone. They naturally would not refute He Xingzhou's words, but they were still dissatisfied in their hearts. They witnessed the birth of high-tech, space elevators, spaceports, lunar bases, Mars bases, new generation warships, and even the construction of superstar rings. The birth of these technological creations has made the overall self-confidence of civilization too inflated. We need to do the best crisis propaganda in the future. The new generation of members only know about the Zerg crisis in video images. LV may also had a lot of feelings about this. I suggest that if we have space, we should keep the Zerg in a certain area in the future, and let the new generation experience the horror of the Zerg while conducting scientific research. I agree. Shui Weiman deeply agrees. Now they are implanting quantum chips or biological computers. The implantation of information can only give them super memory. But it does not mean that they have enough knowledge of things. No matter what disaster it is difficult to understand without personal experience. Let's wait until the war is over before we proceed with this proposal. He Hongwei said. Now we should face the problem of war. The Zerg army is approaching. How to deal with it? Luan said directly. I think that in the face of the metal behemoth, we need at least L4 class cruisers to fight. Reconnaissance ships, frigates, and destroyers are useless. Lei Yuanfeng analyzed. The number of cruisers is too small and not proportional to the number of Zerg. If we fight on the surface of Venus and Mercury, I think it would be better, so as to avoid the destruction of the blue planet by the Zerg. If the war is on an alien planet, there will be problems with supplies, Luan said. Previous detections have proven that the metal behemoths move faster in space than our warships. Once the battle fails, the fleet will never return. The most important thing is that we don't have enough firepower to destroy them. On the surface of Mercury and Venus, the Zerg are more adapted to the combat environment there than we are. He Hongwei frowned and said, recently I have analyzed our strength and the strength of the Zerg on Mercury and Venus. I initially believed that our overall combat power scale exceeds that of the Zerg on Venus. This is probably one of the reasons why the Zerg on Venus did not actively attack us. If the Zerg on Mercury is added, our strength will appear insufficient. We must realize that the Zerg we are facing this time is completely different from the ones we faced before. If we disperse our forces and attack the surface of Mercury and Venus, the success rate of the operation will be less than 10%. So concentrating forces to attack a certain place, or taking a defensive stand, is the most appropriate choice. In the final analysis, it is because our firepower is not enough. He Xingzhou sighed. The weapons originally prepared were not enough to cause high damage to the silicon-based Zerg on Venus and Mercury. This is the key reason. Otherwise, according to their original plan, they should take the initiative to attack the Zerg on Venus and Mercury at this time. I think we should concentrate our forces and fight a defensive battle. When He Xingzhou said this, all the commanders were shocked. The commander-in-chief is more familiar with high-tech weapons than anyone else. He made this judgment, which proves that the enemy this time is indeed beyond their ability to deal with. In this case, let's set the war in space, He Hongwei said. We can't get too close to the blue star. Our superstar ring has not been built yet. If it is destroyed, it will be a big blow to our vitality. We are naturally confident in our defense, Luan said. We have built some space fortresses near the space area. Relying on these space fortresses and the advantage of being close to the base camp, our supplies can keep up at any time. The initial plan is to stop the Zerg outside the defense circle of Blue Star and Mars. As for the offensive plan, we will make plans later, He Xingzhou said. Everyone began to discuss the defense plan. Some commanders were unwilling to accept this. They also wanted to attack Venus and Mercury directly like they did when they attacked Mars before. We are stronger now, but we are playing so conservatively now. Maybe we haven't found a way to restrain the enemy yet. Anyway, let's fight a defensive battle first to test the enemy's strength. If we can win, it won't be too late to attack. The military commanders deployed their respective tasks. A large number of space battleships and spacecraft flew out from the military bases on Blue Star, the Moon and Mars to build a defense circle in space. He Xingzhou himself came to the highest military academy of the Blue Star Alliance at this time. Here, Wang Sheng has undergone a second body transformation and replaced it with a recently manufactured bionic prosthesis. But from the outside, he is no different from a normal person. Commander-in-Chief, Wang Sheng saw He Xingzhou and said, I have also thought about the process of fighting the Venus Zerg in the past few days, and I have some ideas. Tell me about it. He Xingzhou looked at him and said seriously, Yes, Wang Sheng said. First of all, the Venus Zerg is a silicon-based Zerg. Their defense is greater than any Zerg we have dealt with before. Our current means of attack are very limited in front of it. Even proton beams and plasma beams have their lethality reduced to a minimum in the face of the huge size of the metal behemoth. We have to spend at least 5 times the firepower to destroy the Zerg of the same level. There must be some advanced planetary overlords on Venus. Even if we create a super electric field like the super dust storm on Mars, it may not be able to kill them. He Xingzhou added, It's true. They can control the electric field themselves. If we enter the atmosphere of Venus, the electric field of the atmosphere alone can kill us by more than half. This is also one of the reasons why He Xingzhou refused to attack Venus directly, because he found that the Zerg on Venus can also use meteorological weapons. So from the perspective of attack, our current means are not enough. Wang Sheng continued. Second is defense. Not to mention atomic breath, electric field, and magnetic field control. The Martian Zerg also have these means. The special thing about the Venusian Zerg is that they will attack by ramming. firing metal bullets or using themselves as artillery shells to ram. With such an attack, our warship defense system is almost completely ineffective. If we set up a formation to fight in space, we have no chance of winning, unless we have a way to kill them before they collide. We can wipe out 1, 10, but what about 100 at a time? Then there is only one way to die. He Xingzhou was very worried. Even the most advanced destroyer at level 4 could not withstand such a collision. I believe you all know what I said, Huang Shen said. The only thing I found out is that when I fought against the small stone worms, I used a high-frequency sword, which was more lethal than the laser weapons and electromagnetic guns of my armor. If we could upgrade the giant mecha high-frequency weapons like before, maybe we can deal with them? He tried to put forward his own conjecture. And He Xingzhou said, I understand what you mean. But this plan is not feasible. High-frequency weapons are okay in the planetary atmosphere. But in space combat, they are all beyond visual range strikes. Can we launch the high-frequency sword? Hey, it seems possible, He Xingzhou said with a flash of inspiration. Ah? Launch the space spear? Huang Sheng asked in confusion. The space spear is a kinetic weapon that humans currently have. It is similar to the electromagnetic cannon. It launches the metal shells like the spear to hit the enemy target and destroy it. Not only that, He Xingzhou said, the space spear and the electromagnetic cannon are both kinetic weapons, which rely on the power of the impact to destroy the target. Facing the Zerg of the Venus planetary overlord, the electromagnetic cannon of our warship is not powerful enough. At least the Star Destroyer cannon of the Star Destroyer level is needed. Similarly, the space spear is not enough. What we are going to launch is not only kinetic weapons, but kinetic weapons with resonant destructive power, or simply resonant weapons. The high-frequency sword can destroy solid objects because its blade vibrates at high speed under electrical control, destroying the molecular structure of the object. Resonance refers to the situation where a physical system vibrates with a larger amplitude at a specific frequency and wavelength than other frequencies and wavelengths. These specific frequencies and wavelengths are called resonant frequencies and resonant wavelengths. The resonance phenomenon refers to the tendency of a physical system to absorb more energy from the surrounding environment at its natural vibration frequency, the so-called resonant frequency, and natural wavelength. When resonance occurs, the intensity is high enough. No matter how strong the object is, the original structure will be destroyed. Under certain circumstances, a very small impact force can cause the resonance of an object. Someone stepping on the bridge. The resonance destroys the bridge. These are all trivial. The most basic physical phenomena often have the most terrifying destructive power. Just like kinetic weapons, you only need to increase the mass of the collision object to increase its power. One of the fundamental reasons for the birth of the Big Bang is resonance. When the universe was still in a chaotic singularity, oscillations began to occur inside. At first, this oscillation was very weak. Gradually, the frequency of the oscillation became higher and stronger, and caused resonance. Finally, under the combined effect of resonance and expansion, a shocking change occurred. The universe expanded rapidly in an instant. And finally the current universe was born. There is almost no upper limit to the height of resonance weapons. The Blue Star civilization has done very little research on resonance weapons. This time, the Venus Zerg in Huang Sheng's words made He Xingzhou realize that perhaps resonance weapons will be the key to winning this war. Chapter 204. The situation changes dramatically. He Xingzhou immediately started the research on resonance weapons. Without resonance, there would be no universe. All matter in the universe is elastic, from atoms to planets, and can vibrate at their inherent frequencies. He Xingzhou turned on the quantum optical brain. He saw that in the technology tree of resonance weapons, there was also information similar to planetary orbital guns or planetary ultimate weapons. At present, he could not see the detailed technology content behind the technology tree. The quantum optical brain explained, the resonance weapon that completely shatters a planet has exceeded the scope of the planetary ultimate weapon that belongs to the stellar weapon. Stellar level is a new step in planetary weapons, belonging to the technological scope of level 2 civilization and above. Let's start with the most basic one. He Xingzhou found the relevant technology items and unlocked them. Spend 3,000 energy points to unlock the impact resonance frequency detector technology. This detector uses an impact instrument to obtain the resonance frequency of the target object. Only by knowing its resonance frequency can the corresponding resonance weapon be designed. Spend 4,000 energy points to unlock the phase starter and stopper technology. The phase starter and stopper uses the amplitude and phase changes of the resonance to start or weaken the resonance. Spend 5,000 energy points to unlock the basic space over the horizon resonance technology. Space combat is all ultra-long distance combat, and how to conduct resonance is one of the most critical issues. Any substance with mass and energy can conduct resonance. For example, the most common one is collision. Napoleon's soldiers stepped on the bridge deck, causing the bridge to collapse. There are also sound waves and infrasound resonances, which can directly break people's internal organs. The Zerg has used this weapon. The atmosphere, such as strong winds, can cause buildings and bridges to resonate and collapse. Ground resonance. The ground resonance, when the plane starts and the train runs, can cause ground buildings to collapse. Water flow resonance. Waves breaking huge icebergs. These are all close-range resonances. For beyond visual range resonance, He Xingzhou seems to have two options. The first is to launch a space kinetic weapon with resonance capability. Let it hit the enemy target, or attach to the enemy target, conduct resonance, and destroy it. This solution is easier to design than the technology currently controlled by the Blue Star Alliance. It is the resonance weapon solution that He Xingzhou first considered. The second is the evolutionary choice on this impact resonance bomb. Using electromagnetic waves to conduct resonance, the resonant cavity in the laser, the electrical resonance in the radio, etc., is to make the system's inherent frequency the same as the frequency of the driving force, and resonate. Similarly, using electromagnetic waves of a specific frequency to induce resonance of the target can achieve light-speed attack on enemy targets. Its efficiency, attack distance, and attack range are stronger than the impact resonance bomb. It also has weaknesses. That is, it will be interfered by technologies such as plasma protective layer and energy shield. It is also relatively difficult to develop. Time is urgent. Start with the impact resonance bomb. He Xingzhou began to design the impact resonance frequency detector. Lumi was summoned by him and began to assist in the design. The news that the Venus and Mercury Zerg were preparing to attack the Blue Star civilization also reached Bai Ningxiang's ears. She possessed Debai's consciousness and talked with the commanders of the Blue Star Alliance. Now Bai Ningxiang is also an honorary commander of the Blue Star Alliance. The space restaurant that He Xingzhou built for her has also been confirmed to be located on the Superstar Ring. I didn't expect you to encounter silicon-based Zerg. Bai Ningxiang was also surprised. We, the Black Sea civilization, have never dealt with silicon-based Zerg. What is the difference between them and carbon-based Zerg? Song Jinghong asked. Do you have any information? There is some information in the Order Alliance, Bai Ningxiang said. The evolution of silicon-based Zerg is different from that of carbon-based Zerg. Carbon-based Zerg like to spread genetic viruses all over the planet, and then devour each other to evolve. Once silicon-based Zerg are born, they rarely move. They prefer to devour metal elements to strengthen themselves. Their evolution height is proportional to their ability. Basically, the higher the degree of evolution, the greater the mass. It is said that the Galactic Empire once encountered a silicon-based Zerg that devoured a white dwarf. A white dwarf is a star with low luminosity, high density, and high temperature. Because it is white in color and relatively small in size, it is named a white dwarf. When medium and low mass stars age, they will become white dwarfs, such as the Sun. In other words, this silicon-based Zerg can devour the entire star. This is a headache. Bai Ningxiang also felt embarrassed. The defense and attack power of the silicon-based Zerg are very strong. If a silicon-based Zerg that has evolved into a planet devourer appears on Venus and Mercury, even if your fleet is expanded tenfold, it will not be its opponent. The commander's heart sank, and Shui Weiman asked, does it have no weaknesses? Bai Ningxiang said helplessly. There is very little relevant information. It once happened in the Order Alliance that a civilization tried to use silicon-based Zerg to create super weapons. Later, the Order Alliance banned the disclosure of relevant information. I can only provide two pieces of information. The activity range of silicon-based Zerg is different from that of carbon-based Zerg. Carbon-based Zerg usually live on the surface of the planet. That is, the crust area. Silicon-based Zerg prefer to live in the area below the mantle. That is, the core area of the planet. The heavy elements there are more concentrated, which is more conducive to their growth and evolution. I guess the Zerg kings of Venus and Mercury also stay in these areas. The second piece of information is that the core of the silicon-based Zerg is the same structure as the interior of an active planet. It is composed of a supersolid structure and a molten metal structure, which provides it with energy, magnetic field, etc. It is also called the life core of the silicon-based Zerg, which is equivalent to the brain and biological nuclear fusion organ of the carbon-based Zerg. If it is not destroyed, even if its shell is completely broken, it will not die. After learning this information, the commanders began to understand why He Xingzhou said that they could not take the initiative to attack, but had to fight a defensive battle. The cores of Blue Star and Venus are both solid, superdense cores with temperatures exceeding 6,000 degrees Celsius, and the outer core is composed of liquid iron-nickel molten metal. The core can still move and rotate continuously. It is precisely because of the existence of the core that the planet has a global magnetic field and geothermal energy. No wonder the silicon-based Zerg is so capable of controlling the magnetic field, Song Jinghong said. From this, we can conclude that the silicon-based Zerg is more capable of controlling weather weapons than us. Once they come to Blue Star, the ability to control the magnetic field alone is enough to destroy the entire Blue Star ecosystem. They remembered that when Huang Sheng escaped from the atmosphere of Venus, an ordinary volcanic behemoth was able to control the electromagnetic field to create a super-electric field. If it is a more powerful silicon-based Zerg, it will naturally not be a problem to create a stronger magnetic field. Commander Bai, thank you for the information you provided, He Hongwei said gratefully. We will come up with a countermeasure, based on the information provided by Bai Ningxiang. The headquarters immediately formulated defensive measures. A large number of ionospheric stabilizers were placed in the atmosphere of Blue Star and Mars to prevent the Zerg from using the ability to control the magnetic field to create natural disasters. At the same time, all the warships that set out on the expedition were equipped with anti-magnetic field interference equipment. As for the means of attack, there are also special teams to carry out research and development. When the Blue Star civilization was about to go to war with the Zerg of Mercury and Venus, war friction was also taking place in the Procyon star system 11.3 light-years away from the solar system. Procyon is a star with an apparent magnitude of 0.34, located in the constellation Canis Minor. This star system is a binary star system composed of two stars. One is Procyon A, which is a white main sequence star. The other is its companion star, Procyon B, which is a white dwarf. The Procyon civilization is located here, in the periphery of the Procyon star system. Two fleets are fighting on a cuboid star destroyer. Rafar, the leader of the Procyon civilization, is commanding the fleet to fight. Fire blockade. Pay attention to the enemy's mothership. Keep a distance of 0.3 light-years. The enemy target he mentioned is the patrol fleet of the Black Sea civilization. The patrol range of this patrol fleet is the vicinity of the Procyon civilization, the Sirius civilization, and the Tianyuan civilization. It is precisely because the patrol fleet of the Black Sea civilization has always existed that these civilizations of the Pleiades society dare not attack the solar system. The last bet with He Xingzhou in the virtual universe caused them to suffer heavy losses. The Pleiades society was unwilling to suffer such losses, and had been looking for opportunities to break through the blockade. This time, they took the initiative to attack the patrol fleet of the Black Sea civilization, which they had prepared long ago. The Mir Nanha civilization also wants to attack us. On the patrol fleet, the commander of the Black Sea civilization, Bai Fin, was angry when he found that the Nanha civilization dared to take the initiative to attack them. No matter how decadent the Black Sea civilization was, it should not be something that a first-level civilization could attack. Open fire and destroy them directly, Bai Fin ordered. Commander, should we adjust our position? We are only a patrol fleet, not a main fleet, the adjutant reminded. The Nanha civilization dared to attack us, so it must have the support of the Pleiades. Of course I know, White Fin snorted coldly. Even the Pleiades civilization is only a second-level civilization, far inferior to our Black Sea civilization. If we show weakness, it will give them courage and allow the Pleiades to make further advances. At that time, they will not only attack the solar system, but even invade our borders. White Fin naturally has his own considerations. When the adjutant heard this, he followed the order to attack the local fleet. Their firepower is much more fierce than that of the Nanha civilization, and their weapons are more advanced. More than a dozen Nanha civilization warships that were close to each other were completely evaporated by several super-powerful star-level plasma cannons before they could react. This is a star-level plasma weapon. When it explodes, the energy is equivalent to the plasma flames that explode on the star. Even a planetary L9 class star destroyer cannot withstand such an attack. Although the Black Sea civilization has declined, it is still easy to deal with us. Seeing the opponent's attack methods, Rafar exclaimed in his heart. Fortunately, we are well prepared this time. Those warships are unmanned warships, and Rafar has long been prepared to sacrifice them. Fight and retreat at the same time. Rafar continued to command. Delay for another 10 minutes. Received. The ships began to engage in a tug-of-war with the patrol fleet of the Black Sea civilization. They only had star destroyers to cause a little damage to the Whitefin ships. In comparison, they suffered more losses. Keep bombing. Whitefin made up his mind to teach the other side a lesson. A first-level civilization still had the courage to provoke them. Isn't that courting death? If he wasn't worried about triggering a full-scale war between the Black Sea civilization and the Pleiades, he would have wanted to enter the Nanha 3-star system and completely destroy the Nanha civilization. The war lasted for 10 minutes, and more than 300 ships of the Nanha civilization were destroyed, which was a heavy loss. If we continue to fight, we will reach the Procyon star system, the adjutant reminded Bifin. Entering the enemy star system means that we will go to war with the Pleiades. Bifin calmed down and said, "That's enough. Maybe they have an ambush. Let's retreat first." Yes. The ship was about to leave the Procyon star system. At this time, the reconnaissance ship showed that an enemy target had appeared. Warning. A Star-class battleship has appeared. Star-class is the name of a battleship of a second-level civilization. To reach the Star-class battleship means that it has the ability to cross star systems and has warp engine technology. After it is turned on, it can surpass the speed of light. Sure enough, there is an ambush. Bifin was also ready and said, "Start the warp engine and evacuate directly." Starting the warp engine. Strong magnetic field interference is detected. The warp engine fails to start and cannot enter the warp navigation state. The prompt sound on the battleship made Bifin's heart sink. Warp magnetic field jammer? Bifin understood instantly. They are well prepared. Call for help. Break out to coordinate A. If the warp engine is interfered by a strong magnetic field, it cannot enter the warp navigation state. Now they can only sail at sublight speed, 99% of the speed of light. Call for help. Bifin's distress message was transmitted to the Black Sea civilization, attracting Baishurzo and others to watch urgently. The Pleiades will take action, and those first-level civilizations definitely do not have this technology. Baiyu said in a deep voice, "Evacuate immediately and save your strength," Baishurzo ordered. At the same time, he sent a message to the Civilization Council, requesting support. Black Sea civilization. The Civilization Council convened again. The shadows of the elders were projected here to discuss the attack on the patrol fleet. The elder wearing black scales and holding a red scepter sat high on the first seat, and below the stage were 4 elders, as well as Bai Ningxiang, Bai Shurzi, Bai Yu and others. Elder, our patrol fleet was ambushed by the Pleiades Society. Requesting support, Bai Shurzi said quickly. It was your Iceberg Investigation Society's patrol fleet that was attacked. The second elder Bai Sha said, "You took the initiative to provoke the Pleiades Society and block their door. Now you are in trouble." Right? I didn't agree to do this at the beginning. That's right. If this matter is not handled properly, it may lead to a full-scale war with the Pleiades. We don't have the energy to fight them now, said the third elder Lan Jiao. You got yourself into trouble outside, and now you want us to help you clean up your mess? That's too good to be true. The fourth elder Lan Long also disagreed. The fifth elder Hung Lin said, no matter what, the patrol fleet also represents our Black Sea civilization, so we have to save it. The first elder Bai Jia nodded and said, Hung Lin is right. Our civilization is in a critical moment and should always be outward-looking. Send a main fleet to support. He ordered a main fleet to go to the Procyon star system to support the patrol fleet. It's too late. At this time, Bai Fin sent a message. Command? I'm afraid we will be destroyed here. Please avenge us. What's the situation? Although the Black Sea civilization is at odds with each other, when facing other civilizations, they still hope that their own civilization's fleet can be preserved. In the picture sent back by the subspace communicator, a fleet of only 10 ships appeared outside the patrol fleet. Although its number is small, its warships are of high level. These warships are huge, shaped like a triangular bread, with a side length of more than 100,000 meters, and are larger than ordinary asteroids. Its speed is sailing at the speed of warp level 4. Warp level 4 is 101.594 times the speed of light. And warp level 10 is the highest level and cannot be reached. It's a 4th-class warp battleship. The moment Finn saw the enemy appear, he knew they couldn't escape. Star-class battleships are divided into sublight battleships and warp battleships. The speed of a sublight battleship is between 90% and 99.99% of the cycle speed, which is faster than a planetary star destroyer. On a warp battleship, each level of warp speed improvement represents a rapid improvement in the performance of the battleship. The 4th-class warp battleship is almost one of the peak forces of the 2nd-class civilization. It is almost reaching the power of one of the top weapons of the Star class. The Destruction-class battleship. The Destruction battleship is compared to the Star Destroyer in the planetary battleship. Star Destroyers can destroy the surface ecosystem of a planet, while Destroyers can completely smash a planet, turn it into a pile of interstellar dust. Our reconnaissance ship only has the 2nd warp speed. The adjutant's voice was full of despair. And the warp engine cannot be turned on. Ah! Whitefin sighed deeply. If it is the peak Black Sea civilization, even if the destroyer comes, we can sink it. Now we have a technological gap and lack of resources, so we can only use this kind of low-level warship. The adjutant wanted to say a few more words, but several attacks were launched from those 4th-level warp warships. And their warships, energy shields, and warship armor were all penetrated in an instant. It exploded into a ball of fire in space. This reconnaissance fleet was completely destroyed in less than 3 minutes. Seeing this scene, Bai Shizhe, Bai Yu and Bai Ningxiang felt extremely heavy in their hearts. The reconnaissance fleet was not strong, but it represented their Black Sea civilization. The Pleiades' move meant that they were no longer afraid of the Black Sea civilization. Fight back, Bai Jia ordered. Destroy our warships, and never let them leave so easily. The main fleet began to enter warp speed to pursue. Each of the main fleets of the Black Sea civilization was larger than the destroyer warship. The 2nd-level civilization could not defeat them. But before their fleet arrived, the fleet sent news. Great Elder, our enemies have also set out, and they seem to want to intercept us. Should we continue the action? The fleet commander's words made Bai Jia very angry. Their enemies of the Black Sea civilization were also on the move. We can't attack. We can't start a war now, Bai Sha said directly. We don't have the energy to start a war. The other elders also agreed. Bai Jia could only helplessly say, well, the main fleet will withdraw and give a warning to the Pleiades. They contacted Gru, the representative of the Pleiades. And Bai Shizhe warned, Ruger, if your fleet continues to advance, we will destroy you at all costs. Ruger smiled and said, I'm afraid you don't have the ability. You are looking for death. You, the Bessel civilization, are only a level 2.4 civilization. Do you want to challenge us? Bai Shizhe snorted. Although our Bessel civilization is a level 2.4 civilization, our main civilization is already a level 3 civilization. Ruger smiled and said, to be honest, not long ago, the Pleiades civilization was certified as a level 3 civilization. His words shocked the Black Sea civilization. The Pleiades civilization actually overcame the bottleneck of technology and reached a level 3 civilization. This means that their strength has grown again, and their ambitions have also grown. As a level 3 civilization, they definitely need more territory and resources. Expansion and collision are inevitable. So what if it's a level 3 civilization? Bai Ningxiang said. Level 3.0 civilization is not good enough in front of our Black Sea civilization. Don't threaten me with these harsh words, Ruger said. I know that the Black Sea civilization can't fight with all its strength. And the main civilization doesn't want to go to war with you directly. Why don't we reach an agreement that the main civilization will not fight in the war near the solar system? How about letting the subordinate civilization fight the war? In the Black Sea Civilization Council, several elders discussed. This method is also the tacit understanding of the high-level civilizations in combat. And it should be so. Bai Ningxiang was dissatisfied. This is just superficial talk. Among the Nanha civilization, the Sirius civilization, and the Tianyuan civilization, only the Tianyuan civilization, as a level 2.1 civilization, can manufacture star destroyers and star-level sublight speed battleships. Their weapons and technology come from the Pleiades civilization. We could also help subordinate civilizations, Bai Sha said. But you didn't give technological support to the Blue Star civilization, Bai Ningxiang retorted. The Blue Star civilization is not our subordinate civilization. Why should we give it technological support? Bai Sha retorted again. Seeing that they were about to quarrel again, Bai Jia said, this matter is settled. It is agreed that the main civilizations of both sides will not intervene, and we will renegotiate the issue of the Blue Star civilization. Bai Shirza conveyed the meaning of the Black Sea civilization. Ruger said, very good. Then we agree. In the battle against the star system near the solar system, the secondary civilization is temporarily not allowed to take action. Let the first-level civilizations compete. We do not exclude star-level warships. And you are not allowed to discharge star-level warships. If either party violates the agreement, it will be regarded as a signal of all-out war between the two parties, and the agreement will be automatically invalidated. Okay. Bai Shirza signed this binding agreement with him on behalf of the Black Sea civilization. After the negotiation, the fourth-level warp fleet that destroyed the Black Sea civilization's reconnaissance fleet really withdrew. Unlucky. Our Black Sea civilization was actually threatened by a small Pleiades. Bai Shirza said angrily. It's so embarrassing. Bai Shirzao. Helping the Blue Star civilization is a decision made by your Iceberg Investigation Association. We didn't agree at the beginning. The third elder Lanjiao reminded. We have to discuss the issue of Blue Star civilization now. The fourth elder Lan Long also started to attack. Didn't the solar system discover the silicon-based Zerg again? Blue Star civilization is facing too many troubles. We shouldn't wade into this muddy water. Bai Ningxiang retorted. The problem of the Zerg is not only their problem, but also our problem. Don't you want to know who released the Zerg and made Blue Star civilization and our civilization decline to this point? As long as we find the murderer, we can ask the Order Alliance for help and return to the peak. If it was a few hundred years ago, everyone would be moved when they heard this. But today, several elders were expressionless when they heard these words. The second elder, Bai Sha, said directly, it's already now. Can't you people of the Iceberg Investigation Committee wake up? The Zerg is not something we can deal with. The murderer who released the Zerg must be a civilization more advanced than us. What can we use to investigate them? Even if we know the truth, can we really deal with them? I think your Iceberg Investigation Committee has long lost its necessity to exist. Now the first goal is to preserve our civilization. Bai Sha, you have fallen into depravity, and are not worthy of being an elder of the Civilization Council. Bai Shirza said angrily. It's not up to you to become an elder or not. Bai Sha sneered. I can stand here. Which means that people in the civilization support me. It's not just me, asked the other elders. Are they willing to invest energy and resources in the Zerg and the solar system? Bai Ningxiang, Bai Shirzo, and Bai Jiao looked at the other elders. The other elders didn't speak, but their attitudes were obvious. They all had the same idea as Bai Sha. Even the great elder Bai Jia, who was in charge of civilization affairs and maintained the balance of the Civilization Council, was silent at this time. The Black Sea civilization struggled for hundreds of years. Not only did it not achieve results, but the civilization was also in continuous decline. The news that the reconnaissance fleet was destroyed today has severely hit their self-confidence. Chapter 205 Attack. I propose that even if we have signed an agreement with the Pleiades, we should not intervene if the Pleiades attack the solar system and deploy weapons above the first-level civilization. Bai Sha said directly. Recall all patrol fleets and reconnaissance forces deployed in the solar system and nearby star systems. Stop continuing to have conflicts with the Pleiades. We should accelerate the construction of our affiliated civilization with our limited resources, and completely cut off from the Blue Star civilization. After Bai Sha finished speaking, several elders expressed their opinions. Elder Bai Sha is right. We should not continue like this. For the future of civilization, all these investments must be recovered. The Iceberg Investigation Committee should be disbanded, and Bai Ningxiang should not be allowed to stay in the Civilization Council. Her position in the Civilization Council should be revoked, and her qualification to stay in the virtual universe as a spokesperson for civilization should be revoked. Bai Sha even pointed the finger at Bai Ningxiang, saying, last time in the virtual universe, she gambled with the reputation of our civilization in order to take care of the Blue Star civilization. After the bet, all the spoils were given to the Blue Star civilization. This behavior is simply a traitor to the Black Sea civilization. I am also for civilization. Bai Ningxiang said to him, does it solve the problem to keep escaping and hiding like you? Now even the Pleiades civilization, a level 3.0 civilization, bullies you, but you dare not say anything. Is this what you want for the civilization revitalization plan? I think you should be dismissed. You are a vain and shameless. Since you want to run away so much, why not go to a subordinate civilization and become a civilization leader yourself? Bai Ningxiang did not give in at all. She knew that these elders were all shrewd people, and they were all ruthless people. Compromise would not get concessions from them, but would only make them bully you more miserably. You girl, you are so sharp-tongued. Bai Sha snorted coldly. Letting you enter the Civilization Council is the biggest mistake. Enough. Bai Jia shouted. Our civilization is already in such a difficult situation. And you still want to confront and attack each other. Do you wish the Black Sea civilization would be destroyed sooner? Bai Shizi said to Bai Jia, Great Elder. Our Iceberg Investigation Society has made extraordinary contributions to civilization over the years, especially in dealing with the Zerg. We have also carefully considered the issue of Blue Star civilization. All current evidence proves that the potential of Blue Star civilization has exceeded our original potential. They have also been invited by the light of the galaxy, and may become the most prosperous civilization in the Milky Way in the future. Being friendly with them is a sure-win investment. I think we should not only not withdraw our patrol and reconnaissance fleets, we should also further invest more power in the solar system and nearby star systems to curb the expansion of the Pleiades society. Bai Shizi's words also made Bai Jia hesitate. When they first learned that the envoy of the Galaxy Light appeared in the Blue Star Alliance office, the Black Sea civilization was also surprised. In the heyday of the Black Sea civilization, it cost a lot to join the Galaxy Light. Now that the Blue Star civilization is a first-level civilization, it has been favored by the Galaxy Light. This shows that the advanced civilizations in the Galaxy Light believe that the Blue Star civilization has extraordinary potential. Bai Ningxiang also took the opportunity to say, Grand Elder, the Pleiades will say on the surface that it will not send a second-level civilization to attack the solar system. In fact, after the last simulated battle in the virtual universe failed, the 2.1 level Tianyuan civilization and the 2.4 level Bessel civilization have both taken action. They sent warships and personnel to the Nanha civilization and the Sirius civilization. This is a covert operation. Once we withdraw our forces, they will definitely send secondary civilization weapons to the solar system to attack the Blue Star civilization. Bai Ningxiang also showed some evidence, which were all intelligence detected by the reconnaissance fleet in recent years. Senior Bai Shirzao is right. Bai Ningxiang added, I propose to send a main fleet to patrol around the solar system to prevent the Pleiades from using advanced civilization weapons to attack the solar system. This is absolutely not possible. No affiliated civilization has such treatment. Several elders protested. And if we send the main fleet, the Pleiades will go to war with us. If the Pleiades really want to go to war with us, is it necessary to discuss it with us? Bai Ningxiang asked back. They are afraid of them. And they are also afraid of us. This fleet will patrol near the solar system in the name of scientific research to deter them. As long as it is a war between first-level civilizations, we don't need to intervene. The Blue Star civilization can solve it by itself. The Pleiades will definitely shoot itself in the foot by then. Bai Ningxiang, why don't you just ask for the main fleet to be given to them? Bai Sha mocked. According to your attitude, do you think our Black Sea civilization is doomed to decline? This is what Bai Ningxiang thought in her heart. In the past few hundred years, there were days of unity within the civilization. But the external pressure and the fact of the decline of civilization have made the internal division to an unadjustable point. Every time the Civilization Council meets, several elders will attack each other because each of them represents a different force within the civilization. For example, just now, the reconnaissance fleet was destroyed. Under normal circumstances, the main fleet must be dispatched to attack the enemy. Because of these people's obstruction, the main fleet retreated directly. This is not because they are stupid, but because they are too smart. For the civilization as a whole, unity is the best choice. And internal fighting will only consume internal energy. Instead of everyone thinking about the revival and development of the Black Sea civilization, what they are thinking about now is how to get more benefits for themselves and their forces. Just like running a company, everyone knows what kind of decision is better for the development of the company. But in the case of internal struggles, the company will still make stupid decisions. Because for individuals, what they want is not the company's strength, but the maximization of their own interests. Even if the company goes bankrupt, they are willing to help their competitors push behind the scenes. Everyone is talking about the revival of civilization. But in fact, They are the ones who accelerate the decline of civilization. Bai Ningxiang has long lost hope for the revival of the Black Sea civilization. No one of us needs to attack anyone, Bai Ningxiang said with a stern face. Over the years, you have invested so much of your civilization's resources in the subsidiary civilization. I don't think I need to say more about why. Regarding the Blue Star civilization, that's it for now. The specific situation will be discussed later, Bai Jia said. This meeting ends here. The meeting ended and everyone left. In the iceberg investigation meeting, Bai Shizi said dissatisfiedly, Bai Jia is no longer able to lead the Civilization Council. Those elders don't listen to him. From the day the subordinate civilization was born, all this was doomed, Bai Ningxiang said. Divide resources from within the civilization and invest in the subordinate civilization. Every one of these elders wants to be the leader of the new civilization. The Great Elder represents the conservative forces within the Black Sea civilization. Now they have declined. Our days will be more difficult in the future. Bai Yu analyzed, we are really in danger because of the destruction of the reconnaissance fleet. The other elders will definitely hype this matter within the civilization. At that time, a large number of people will accuse us of causing losses to civilization. Bai Shizi said more pointedly, these people will definitely force the Civilization Council to forcibly disband the Iceberg Investigation Committee and divide up our resources. The Great Elder is also hesitating. He is observing whether the Blue Star civilization is worth additional investment. In other words, this war of the Blue Star civilization is not only related to themselves, but also to our status. He Xingzhou himself did not expect that their war with the Zerg of Venus and Mercury would be related to the future of a major force of the Black Sea civilization. Once they fail, the Iceberg Investigation Committee will face huge pressure from within the civilization, disband, and be divided up by other forces. If successful, the Iceberg Investigation Committee will be able to gain greater voice in the civilization. We are completely tied to the Blue Star civilization, Bai Shizi said helplessly. Now we can only hope that they can create a miracle. In the solar system, He Xingzhou just learned what happened in the Nanha Tri-Star system. When it rains, it pours. He Xingzhou sighed. Misfortunes never come alone. Bai Ningxiang said to him, Nanha civilization and Sirius civilization are already preparing fleets. Nanha civilization's conventional warships are L5 class space warships. Sirius civilization's conventional warships are L6 class. This is the past. I estimate that with the help of the Pleiades, their conventional warships should be able to reach L7 level. With the support of the Pleiades, they also have L9 star destroyers. It is certain that the two civilizations will mobilize their fleets, join forces, and attack the solar system. If you can't defeat the Zerg, the result is self-evident. If you win a miserable victory, the Black Sea civilization will not be able to give more help. At that time, the Pleiades will deploy secondary civilization weapons, and you will have no chance. So you must not only win, but also win beautifully and brilliantly. He Xingzhou also felt tremendous pressure. It was not easy to win alone, and it was several times more difficult to win by a big margin. I'll try my best, He Xingzhou said. We will observe the war in the solar system, Bai Ningxiang said. Not only the members of our Iceberg Investigation Committee, but also the elders of the Black Sea civilization will observe together. We must win. Bai Ningxiang placed all her hopes on He Xingzhou. The outcome of this war also determines her future fate. Today, she dared to confront other elders in the Civilization Council. If the Iceberg Investigation Committee was dispersed, she would be imprisoned, accused of being a sinner of civilization. In the laboratory, He Xingzhou has designed the first generation of space resonance weapons. It contains an impact resonance frequency meter, which can know the target's resonance frequency when it hits the target. A resonance start-stop can create resonance. A phase amplifier can accelerate the generation and spread of resonance. These three things combined together become the space resonance torpedo designed by He Xingzhou. It is very similar to the sucker fish in the ocean. Once it attacks the target, first, it is a kinetic impact. After obtaining the resonant frequency of the target, it is attached to the target to create resonance. If the target cannot weaken the resonance effect, even a super fortress made of steel will be shattered in a very short time. Immediately let the military factory make samples and test them. He Xingzhou sent the design drawings to the military factory. The drawings have been received and are being developed and manufactured. The military factory immediately called back. He Xingzhou was about to breathe a sigh of relief when Luan, the commander of the space defense, sent an urgent telegram. Commander-in-Chief, The Zergs of Venus and Mercury have been dispatched. The Zergs of Venus are heading towards the Blue Star civilization, and the Zergs of Mercury are heading towards Mars. The speed is about 10% of the speed of light. Without acceleration, the Zergs of Venus can reach the Blue Star within an hour. It will take about 2 hours for the Zergs of Mercury to reach Mars. The peak speed of the Zerg is of course more than this, but it takes more energy to maintain a high speed. In order to have more energy reserves during war, they generally do not accelerate to a high speed at the beginning. The same is true for human warships. Only in an emergency will they accelerate or overload the thrusters. My interception fleet has been dispatched, and will intercept the Zerg in space. He Xingzhou immediately said, keep a safe distance. Once the Venus Zerg uses impact, evacuate directly. Yes, Luan responded. The Blue Star Alliance immediately held an emergency press conference, and the spokesperson announced, the latest news is that the Venus Zerg and Mercury Zerg have been dispatched, and will attack our Blue Star and Mars. The two planets are immediately in a state of war. Combat units are dispatched immediately, and other personnel are ready to evacuate. In the virtual world, people can see battlefield news and space war seen through space reconnaissance satellites. The Zerg is coming. If we don't go find them, they still dare to provoke us. Smash them. The Invincible Fleet is dispatched. Finally, the Golden Crow Fleet is dispatched. I'm so excited. This is the first time I've really encountered a war with the Zerg since I was born. Don't be too optimistic. This is a major event that threatens the survival of civilization. Someone reminded them. Black Sea civilization. Through the war pictures provided by He Xingzhou, these people can also see the scenes of the war. Quickly manufacture resonance torpedoes. Skip the test phase directly. He Xingzhou changed the order. The Zerg came too fast, and there was not much time to prepare. Received. The military factory directly began to manufacture new resonance weapons. At this time, on Venus and Mercury, huge monsters emerged from the ground and flew into space. Most of them were metal monsters, and a few were carbon-based monsters. They were at least planetary monsters, and the proportion of planetary overlords was twice that of the Zerg on Mars. Humans, are you ready to welcome us? The leader of the Zerg troops on Venus was the metal monster that chased the reconnaissance ship in space. Its injuries recovered quickly, and it is now intact. The troops on Mercury also have a leader. The two leading monsters are both silicon-based monsters, and their energy reactions show that they have reached the advanced planetary overlord level. The mass is 10 times larger than that of the original Noah Bug King, and is extremely close to the devourer of planets. In terms of size, these two Bug Kings are not 10 times larger than Noah Bug King, but they are made of metal. The density is much greater, and their energy reaction is much stronger. In order to distinguish them, the reconnaissance ship named the Bug King of the Venus Zerg Force Black Gold Bug King according to their body characteristics, because its body surface is covered with black metal. The Bug King of the Mercury Zerg Force is named Furnace Bug King. There is a layer of flowing liquid metal on its body surface. The high temperature makes the liquid metal never solidify, just like a living volcanic furnace. The two troops marched at the same time, and the Venus Zerg deliberately slowed down to allow the Mercury Zerg to keep up with the troops, so that the two troops could enter the human defense circle at the same time. The interception fleet sent by the Blue Star Alliance has also set off from various solar ports and planetary fortresses and flown into space, according to the route and time plan. The first collision will be between the Venus Zerg and the Jinwu main fleet. Most of the ships in this main fleet are previously built L2 class space destroyers, and some newly added L4 class warships. Each captain and crew member has served for many years, and many have participated in the Mars battle, so they are considered experienced. Their collision naturally attracted everyone's attention. Chapter 206 Head-on War. In the vacuum zone between the orbits of Venus and Blue Star, the Black Gold Bug King led nearly 10,000 planetary behemoths forward. When they were not moving, they looked like a group of meteorites. If they were not aware that they were Zerg, even if there were warships passing by, they would probably think that these were ordinary space meteorites. The fleet that intercepted the Venus Zerg was commanded by Luan himself, and he was on an L4 class space cruiser. This was the latest finished warship, a medium to large warship, which could reach the performance of an L5 class warship when the reactor was overloaded. There are 200 L4 class warships, and the number of other warships has reached 1,300. A total of 500. Luan compared the strength of both sides in his mind. According to the enemy intelligence we have discovered so far, the total number of Zergs in the team led by the Black Gold Bug King is about 10,000. According to the energy reaction, 50% are medium and high-level planetary behemoths, and the number of planetary overlord-level Zergs is nearly 5,000. Even if there are only 1% of high-level planetary overlords, there are still 50 of them. On Mars, a Noah Bug King made humans use all means. It was only with the help of meteorological weapons that it was killed. And now, there are more than 50 Noah Bug King level Zergs. And they are still silicon-based behemoths, which are more difficult to deal with than Noah Bug King. Even with the latest L4 class battleships, commanders and captains do not have much confidence in their hearts. In the virtual world of the Blue Star Alliance, billions of viewers flocked into the virtual world to watch the war from the perspective of space reconnaissance ships and reconnaissance satellites. The Blue Star Alliance has always allowed the public to watch the war in order to warn everyone that the Blue Star civilization has always been under the threat of the enemy and must not relax at any time. Our fleet is so magnificent. It has expanded several times compared to 10 years ago. Yes, I remember that during the Mars battle, it was difficult for us to gather 100 warships. And we also requisitioned a large number of scientific research ships, engineering ships, and commercial spacecraft. Now that we are so strong, we can definitely beat the Venus Zerg. Why do the Venus Zerg look like this? They all look like meteorites. And you can't see their heads and limbs? I'm curious. How do they attack? In the virtual universe, several elders of the Black Sea civilization were also watching the battle, including the leaders of their affiliated civilizations. They were also observing. Silicon-based Zerg is a type that none of us have ever encountered. Baisha asserted. Blue Star civilization will be in trouble this time. If Blue Star civilization is destroyed, there is no need for the Iceberg Investigation Council to exist. Several elders looked at each other, thinking about how to divide the power of the Iceberg Investigation Council. At this time, on the command ship, the reconnaissance ship sent back a message. The enemy is about to enter our attack range, and the enemy's speed has increased significantly. The flying speed of the Venus Zerg increased several times, and has accelerated to about 30% of the speed of light. The speed of several planetary overlords has even accelerated to 50% of the speed of light. Prepare for battle, Lewin shouted. Long-range weapon launch. The more than 1,000 warships simultaneously launched plasma weapons, shipborne heavy-duty electromagnetic guns, and space hydrogen bombs. Previous studies have shown that these three weapons are currently more harmful to silicon-based Zergs, while proton missiles and proton beams, polymer lasers, arc generators, etc. have little effect on them. In the dark space, more than 1,000 plasma rays can be seen passing through the darkness and hitting the oncoming Venus Zerg. The hot plasma melted the special stone armor and metal shells on their bodies. The space hydrogen bombs were exploding, and the electromagnetic guns were bombarding. Some planetary behemoths with lower evolution levels were directly evaporated or smashed into pieces. Seeing this scene, many people cheered. More than 1,000 warships fired at the same time. This scene is so spectacular. Hundreds of Zergs died in one attack. Isn't this a crushing defeat? We will win. Even the fleet crews breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the silicon-based Zerg is not absolutely defensive and invincible. He Xingzhou, He Hongwei, and others are in charge of the overall situation. The main fleet here is colliding with the Martian Zerg, and the Mercury Zerg on the other side has also arrived near the orbit of Mars. Because humans don't have that many warships, the defense circle of Mars is much smaller than that of Blue Star. The interception point is almost said not far from the outer space of Mars. Those recently built warships, and Noah biological warships that were spawned with a large amount of growth hormones and biological resources were also sent to the battlefield for interception. The Mercury Zerg also launched an attack. They fired special metal meteorites that they melted and attacked the fleet like a super electromagnetic gun. The fleet cooperated with the outer space defense system for defense. At present, there is no obvious gap in the strength of the two sides, and the result cannot be determined for a while. The war has just begun. He Xingzhou turned his attention to the war with the Venus Zerg. The fleet's first round of attack was blocked by the Zerg at the cost of hundreds of planetary behemoths. After a short cooling period, the plasma weapons were accumulating energy to prepare for the second round of attack. The Venus Zerg had already arrived in front of the fleet. They could also fire a large number of special metal balls. These kinetic weapons were more powerful than the most powerful electromagnetic cannons on the ship. and their surface was covered with a layer of liquid metal. Even the plasma in the energy shield could not evaporate the liquid metal. L2 class space frigates and destroyers would be instantly pierced through by a single shot, and destroyed or seriously damaged. L4 class space battleships will also suffer heavy damage if hit by one shot. Intercept. Intercept the attack. The captains tried their best to command the battleships to intercept or dodge, but the speed of the weapon was too fast, exceeding 60% of the speed of light when it was launched. If there is not enough distance to adjust and intercept, it is almost inevitable to be hit. Immediately, dozens of battleships exploded in space, and the number of casualties soared to more than 300,000 in just 10 minutes. There are more than 10,000 crew members in a battleship. In such a space war, it is almost impossible to survive the explosion of a battleship. Escape ships and space armor cannot escape from the explosion in time. Those civilians and recruits who had not seen the cruelty of war were deeply shocked when they saw this moment. Those fresh lives appeared in front of them not long ago, carrying out combat missions. When the warships were destroyed and the lives of the soldiers disappeared, they realized that this was not a game, but a real thing. The commanders were all people who had experienced great storms and waves, and were not disturbed by the scene in front of them. Lewin shouted, "All L2 class warships retreat to the periphery of the battlefield, and the firepower builds a defense network for the main fleet. L4 class warships adjust their output and attack the nearest target." Received. The ships began to adjust their positions. The captains of the L2 warships knew that in front of such Zerg, the power of their warships was no longer enough. In this case, it is better to help the main force to shoot down the metal shells of the Zerg. After the tactical adjustment, the fleet's response became stable, and most of the metal shells fired by the Zerg were intercepted. Even if a small number of them attacked the warships, humans could also fight back and kill several silicon-based monsters. All those below the high-level planetary overlords will use thermal energy rays to attack. High-level planetary overlords, follow me to hit. The commander of the Venus Zerg, the Black Gold Zerg King, commanded. Some of the Zerg began to slow down, and they spit out rays from their mouths to attack the warships. This is an evolved version of atomic breath. High-energy rays, similar to plasma rays, and also a kind of high-heat rays. A large number of rays hit the energy shield. The energy of these bugs was extremely terrifying, and the shield value of the energy shield was declining at a speed visible to the naked eye. Damn! These guys are indeed much stronger than the Martian Zerg. The captains gritted their teeth. And those Venus Zergs at the level of high-level planetary overlords were like giant meteorites. The largest Black Gold Bug King had a diameter of more than 5 kilometers. Even the strongest L4 class space cruiser of mankind now has a hull length of more than 5,000 meters. This guy has the same diameter as it, and its high-density metal core makes the mass of the Black Gold Bug King dozens of times more than it. Not to mention hitting a battleship. Even if this guy hits the blue planet, it can cause a super disaster. The L4 class battleship at the forefront of the battlefield is a space destroyer, a medium-sized battleship. Captain Rongchen saw that the Black Gold Bug King was heading towards them. Intercept. Evacuate. Rongchen shouted. Don't let it hit you. These Zergs are very strong. Even if they hit the warship, they will not be hurt too much, and the warship will definitely be destroyed. The plasma fusion cannon on the ship violently poured out the energy of the nuclear fusion reactor, melting and vaporizing a large amount of metal on the surface of the Black Gold Bug King. A big hole appeared on its body, but it was soon covered with liquid metal and repaired. The speed of the Black Gold Bug King did not decrease at all. Electromagnetic gun. Overload to maximum power directly. Rongchen turned the warship's thruster power to the maximum and began to overload. But the speed of the warship did not increase. Captain, a strong magnetic field appeared around. It affected the speed of the warship, the observer reported urgently. Rongchen then discovered that the meteorite fragments floating around them could actually create a strong magnetic field. Command, there is something strange about those meteorite fragments. They are actually small silicon-based Zergs that can help create a strong magnetic field. Rongchen hurriedly reported his discovery. It turned out that the shells fired by the Venus Zerg just now were mixed with small Zergs. They disguised themselves as meteorite fragments and approached these warships to create a strong magnetic field. His message had just reached the command center when a huge shadow had already collided with the ship. The plasma on the energy shield had no time to wear away the body of the Black Gold Bug King, and the superkinetic energy poured onto the battleship armor. This energy is comparable to the huge power generated when an asteroid hits the ground, not to mention the L4 class battleship. Even if the L9 class Star Destroyer is hit head-on like this, it will explode instantly. The next second, the battleship, along with Rong Chin in the battleship, more than 30,000 crew members and hundreds of thousands of robots, were evaporated by the huge energy explosion brought by the collision. Even the corpses did not exist, and they were vaporized into space dust. The L4 class battleship was directly destroyed. Seeing this scene, people were extremely horrified. Many of them thought that the Blue Star Alliance could far defeat the Zerg, but now they found that the Zerg is really terrifying. Why are the Zerg so strong? A main battleship was destroyed without any resistance. How did we humans defeat the Zerg? They were not so terrifying back then. How do we deal with that guy? I saw the warship's weapons hitting it, and it had almost no effect. The emotion called fear spread in people's hearts. At this moment, they finally understood why the older generation repeatedly emphasized the horror of the Zerg. Why even the Commander-in-Chief He Xingzhou stated that humans are still at a disadvantage in the face of the Zerg. It turns out that the main battleships of the L4 class are just toys that can be easily destroyed in front of them. The warships of the Blue Star civilization are powerless to resist. Several elders in the Black Sea civilization showed such expressions. The silicon-based Zerg can perfectly deal with all their current weapons, Baisha said. In this battle, the Blue Star civilization is doomed to be destroyed. The Zerg has not yet started to exert its strength, and it is estimated that it will be a one-sided massacre next. Blue Shark commented. I wonder if the Blue Star civilization has no more advanced weapons. Blue Dragon pondered. Didn't He Xingzhou use asteroid orbital guns in the virtual universe? If the asteroid orbital guns are used to bombard the Venus Zerg, even the Black Gold Zerg King can't stop it. They don't have asteroid railguns. Blue Dragon said. I heard they are building planetary railguns. But this is one of the top weapons of the first-level civilization. To a certain extent, it is more difficult to build than building a Star Destroyer. How can they build it? Even if they have L5 or even L7 battleships, they can't resist these bugs. That's right. Only Star Destroyers can deal with them. Blue Dragon agreed. Seeing this scene, Bai Ningxiang, Bai Shizhao, Bai Yu and others felt bad. Blue Star civilization is in danger. The enemy's ability is too strong this time. And the leaders of the affiliated civilizations were secretly rejoicing. In the Sea Beast civilization, Duvong laughed and said, now we don't have to compete with them. The Zerg can help us eliminate a competitor. What a pity. In the Fishman civilization, Fei Shi sighed. In fact, the strength of the Blue Star civilization has surpassed ours. Their enemies are too strong. How can they fight without Star Destroyers? The situation of the Black Sea civilization and several affiliated civilizations will change completely in the future. In the Conch civilization, Juyin has begun to think about how to deal with the situation after the disappearance of the Blue Star civilization and the dissolution of the Iceberg Investigation Committee of the main civilization. The war has just begun. You are too impatient. I think the Blue Star civilization may still have a way. In the Siren civilization, Siren said to the high-ranking officials of the civilization, she always felt that He Xingzhou was very secretive and must have hidden a trump card. This was the case last time in the virtual universe. At the beginning of that war, they all thought that Rafar would win. In the end, He Xingzhou won, and it was a complete victory. He beat Rafar, who controlled the 1.8 level civilization fleet, to the point of being completely defeated on the space battlefield. As the first main battleship was destroyed, other high-level planetary overlords also began their own collision. 10 more main fleets exploded under the collision. He Xingzhou hurriedly said, the tactical team enters the field to clean up those Zergs that create strong magnetic fields. A tactical team interspersed the battlefield, releasing tens of millions of space drones and space armors. These space war robots began to clear small Zergs, allowing the main battleships to maintain high-speed navigation and combat. Welcome to destruction. After crashing into a main battleship, the Black Gold Bug King was still not satisfied. It set its sights on an L4 class space cruiser, a medium to large battleship, one of the most advanced battleships in the Blue Star Alliance. Firepower coverage, Luan shouted. At this time, the plasma energy cannon and electromagnetic cannon that had been accumulated for a long time on the ship bombarded the Black Gold Bug King together. A large number of fragments were smashed out of its body surface, and even the liquid metal repair could not be completed in time. The Black Gold Bug King was already injured. But it did not stop attacking. It was still the magnetic field interference plus the collision. This simple but defenseless attack left the warships helpless. Another group of brilliant space fireworks. And this L4 class space cruiser also exploded. Similarly, the Black Gold Bug King was also seriously injured. Destroy it. Luan commanded several warships to surround it. And the surrounding Zerg came to support, taking advantage of this opportunity. The Black Gold Bug King created a strong magnetic field to absorb all the fragments of the space battleship explosion to its body surface. It swallowed all the metals in a big mouthful to repair itself. This scene was simply despairing. Even if the mechanical civilization repaired its body, it would not be so fast. The ability of the silicon-based Zerg is stronger than some silicon-based civilizations in the universe. The war is still going on. The fleet has increased its firepower output, and a large number of Zerg below the planetary overlord have died, including the planetary overlord. More than 1,000 have died. Similarly, the main fleet of the Blue Star Alliance has also suffered a lot of losses. There are not many L4 class warships. In an hour of war, nearly half of them were lost. This is definitely the worst loss for the Blue Star Alliance since the New Era. Those humans born in the New Era have begun to realize that now it is not a matter of winning or losing, but a matter of civilization being destroyed once they lose. Today, they finally understand why the predecessors in the Cataclysm Era have always been so vigilant against the Zerg. The Blue Star civilization is doomed. This sentence was said by Blue Ray. He sighed and said, "We really bet on the wrong thing this time. It's not the last moment yet." Bai Ningxiang clenched her fists, and she directly switched her consciousness to Dubai, entering the second-level command center with the authority of the honorary commander of the Blue Star Alliance. Shrink the defense circle. Bai Ningxiang contacted He Xingzhou and said, "Now we will withdraw the defense circle to the vicinity of Blue Star. Although there will be some losses, we can still retain our manpower. We will fight again next time. It's not time to retreat yet," He Xingzhou said. At this time, Su Jilan sent a message, saying, "The first batch is ready." "Okay," He Xingzhou said. "Immediately equip it on the Kaishan and rush to the battlefield." Chapter 207 Resonance Torpedo. Purgatory Ray. Kaishan. Weapons. What are they? Bai Ningxiang asked curiously. "You'll know soon." He Xingzhou switched the screen to the space dock of Xuanwu Base. The space battleship factory on Blue Star is more fully equipped and more experienced. Here, an axe-shaped battleship with a maximum side length of more than 6,000 meters slowly took off. It is Kaishan, the first L5 class battleship of the Blue Star Alliance developed by He Xingzhou and hundreds of thousands of scientific researchers. In terms of power, the number and power of Kaishan's nuclear fusion propulsion modules have increased several times, and the vacuum speed can reach 50% to 55% of the speed of light. The battleship is equipped with 100,000 human crew members, and the total number of maintenance robots, engineering robots, scientific research robots, and space combat robots exceeds 3 million. In terms of weapons, conventional space hydrogen bombs, space electromagnetic guns, laser weapons, nuclear electromagnetic bombs, plasma rays, etc. are all equipped. Large weapons include plasma energy storage guns, plasma polymerization snakes, heavy reconnection electromagnetic guns, large arc generators, meteorological weapons, as well as proton missiles and proton beam weapons. Its firepower is 10 times more than that of the L4 class main battleship. The most important thing is that it is equipped with the first generation of resonance weapons designed by He Xingzhou. Space resonance torpedoes? These weapons have only been simulated on computers and have never been tested in real wars. Now they will be put into the battlefield. The captain of Kaishan is Qiu Hong, and he has a great mission. If the Kaishan and its weapons cannot defeat the Venus Zerg, the Venus Zerg will come directly to the blue planet and destroy their civilization. Our ship has entered low Earth orbit and is heading to the battlefield. It is expected to take 15 minutes. The distance between Venus and the blue planet is not far. Even with the acceleration and deceleration process, the warship can arrive within 15 minutes. At the same time, the battlefield on Mars. Facing the fierce attack of the Mercury Zerg, the Martian fleet has also fallen into a disadvantage. They have begun to shrink the defense circle, relying on the super laser and plasma weapons on the surface of Mars, as well as some space-armed satellites built in the outer space of Mars for defense. He Hongwei was in charge of commanding the battlefield on Mars. He ordered, the Mars fleet continues to shrink its defense circle. Even if the Mars near-Earth orbit facilities are destroyed, do not go out. Unlike Blue Planet, there are relatively few space facilities in Mars near-Earth orbit, and there is no such thing as a superstar ring. With the current technology of mankind, even if the Zerg destroys a few space elevators and spaceports, they can be rebuilt very quickly. As for the surface of Mars, human engineering facilities are also very rare, most of which are military bases, and the current losses are still within the tolerable range. What the Mars fleet has to do now is to maintain the status quo, while protecting the safety of Mars. The Zerg on Mercury are contained here. In the space battlefield, the Venus Zerg has already taken full advantage. The main fleet of the Blue Star Alliance had to retreat again and again, and the battlefield was approaching the outer space of the Blue Star. At this time on the Blue Star, or the Blue Star Near-Earth Orbit Space Station, using a space telescope, you can see the plasma rays and explosions on the battlefield. The bugs are coming. On the Blue Star, countless people became nervous, especially in the Blue Star Near-Earth Orbit. There are dozens of spaceports and hundreds of space stations. There is also a superstar ring under construction. The vacuum pipe skeleton of the Core Ring Planetary Particle Collider has been built, which is a building that needs to maintain absolute precision and stability. If they are bombed or hit at random, their efforts will be in vain. Kill. Destroy all humans. The Black Gold Bug King was already excited. It had just swallowed a L4 class battleship. The energy and metal materials it obtained made it heal its injuries and become stronger than before. The space metal smelted by humans is really good and can accelerate our growth. There are still a lot of human creations on Blue Star, all of which are your food. The instigation of the Black Gold Bug King made the bugs crazy. A medium-sized planetary overlord, as long as it swallows a L4 class battleship, has the opportunity to evolve into a high-level planetary overlord. This efficiency is hundreds of times faster than their difficult absorption of metal elements on Venus and fighting each other. They began to attack with all their strength, and their bodies sprayed blue plasma tail flames, transformed into comet weapons, and hit the Blue Star fleet. Outside the Blue Planet, it seemed as if hundreds of comets were passing by at the same time. This scene was spectacular and beautiful, but cruel to humans. Q-09L4 class space destroyer encountered a collision, and the hull was completely destroyed. H-44L4 class sky frigate encountered a collision and crashed. More than half of the tactical team was lost. More than 300 L2 class warships were lost. The war damage intelligence kept coming in, and the commanders were overwhelmed and could not find a way to deal with it. This is no longer something that tactics can make up for. The silicon-based Zerg completely ignores tactics, and their way of attack is collision. But we can't stop them at all. The enemy's attack method is so simple and single, but it makes all captains helpless. Super strong defense combined with super strong power. The Zerg is too terrible. This is the elders of the Black Sea civilization sighing. Even they suffered heavy losses in the face of the Zerg, and their civilization declined. At this time, the only civilization facing the Zerg is the Blue Star civilization of the first level. Commander-in-Chief, we can't stand it. Request to shrink the defense circle to the periphery of Blue Star. Luan sent a letter to He Xingzhou. He Xingzhou looked at the star map, and the battlefield was approaching the edge of Blue Star. He ordered, support will arrive in 3 minutes, and hold on for another 3 minutes. Other planetary monsters can be blocked by outer space defense, and high-level planetary overlords must be stopped. Yes. Luan immediately ordered. L4 class destroyers, cruisers, do your best to intercept the high-level planetary overlords. Don't let them get close to Blue Star within 3 minutes. Our support will arrive in 3 minutes. Received. The ships began to increase their firepower output, except for the Black Gold Bug King. Other high-level planetary overlords did not dare to collide under the continuous plasma weapons. The bugs were not in a hurry. After they crashed into the warships, they began to devour, absorb, recover from injuries, replenish energy, and continue the next attack. Seeing this, Lua directly sent out some old unmanned warships as stand-in straws and let them crash. This is our feast. The bugs were so happy. They didn't care whether they entered Blue Star a minute earlier or a minute later. Devouring the evolution of human warships is their goal. Besides, it only takes a few minutes. Can people turn the tide of the war? A medium planetary overlord crashed into an L2 class unmanned warship and swallowed the wreckage of the warship into its stomach. The life core in its body is rapidly melting these metals, repairing its injuries and increasing its mass. It has been stuck at the medium planetary overlord for more than 10 years without a breakthrough, because its strength is not as good as those of the high-level planetary overlords, and its resources are occupied by other similar species. So it has been stuck here. Now, it has finally swallowed enough resources, which are space metals smelted by humans, and it is finally going to evolve to a high-level planetary overlord. In space, the energy reaction of this giant beast soared, and it carries an active volcano on its body, which is its energy furnace. This volcanic giant beast spits out several heat energy rays to shoot at human warships, as if swearing its own power. The one responsible for intercepting it was originally an L4 class space frigate H-142, and the performance of the warship could not fight against the high-level planetary overlord. The moment she saw it evolve, Captain Sun Ching-han knew that the situation was critical. She hurriedly shouted, "Overload the thrusters to the maximum. Get out of its attack range." The thrusters began to output at full power, and the battleship's speed was adjusted to the maximum. But behind the battleship, the volcanic monster was even faster. It turned into a super cannonball and crashed into the battleship. "Command, our ship has been caught up and is about to crash." Sun Ching-han and the crew on the ship were ready to die. Before dying, we must also seriously injure it. The crew fired all their weapons at once. One of the plasma ray emitters even caused the magnetic control reactor to explode due to overheating of the weapon, causing damage to the battleship. At this time, they could no longer care about so many things, and they only wanted to die together. The weapons were tilted on the volcanic beast, melting or evaporating its surface, but its size and mass were large enough. In addition, it could constantly repair its injuries, and the firepower of the warship could not hurt its life core. Welcome to destruction. The volcanic beast was ready to smash the warship into pieces. H-142. Stop firing. Evacuate the battlefield for repairs. At this time, He Xingzhou's voice came from Sun Ching-han's communicator. Commander-in-Chief? Although Sun Ching-han didn't know how to escape, she still followed He Xingzhou's order. Everyone stop firing. Repair the ship and retreat immediately. If we stop firing now, won't we die in vain? With our speed, we can't escape its attack. The crew members performed their mission with doubts and confusion. At this time, in the perspective of the volcano monster, a larger axe-shaped battleship appeared. A new battleship of mankind? The volcano monster was suspicious and alert. If you sink this battleship, I will leave and evacuate. Let other stronger ones deal with this new weapon. It couldn't turn around at this time, so it simply continued to hit the H-142 frigate. On the Kaishan, Captain Su Jilan was still a little nervous. This was the first time she actually commanded a warship. Previously, she had commanded in the civilization arena of the virtual universe. Even if she failed to command there, she would only lose a few universe coins and virtual data. In the real world, if she failed, these 100,000 lives, expensive ships, and the reliance of the Blue Star civilization would all be shattered. The pressure is too great for ordinary people to bear. Fortunately, Su Jilan has also experienced the era of disasters, various wars, and many life and death crises. She calmed down and observed the attack distance. The enemy target has entered the attack range. In the first round, attack with plasma polymerization rays to evaporate all the liquid metal on its surface. Su Jilan ordered. The long-prepared plasma weapon was launched and hit the volcanic monster accurately, vaporizing the liquid metal layer on its body surface for defense. Resonance torpedoes launched. Space hydrogen bombs ready. Su Jilan stared at the reconnaissance screen with a pair of eyes. The volcanic monster was attacked by a round of plasma weapons, and its body surface was damaged. Fortunately, the weapons of this new warship of mankind are indeed more powerful, but they can't attack my core. The volcanic monster has approached the H-142 frigate. It only needs 2 more minutes to crash into the warship. At this time, the space resonance torpedo has hit it. It first hits the body of the volcanic monster in the form of an electromagnetic gun, but its power is not great, even inferior to the electromagnetic gun of the L4 class battleship. What kind of weapon is this? The volcano beast was suspicious. Why did human weapons become weaker? Is there a trick? It was thinking. Those resonance torpedoes were actually attached to its body. The collision just now has allowed them to test the resonance frequency of the volcano beast's body. At this time, the resonance start-stop is activated, using mechanical energy to induce resonance. It is just 1 or 2 resonance torpedoes. This process will take at least a few days to achieve. But the Kaishan launched hundreds of thousands of resonance torpedoes at one time. They are like a thorn in the flesh, firmly attached to the surface of the volcano beast. Not good. The volcano beast has felt the vibration coming from all parts of its body, and this vibration is spreading rapidly. It tries to destroy these gadgets on its body, using the thermal energy rays, or liquid metal covering and magnetic field interference. These factors were taken into consideration by He Xingzhou when designing. In addition to the resonant torpedo, it has a layer of torpedo armor with extremely strong defense. If you want to destroy it in a short time, you have to evaporate it all in one breath. But this is the body of the volcano beast. Can it bear to destroy its own body? The core of the volcano beast has begun to vibrate, and it has begun to slow down. This feeling is like a human heart suddenly jumping and gasping for breath. It knew that if it continued like this, it would probably die suddenly. On H-142, the crew discovered that the volcanic monster had actually slowed down. It slowed down. The crew reported in surprise. Our support has arrived. Sun Qinghan was overjoyed. The Kaishan in the rear seemed to be a new warship, and they had not received any relevant information before. What kind of warship is that? And what did it launch? The crew repaired the warship while paying attention to the battle. After 2 rounds of attacks, the Kaishan paused the attack, as if waiting for something. Huh? A new warship? The commander of the Venus Zerg, the Black Gold Zerg, also noticed that humans had new forces joining the battlefield. He Xingzhou still has L5 class battleships? The people of the Black Sea civilization found that they needed to improve their understanding of the power of the Blue Star civilization. As expected, he still has a trump card, Bai Shirza asked in confusion. But at this time, even if we have L7 class space battleships, we can't deal with these Zergs. Without star destroyers, even if we have 100 L5 class battleships, we will die, Bai Sha and others said firmly. I thought they had a more advanced trump card, and the L5 class battleships can only struggle to death. Dugong and other civilization leaders also issued a death sentence to the Blue Star civilization. They thought so, but the volcano beast didn't think so. Its body has begun to resonate with the resonance torpedo in all directions, and the resonance frequency is still increasing. It has exceeded the limit of its body material. No matter how hard the body or material is, as long as the resonance amplitude exceeds its bearing limit, it will collapse. No. Stop! The volcano beast screamed in its heart, trying to stabilize its body. But the resonance reaction is like a typhoon caused by the flapping of a butterfly's wings. The natural resonance of the body has exceeded its control over the body. Finally, the metal on its surface could not withstand such a resonance frequency and began to crack. Then came its superalloy body, and then the core. From the perspective of space observation, the surface of the volcanic beast collapsed inch by inch. The volcano it supported was directly shattered into countless pieces. Its body collapsed and turned into pieces, until its life core began to collapse. The terrifying energy had no container to restrain it, and it exploded violently. A huge spark exploded in space, and the volcanic beast was completely shattered. This collapse is all round and all angle. It has no organs, no metal structures, and no basic life units that can escape the impact of resonance. Resonance shattered its body into space dust. When the volcanic beast collapsed, the entire battlefield, the Blue Star Alliance, and the Black Sea civilization were refreshed by this scene. The volcanic beast was crushed to death. On the H-142 battleship, Captain Sun Qinghan and tens of thousands of crew members were stunned when they saw this scene. The volcanic beast was harder than a space meteorite and was invincible. They used various attack methods, but failed to hurt it. The weapon of Kaishan actually broke it into space dust. What kind of weapon is that? It was completely destroyed. The people of the Blue Star Alliance saw this scene in the virtual world, and their suppressed mood was finally released. It's so terrifying. Break it into slag? Why didn't I see any plasma weapons or laser weapons being launched? And no hydrogen bombs? What's going on? We do have a trump card. Commander He, you are always the best. The people of Blue Star civilization could not see any clues, but the elders of Black Sea civilization had already known He Xingzhou's method through the analysis of the status of the volcano beast. Resonance torpedoes? The fifth elder Han Lin was surprised. They have even developed resonance weapons? Resonance weapons are at least one of the weapons equipped by Star Destroyers. The upper limit is infinitely high. No matter how many levels of civilization, they must develop and upgrade resonance weapons. Lan Long's mood was extremely complicated. They only have L5 battleships. And they have resonance weapons. This progress is already 10 times that of our Black Sea civilization back then. The speaker was Lan Jiao. And the second elder by Sha was silent. He didn't know what to say. Back then, the Black Sea civilization had a technological explosion and took off. It was considered by all the Black Sea civilization people as the most glorious moment of their civilization. And it was also the time when people missed it the most. And everyone missed and was proud of it. And now, the height that the Blue Star civilization can achieve has far exceeded what they did back then. Even though Bai Sha was not forgiving in his words. He had to admit in his heart that if the first-level Black Sea civilization was compared with the Blue Star civilization, the Black Sea civilization would not be their opponent. What Xingzhou developed this? That's a human. What kind of monster is it? Dugong was shocked by the Sea Beast civilization. The volcanic beast. Just shatter. Fishman civilization. Fei Shi asked in surprise. If it is our L8 class battleship, can it stop it? The think tanks on the left and right shook their heads and said, if you want to resist the resonance weapon, you must have elastic armor. We don't have elastic armor technology yet. If you want to resist, you must crush the resonance torpedo in advance. Conch civilization. Juin ordered his subordinates. Our ultrasonic resonance weapon is also very advanced. But unfortunately, there is no air as a medium in the vacuum. This kind of kinetic resonance weapon can be learned from them. It's really shocking. Siren civilization also sent a message to Xingzhou. Congratulations. You have a resonance torpedo. It seems that you will win this war. It's still early. Xingzhou replied. He knew very well that the reason why the attack was so effective just now was because the Venus Zerg didn't know about this weapon before. With the alert, it will be difficult for the resonance torpedoes to hit them. And if the number of resonance torpedoes is not enough, it will not achieve the effect of quickly triggering resonance. The most important thing is that now only the Kaishan can launch resonance torpedoes. And the number is limited. Xingzhou issued a new order. Luoan. Make a false counterattack. Don't really fight. The weapons are not enough. And you can't win. Yes. Luoan immediately commanded the fleet to adjust the battlefield layout. And a large number of evacuated warships returned to the battlefield, pretending to encircle and counterattack. At the same time, Xingzhou said to Su Jilan, Jilan, how many resonance torpedoes are there on the ship? Only one silicon-based behemoth can be killed. Su Jilan responded. Then find a way to kill the black gold behemoth. As long as it dies, we have enough buffer time. Received. Su Jilan ordered. Target. Black gold behemoth. Annihilate it. Other warships cooperate with Kaishan to annihilate the black gold behemoth. Xingzhou mobilized the surrounding warships for assistance. The Venus Zerg also witnessed the scene of the volcanic behemoth collapsing. They have always relied on their own defense amplification and have nothing to fear. Now they found that human weapons can actually shatter them. The bugs are also afraid of this new weapon. The Black Gold Worm King ordered, pay attention to the new weapons of mankind. Don't let them attach to you. Come with me. Crash the new warship of mankind. It took 3 high-level planetary overlord-level Worm Kings and crashed into the Kaishan together. The Black Gold Behemoth is the main output, and the surrounding Worm Kings assist and intercept the weapons launched by the Kaishan. In the case of their intentional interception, the resonance torpedoes have not hit them yet and are basically destroyed. Those Worm Kings are left to you. Su Jilan contacted several cooperating L4 class space cruisers, and she said, create a minute of output space for me. Okay. The captains of the surrounding ships ordered together. The reactor is overloaded to the maximum. All weapons are arranged. And create output space for the Kaishan. Yes. Various weapons were fired from the warships. Except for the Black Gold Bug King. Other Bug Kings found it difficult to withstand such high-density, high-energy attacks. They slowed down and could not intercept all attacks. As long as we destroy this human warship, we will still have the advantage. The Black Gold Bug King guessed that humans did not have too many warships of the Kaishan level. Otherwise, they would have sent these warships out at the beginning instead of passively taking the beating. Attack the Black Gold Bug King. The Kaishan was also using weapons to attack the Black Gold Bug King. Space hydrogen bombs, space electromagnetic cannons, and plasma rays bombarded together. When they were about to reach the Black Gold Bug King, the liquid metal around the Black Gold Bug King quickly wrapped around his body, forming a super thick, flowing liquid metal defense armor. The thickness of its armor is comparable to that of an L-7 class space battleship. Its energy defense strength also exceeds that of a normal plasma protective layer. And this is only the first layer. It is still getting thicker. Even if all its armor is penetrated, its main body cannot be destroyed without a resonance torpedo. And resonance torpedoes cannot be directly attached to liquid metal. If they come into direct contact with liquid metal, they will be melted before they are activated. Let's see what you can do. The Black Gold Bug King is still accelerating. As long as I devour you, and then devour those human buildings on the blue star, I will have a chance to evolve into a planet devourer. Compete with that guy in the core of Venus. In front of its defensive armor, Kaishan's weapons seem to have no effect. Can it work? Luan, Chui Weiman, Song Jinghong, Lu Mei, He Hongwei, and others were all paying attention to the actions of Kaishan. It's already like this. How can the resonance torpedo hit it? There was no panic on Su Jilan's pretty face. She adapted to the ever-changing space battlefield in the shortest time. Plasma energy amplification array activated. Prepare for the purgatory ray. Yes. In the plasma weapon compartment of the battleship, more than a dozen large plasma generators and energy auxiliary arrays began to work. This is an upgraded plasma weapon on the plasma aggregation ray. Like other weapons, all weapons can be upgraded. The same is true for plasma weapons. For example, the top weapons on most star destroyers are plasma cannons. This purgatory ray is the second most powerful weapon after the plasma cannon. Even if it is installed on the L-7 class space battleship, it is enough to serve as the main gun. Its scorching high temperature and energy can vaporize a mountain in an instant. The energy intensity, strike range and attack distance are much stronger than the previous plasma polymerization ray. So military scientists call it the purgatory ray. The 3,000-meter-long main gun of the Kaishan adjusted its direction and aimed at the Black Gold Bug King. Seeing the main gun, that was more than half of his own length, the Black Gold Bug King inexplicably felt a little weak in his heart. Do humans have more advanced weapons? It actually wanted to back down. But now its speed has accelerated to 58% of the speed of light. At this speed, it is impossible to turn around in a short time. So it can only bite the bullet and continue to hit the Kaishan. Prepare the second round of resonance torpedoes. Su Jilan shouted. Main gun. Fire the purgatory ray. As soon as she finished speaking, the plasma that had been accumulated inside the battleship for a long time was output from the muzzle of the main gun through the effect of the plasma energy amplification array. A plasma ray like a hellfire illuminated the space battlefield. In the face of this terrifying high temperature, all the interstellar dust in front of it disappeared instantly. When it fell on the liquid metal defense armor of the Alloy Worm King, the Black Gold Worm King felt as if he was in a star. The terrifying high temperature completely evaporated the liquid metal defense armor that it took for granted, and even a big hole was punched through its body surface. If it weren't for its large mass and intact core, this shot would be enough to destroy it. Not good. When the liquid metal defense armor was destroyed, hundreds of thousands of resonance torpedoes hit its body surface. The impact resonance tester has obtained the resonance frequency of its body material and started to induce resonance with mechanical energy. Damn. I was hit. The Black Gold Bug King analyzed calmly. At this time, it must clear these resonant torpedoes on its surface as soon as possible. Otherwise its fate will be the same as that of the volcanic monster. But the purgatory ray just now has already severely damaged it, and the human warship is cooling the barrel and preparing for the next attack. At this time, its body surface has not been repaired, and it is impossible to clear these resonant torpedoes. In this case, then continue to hit. Use the impact force generated by the impact to destroy them all. The Black Gold Bug King made a prompt decision and could not stop the attack. The resonant torpedo has been attached to the target. Keep your distance. Don't confront it head-on. Use other gun barrels to harass. Su Jilan knew very well that the Kaishan could not withstand the impact of the Black Gold Bug King. The Kaishan began to speed up and escape. After the thruster was overloaded, its speed could reach 55% of the speed of light. For example, the Black Gold Bug King was not much behind, and there were interferences from various weapons. The Black Gold Bug King found that if he continued to chase like this, he seemed to be unable to catch up with the Kaishan. It finally realized the despair of the human captains just now. It couldn't beat them, chase them, or escape. Now it was in a dilemma. Helpless, the Black Gold Bug King made up his mind and forcibly adjusted the direction, aiming the collision target at another Venus monster. As long as it hits, the impact force can be used to disrupt the resonance. In this way, there is still a chance of survival. Why did you hit me? The Worm King that was chosen as its target did not want to wait for death and began to run for his life. Asshole. Stop! The Black Gold Worm King tried to control it with the special control method of the Zerg, but the effect was limited. In the Zerg, a higher level Worm King can control a lower level Worm King. But it and this fellow are both high level planetary overlords. Although the Black Gold Worm King has a higher degree of evolution, it has not reached the level of a planet devourer, so it is impossible to fully control it. In the space battlefield, a scene that people never expected appeared. The Black Gold Worm King chased his own kind, and his kind desperately accelerated to keep a distance from it. The influence of resonance has begun to expand, and the Black Gold Worm King can already feel that every part of his body is vibrating. The vibration amplitude is about to exceed its endurance limit. It feels that the core is restless and is about to explode. Damn. Just a little bit. If I can evolve into a planet devourer. The rays just now. These human weapons can't get close to me at all. The mind of the Black Gold Bug King is shouting. It sends a message to Venus, my king. I can't hold on. Humans have resonance weapons. This message is sent at the speed of light, and it will take several minutes to reach Venus. Before the message reaches Venus, the resonance amplitude of the Black Gold Bug King's body finally exceeds its endurance limit. Its indestructible metal body begins to crack. First large cracks, followed by small cracks. In the end, there were tens of billions of cracks all over its body. Its body began to disintegrate, and the special alloy disintegrated into molecules and atoms. These dusts cannot be seen even with the most compact space telescope. Only by observing closely with an electron microscope can they be seen. And a crack appeared in the core of the Black Gold Worm King. As this core broke, the energy in its body was no longer controlled, and a chain nuclear fusion reaction occurred. It was like tens of thousands of space hydrogen bombs exploded from its body, and the energy and high temperature evaporated its body. After the commander of this Venus Zerg destroyed several main battleships of mankind, he finally met his nemesis, Kaishan, along with the plasma flames in the dark space. It completely disappeared in space. The Black Gold Bug King has fallen. Seeing this scene, the bugs were horrified. The commander with the highest level of evolution among them was turned into dust under the attack of humans. Human weapons are beyond our tolerance. Without the devourer of planets, it is impossible to defeat them. Retreat. Retreat. Save your strength and return to Venus. Retreat quickly. The bugs began to flee to the universe. Some fled to Venus, and some fled to other planets. They didn't know that all the resonance torpedoes on the Kaishan had been fired. The Purgatory Ray also needed an hour of cooling and plasma preparation before it could be fired again. If they continue to attack at this time, humans will certainly suffer heavy losses. But the bugs still chose to flee. They wanted to return to Venus, where they had the real leader. With it, they can make a comeback and completely wipe out humans. Don't chase. Attack here. Su Jilan ordered. Has the Black Gold Bug King been killed? Luoyin was overjoyed and shouted, Everyone, carry out beyond visual range strikes and expand the defense circle. All the Zerg that have left the main force will be cleaned up. Chapter 208 Black Gold Battleship. The retreating battleship surrounded and cleared the scattered Zerg. On the battlefield of Mars, the Mercury Zerg and the Mars fleet were in a stalemate, and neither side could do anything to the other. At this time, the Furnace Bug King received the news that the Black Gold Bug King had been eliminated. Do humans still have weapons that we don't know about? The Black Gold Bug King was crushed. The Furnace Bug King thought to himself, the Black Gold Bug King is stronger than me. And he was destroyed by humans. Now that the Venus Zerg troops are evacuating, I will be in danger when the main force of humans adjusts their forces. This offensive plan is a failure. Fortunately, the new weapons of humans are aimed at it. Not me. It secretly rejoiced in its heart. If the resonance torpedoes had been used against it, it would have been dead now. Retreat. Retreat to Mercury. The Furnace King ordered. The Mercury Zergs evacuated one after another. He Hongwei noticed this and sent a message. The Mercury Zergs have evacuated. And the Mars defense circle is intact. Very good. The defense station has won. Don't chase. He Xingzhou warned. We don't have the ability to chase yet. They only have one L5 class battleship. The resonance torpedoes have all been fired. And chasing them will only lose the existing results. The defense battle was successful. Bai Ningxiang was more excited than He Xingzhou. And she was worried all the time. Seeing the Black Gold Bug King being killed, she excitedly shouted, He Xingzhou, I love you so much. You have developed a resonance weapon. It's amazing. At this moment, hundreds of elders in the Black Sea Civilization Iceberg investigation meeting were watching the war scene. When they saw that the Blue Star Civilization not only defended against the joint attack of the Zergs of the two planets, but also annihilated the Black Gold Bug King, hundreds of elders finally put down their hearts. The Blue Star Civilization has created a miracle again. With a resonance weapon, it will no longer be a problem for them to deal with the Zergs of Venus and Mercury. Our choice is right. As long as He Xingzhou is there, the Blue Star Civilization will be safe. Bai Shirza said with emotion. I seem to see a new star rising. Among the 10 greatest navigators who led our Black Sea Civilization to rise, none of them could turn the tide in such a crisis situation with their own strength like He Xingzhou. This time, Bai Shirza especially sent a congratulatory message to He Xingzhou and the Blue Star Alliance, congratulating them on their success in resisting the Zerg. The other elders of the Black Sea Civilization had different thoughts. They really succeeded. This resonance weapon might have been leaked by the Iceberg Investigation Society. The second elder Bai Sha was unwilling to accept it. He was ready to disband the Iceberg Investigation Society. But the situation was reversed. The Blue Star Civilization is only a first-level civilization, and its weapons research and development capabilities are stronger than some second-level civilizations. The third elder Lan Jiao commented. If there is no one to help, I absolutely don't believe it. It's no use saying this now. The fourth elder Lan Long said. The people of the Iceberg Investigation Committee will definitely not admit that the victory of the Blue Star Civilization will make people in the civilization pay attention to this civilization again. We must prepare ourselves. That's right. The general trend is irresistible, said the fifth elder Hong Lin. Several elders have made up their minds to invest more resources in the subordinate civilization and build the subordinate civilization into a powerful emerging civilization. At this time, the great elder Bai Jia convened a civilization meeting. The elders entered the meeting room with their minds. He said directly, I believe everyone has seen the war between the Blue Star Civilization and the Zerg just now. As Bai Ningxiang and the Iceberg Investigation Committee said, the Blue Star Civilization does have potential that cannot be ignored. It may become an important boost to our civilization in the future. Therefore, we must continue to send fleets to patrol near the solar system, and send a main fleet to supervise to prevent the Pleiades from using advanced civilization weapons to attack. Several elders were dissatisfied. The second elder Bai Sha said, I have no objection to resisting the Pleiades. But should we provide more assistance to subordinate civilizations? Facts have proved that the development and potential of low-level civilizations are also great. Yes, our subordinate civilizations must also invest more. Other elders echoed. The elder knew that they were negotiating terms. He said, you can invest more resources in the subordinate civilization. All parties reached an agreement. Bai Ningxiang immediately conveyed the good news to He Xingzhou. She smiled and said, our main fleet can compete with the main fleet of the Pleiades civilization. So during this period, they should not deploy weapons above the second-level civilization. You have time to deal with the attacks of the Tianhe civilization and the Sirius civilization. Thank you. He Xingzhou thanked him. The Blue Star Civilization fleet began to clean up the battlefield and summarize the losses. This war made people realize the horror of the Zerg again. The emergence of resonance weapons also made people realize that the Blue Star Alliance is not without countermeasures. In the virtual world, people are discussing this matter. In the Alliance Command, the commanders are also summarizing. L4 class battleships can no longer adapt to the latest intensity of war. Luan said, we must upgrade the battleship factory. And L1 class battleships can be eliminated as civilian ships. L2 class and L4 class battleships must be upgraded and renovated. This war also shows us that the evolution of the Zerg in the solar system is already very high. He Hongwei said, when I was resisting the Mercury Zerg in the Mars defense circle, I also found that without relying on the ground defense system, the existing battleships are indeed difficult to cause damage to them. In addition to manufacturing advanced warships, and upgrading existing warships. I propose to add resonance weapon launchers and purgatory raid launch satellites to the outer space defense circle of Blue Star and Mars to further improve the defense system. 2 years to improve the defense system and upgrade the arsenal. He Xingzhou concluded. We must take Venus and Mercury. And more enemies are coming towards us. To resist foreign aggression, we must first stabilize the country. Large-scale upgrades and renovations began on Blue Star and Mars. From factories to military facilities. Resonance torpedoes also began to be improved and mass-produced. And were installed on every warship. At the same time, He Xingzhou began to design more powerful weapons. The Black Gold Worm King is not the most powerful Worm King on Venus. This is the information speculated by the intelligence department. Those worms that fled back to Venus quickly stabilized. The reconnaissance ships tried to approach for reconnaissance, but were destroyed or driven away. In the silicon-based worm detectors they deployed, it seems that a more powerful energy reaction was found. This shows that there are more powerful worms on Venus. It can't be the devourer of planets. Otherwise it can directly destroy the blue planet now. He Xingzhou concluded that the Worm King is likely to be the existence of the devourer of planets. And to deal with such an enemy, the resonance torpedo may not be able to touch its body. At this time, long-range resonance weapons are needed. He Xingzhou began to design an electromagnetic resonance transmitter, using electromagnetic waves to induce resonance, so that the attack distance is farther and the power is stronger. In addition, he plans to further upgrade the warship technology within 2 years to achieve the performance of L7 space battleships. In terms of weapons, the weapons technology mastered by the Blue Star Alliance is fully sufficient to meet the performance of space battleships. The only shortcoming is the propulsion system. The closer the speed is to the speed of light, the greater the energy required. So the higher the speed of the warship, the more difficult it is to improve. This is also the reason why the Nanha civilization, as a 1.8 level civilization, has only L5 level conventional warships. Outside the Procyon star system, a fleet is heading towards the solar system. This fleet is at least L5 class warships. And there are also L6 class and higher level warships. In the virtual universe, Rafar did not show all the cards of the Procyon civilization. At this time, Rafar was in contact with the Grey Wolf of the Sirius civilization. Our Procyon civilization fleet has set off. It is expected to take 18 years to reach the solar system. The Grey Wolf replied through the virtual universe. Our fleet set off 4 years later and will meet at the outer edge of the solar system. The Sirius star system is closer to the solar system, so they have more time to prepare. Rafar responded, don't miss the time. The growth potential of the Blue Star civilization is terrible. Every year of delay, their strength will be improved a little bit. Don't worry. Grey Wolf was full of confidence. With the L9 class star destroyer given to us by the main civilization, as long as the Blue Star civilization does not become a second-class civilization, can it still make a difference? By then, we will have the most resources in the solar system. The rewards for killing the Zerg will also be ours. Grey Wolf is not unreasonably confident. Their Sirius civilization is originally a 1.9 class civilization, very close to a second-class civilization. The main fleet has the level of L7 class space battleships. And with the help of the Pleiades civilization, they are confident that they are already a top civilization among the first-class civilizations. This time, the Nanha civilization has joined forces to attack together, and the solar system is bound to be one. A year passed quickly. During this year, humans continue to conduct reconnaissance on Venus and Mercury, upgrade weapons, and transform equipment. Space resonance torpedoes were mass-produced to strengthen defense facilities. Biological warships on Mars were also manufactured. NOAA biological warships can already replace some conventional warships for space defense and reconnaissance purposes. Because they are closer to the Zerg, they are more difficult to be issued when flying on other planets. He Xingzhou directly sent several NOAA biological warships that have been cultivated to Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune and other planets for reconnaissance. Add power enhancement modules. Improve on the basis of the L5 Kaishan. Equipped with purgatory rays and electromagnetic resonators. He Xingzhou is designing an L7 space battleship. L6 class battleships were skipped by him. The second elder of the Black Sea civilization, the Sea Beast civilization, was giving orders to Dugong. He said, Dugong, this time I brought the Star Destroyer and Satellite Fortress technology from the main civilization. You must produce these technologies as soon as possible and surpass other subordinate civilizations, especially the Blue Star civilization. This is not only related to you and me, but also the future of the Sea Beast civilization. Understand? Dugong was overjoyed and said, I will definitely go all out. In the past, subordinate civilizations could not apply for these technologies. But now the main civilization is willing to develop the technology of Star Destroyer and Satellite Fortress, which will allow the Sea Beast civilization to directly reach the peak of the first-level civilization. Needless to say, the Star Destroyer is the top weapon of the first-level civilization. The Satellite Fortress is a top-level weapon that is stronger than the Star Destroyer. Its structure is to hollow out a natural satellite and build it into a space weapon, similar to the space hive of the Zerg. The weapons it can carry are more powerful than ordinary Star Destroyers. As long as you can accomplish this, more powerful technology may not be impossible to strive for, Baisha said meaningfully. Dugong was even more delighted. The second elder meant that if they could reach this point, the main civilization would help them become a second-level civilization. The third elder of the Fishman civilization, Blue Shark, also brought resources to Feishi. He said, the 100 million tons of materials shipped to your star system this time were all obtained by me for you. With the Space City technology given to you, you will strive to expand your military strength. In addition, building in the interstellar will increase prosperity, so that I can strive for more resources. Thank you, Elder. Our Fishman civilization will definitely become the most powerful subordinate civilization, surpassing them and the Blue Star civilization. Feishi immediately expressed his loyalty. Like Dugong, he also regarded the Blue Star civilization as the most powerful competitor. The fourth elder of the Conch civilization, Blue Dragon, won the resonance weapon technology that Juyin had been thinking about. You have also seen He Xingzhou's resonance weapon, which is much more powerful than your ultrasonic and infrasonic resonance weapons. If it is further developed, it will be enough to become a first-class civilization super weapon, Blue Dragon said. This time I have obtained the first-class civilization resonance weapon technology for you. You must make good use of it. Our Conch civilization will definitely be stronger than the Blue Star civilization. Juyin swore. Siren civilization. Honglin explained to Siren, although I have obtained a lot of resources for you this time, it is weaker than other elders. The development potential of Blue Star civilization is indeed great. Try not to offend them. Maybe we will have the opportunity to cooperate in the future. I know. Siren nodded. A year later, He Xingzhou's design of the L7 class space battleship has been completed, and the Blue Star Xuanwu base has begun production. The L7 class space battleship he designed was named Black Gold. The intention was obvious, which was to commemorate the soldiers who died in the previous defensive war, and to show the determination to attack Venus. The Black Gold was not built alone, but in batches. In order to build these battleships, even the construction of the Superstar Ring was temporarily stopped, and resources were concentrated on the construction of new battleships. Battleships below L4 were either eliminated for civilian use or dismantled for reuse. The construction process lasted for a whole year, and the first batch of L7 class space battleships was finally completed. He Xingzhou immediately convened a meeting of the Blue Star Alliance and said, "It's time to attack Venus and Mercury and occupy them completely. If we wait any longer, the Zerg King of Venus will evolve into a devourer of planets. Finally, I've waited until this day," He Hongwei said. "The last battle on Mars was too unpleasant. This time I'm going to attack their base camp." That's right. Luan, Xiao Hong, Lei Yuanfeng and others also held their breath. Although they won the previous defense station, they paid a heavy price. In recent years, the Society has been discussing whether the Blue Star Alliance can defeat the Zerg of Venus and Mercury. It is generally believed that when the Zerg uses space resonance torpedoes, it will be more difficult to attack them. The fleets that have upgraded their equipment also want to prove themselves. Organize the fleet immediately and prepare for the attack. He Xingzhou wants to completely occupy Venus and Mercury before the arrival of the Pleiades fleet, and use the resources there to build a superstar ring. Chapter 209 Venus Operation. Blue Star, Mars, 2 planets, and the defense circle of the outer planet. A large number of warships flew out from the ground base and the space base. In addition, there are a large number of space drones, space mechas, and those obsolete warships, some of which have become transport ships for the fleet. He Xingzhou reorganized the fleet of the Blue Star Alliance and rewrote all the original fleet names. Now the fleet is named after the planet, And there are mainly two main fleets. The Blue Star Fleet and the Mars Fleet. These two main fleets currently have one team each, of which the Blue Star Fleet has 5 L7 class warships, 100 L5 class improved warships, 150 L4 class warships, and 200 other warships. The number of ships in the Mars Fleet is much smaller, with 3 L7 class warships, 50 L5 class improved warships, 100 L4 class warships, and 100 other warships. For this mission, the commander of the Blue Star Fleet is Luoan, and the deputy commander is Chiu Hong. The commander of the Mars Fleet is He Hongwei, and the deputy commander is Lei Yuan Feng. He Hongwei is a first-level commander. Commanding the Mars Fleet is not a demotion, but because he led the Mars Fleet to fight against the Mercury Zerg last time and has more experience. I will be the commander-in-chief. Shui Weiman will be responsible for intelligence work. Lu Mei will be responsible for logistics, and the other commanders will perform their duties. He Xingzhou arranged. During our battle, the defense of Blue Star will be in the charge of Commander Ouyang Bo. The defense of Mars will be in charge of Commander Xia Wu. Yes. The commanders began to act. The next step is tactical arrangements. He Xingzhou said. This time we attack. The main target is the Venus Zerg. Ignore the Mercury Zerg for now. Send a small fleet to keep watch. He Xingzhou concluded that the Venus Zerg and the Mercury Zerg are not commanded by the same Zerg king. If they attack the Venus Zerg, the Mercury Zerg will not come to harass them, so they can concentrate their forces to take Venus. If the Mercury Zerg attacks, then fight together. Depart immediately, He Xingzhou shouted. He will also take a command ship to the battlefield to command. The battlefield changes rapidly, and there is a delay of several minutes from Venus to Blue Star, which is not allowed in Space Wars. The Blue Star Fleet and the Mars Fleet went to Venus together, because the main fleets were all L4 or higher warships. They could reach Venus from Blue Star within 10 minutes under full sail, 5 minutes after the Blue Star Alliance set out. The spokesperson of the Blue Star Alliance held a press conference and announced to the whole civilization, under the leadership of Commander-in-Chief He Xingzhou, our fleet has set out to Venus and Mercury to launch a full-scale attack on the Zerg on Venus and Mercury. As soon as the news came out, the whole civilization began to pay attention. A few years ago, we suffered heavy losses. This time we can finally take the initiative to attack them. I wish you a triumphant return. We are finally going to attack Venus. Venus is too close to us. How can we let others sleep beside our bed? We must take it down. People enter the virtual world and observe the war from the perspective of reconnaissance satellites. On an L7 class space battleship, He Xingzhou sits in the captain's position, coordinating the overall situation. In front of him are millions of detectors and information from various ships. The Venus Zerg have already detected the news of our attack. There are a large number of Zerg activities in the crust, atmosphere and outer space of Venus. The Mercury Zerg are gathering. There is no sign of support from Venus for the time being. We are keeping an eye on them. No enemies have been found near the blue planet. No enemies have been found near Mars. There are no unusual movements of Zerg in the asteroid belt. Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune and other planets. The fleet is about to reach Venus. He Xingzhou did not issue any orders for the time being. Now Luoan and He Hongwei commanded the fleet respectively. Luoan ordered the scout ships patrol the surrounding space. The frigates are deployed and distributed around the main battleships. The main fleet will first eliminate the Zerg in the outer space of Venus. He Hongwei was also commanding. The first team will go to Mercury to prevent the Zerg from Mercury from being dispatched and intercepting them. The second team will cooperate with the Blue Star Fleet to cut off the escape space of the Zerg in the outer space of Venus. Outside Venus, the fleet quickly deployed, and some warships even collided with the Zerg. Some Venus Zerg patrolling and defending in the outer space of Venus began to collide with the approaching scout ships and main battleships. Damn it. Huang Sheng, am back? I almost got you killed last time, but I'm going to get you back this time. Huang Sheng was on a L5 space battleship. His ship rushed to the front and ordered first, give them a round of space hydrogen bombs. On the battleship, a large number of space hydrogen bombs were launched, and some planetary behemoth-level Zergs began to defend. The planetary overlord-level Zerg continued to collide. Purgatory ray ready. Fire! On the battleship, a super-strong plasma ray was emitted, directly piercing a low-level planetary overlord. Its metal shell did not play any role in front of the purgatory ray. When the energy intensity is sufficient, the plasma defense layer and the liquid metal defense layer are useless. There are also high-level planetary overlord-level Zerg attacking. Let them taste the power of resonance torpedoes, Huang Sheng shouted. On the battleship, space resonance torpedoes were fired along with the purgatory rays. After the purgatory rays penetrated the defenses of the Zergs, the resonance torpedoes could attach to them and begin to resonate. At this time, the resonance torpedoes were already the 5th generation of resonance torpedoes, with improvements in resonance efficiency, defense, and offense. The 1st generation of resonance torpedoes only adsorbed on the surface of the Zerg to create resonance. And these 5th generation resonance torpedoes are equipped with drilling machines and laser melting machines, which can drill into the body of the Zerg and cause resonance. It is more efficient and more difficult to defend. A high-level planetary overlord-level Zerg with space metal smelting all over its body was attacked by a resonance torpedo, and the resonance torpedo drilled into its body. As the resonance frequency increased, its body began to disintegrate bit by bit, and then turned into powder, becoming a ball of space dust. This is not just an isolated case. In the outer space of Venus, a large number of Zergs were crushed. The performance of the Blue Star Alliance warships has increased several times in just a few years. Now even the L4 class warships are equipped with purgatory rays and resonance torpedoes, which makes the Venus Zerg, which once gave soldiers a headache with its strong defense, become a target that can be easily killed. Humanity's strength has increased several times. The bugs are communicating. Outer space has been lost. Retreat. Retreat to the atmosphere. Use thunderstorms to attack them. The bugs retreated to the atmosphere of Venus. In the dense atmosphere of Venus, Zergs are lurking everywhere. An unmanned warship was pierced by a thunderstorm just after entering the atmosphere. On the surface, there are countless volcanic monsters emitting heat rays and firing metal blocks as electromagnetic guns. The magnetic field is in chaos. Reconnaissance satellites cannot obtain information, and even establishing communications is difficult. He Xingzhou looked at all this and ordered, the fleet should not attack for the time being, and launch meteorological weapons to clear the Zerg in the atmosphere. Yes! Luan and He Hongwei simultaneously ordered the fleet not to enter the atmosphere of Venus for the time being, but to continue to block the outer space of Venus. On the warship, a large number of meteorological weapons were launched, numbering in the tens of billions. These weather weapons are small in size and mass, no bigger than a bedside table, and a transport ship can hold more than 1 billion of them. They have deployable antennas that emit electromagnetic waves to control the free ions in the atmosphere. They are used to trigger thunderstorms or create hurricanes. The Venus Zerg are also destroying these weather weapons, but there are too many of them, and they are launched from all directions from the outer space of Venus at the same time, so they cannot destroy them all. So, the weather weapons create super thunderstorms and hurricanes, and together with the Venus Zerg, they stir up the atmosphere of Venus. Even if you look from outer space, you can see the huge air vortex and bright atmosphere on Venus, because thunderstorms and lightning are constantly generated, illuminating the entire planet. Weather weapons. Too scary. The people of the Blue Star civilization watched this scene through the virtual world. If this happened on the Blue Planet, the entire ecosystem would be destroyed. Thunderstorms and lightning have been almost non-stop. The density of Venus' atmosphere is more than 90 times that of the Blue Planet. The airflow is now supersonic. Ordinary warships and planetary monsters will be torn into pieces under this airflow. The attack of meteorological weapons is persistent and long. The fleet waited outside Venus for 2 days and 2 nights. Not only did the atmosphere not stabilize, but it became more chaotic. Almost. He Xingzhou estimated that the insects in the atmosphere were probably dead, and now they must be hiding on the surface and crust where the atmosphere and thunderstorms could not affect them. Begin to stabilize the atmosphere. Once the atmosphere is stable, attack immediately, he ordered. Received. The fleet began to use meteorological weapons to stabilize the atmosphere. Meteorological weapons also have the ability to stabilize ions. As for airflow, they can create reverse weather, collide and rub with it, and weaken the power of airflow. This process also takes several days. After all, it is easy to destroy but difficult to stabilize. Another 3 days passed, and the atmosphere of Venus had stabilized a lot, enough for the fleet to enter. Attack, He Xingzhou ordered. First, launch a space strike on the main target, and then enter the atmosphere. Attack, Luan and He Hongwei ordered at the same time. From outer space, A large number of weapons were launched towards the surface of Venus to destroy some insect nests they had previously detected. Hydrogen bombs, rays, and electromagnetic guns exploded on the surface, destroying some of the surface insect nests. If these weapons were used in the previous Mars battle, they would not even have to enter the atmosphere, and they could destroy the insects in outer space. Unfortunately, the Venus Zerg are all silicon-based insects, and many of them hide underground. Such bombings have no effect on them, and they still have to enter the atmosphere to fight. So after several rounds of bombing, some warships stayed in outer space to continue the attack, and some main warships entered the atmosphere of Venus and began to attack. Humans dared to attack us. Destroy them all. The Venus Zerg were not idle either. On the surface, mountains and volcanoes rose from the ground, transformed into planetary behemoths, flew into the atmosphere and fought with the fleet. Weather weapons, lasers, hydrogen bombs, electromagnetic guns, plasma weapons collide with the Zerg's atomic breath, thermal rays, metal bullets, magma, etc. And nuclear explosions are happening on Venus every moment. The end of the world once described in human film and television works also seems very naive in front of such a battlefield. Because at this time, the existence of individuals is infinitely reduced. Even giant battleships can't withstand the shock waves, ray aftermath and atmospheric turmoil here. The first round of fighting was purely a war of attrition between the two sides. The battleships were exploding and disintegrating, and the bugs were also disintegrating, bursting, and in chaos. The first team occupy the Maxwell Mountains, which is the highest point on the surface. No! X-144. At coordinate 45, a high-level planetary overlord is creating a meteorological attack. Destroy it immediately. Ishtar's offensive force is insufficient and has been blocked by the enemy. Request support. We need at least 5 L5 class battleships. There is a super hive in the lowlands of Lavinia. The third detachment will destroy it. The second detachment's battleship losses exceeded 50%. Drop ground combat weapons. Put down all the giant mechas and mechanical behemoths and attack the underground hive. In this operation, the battleship also carried giant mechas and mechanical behemoths for underground attacks. On the surface of Venus, the most prominent highlands and hives are being bombed. On Venus, there is a super hive at the largest shield volcano. The silicon-based Zerg also absorbs the energy of underground magma, and they can also create volcanic furnaces in their bodies. This shield volcano has a diameter of more than 700 kilometers and a height of 5.5 kilometers. Although it is not as high as the Olympus supervolcano on Mars, its range is about the same. The first team of the Blue Star Fleet is coming here to attack the super insect nest here. Hydrogen bombs clean the ground. For a large-scale attack, hydrogen bombs are naturally needed. One super hydrogen bomb after another landed and exploded on the surface. Around the volcano, mushroom clouds rose up, and the scorching heat melted the surface basalt into magma again, and there was magma spraying underground. Some Zergs living here were directly killed by hydrogen bombs. Roar. A deafening roar came from the insect nest. The planetary beasts rushed out, their bodies covered with magma and lightning, like demons flying from hell, and hit the warships. Electromagnetic gun, purgatory ray, proton beam weapon. Although the proton beam weapon has limited damage to them, it can create a super strong electric field to destroy the magnetic field and electric field created by these insects. The insects are extremely fierce, and they directly use the most violent destructive method to hit the warships. Because they are in the high-density atmosphere of Venus, the movement of the warships is relatively slow. Even the L5 class warships began to suffer a lot of damage. After being hit, the warships exploded violently in the atmosphere. The warships in outer space were difficult to support for a while. And those insects have strong vitality. Unless they are hit by resonance weapons, it is difficult for them to die directly. Even if they are seriously injured, they can drill into the ground to heal their wounds. At this time, the warships cannot hurt them. And the more they fight, the more difficult it is. Chapter 210 Lord of the Calamity. We have suffered serious damage, and the attack on the super hive has encountered obstacles. The detachment commander hurriedly reported, "Assemble the warships." The deputy commander of the Blue Star Fleet was in charge of this area, and he mobilized the surrounding warships nearby. On the command ship, Xiaohong looked at the Zergs that continued to pour out of the super hive and ordered, "Start the impact resonance frequency test." Several warships simultaneously fired a large number of electromagnetic cannons to bombard the super hive. Their target of attack was not the silicon-based zergs, but the super hive itself. Just like the body of the insect has a certain resonance frequency, the super hive, as a large structure, also has its own resonance frequency. These electromagnetic guns are equipped with impact testers. When they hit the super insect nest, they can test the resonance frequency of the super insect nest. The resonance frequency of the super insect grass has been obtained. The first team. Adjust the resonance weapons. Target. Super insect nest. Xiao Hong shouted. With his order, a large number of resonance torpedoes were dropped. They were densely packed. Some fell on the surface of the super insect nest, and some could drill into the ground by themselves and drill into the super insect nest. This function was improved by scientists from the Academy of Sciences. In their calculations, they simulated the use of resonance weapons to destroy the insect nest, and this method was used. A large number of resonance torpedoes began to guide the insect nest to resonate, and the insects immediately felt something unusual. In the area where the super hive is located, the ground begins to shake, as if an earthquake is coming. Although there are big explosions and earthquakes on the battlefield, this vibration is different. The super hive vibrates at a very regular frequency, and the amplitude is getting larger and larger, and it is about to exceed the tolerance of the hive material. This place is going to be destroyed. Quickly retreat. The insects realized that their hive could no longer withstand the attack and was about to collapse. In the reconnaissance picture, it can be seen that the ground is cracking rapidly, and the huge buildings are collapsing inside. This reaction is a chain reaction. A large area, and the land within a radius of thousands of miles is all shattered. The huge shield volcano broke into countless pieces under the power of resonance, and some insects were shattered together because they could not avoid it. Other insects, losing their shelter and healing places, fled everywhere. If other weapons are used to achieve such weapons, at least star destroyers or asteroid weapons are needed. But with the resonance weapon, dozens of warships launched resonance torpedoes together, and the super insect nest and the shield volcano were destroyed together. Is this the power of resonance? Xiao Hong himself was shocked. During the tactical operation, He Xingzhou said that resonance weapons could be used when encountering stubborn targets. I didn't expect the effect to be so good. Can resonance torpedoes be used like this? The people of Blue Star were also amazed. The scene of the collapse of the shield volcano was deeply imprinted in their minds. In front of modern technological weapons, a supervolcano can also be crushed into slag. The power is okay, but the stamina is insufficient. He Xingzhou was also observing the battlefield situation. The resonance barely destroyed the super insect nest and then stopped. The aftermath formed seismic waves and continued to transmit on the surface. If the resonance can continue and has enough energy, the entire planet can be shattered. Well done, Xiao Hong. Luan was overjoyed when he saw the super hive being destroyed. The rest of the detachments can follow this approach and pull out the enemy's surface hives first. The warships began to fire electromagnetic cannons and resonant torpedoes in large quantities, and several prominent hives on the ground of the Venus Zerg were attacked. The bugs could not find any way to deal with it. Only a small number of bugs that could control strong magnetic fields and electric fields could destroy resonators on a large scale. But at this time, humans had occupied the atmosphere and had various weapons to cover them, so it was difficult for them to play a role. On Venus, a large number of insects died. Super nests were destroyed one after another, and the number of Venus Zerg decreased sharply. At this time, they began to drill underground, where humans could not hurt them for a while. On Mercury, it seemed that they knew that the Venus Zerg had fallen behind, and the Mercury Zerg began to move out. Kill them! Human weapons are developing too fast. If Venus is taken by them, Mercury will be taken by humans sooner or later. Mercury Furnace Zerg King led his Zerg army into the atmosphere of Mercury. My king, are we going to Venus for support now? Asked a high-level planetary overlord. No, there is that guy on Venus. It doesn't matter whether we go or not, the Furnace Insect King said. Let's take this opportunity to attack Mars. Humanity seems to have the upper hand now. But once it comes out, humanity will surely lose. Humanity's defense on Mars is weaker. If we can take Mars and build an insect nest underground, even if humans react, they won't be able to do anything to us. The Furnace Insect King led his army and flew towards Mars. The Mercury Zerg has already been dispatched, and my troops will intercept them. He Hongwei immediately mobilized the fleet to intercept them. The Mercury Zerg can't sit still anymore. The Zerg King on Venus should come out. Right? He Xingzhou whispered. Where is that guy hiding? Su Zhilan was also observing. They launched a large number of drilling robots to search for the location of the Zerg King through underground Zerg nests and passages. On Venus, another super Zerg nest was destroyed by resonance weapons. And hundreds of planetary behemoths and countless Zerg were crushed into powder by the power of resonance. Just as humans were about to chase, several warships lowered their altitude and carried out low-altitude bombing. At this time, several super strong heat energy rays burst out from the ground, and they directly vaporized all obstacles in front of them. The energy shield and armor of the L5 class warship could not withstand this super strong heat energy ray, and the warship was penetrated. Warning: the hull is seriously damaged. The warning on the warship had just sounded, and hundreds of special metal projectiles were fired from the ground. They are extremely fast, and the friction with the air generates extremely high heat, melting the metal surface. But this does not prevent them from hitting the warships. They are huge in mass, and as long as they hit the warships, they can destroy the L5 class warships in an instant. A total of 4 L5 class warships. In the face of such an attack, they were destroyed before they could defend themselves. Their fragments were bound by the strong magnetic field, fell heavily to the ground, and were swallowed by a huge metal mouth. The high-level Insect King appeared in the 9th area, and 3 L5 class warships were destroyed instantly. The news was immediately transmitted back to the command center, and He Xingzhou stood up suddenly and said, "It's out." Information transfer. The scene on the battlefield appeared in the command room. The earth collapsed, and a huge pit appeared. In this huge pit, there was a giant metal beast. It looked a bit like the Mana Worm King, with a dinosaur-like head, sharp claws, and a long tail. The difference was that its whole body was cast in metal. The detector showed that iron and nickel elements accounted for the main part, and there were also a lot of silicon, magnesium, oxygen, and other elements. The head of this metal beast alone was as big as a small mountain. On its head, there was a metal horn that was hundreds of meters long. When it completely climbed out of the deep pit, it crawled on the ground, and with the tail, its body length exceeded 8,000 meters. This is not a beast. It is clearly a moving supervolcano. Its own mass alone is enough to crush the L5 class battleship, and the energy reaction in its body is so terrifying that it makes the instruments explode. A high-energy reaction similar to the Earth's core is detected. The big boss of Venus has appeared. Everyone became nervous. Has this guy evolved into a planet devourer? Its energy reaction is 100 times that of ordinary high-level planetary beasts. It should not have evolved into a planet devourer, but it is very close to it. Bai Ningxiang's projection appeared at the Blue Star Alliance command center, and she was also observing this metal beast. Looking at this energy reaction, if it is given another 10 years, it will evolve into a planet devourer. You can call it a quasi-planet devourer. Bai Ningxiang's expression became serious. This guy is difficult to deal with. I can see that. As soon as this metal behemoth appeared, the entire space changed color. Countless thunders were attracted by it, constantly exploding on its surface, and the energy of thunder and lightning was directly absorbed by it. The surrounding electromagnetic field completely changed, and all warships and weapons were destroyed by super strong electromagnetic waves. The weapons launched by humans: hydrogen bombs, electromagnetic guns, laser weapons, plasma guns, purgatory rays, and resonance torpedoes, could not get close to it at all. No matter how many came, they were destroyed wherever it went. It was accompanied by thunderstorms, hurricanes, earthquakes, and magnetic storms. Human! The voice of this giant beast spread throughout the planet, and it roared, "How dare you offend the great Lord of Calamity? I will completely wipe you out of this galaxy. Tremble. Destroy." It can create an anti-gravity field by itself, allowing its huge body to fly in the air. He Xingzhou shouted directly, "All departments, listen to the order. Leave the Lord of Calamity to me. You act according to the plan. All warships, even L5 class warships, do not try to attack it." Received. Everyone also knew that their weapons had no effect on the Lord of Calamity. Lead it out of Venus, Bai Ningxiang suggested. The horror of the planet devourer is that they can devour any matter to repair their bodies and energy. All planetary behemoths have this ability, but the devourer of planets is the most efficient. It can fight non-stop for more than 10,000 years. If it is on Venus, there are too many materials. As long as its life core cannot be penetrated, it will be invincible. Yes, He Xingzhou ordered. Z1, Z2, Z3 battleships. Carry out long-range attacks on the Lord of the Scourge. These three are the most advanced battleships of mankind at present. L7 class space battleships. The core of the fleet. Before, they had been defending in outer space. After He Xingzhou's order was conveyed, the three L7 battleships simultaneously locked onto the Lord of the Scourge and carried out beyond visual range attacks from outer space. Two infernal rays penetrated the thick sulfuric acid clouds and thunderstorms of Venus. And there was also a heavy electromagnetic cannon bombardment. The output firepower of the L7 class battleship is more than 10 times higher than that of the L5 class. Even the high-level planetary overlords dare not resist their attacks. Otherwise, they will be melted by the continuous infernal rays or smashed by the electromagnetic cannon. But the Lord of the Calamity did not take the initiative to defend. It opened its mouth and swallowed the infernal rays and electromagnetic cannons together. Its mouth is a super plasma control field. The infernal rays and electromagnetic cannons hit an energy ball and were swallowed by it. Then, it spewed out energy rays that were more powerful than the infernal rays of the L7 battleship, directly from the atmosphere of Venus to outer space. Energy shield deployed. The three warships deployed energy shields simultaneously. Shield strength continues to deplete, and part of the hull is damaged. The three captains were shocked. They were not heard by the Lord of Calamity at such a long distance. And the Lord of Calamity could actually damage the L7 class warship. Keep your distance and continue to attack, He Xingzhou commanded calmly. How do you plan to destroy it? Bai Ningxiang asked. The current weapons are not strong enough. Crush it, He Xingzhou replied. Resonance torpedoes can't hit it, Bai Ningxiang said. We don't only have resonance torpedoes. He Xingzhou's words made Bai Ningxiang's heart jump. Did He Xingzhou develop some new resonance weapons? At this time, three L7 class warships continued to attack the Lord of the Scourge, also using purgatory rays and electromagnetic cannons. The Lord of the Scourge easily turned these attacks into nothingness. It flew out of the atmosphere of Venus and planned to destroy several L7 class warships first. Keep your distance. The captains knew that if the Lord of the Scourge got close, they would only crash. So they drove the thrusters to overload, retreating and attacking at the same time. You can't jump. The Lord of the Scourge relied on his strong body and began to accelerate crazily. At the tail of its body, it ejected plasma flames like the warships, and its speed increased step by step. It has the ability to accelerate to 90% of the speed of light. Z4, Z5, Z6. Move out and block its retreat, He Xingzhou shouted. Except for the L7 space battleship he was on. The rest of the battleships had already come out in full force. Three battleships circled around the space behind the Lord of the Calamity, and the other three retreated while attacking. Command: our weapons cannot approach it, and the shockwave detector cannot know its resonance frequency. A captain reported that their attack just now was to find out the body resonance frequency of the Lord of the Calamity, the Insect King, so as to launch resonance weapons. But the Lord of the Calamity was prepared, and they got nothing. He Xingzhou thought about it, and after a few seconds, he ordered underground combat forces drill into the ground immediately to detect the resonance frequency of the Venus core. Su Jilan understood immediately and said, the Lord of Disaster has been devouring the core material of Venus and evolving in the core. Its body structure is similar to the core, so its resonance frequency is also similar. As long as you know the resonance frequency of the core of Venus, you can know the body resonance frequency of the Lord of Disaster. Attack. Smart. But it takes time. He Xingzhou saw the star map. The Lord of Disaster was still accelerating. Several L7 class warships had to maneuver, and none of the other warships around dared to approach. Even if it was tens of thousands of kilometers away, the Lord of Disaster could destroy the warship with rays or metal bullets.